Chapter 1, If you don't have money, don't fall in love. Qingyang Building, inside an office. Tell me, Chen Shua, how do you plan to arrange this project? Well, Chen Shua didn't say anything, but just stared in a daze at the long black stockings in his sight. There's no way around it, leg locking is something I was born with. Sitting at the desk, a beautiful woman in a professional suit and black-rimmed glasses, crossed her legs wrapped in black stockings and stared at the computer screen in front of her with a frown. Seeing that Chen Shua didn't speak for a long time, she looked up at him. Chen Shua also realized this and quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Well, I know. Mr. Wan. It's all planned out. While speaking, he lowered his head deliberately. But Wan Shishue had seen countless people after all, so Chen Shua's little trick naturally did not escape her eyes. Stinky loser. You have a girlfriend, but you still stare at other women all day long. Although he cursed in his heart, the company was now at a critical period and some important projects needed Chen Shua to complete. Okay. Go get busy. Do what I just said, and remember to send the stuff to me when you're done. Good. Chen Shua responded. Then he quickly turned around and left the office. That was a close call. We were almost discovered. Chen Shua thought he had not been discovered and he breathed a sigh of relief. There's no way. His girlfriend hasn't slept in the same bed with him for 2 months because of the bride price. Although he had been numbing himself with work, his eyes were already glowing green due to the effect of hormones in his body. What's more, the female boss dresses up very fancy every day, either in a backless dress or a tube top. Black stockings, white stockings, flesh-colored stockings, all kinds of stockings are eye-catching. Unfortunately, the other party comes from a prominent family and his parents are both directors of listed companies. He is just a college graduate with parents and a girlfriend. Even if I have the intention to do it, I don't have the courage to do it. Chen Shua shook his head and returned to his workstation. I glanced at the time and it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. It's time to get off work. Tick. Just as he was about to turn off the computer, a message suddenly popped up on the phone screen. It was sent by my girlfriend. I'll wait for you at Shenghuang Hotel. After receiving this message, Chen Shua thought his girlfriend had figured out the issue of the bride price. A betrothal gift of 500,000 is indeed too much, not including the car and house. Where can Chen Shua, who just graduated half a year, get so much money? In the hotel's private room, Zhang Yao, wearing a light blue dress, was nonchalantly shaking the red wine glass in her hand. So, you still think that 500,000 yuan is too much for a betrothal gift? Chen Shua rushed to the hotel, thinking that Zhang Yao would give in, but unexpectedly, her attitude was even worse than before. It's indeed a lot. Zhang Yao, you know my family situation. Chen Shua was planning to explain himself again, but Zhang Yao had no intention of giving him that chance. What does your family situation have to do with me? My college classmates all asked for 1 million yuan as the starting price for their wedding gifts. I'm asking for 500,000 yuan, which is already very low. If you don't have money, let's end it as soon as possible. My mother just happened to introduce me to a man whose family owns a 4S shop. If you can't afford the betrothal gift, there are many people who can. In the private room of the hotel, Chen Shua was in disbelief when he heard the woman in front of him say such decisive words. They were in love for 4 years. During this period, Chen Shua was the one who sent gifts during every festival. Every time, it was hundreds or thousands. During the period of graduation, he was the one who spent all the money on food, rent, clothes, etc. Yes, his family has some money. Both my parents are working people, and they spend a lot of money on a daily basis, so their savings are only about 200,000 yuan. You can't go into a lot of foreign debt just for the bride price. After a long silence, Chen Shua raised his head and said seriously, why don't we break up? Separate? Hearing this, Zhang Yao turned around and looked at Chen Shua in disbelief. Chen Shua, you still have the nerve to break up with me. I've been with you for 4 years, and you broke up with me as soon as I asked for a betrothal gift. Then what were you doing earlier? Then what do you want to do? Chen Shua was a little helpless. It's simple. Compensate me for the loss of my youth. Not much, 200,000 will do. 200,000? Looking at Zhang Yao's aggressive look, even though she was dressed very beautifully. At this moment, Chen Shua also felt a little nauseous. Chen Shua, I have been with you for 4 years. 200,000 is not too much, right? My roommate has been a second-generation rich man for 2 years and his girlfriend has earned more than 1 million yuan. I'm asking you for 200,000, which is already very little. So, do I have to thank you? Zhang Yao's words made Chen Shua's heart plummet to freezing point. I didn't expect that this is how she viewed this relationship. What else? What, Chen Shua? I spent my youth and energy with you for 4 years. In the end, you didn't even want to pay the bride price. Then, I asked you for compensation for loss of youth, but you didn't want to pay. Are you planning to get it for free? I might as well have found a rich second-generation man to support me. After Zhang Yao said this, Chen Shua laughed. Zhang Yao, I originally thought you were just a little bit temperamental. But today I realized that you are really shameless. Chen Shua, what did you say? What did I say? How dare you ask me for 200,000 yuan for your youth fee? Then let me ask you, your youth is valuable, but my youth is not? In addition, during your 4 years in college, I paid for every gift you received during the Chinese New Year or other holidays. The total amount of this money must be at least 80,000, if not 100,000. But, what have you given me in these 4 years? Even if I had a cold and a fever, you didn't even say hello. Besides, this is not the time for you to perform soprano in bed. It's as if you're at a disadvantage in a relationship. Since you don't want to talk, why did you stay with me in the first place? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Zhang Yao was speechless for a moment. The reason I chose to be with Chen Shua was simply because he was handsome. But who could have imagined that his family was so poor that they couldn't even come up with 500,000 yuan? Also, I just graduated and you asked me to take 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. Do you think I'm a money printing machine? Can you count money as soon as it leaves the factory? Your parents don't have money. Ask them to pay for it. Although Zhang Yao knew she was in the wrong, she still responded with gritted teeth. Okay. I can pay the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift. How much dowry do you plan to give me? Dowry, my mother said I should take 2 quilts with me when the time comes. 2 quilts? Gone? Chen Shua, you are not mistaken. You are the one marrying me. You must be the one paying for it. Then why dowries of my high school classmates all start at 1 million, but you only have 2 quilts? Zhang Yao's face turned red when she was asked this question. She said angrily, don't compare me with others. It's your blessing to marry me. Blessing? You must have been squeezed silly by the capitalists' 996 work schedule. Since they had decided to break up, Chen Shua didn't bother to talk nonsense with Zhang Yao about the bride price. Then you can give this blessing to whoever you want, I don't care. In addition, all the dishes on this table were ordered by you. I didn't eat a single bite. Remember to settle the bill. After saying that, Chen Shua just got up and walked away, not caring at all about Zhang Yao who was already hysterical behind him. Chen Shua, you bastard. If you don't have money, don't fall in love. After leaving the hotel, Chen Shua suddenly felt refreshed. Sure enough, being single is the most comfortable. Especially since I finally got rid of such an awful girlfriend. Just consider all the sincerity I've shown over the years as wasted. It's time to start over. Just as he was thinking about where to go next, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully collected 500 emotions of the opposite sex, and the system activation is complete. Chapter 2: The Missed Thigh. System. Oh my god. As an old bookworm with tens of thousands of hours of reading experience, he is very familiar with this thing. A Dowsy artifact. Is it my turn to reach the peak of my life? System, please introduce yourself. Okay. Host. The full name of this system is Opposite Sex Emotion Value Lottery System. As the name suggests, the host needs to collect the emotion values of the opposite sex. Note, the opposite sex needs to have a comprehensive score of 9.0 or above. And the target opposite sex needs to have a significant change in the host's language or behavior in order to generate emotional value. When the emotion value accumulates to 500, you can draw a lottery. It sounds simple enough. 500? I just happen to have that. Come and test the waters. Chen Shua did not hesitate and immediately controlled the system to conduct the first lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning the Godly Rich Basic Gift Pack. Do you want to enable it? Open. a Porsche 911, cash assets of 5 million, and a Tangjingwan villa worth 15 million. Oh my god. Is this system real? Chen Shua knew that after obtaining the system, he would reach the peak of his life. But I didn't expect it to go so fast. Host, if you need to verify the authenticity, you can check the asset information under your name. As soon as the system finished speaking, Chen Shua received a bank text message on his phone. Dear user, your savings card with the last number 6237 received 5 million yuan on August 2nd, and the current balance is 5,013,612.35 yuan. Before Chen Shua could see clearly how many digits there were, a voice sounded in front of him. Chen Shua, why are you here? Coming back to his senses, Chen Shua took a closer look. The person who came was none other than one of Zhang Yao's best friends. Zhou Weiwei. She has fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, and wears white half sleeves with tight jeans. It perfectly shows off her figure advantages. Especially the magnificent scenery in front of him, and the two abrupt little white rabbits are particularly eye-catching. At the same time, the system panel also gives corresponding scores. Zhou Weiwei. Overall rating, 9.1. Physical condition, excellent. Love record, 0. The love record is the number of times the target character has had sex with the opposite sex. Love record? 0? Doesn't that mean that Zhou Weiwei is still a rookie? Chen Shua felt a little surprised. In his impression, among Zhang Yao's best friends, Zhou Weiwei is the most greedy for money. She keeps talking about marrying a rich man and being the mistress of a rich second-generation man. Unexpectedly, she is still a rookie. Zhou Weiwei, what are you doing here? Coming back to his senses, Chen Shua put away his phone silently and asked in return. Zhang Yao called and said she was in a bad mood, and asked me to have dinner with her. How? Did you two have a fight? We broke up. Chen Shua did not hide it and told the truth directly. Whispering sound. When Zhou Weiwei heard that it was because of the bride price, she couldn't help but feel a sigh of contempt. In the end, love still comes down to the daily necessities of life. The idea that I have always believed in is indeed correct. When it comes to finding a boyfriend, I have to find a rich one. Otherwise, all the time and energy you put in will be in vain in the end. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shua was not surprised to see this system prompt. The system's score for Zhou Weiwei has exceeded 9 points, so it is not surprising that she can provide herself with emotional values. However, this woman is too close to Zhang Yao. He doesn't want to have anything to do with that woman for the time being. Zhou Weiwei, who had no idea about this, asked casually, "Where are you going next?" Chen Shua remained calm and pretended to be worried and said, "I plan to go for a spin in my sports car." Driving a sports car? Zhou Weiwei had a look of disbelief on her face, staring at Chen Shua as if he were a fool. Could it be that this person has become mentally ill because of the shock he suffered? As Zhang Yao's best friend, she naturally knew the financial situation of Chen Shua's family. He can't even afford the betrothal gift of hundreds of thousands, so where does he get the sports car? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shua, no way, does this count? Chen Shua originally planned to call the other party over, take a ride in the sports car together, and brush up his emotional level at the same time. But when I looked up, he had already turned around and walked into the hotel entrance. Forget it. A forced melon is not sweet. At this moment, a dark green sports car stopped at the door of the hotel with its engine roaring. Oh my god. Porsche 911. Whose rich second generation is this? I really want to go up and ask for contact information. The onlookers around wanted to take a look and see who was driving the sports car. Unexpectedly, the person who got off was a staff member wearing a data driver uniform. Oh my god. There are also experts. So, everyone followed the direction of the designated driver and saw the real owner of the sports car. A handsome young man dressed simply. Oh my god. This is exactly my image of a Porsche owner. Handsome and rich. The co-pilot seat is still empty. No. I have to seize the opportunity and go up to get the contact information. Chen Shua, the person involved, took the keys from the designated driver and immediately came to the car. As soon as I opened the car door, a strong smell of luxury hit me. The seats are made of top-quality leather with smooth lines and a delicate and soft touch. The simple and technological center console design is particularly pleasing to the eye. Sure enough, the feeling of sitting in a supercar is different from that of an ordinary car. During college, in order to earn money to buy gifts for Zhang Yao, Chen Shua worked as a designated driver for a year. I also plucked up the courage to drive a sports car a few times. Facing this Porsche 911, you won't feel unfamiliar with it. After a brief familiarization, when I was about to start the car and find a place to experience it properly, a woman with lavender eyeshadow, fan-like false eyelashes, a suspender, and revealing her slender waist and long legs came up to me. His tattoos extended from his neck to his collarbone and all the way to the mountains, and even his entire leg was carved. "Hello, handsome guy, can you add a contact number?" While the woman was speaking, she also shook the iPhone in her hand. Chen Shua tilted his head and glanced at her. Typical club girl outfit and full of technology. The evaluation given by the system is also very real, with a score of 7.3. Love record, 124. Chen Shua. Oh shit, did I encounter a rune mage? And this love record is outrageous. Killing 100 people, right? I guess it's because I use the beauty filter too much, and I really think I'm a white swan. In response, Chen Shua simply waved his hand to refuse. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away in the afterglow of the sunset. Instead of getting angry, the woman stared at the direction where Chen Shua left with a crazy look on her face. Sure enough, he looked so handsome when he rejected me. On the other side, Zhou Weiwei came to the private room Xianfang on the 7th floor according to the message sent by Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao cried and complained. As a good friend, Zhou Weiwei naturally rushed to comfort her. Zhang Yao, this Chen Shua, I want him to really take 500,000. I am giving him a test. All we girls want is an attitude. As a result, he broke up with me directly. Zhou Weiwei, yes. It's his fault. Zhang Yao, he is such a scumbag. He cheated on me for 4 years. I am so mad at him. Zhou Weiwei, yes. He is a scumbag. Zhang Yao, luckily my mom found me a rich second-generation guy, and I will marry him later. When the time comes, I will piss him off to death. Zhou Weiwei, yes. Make him mad. Zhou Weiwei was speechless. Even she was too disdainful to use Zhang Yao's words. Isn't it just that there is no more money to be made from them? And he said it in such a high-sounding way. But after half an hour of persuasion, Zhang Yao was finally calmed down. Weiwei, what should we do with this table of food? Zhang Yao wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue and said aggrievedly. She originally wanted to order a few more dishes and discuss the issue of the bride price with Chen Shua. But I didn't expect things to turn out like this. As a result, she has no appetite now. What else can I do? Just pack it up. You wait here, I'll go pay the bill. Zhou Weiwei curled her lips and walked out of the private room helplessly. She knew that Zhang Yao spent money lavishly and didn't have a proper job, and had always relied on Chen Shua's salary for food and clothing. So, Zhou Weiwei immediately guessed why Zhang Yao called her over. Of course, it's time to pay the bill. If it were someone else, she would definitely not want to bother with him. But she and Zhang Yao have been best friends for 7 years, so she can't just watch her get detained by the hotel. Fortunately, Zhou Weiwei not only has a sales job, but also has a part-time job at night. There is still some savings in the bank card. It's still okay to pay a few $1,000s for a meal if you grit your teeth. The same goes for Zhang Yao. Although Chen Shua doesn't have much money, he is still nice to her. The appearance is also quite good. If she continues like this, she might regret it one day. While Zhou Weiwei was waiting for the ticket to be issued at the front desk, a conversation between two waitresses not far away attracted her attention. Hey, do you know who the rich and handsome guy driving the Porsche 911 is? Who is it? Guests from the Seven Strings house. The one who quarreled over the betrothal gift? Is that true? Of course it's true. I just saw Sister Jiao from the nightclub next door at work, and I even asked for her contact information. In the end, he ignored me and just stepped on the accelerator and left. Oh my god, a hidden tall, rich and handsome guy. This is definitely a TV drama reflected in reality. TSK. Such a good thigh was missed by that woman. It's so funny. So, I'm not afraid of bad guys with many tricks, I'm just afraid of stupid people with a sudden inspiration. Xianfang, dowry. Hearing these two key words, a figure involuntarily emerged in Zhou Weiwei's mind. Chen Shua? But soon, she shook her head. What a joke. Doesn't Chen Shua know that even though he is tall and handsome, his pockets are cleaner than his face? Not to mention buying a Porsche, you may not even be able to afford to rent a Porsche. Maybe the waiter recognized the wrong person. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Tiancheng Club, at all members, please arrive at work half an hour earlier tonight, the store manager will hold a meeting. Chapter 3 Zhou Weiwei? Top star? Great. It is said that sports cars bring people a different experience. Today, Chen Shua experienced it personally. The roar of the engine, accompanied by the scenery that quickly passes by in the field of vision. The passion of being immersed in speed is completely different from the experience brought by racing games. The only pity is that there are speed limits on the highways in Xinjiang City. Coupled with principled monitoring, Chen Shua did not want to have his driver's license revoked on the first day of driving a sports car. After getting off the highway, Chen Shua didn't know where to go for a moment. How about going to the villa awarded by the system? But the next second, a warm reminder popped up on the system panel. It is recommended that the host wait until the sales office officially opens tomorrow before entering the villa, so that you can better understand the structure of the villa. That makes sense. Chen Shua glanced outside and it was already dark. It is not appropriate to wake someone up to introduce a villa to you. Besides, this is my first house. Going there late at night, I felt like a guilty thief. Naturally, Chen Shua was unwilling to go back to his rental house. He had long been fed up with those weird and troublesome neighbors. When he had no money, he would listen to symphonies sung by men and women in the middle of the night. That voice sounded like it was shouting in my ear even through a wall. Now that I have money, I still go to listen. Then he would have become a rich second generation for nothing. So he opened his phone and searched for the most expensive club in Xinjiang City. What's the first thing to do when you have money? Of course it's to pick up girls. A father who loves gambling, a sick mother, a sister who goes to school, and a broken girl. If I don't save her, who will? Tiancheng Club, this looks good. It took more than 10 minutes to drive, and Chen Shua parked the car in front of the Tiancheng Club. Welcome. As soon as I got off the bus, two girls wearing cheongsams with high-slit skirts came from the left and right to welcome me with smiles. Not bad, not bad. This door is so white. Before Chen Shua could look away, a beautifully dressed woman in a suit came up to him. Welcome, handsome. Excuse me, do we have a reservation? No. What's your name? Surname Chen. Okay. Mr. Chen, what kind of service are we going to provide? The uniformed woman said this as she took out the service menu. Immersive full body essential oil massage SPA 1599. Deep rhythm essential oil massage SPA 2899. Taoyuan mix-in body essential oil SPA 5999. There are many types of items on the menu, including not only massage items, but also bathing, menus, hot springs, and other entertainment items. In the past, Chen Shua wouldn't even have the courage to walk in, let alone look at the menu. But now, with the support of the bank card decimal point, why should he be afraid? Give me the most expensive SPA massage first. In addition, cook up a portion of your club chef's specialty dishes. I was so busy arguing with Zhang Yao that I didn't even eat the food on the table. Just arrived at the club, eating and soaking at the same time, enjoy it. Okay. Please wait. The woman in the suit was so happy to see Chen Shua being so arrogant that she couldn't stop smiling. He immediately led the person to the private room in person. But soon, she found that things were not that simple. Handsome guy, do you think there is anything suitable in this batch? Chen Shua, who was sitting on the sofa, silently glanced at the three people in front of him. Highest rating 7.4. So my buddy spent several $1,000s and you treat me like a Japanese? Are you trying to fool people with some broken branches and rotten willows? Chen Shua shook his head directly, change a batch. The woman in the suit seemed to realize that Chen Shua was not so easy to fool, so she quickly waved her hand and led the next group of girls in. Chen Shua raised his head and glanced around again. The highest score for this review was 8.3 and the lowest was 7.1. It is obviously a level higher than the previous batch. However, this still does not suit Chen Shua's appetite. The primary reason why he chose to come to the club was to pick up girls. Secondly, you need to obtain the emotion value for the lottery. Although driving a sports car and stopping on the side of the road can indeed attract a lot of beautiful women. But most of the ratings are around 8, and few are above 9. Instead of waiting, it is better to take the initiative. There are many beautiful women in the bar, but it is also a place full of gossip. He doesn't want to pick up a girl and get into trouble. KTV is okay, but the quality is mostly average. After all the eliminations, the only option left is the club. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. After changing the third batch, the woman in the suit also felt numb. I thought that if I invited the store's top masseur, Chen Shua would keep him. But in return, all he got was Chen Shua's words, "Next batch." "Foreman, what should we do?" The waiter next to him was also a little at a loss at this moment. You know, this handsome guy drove a Porsche, so you can tell at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. If they offend someone because they can't find a suitable masseur, then the reputation of their Tianshan club in Xinjiang City will be ruined. The woman in the suit gritted her teeth, her expression firm. "No rush. Then we'll just have to show you our store's treasure." Foreman, the store manager is still holding a meeting with them. "What kind of meeting is this? If we have another one, the store will be ruined." The woman in the suit said this and immediately made a phone call. After explaining the whole story clearly, the store manager did not dare to be negligent at all. But the others have already been booked, leaving only one person free. Who? Zhou Weiwei. When the foreman heard this, he took the tablet from the waiter next to him and walked into the private room tremblingly. "Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. It's your first time here, and I've kept you waiting for so long. If there's really no one in your store, I'll go to another one." Chen Shuo was already getting a little impatient. After changing 3 batches, there is not even one masseur with a score above 9. This still sells for thousands of dollars. Fuck you. Yes. However, most of our top stars have reservations. There is one who just came here not long ago, so his skills may be a little lacking. The suit foreman said this and placed the tablet in front of Chen Shua. "Do you think she's suitable?" Chen Shua suppressed his anger and glanced down. "You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it." Good job. It turned out to be an acquaintance. Although the photo had been beautified, Chen Shua looked at it 3 times and was sure it was Zhou Weiwei. I'd been searching for a long time but found a new place. Chen Shua was planning to just get up and leave, but who would have thought that Zhou Weiwei would show up halfway? Go to the club and indulge yourself with your ex-girlfriend's bestie. It's a little exciting when you think about it. Then what are you hesitating about? He pointed to the photo on the tablet and said, "That's her." The foreman, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, suddenly felt his heart drop to his stomach when he heard this. "Okay. Mr. Chen, I'll call someone over right away." The foreman, feeling relieved, rushed out of the private room. At the same time, Zhou Weiwei, who had just finished a meeting, was changing clothes in the locker room. The store manager just said that she had encountered a difficult customer and needed her to handle the problem. When Zhou Weiwei heard the word difficult, she felt a headache. I guess he is another man in his 40s or 50s who wants to find a pretty girl for a massage and then take advantage of her. There's no way around it. It's hard to avoid this in their line of work. Although Zhou Weiwei had always emphasized to the store manager that she only gave massages to women, she had no choice today and only agreed reluctantly after the store manager begged her. Phew, I hope it's not some difficult middle-aged uncle. Standing at the door of the private room, Zhou Weiwei took a deep breath and walked in. When she looked up, she was dumbfounded. Good news, he is definitely not a middle-aged uncle. Bad news, it's my best friend's ex-boyfriend. Chapter 4, Money Makes the World Go Round. Chen Shua? Why are you here? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was stunned. She never expected to meet Chen Shua at Tianshan Club. She was wearing a black hip skirt uniform and a pair of red-soled high heels. Her straight black silk long legs were longer than Chen Shua's life, making Chen Shua drool. Damn it! This girl Zhou Weiwei is obviously much stronger than Zhang Yao. Why didn't I notice it before? Zhou Weiwei also noticed that Chen Shua was staring at her legs and became immediately annoyed. Hey! What am I asking you? Why are you here? Chen Shua? Of course I'm here to consume. Isn't it obvious? Chen Shua glanced at Zhou Weiwei as if she were a fool. This girl doesn't look stupid, so why would she ask such a stupid question? Zhou Weiwei said disdainfully, the minimum consumption at Tianshan Club is 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. The set meal you ordered will cost tens of thousands. Do you have the money to pay the bill? Chen Shua, whether I have money to pay the bill is your boss's business. It's none of your business. You! Zhou Weiwei gritted her teeth in anger. In her opinion, Chen Shuo was clearly dumped, which was why he was self-destructive and engaging in revenge spending. Okay, even if you are shameless and ask your parents for money, you can pay the bill. But you just broke up with Yao Yao, and you come to a place like this right away. Are you worthy of Yao Yao? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Oh? Chen Shuo was amused. He slowly stood up and stared at Zhou Weiwei with a knowing look that seemed to be a smile but not a smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Weiwei shrank her neck in fear. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. The look in Chen Shuo's eyes made her feel as if she was not wearing any clothes and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Chen Shuo smiled and said, "You mean this place is more than just a massage place? If that's the case, then could it be you?" You farted. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. I'm a legitimate masseur, not as disgusting as you think. Zhou Weiwei gritted her teeth in anger. If my family didn't encounter some problems and I urgently needed money, why would I do this kind of part-time job? This bastard actually thinks he is a lady? Damn it! Chen Shuo lay down on the bed and waved his hand. Since this is a regular shop and you are a regular masseur, why do you care about my identity? From now on, I am the customer and you are the service staff. If you dare to push me again, I will complain to your store manager. Swish. Chen Shuo's words made Zhou Weiwei's face change drastically. You can earn nearly 1,000 yuan a day working part-time here, and it's green. If Chen Shuo really complained about her, she would lose her job no matter what. This was something Zhou Weiwei could not accept. But even so, Zhou Weiwei still did not take any action. She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of struggle and unwillingness, her face was filled with shame and anger, and her heart was filled with disgust for the bullshit Chen Shuo said. Although Zhou Weiwei was afraid of losing her job, she was in urgent need of money. But after all, she is Zhang Yao's best friend. Chen Shuo is Zhang Yao's ex-boyfriend, and they just broke up. But then she turned around and gave Chen Shuo a massage. This is weird no matter how you think about it, okay? Zhou Weiwei's look of shame and anger actually made Chen Shuo want to play with her. If it were in the past, if Chen Shuo saw Zhou Weiwei in such a place, he would have probably found a hole in the ground to crawl into out of guilt. But is the Chen Shuo now the same Chen Shuo as before? The changes that money brings to a man are really huge. With millions in hand, Chen Shuo's mentality is no longer the same as before. For some things, men would just be called a hooligan, but for women, they would be poked in the spine and called a bitch. Chen Shuo's evil gaze moved around Zhou Weiwei. Zhou Weiwei, you came here to work part-time because you need money urgently, and your family and friends don't know about it yet, right? Click. Zhou Weiwei's heart trembled suddenly. What do you mean? She panicked. She had already heard the implication of Chen Shuo's words. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shuo raised a wicked smile. Zhou Weiwei, you don't want your family and friends to know that you have a part-time job here, right? Chen Shuo, how dare you? Zhou Weiwei shouted anxiously, aren't you afraid of what others will say if you do this? You just broke up and you come to a place like this. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shuo shrugged, pretending to be indifferent, I'm a man, so what if I get scolded? Besides, I just broke up, and everyone will think I'm doing revenge spending. Who knows, someone might even sympathize with me. You are shameless. Zhou Weiwei clenched her fists, wishing she could slap Chen Shuo in the face. So what if you're shameless? Just tell me whether you're going to press it or not. Chen Shuo took out his cell phone, posed, and started taking a selfie, and also included Zhou Weiwei in the photo. What you do? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei rushed forward and tried to snatch Chen Shuo's cell phone. However, how could a weak woman like her be a match for Chen Shuo? Chen Shuo pushed Zhou Weiwei away and said coldly, Zhou Weiwei, I advise you to be more sensible. I paid for it, so either you give me honest service or I'll just leave. But I have to post a complaint on WeChat Moments. The service at this club is really bad. The technician even refused to provide service. Zhou Weiwei was extremely humiliated and wanted to tear Chen Shuo apart with her bare hands. But she was still afraid. She looked at the circle of friends edited by Chen Shuo and dared not take any action. She gritted her teeth and said, okay. I'll give you a massage, but if you dare to tell anyone about my part-time job here, I'll never let you go. Zhou Weiwei finally made up her mind to give Chen Shuo a massage. Seeing Zhou Weiwei surrender, Chen Shua felt so happy. Before, Zhou Weiwei had given Zhang Yao a lot of advice and played the role of a vicious best friend. Now that he could see Zhou Weiwei bowing her head in front of him, Chen Shua naturally felt comfortable. Especially her reluctant and helpless look, as if she wanted to bite herself to death but had to rub her body with her white and tender hands, which made people love her to death. But 10 full minutes passed, and Zhou Weiwei was just massaging Chen Shua's shoulders, without doing anything else. Chen Shua was displeased. What kind of service level is this? I spent $6,000 on an essential oil massage, and you just kept massaging my shoulders? Chen Shua. Don't go too far. Zhou Weiwei felt a little guilty, but still frowned and scolded. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shua glanced at her without saying anything and silently took out his cell phone. Okay. Then take off your clothes. Zhou Weiwei looked at her phone, furious but helpless. Chen Shua chuckled and put away his phone. Then why are you still standing there? The VIP is taking off his clothes, why don't you serve him? Chapter 5, Men are lustful and heroic. Ah! Bastard! Chen Shua, don't let me get you into my hands, or I'll skin you alive. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. VIP, we don't have the service of undressing. Zhou Weiwei said, gritting her teeth. No? Chen Shua shrugged. I spent so much money, can't I customize an undressing service? Well, if you don't want to do it, I can only complain about it on WeChat moments. For a 6,000 yuan massage, you don't even have to take off your clothes. The value for money is too low. No. I'll take it off. Can I take it off? Zhou Weiwei hurriedly held Chen Shua's hand, forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and reached out to grab Chen Shua's clothes. Hey, be gentle. My clothes are not valuable, but how can I go back if they are torn? Chen Shua looked at Zhou Weiwei's skirt and said, can you take off your skirt and put it back on for me? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Son of a bitch. Zhou Weiwei couldn't help but want to lose her temper several times. She really couldn't understand how a useless man who was so timid before could become so strong. But his strength kept him in control. Even though she was full of anger, she didn't dare to vent it. I understand. Zhou Weiwei squeezed out a few words from between her teeth, and then gently helped Chen Shua take off his clothes. I have to say that Zhou Weiwei's hands are really tender. When it stroked Chen Shua's skin, the kneading feeling made Chen Shua feel as if his body was tingling, as if he was electrocuted. Well, although Zhou Weiwei is a typical gold digger, her body is indeed quite plump. Especially since this girl has never had any love affairs. This made Chen Shua want to conquer her. Thinking of this, Chen Shua pointed at his pants and said, are you not going to take this off? Essential oils are for the back, not the bottom. Bastard. He actually wanted me to take off his pants? Why doesn't he just die? Is that so? Okay then. Chen Shua did not refuse and lay down according to Zhou Weiwei's instructions. This made Zhou Weiwei stunned. This guy has always been making things difficult for me, why is he so obedient this time? She thought that this bastard was going to struggle with her for a while and let her take off his pants. But it's better this way. What if I can't pull him away and he really wants to take off his pants? What should I do then? Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, took the essential oil and was about to apply it to Chen Shua. Her movements were casual, she simply squeezed it a little and began to rub it with both hands. Humph, poor fellow, do you know what essential oil back massage is? Zhou Weiwei thought proudly in her heart. In her opinion, Chen Shua was just engaging in revenge consumption and he had no idea what essential oil back massage was. Therefore, as long as I can fool him casually, what on earth can he see? However, she overlooked a fatal problem. Of course, Chen Shua has never done essential oil back massage, but even if he has eaten pork, has he seen a pig run? These plots are particularly common in some romantic movies involving two people. Suddenly, Chen Shua sneered, Zhou Weiwei, you are quite courageous. How dare you fool me like this? Click. Zhou Weiwei's heart trembled. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. What the hell? Did he find out that he had fooled him? It shouldn't be like this. How could he have been to such a high consumption place? How could he have experienced essential oil back opening? No. Calm down. He must be trying to trick you, don't show your weakness. Zhou Weiwei pretended to be calm. This is how essential oil back massage works. I'll apply the essential oil on your back and then give you a massage. Is that so? If there was no system, Chen Shuo might have been fooled. After all, the essential oil back massages that I had seen were all in short films, and perhaps those were deliberately made ambiguous just for visual effects. But with the system, Chen Shuo can accurately capture any emotional changes of Zhou Weiwei. 50 points of emotion value. How could it suddenly appear if Zhou Weiwei wasn't guilty? Chen Shuo didn't say much, and raised his hand to press the service bell at the bedside. What are you doing? Zhou was startled and quickly held Chen Shuo's hand. Chen Shuo, of course, ask your manager to come over and ask if this essential oil back opening treatment is what you said. If that's the case, then I really wasted my money. I have to post a comment on WeChat Moments to complain about it. If that's not the case, then your service attitude is really bad. I have to post a message on WeChat Moments to complain about it. Spit, spit, spit. I spit on your mother's head. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei resisted the urge to smash Chen Shuo's head with a hammer and said humiliatingly, Chen Shuo, you are so vicious. Ha, I'm just reasonably protecting the rights of consumers. Chen Shuo said indifferently. You. Zhou Weiwei clenched her fists weakly, bent down unwillingly, slowly took off her red high heels, and sat on the bed in the space between Chen Shuo's legs. He. Sure enough, the essential oil back opening method was the same as what I had seen, which was to sit on the empty space between the legs and then push with your hands. Only in this way can you apply the weight of your body and allow the essential oils to be better absorbed. This girl still wants to deceive me? Chen Shuo was a little angry. If this girl had given him a massage obediently, Chen Shuo might have let her go. But since she was so tactless, it was no wonder that Chen Shuo continued to make things difficult for her. What does it taste like? A little fragrant and a little sour? Chen Shuo looked back and suddenly his body felt hot, with a hot current almost pouring out of his nose. I saw a pair of long black silk legs next to me, which were longer than my life. The small feet wrapped in them were at most size 36, and they were delicate and cute. Oh shit. Zhou Weiwei is 1.75 meters tall, but her feet are so small? She is simply a godsend. Chen Shuo immediately became interested. He thought he was not a hooligan, but if he didn't react to such a beauty in front of him, could he still be called a man? For a man to be lustful is a heroic quality, but for a man not to be lustful is pure fiction. Emperors of all dynasties wanted to hold power while awake and sleep on the lap of a beauty while drunk. Not to mention Chen Shuo. Hey, I said you didn't eat? How come you don't have any strength at all? Chen Shuo suddenly spoke in a cold voice. No strength. Zhou Weiwei was dumbfounded. I really want to strangle this bastard Chen Shuo to death, but even after I used all my strength, he still said he didn't have enough strength? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Make things difficult. This is just deliberate making things difficult. Zhou Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, Chen Shuo, I have already tried my best. If you are still not satisfied, then I can only change people. Substitution. Replace people quickly. Zhou Weiwei kept praying in her heart that Chen Shuo would choose to change players. In this way, I can escape from this embarrassing place and this disgusting poor guy. However, how could Chen Shuo let her go so easily? This is just the beginning of his routine. Chapter 6, Going a Step Further. Chen Shuo, do all the people here have the same service attitude as you? I said your force was weak, so why don't you try to increase it? What do you mean by change? Don't you want to serve me? Chen Shuo grabbed the phone directly. Don't. I'll find a way. Can't I find a way? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei hurriedly stopped Chen Shuo, then knelt down, using all her body weight to press her hands on Chen Shuo's body. Hey, okay, your hands are too small, and the pressure point is uncomfortable, use your feet. Chen Shuo waved his hand and stated his ultimate goal. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. What did you say? Zhou Weiwei's eyes widened and her breathing became rapid. What did I say that you couldn't hear? Chen Shuo rolled his eyes and said, I said use your feet. The force-bearing surface of your feet is larger, and I will be more comfortable this way. Do you understand? You are a hooligan. You are shameless. Zhou Weiwei was so angry that she started cursing. How could she not understand what bullshit those guys on the internet are shouting all day long? Jailer, jailer. He is almost the warden of the entire internet. It's obvious that Chen Shua is trying to take advantage of me. Hey, you don't think I'm taking advantage of you, do you? Chen Shua remained calm and said, massage also includes back patting services. How can using your feet be considered hooliganism? Well, if you don't want to, forget it. Chen Shua grabbed his phone and was about to post to his moments again. Hey. This is what they call one trick to rule them all. I want to see if you are afraid. Ah. Chen Shua. You bastard. Bastard. Zhou Weiwei yelled angrily, tears even welling up in her eyes. I'll use my feet. I'll use my feet to press you. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Tears were welling up in Zhou Weiwei's eyes. All the humiliation she had suffered at the hands of men in her life was never as much as what she experienced in this moment. Especially, she suffered at the hands of Chen Shua, a man whom she always looked down upon. It became increasingly difficult for her to accept. Ha, you're smart. Chen Shua didn't care about her tears at all. This kind of gold digger should be taught a lesson. So Chen Shua showed no mercy to this woman, Zhou Weiwei. He was going to use this move to kill this woman. Zhou Weiwei finally stretched out her jade feet in humiliation and helped Chen Shua use her feet to massage his back with essential oils. She comforted herself that it was just like stepping on a customer's back, it was okay. Hiss. In just a moment, the tingling sensation like an electric shock made Chen Shua gasp. Good job. This feeling. What an experience. It's just flying. Even though he couldn't see Zhou Weiwei's movements and expressions behind him, Chen Shua could still imagine them. She must have held the edge of the bed with both hands, raised her head with disgust, and tried her best to keep his body away from her, while at the same time she had to use her jade feet to wander on Chen Shua's back. TSK. Handy. It's so fucking awesome. It's so fucking cool to have money. After this operation, even when returning to the positive side of the massage, Chen Shua did not threaten Zhou Weiwei again. Zhou Weiwei had red eyes and bit her lips the whole time as she massaged Chen Shua in a forced and humiliating posture. Chen Shua knew that Zhou Weiwei had reached her limit. At least Zhou Weiwei has reached her limit today. It was good enough that I could threaten Zhou Weiwei to make so many sacrifices. It would be meaningless if I forced her to go all out and fight to the death with me. Chen Shua's goal is to teach this gold digger some more lessons, so naturally he has to do it step by step, layer by layer. Finally. 2 hours later, the massage ended. Zhou Weiwei picked up her things and was about to leave angrily. Now she just wanted to get away from Chen Shua as soon as possible. Hey, wait a minute. Chen Shua called out to Zhou Weiwei. What? The time is up, I want to get off work, even if you have to work overtime, I will leave. Zhou Weiwei turned back suddenly, looking wary. This girl has really reached her limit. After all, under normal circumstances, which masseur would refuse to extend the time? Not to mention that Chen Shua has been bullying her for so long. You are too narcissistic. You want extra time for your service attitude? Chen Shua stood up and put on his clothes. I just want you to help me call the waiter to take care of the food. You don't want to eat these things? Zhou Weiwei's expression eased a little and she pointed at the untouched food beside her. Give these to the waiter. They will be boring if they get cold. Chen Shua touched his stomach and said, let's go out and have something hot. Why, do you want to join us? Don't want. Zhou Weiwei refused outright. Chen Shua has spent so much here, how can he afford to eat such a shit? I guess it has been emptied long ago. You act like a big shot here, but when you go out you'll have to eat at roadside stalls, right? Although I am not of high status, I am beautiful after all. Why would I go to a food stall with this poor boy? Price drop. Whatever you want. Chen Shua waved his hand nonchalantly, go and call a car for me and locate Take Torai Crane. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Suru Take Torai. These 3 words made Zhou Weiwei choke immediately. Good job. That restaurant is one of the most high-end Japanese restaurants in Xingyang City. A meal for 2 people there would cost at least tens of thousands. As a top gold digger, Zhou Weiwei is very familiar with luxury goods and high-consumption places, even though she has never been there or had them. Many of her sisters have already been to Take Torai Crane. She was envious to death. Could it be that Shin Shua is going to eat at Take Torai Crane? She finally understood it completely. Shen Shua was so devastated by the breakup that he spent the money his parents had prepared for his marriage. Humph. Since he will spend all the money sooner or later, there is no reason for Zhou Weiwei not to take some of it. What's more, Shen Shua is no longer Zhang Yao's boyfriend, so no one can say anything if she spends his money. I've suffered so much humiliation from this bastard today. I'll eat him a meal and post it on my moments to show off that I also went to Take Torai Crane, and I'll feel a little better. As for whether this bastard wanted to seduce her through this dinner, Zhou Weiwei didn't care at all. She has been a gold digger for so many years but has remained chaste. She has already mastered the techniques to protect herself. She was confident that even if Chen Shua drugged her, she would never let Chen Shua succeed. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiwei immediately showed a flattering smile. Brother Chen, why are you putting on your clothes by yourself? Put them down quickly, I will help you put them on. Chen Shua was amused. He knew what this gold digger was thinking. He smiled wryly and said, "Isn't this inappropriate?" "Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. I just helped you take off your clothes, so it's only natural for me to help you put them on now. Brother Chen, just sit back and relax. I'll take care of the rest." Zhou Weiwei put the box down and trotted straight towards Chen Shua, smiling so enthusiastically. Where was the reluctance just now? Chapter 7 Luxury Cars. Zhou Weiwei was so enthusiastic that she came up and helped Chen Shua put on his clothes carefully. "Well, can you wait for me to change my clothes?" "Oh, I'll wait for you outside, hurry up." Chen Shua left without looking back. Looking at Chen Shua's back, Zhou Weiwei stamped her greasy feet. Humph. If it wasn't for a meal, would I serve you like this? What are you showing off for? Outside the Tiansheng Club. Zhou Weiwei changed into a white dress and walked out. Although Zhou Weiwei is a complete gold digger, her appearance is really amazing. She is over 1.7 meters tall, with a curvy figure. Needless to say, her figure is also excellent. She has long straight black hair, an oval face, a swan neck, almond eyes, red lips and white teeth, and a pair of lively big eyes that seem to contain the stars and the moon, sparkling with watery starlight, which is irresistible. Wow! Porsche 911. As soon as Zhou Weiwei came out, she saw a yellow Porsche 911 parked at the entrance of the club. Based on her research on the car, this Porsche is definitely not the lowest-end Carrera 3.0T version. It is the top-of-the-line Carrera 4 GTS Cabriolet 3.6T version. The bare car costs more than 2 million, and the fully equipped price is over 3 million. Xinjiang City is definitely not a first-tier city. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car in this place must be a very rich person. Whose car is this? Never mind. Let us take pictures first. Zhou Weiwei quickly took out her cell phone, ran over, took off her open-toed high heels, sat on the front of the car and started taking beautiful selfies. This girl is quite sensible. I know that if the high heels scratched the paint of my car, I wouldn't be able to afford the compensation even if I sold her. That's why she took off her high heels. Click, click, click. The phone flashed, and Zhou Weiwei looked at the photos in the phone with a proud look on her face. He, if I send this photo to my girlfriend's group, won't they be jealous of me to death? How boring is it to take selfies? Why don't you find someone to take them for you? At this time, Chen Shou walked over from the supermarket next door, holding a bottle of Binglu mineral water worth $1. Zhou Weiwei suddenly felt disgusted. He. Some people drive supercars, while others can only afford a $1-priced bottle of water. How shameful. Zhou Weiwei no longer had the heart to post photos now. She got out of the car, put on her shoes, and waved her hand, saying, "Forget it. When I get out of the car, if someone finds out that I'm taking photos, they'll definitely be angry. It might be troublesome if you ask me for money again." Zhou Weiwei naively thought that what Chen Shua said just now was that he wanted to take a photo of her. Chen Shua said nothing and walked straight to the hood, and sure enough, he found a tiny scratch. This scratch must have been caused by the girl's bag accidentally. The scratches are minor and will be completely invisible with just a simple cosmetic procedure. But this is the new car he just got. Chen Shua cannot accept even a small flaw. He pointed at the scratch on the car and said, "Zhou Weiwei, you scratched it, didn't you?" Zhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly looked down. I saw a tiny scratch that was invisible to the naked eye appear on the hood. And that position happened to be where she had just sat. This is probably caused by the splash of small stones, right? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei's face was full of tension. This is a Porsche 911. Even a paint touch-up would cost tens of thousands of dollars. If you factor in the depreciation of the car, hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars are possible. Are you a tiger? Chen Shuo pointed at the sale sign on the car window, which he had not yet had time to tear off. This car was just picked up today. How could the hood be scratched by a small stone? You obviously scratched it when you were taking the photo just now. This. Zhou Weiwei was indeed panicked. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. She quickly grabbed Chen Shuo's sleeve and said, hurry up, hurry up. As long as the owner of the car doesn't know that I took a photo in the car, he won't notice it himself. Yeah? Chen Shuo smiled evilly and pressed the remote control in his hand. Click. The Porsche's locks opened and the lights flashed twice. It's over. The owner is here. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale and she looked around hurriedly. However, no matter how she looked, there was no one else around except Chen Shuo. Click. Zhou Weiwei's heart trembled, and she looked at Chen Shuo's hand tremblingly, only to see that she was holding a Porsche car key in her hand. This car is yours? Zhou was stunned for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that you really rented a luxury car? You are such a fool. You rented this car, why didn't you tell me earlier? It frightened people for so long. Zhou Weiwei thought that this was the car rented by Chen Shuo, and the owner of the rental company would not be able to find such a small scratch unless he climbed up to take a look. Naturally, I don't need to be afraid anymore. Chen Shuo, are you out of your mind? Who said this car was rented? You scratched my car, and you're still making sarcastic remarks here? Zhou Weiwei raised her eyebrows. Chen Shuo, do you have any fun pretending with me? I know your family situation. Even if you empty your family's savings, you still can't afford a Porsche 911. It's someone else's car anyway, so why don't you just stop being so picky? You've taken advantage of me today. How can you bear to do this to me? Chen Shuo was so angry that he laughed. Well, I don't care who you think the car belongs to, but it's a fact that you scratched it. The surveillance camera at the door clearly captured it. I will definitely take the car over for damage assessment. No matter how much the repairs cost, you will have to pay for it. You. Zhou Weiwei was so angry that her face turned red. Chen Shuo. Are you trying to mess with me on purpose? You rented this car, but you didn't stop me from taking pictures, and now you're accusing me of scratching the car. You are clearly deliberately framing me. How did I, Zhou Weiwei, offend you? Why do you treat me like this? Why? Zhou Weiwei actually squatted on the ground and started crying. Seeing this, Chen Shuo suddenly felt a little bit sorry. Although Zhou Weiwei is materialistic and her materialistic thoughts have had some influence on Zhang Yao, in fact, Zhou Weiwei has never said bad things about Chen Shuo like other vicious best friends. These days, it's good enough to be a money-worshipping best friend without saying bad things about her. But it is naturally impossible to expect to say good things. Chen Shuo waved his hands helplessly. Come on, let's put the car issue behind us for now. Do you still want to go eat? Real. Zhou Weiwei looked up suddenly, and her tears instantly disappeared. Chen Shuo was too lazy to say anything more and sat directly in the driver's seat. I'll go. Of course. Zhou Weiwei quickly opened the passenger door and sat in. After getting into the car, Zhou Weiwei realized that this car was far more luxurious than she had imagined. Because everything in the car is made of carbon fiber. These should all be custom decorations. So say it. The price of this car may exceed 4 million. Chapter 8 Winner in Life. Zhou Weiwei immediately took out her phone. She was about to take a photo, but then she thought of something and glanced at Chen Shuo and said, Can I take a photo? She had been tricked by Chen Shuo too many times today, and she became timid in doing things. Whatever. Chen Shuo said calmly. Click, click, click. The camera flashed for a while. Zhou Weiwei's photography skills are indeed good. Not only did she take a beautiful picture of herself, she also took the perfect picture of the steering wheel of the 911, but she did not take a picture of Chen Shuo. Then she quickly opened the group chat with her best friends and sent the photos of herself on the hood and inside the car to the group. Zhou Weiwei at all members, ladies, the weather is nice today, don't you want to go out for a ride? High-end pretense must not appear deliberate. Really? As soon as the photo was sent out, my girlfriend's group went crazy. Lin Jia, damn. Is this a Porsche 911? Or a high-end version? He Meng Meng, Wei Wei, why are you in such an expensive car? Is this your boyfriend's car? Zhou Wei Wei, he is not my boyfriend, just a suitor. I'm still hesitating whether to be with him or not. Zhou Wei Wei, he said that all the modifications to the car would cost about 5 million, which I think is okay. Versailles. The sisters in the girlfriends group were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Good job, Zhou Wei Wei. You're taking advantage of me and still acting like a good kid, right? He Meng Meng, yeah, you really can't agree to him casually. Nowadays, there are too many men who rent cars to show off. You have to consider him carefully. Lin Jia, what Meng Meng said makes sense. A person who drives a luxury car is not necessarily a Prince Charming. He may also be a bad driver. Whether he has money or not depends on whether he is willing to spend money on you. Zhangyao, Xinjiang City is not that big. There are many rich people, but people as rich as you are rare. You have to keep your eyes open and don't waste your youth on trashy men like me. Zhou Wei Wei, he of course, but he is really rich. I have checked the driving license of his car, it's not fake. How could Zhou Wei Wei admit that the car was rented? In order to save face, she has to create the impression that she is being pursued by a top rich second generation and make those guys envy her. The sisters group responded again. But he still advised Zhou Wei Wei to open her eyes. Emotional value provided by Zhou Wei Wei plus 50. Zhou Wei Wei's face was full of pride. She wouldn't get angry because of these questioning words. The more they question, the more they envy me. Then Zhou Wei Wei's goal was naturally achieved. Aside. Chen Shua had already noticed Zhou Wei Wei's mood swings. Although Chen Shua didn't see what she was talking about on her phone. But it was also clear that she was definitely showing off to her group of sisters. At the beginning, Zhang Yao's favorite thing was to compete with her sisters. Every time Chen Shua saw a message from that group, he wanted to smash Zhang Yao's phone. But now when he saw the group again, Chen Shua felt extremely calm, and could even be said to have a hint of disdainful sarcasm. Isn't it just showing off money? Sorry. Chen Shua, like everything now, except money. Ding. Reminder, the host's emotional value has accumulated to 950 points, do you want to draw a prize? Come once. Chen Shua started the first lottery without hesitation. After choosing to start the lottery, a huge roulette will appear in Chen Shua's mind. There are no specific prizes drawn on the roulette wheel, only prize types. It is divided into knowledge, technology, fitness, and 2 areas marked with question marks. After choosing to start the lottery, the roulette wheel will start spinning rapidly. Soon it stopped at the knowledge category. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum level of Japanese proficiency. Chen Shua? Depend on. Who the hell wants to learn everyday language? Chen Shua felt so sad that he could not even cry. Adhering to the principle that having many skills is always a benefit, he could only accept it with tears in his eyes. 10 minutes later. Porsche came to Baida Plaza. As soon as the car came in, it attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Fuck. Porsche 911, so cool. Ha, isn't it just a car worth over $1 million? What's so special about it? Bullshit. You need to spend more than $1 million to buy a 911. Ha, even if it's over $2 million, what's wrong? You have? No. Then you bark like a dog? What's the matter? Ha, you're just worthy of being a bad boy. The eyes of passers-by around were full of envy. Even if they complained, they couldn't help but feel envious in their hearts. Some people simply say that grapes are sweet, while others say that grapes are sour because they cannot eat them. The car door opened. Zhou Wei Wei stepped out of the car like a proud white swan, raising her long hair proudly. Wow! This beauty is so stunning. Sure enough, there are no ordinary women in the passenger seat of a luxury car. Woo woo woo, this woman is so lucky. Humph. How am I not better than her after putting on makeup? I'm just lucky. Listening to the heated discussions in the crowd, Zhou Wei Wei was extremely proud. Before, she was one of the envied people on the street. When I see other women getting out of luxury cars, I also fantasize about being able to do the same one day. Unexpectedly, she actually did it. Although the car was rented, and the experience was very short. But this does not affect Zhou Weiwei's satisfaction at all at this moment. In her joy, she even took the initiative to hold Chen Shua's arms, not caring about the squeezing and deformation of her soft arms. Chen Shua was naturally happy about this. He put his arm around Zhou Weiwei's slender waist and walked towards Take Torai Crane with a smile. Click. Zhou Weiwei's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Damn it! This guy actually dared to take action? I have been a gold digger for so many years, and this was the first time I hugged another man, let alone been hugged by someone. How can he be so bold? Zhou Weiwei wanted to push Chen Shou away, but she thought that if she did so, not only would she not be able to eat the meal, but all the good things she had created for outsiders would be ruined. She finally suppressed her anger and let Chen Shou put his hand on her waist. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei. Hold on. You must hold on. They all envy you so much, that's enough. Really? Seeing Zhou Weiwei and Chen Shua step into Take Torai Crane, the people around them became excited again. Ah! Riding in a luxury car and eating a delicious meal, life is perfect. Woo, 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 at the age of 20 he already has what I have struggled all my life for but could not have. Is there any meaning for him to live? How can that kid achieve this in his 20s? He looks like a parasite. Ha, what's wrong with being a parasite? I'm just afraid that some people won't even have anyone to rely on when they grow old. Hey, some things are already there when you are born, and if you are not born, you will never have them again in this life. The specifications of Take Torai Crane are indeed high enough. As soon as the two entered the door, a waiter came over to greet them with a smile and, in broken Chinese, invited Chen Shua and Zhou Weiwei to sit by the window. The waiter also saw the 911 at the door, so he naturally didn't dare to be disrespectful to Chen Shua. The two sat down, and Zhou Weiwei couldn't wait to open the menu. Then, she was stunned. I saw that the menu was all in Japanese, and there were even no pictures. Chapter 9, Continuous Embarrassment. Zhou Weiwei was suddenly embarrassed. As a gold digger, she did study a lot of things, and was quite knowledgeable about Japanese food, but she definitely didn't know anything about Japanese. Isn't this the end? She hurriedly looked at Chen Shua and found that Chen Shua was also staring at the menu in a daze, which made her even more nervous. Damn it! This guy obviously doesn't understand Japanese either. Isn't this extremely embarrassing? At this time, Chen Shua suddenly spoke. He pointed at the menu and said, this, and this. Waiter, sir, the ones you ordered are not our signature dishes, are you sure? I mean, I don't want these, but I want all the others. Waiter? Zhou Weiwei? What are you doing? Zhou Weiwei was ashamed. If you don't know how to order, you can ask others to recommend a few. What's the difference between you and a nouveau riche? It sounds arrogant to hype up this plot, but it's really embarrassing to happen in reality, okay? Chen Shua said disdainfully, the portion of Japanese food is so small, how can you be full if you don't order more? Go serve the food, don't just stand there like an idiot. Okay. The waiter put away the menu and left. Although the mockery in his eyes was well concealed, Zhou Weiwei still caught it accurately. This moment. Zhou Weiwei felt very uncomfortable, she even regretted coming here with Chen Shua. Although she could show off in the group by taking a photo later, she was really embarrassed here. However, Chen Shua didn't care at all. He stood up and walked straight to the bathroom. Soon. The food is served. Zhou Weiwei immediately took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. Now that I have lost face, I must find it back somewhere else. After taking the photos, Zhou Weiwei edited them into a 9-square grid together with the previous photos of the Porsche, and then posted them on her Moments. Copywriter, the sun is shining, check in at the popular Take Torai Crane in Qingyang. After posting on WeChat Moments, she sent the photo of Take Torai Tsuru to her group of close friends. Zhou Weiwei et al. Sisters, the king crab at Take Torai Tsuru tastes really good, you must come and try it. Lin Jia, oh my god. Is this the Take Torai Crane? This table must have cost you 20,000 or 30,000, right? Zhou Weiwei, it's no big deal. He has a big appetite so he ordered a little more. He said 20,000 or 30,000 is no problem. He meng, wow, sister, I am so envious. It doesn't cost much to rent a luxury car, but eating the bamboo tormentor requires real generosity. Zhang Yao, Weiwei, where did you meet this rich boy? This is too arrogant. Zhou Weiwei, it's nothing, he is just an ordinary man. I still think he is not worthy of me. Lin Jia? He Meng Meng? Zhang Yao? Zhou Weiwei put away her phone, her face suddenly filled with pride. Although a group of people were lost when ordering food, the ending was always good. She has achieved her purpose of showing off by posting on WeChat moments and in her close friend group. And you can also have such a delicious Japanese meal. It's a huge profit. At this time, Chen Shuo also came back and asked, "Is the serving speed okay?" "Eat it." Chen Shuo sat down, grabbed the chopsticks and started to eat voraciously. Zhou was stunned and looked around anxiously. You eat slowly. How come you act like you haven't eaten before? That's embarrassing. They're all looking at us, please stop embarrassing yourself, okay? People who worship money care most about face. Looking at the gazes of people around her, Zhou Weiwei felt really ashamed. Eating is my own business. I can eat however I want. If you don't want to eat, just watch. Chen Shuo was too lazy to pay attention to Zhou Weiwei. He reached out, grabbed the king crab's leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey! You leave some for me. Zhou Weiwei finally got anxious. She has never eaten king crab in her life. Chen Shuo actually went up and wanted to go all in? She no longer cared about her image and reached out to grab it. However, etc. Chen Shuo suddenly frowned and stopped Zhou Weiwei. What are you going to do now? Zhou Weiwei was really embarrassed and scared. This king crab is not fresh. Ah? Zhou Weiwei was confused. You've eaten king crabs before, so you say they're not fresh? It looks fresh to me. Of course Chen Shuo has eaten king crab. That was when he was working part-time in a 5-star hotel, and there happened to be a whole king crab left over from a banquet. He shared the meal with several other waiters. He still can't forget that delicious taste. But the meat of this king crab is obviously not elastic enough. This is frozen king crab. Chen Shuo immediately called the waiter and said unhappily, "This thing is so expensive, why did you give me frozen king crab?" Ah? That's impossible? The waiter began to play dumb. Then maybe you ordered frozen king crab? Fart. Chen Shuo grabbed the menu and pointed directly to the column for king crabs. Open your eyes and look carefully. Does it say fresh king crabs here? Please look carefully for me. Where on this menu is the word frozen king crab written on it? Swish. The waiter's face changed. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei's expression also changed. Even the other diners who were watching the fun were stunned. He actually knows Japanese? Then why does he act like a nouveau riche when ordering food? The waiter panicked and said, I'm just a waiter. You have to ask the chef. Call the chef. This. Why? Don't want to? No, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that the chef doesn't understand Chinese, so. Stop talking nonsense and shout over here. Chen Shuo was firm in his attitude. Joke. I have money, but I am not a sucker. Can fresh king crab and frozen king crab be priced the same? Isn't it ridiculous that you spend the price of fresh king crab and eat frozen one? What's more, this is a shop opened by Xiao Ri. How could Chen Shuo tolerate Xiao Zi's fraud and deception on the land of Disya? Soon the chef was called over. He pointed at the king crab and started chattering in Japanese. He spoke very quickly and the people around him could not understand him at all. The people who come here to eat are indeed of high status, but only a few of them really understand Japanese. It's just that they often eat Japanese food, so they can order dishes without looking at the menu and can tell whether the food is good or bad. So Chen Shuo felt that they might think that he didn't understand, so they deliberately used frozen food to trick him. It's over. Zhou Weiwei felt disappointed. Even though Chen Shuo understood Japanese, how could he understand the chef's chattering? If they can't communicate, won't they be the ones who suffer in the end? Damn it! It's frozen, so why bother? Do you really want me to lose face with you? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei felt very disappointed. But just when everyone thought Chen Shuo was going to make a fool of himself, he suddenly slammed the table and slapped the chef in the face with his fluent little notebook language. Fresh? You still have the nerve to tell me it's fresh? Fresh king crabs have bulging bellies, firm and strong belly, plump meat, springy crab legs, tight texture and full of fresh flavor. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this a live king crab? Chapter 10 AA System. The chef widened his eyes and stared at Chen Shua in disbelief. In all the years he has been in Daxia, he has never met anyone with such a high level of Japanese proficiency. This level is exactly the same as the pure daily life. Are you a freeloader? Asked the chef. Who the hell is your lowly person? I am a Daxia person. Chen Shua rolled his eyes. The chef smiled awkwardly. Your Excellency speaks Japanese so well, you must have spent many years in the low life, right? Stop talking nonsense and tell me what you are going to do with this king crab? I'm really sorry, this king crab is indeed not frozen. It just died this morning. I think the taste is similar, so I didn't want to throw it away. I'm working with a little trick, Private Marseille. How about this? I'll make you a new one and give you this one as well, okay? The chef's attitude of admitting his mistake was good, at least he didn't make a fuss. At the beginning, he spoke in gibberish in Japanese, but he was not trying to quibble. He was just asking Chen Shua what problem he had encountered. Thinking of this, Chen Shua was too lazy to embarrass him and waved his hand, saying, just do as you say, but if you dare to fool me again, don't blame me for calling someone from the Market Supervision Bureau. Of course. Please wait a moment. The chef walked away quickly and soon brought a plate of fresh steamed king crab. Chen Shua picked it up and took a bite, then nodded with satisfaction. Well, this tastes like real king crab. Zhou Weiwei also hurriedly took a bite. Although it was her first time to eat king crab, the difference in taste was easy to notice when they put a stale one and a fresh one together. Zhou Weiwei exclaimed, This king crab is really not fresh? You've eaten king crab? And you can speak Japanese? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shua shrugged. What's the big deal? It's just a king crab. Look at you making such a fuss. It's embarrassing. Zhou Weiwei? Isn't it embarrassing how you ate just now? How dare you say I'm shameful? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. The good impression that Zhou Weiwei had felt in her heart suddenly disappeared. Good job, Chen Shua. You squandered your parents' coffin and installed it on my mother's? Zhou Weiwei rolled her eyes at Chen Shua, then started eating voraciously. Zhou Weiwei may not look very big, but she has a big stomach. There was a table full of food, but she ate half of it. Even the stale king crab that Chen Shua was too disdainful to eat was eaten almost completely by her. Hiccup. Zhou Weiwei burped deliciously, rubbed her round belly, and showed a satisfied expression. She squinted her eyes and smiled like a kitten, so cute that many men around her stared with their eyes wide open. They were so excited. But when they thought of Chen Shua's Porsche 911 parked outside the door, they could only envy him but not provoke him. Joke. How could they possibly poach the woman of such a top-rich young man? Let us not talk about whether the rich young man will release the person or not. Even if the rich boy is willing, the woman is not a fool. Why would she leave the handsome and rich top-rich boy to be with these greasy guys with a little money? Why? Life. It's so fucking good to have money. It turns out that there is no such thing as money. Are you full? After wiping his mouth, Chen Shua looked at Zhou Weiwei with a smile. Eating delicious food can regulate your mood. Zhou Weiwei had a delicious meal, and all the unhappiness in her heart naturally disappeared. At this moment, she felt that Chen Shua was not so unpleasant anymore. On the contrary, he is quite handsome. Could this be the effect brought about by the power of money? Zhou smiled and said, Yeah, I'm full. I enjoyed today's meal very much. Thank you. Chen Shua, thank me? What are you thanking me for? Zhou was stunned for a moment. You invited me to dinner, so isn't it normal for me to thank you? Oh. I see. You must be the kind of person who doesn't like to hear thank you. Then I won't say it. Chen Shua was amused, and said with a half smile, Zhou Weiwei, are you mistaken? When did I say it was my treat? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. What did you say? Zhou Weiwei's eyes widened and she said angrily, Didn't you ask me if I wanted to have dinner together? If you don't treat me, then I should treat you? But I didn't seem to say I wanted to treat you, did I? Zhou Weiwei was very angry. She has been a gold digger for so many years, and those men have always found ways to treat her to meals, using all kinds of excuses. Isn't eating together on the way also an excuse? No. This guy Chen Shua must be playing hard to get. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiwei quickly showed a flattering smile and said coquettishly, "Brother Chen, please don't joke with me. How can people afford to eat at a restaurant of this standard? Just pay the bill quickly. We can go out for a drive before it gets dark." Chen Shuo was amused by this stupid woman. Going for a drive before it gets dark? What's the meaning? Going home after dark? You've eaten, you've drunk, you've driven in a sports car, you've gained face, and now you tell me you want to go home? Freeloader, right? It turns out this girl has always been thinking this way. What a nice thought. Chen Shuo sneered, "Zhou Weiwei, do you think I'm kidding you? I just asked if you wanted to stop by for dinner. When did I say I'd treat you? Your store surveillance cameras should all have recordings, right? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. You ate half of the meal and I ate half. Even though you ate more of the complimentary king crab, I won't charge you for it since they didn't charge you for it. How about we split the bill for this meal?" As he said that, Chen Shuo called the waiter to settle the bill. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was so angry that her scalp felt numb. Chen Shuo. You've gone too far. I have never seen a man as ungentlemanly as you. Chen Shuo sneered, "A gentleman is a well-educated man, not a man who gets taken advantage of by others. I pay for what I eat. I didn't even ask you for the fare when you took my car. Is there anything wrong with me saying AA? It's obvious that you, a gold digger, think that I want to treat you, and it's none of my business." The commotion here attracted a lot of people's attention. Seeing that Chen Shuo was making things so difficult for Zhou Weiwei, both the men and the women showed expressions of relief. Ha ha, this guy is so handsome. How can he be willing to do this to such a pretty girl? If you ask me, there is nothing wrong with this. Nowadays, gold diggers are too rampant. If we don't punish them, they will really think that us men are all wronged. Humph. Weren't you so arrogant just now? You were showing off that you got out of a luxury car? That's it? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. The crowd's ridicule made Zhou Weiwei feel very uncomfortable. She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She felt angry and ashamed, and she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Chapter 11: The $10,000 Maid. She finally realized that Chen Shuo was deliberately making trouble for her. She is taking revenge on herself. But it's too late to say anything now. The bill that the waiter brought said that the meal cost a total of 19,800. 20,000 yuan. If we go AA, it will cost 10,000 yuan per person. Although she earned a lot from her part-time job, she took all the money home, and now she only had 2,000 yuan left. How can I afford this? However, Chen Shuo had already taken out his mobile phone and paid 9,009, then looked at Zhou Weiwei with a gloating expression. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. The people around laughed louder and louder. The waiter's scorching eyes seemed to be roasting her on the rack. Chen Shuo, you've done that to me so many times today. How did I, Zhou Weiwei, ever let you down? Why do you treat me like this? If you're still a man, pay the bill quickly and don't embarrass me, okay? What the hell? At this point, do you still dare to use gender to kidnap people? Chen Shuo said unhappily, "What's wrong with men? Do men have to spend money on women? Do men have to be taken advantage of? Do men have to be morally kidnapped by women? You keep saying that men and women are equal, but when it comes to paying, they know you are a woman. Why?" After saying that, Chen Shuo stood up and said to the waiter, "I have already paid what I should have paid. For the rest, ask her for what she eats. If she can't give you the money, you can call the police or her family. It's up to you." "Okay, sir, take care." The waiter enthusiastically showed the guest his welcome. The diners around shouted excitedly. Fuck! A Sigma man! A real Sigma man! A real man! What a great, hardcore real man! If even the wall doesn't obey me, then I will obey you. Why else would they drive a supercar? They are sober. That's how you deal with a gold digger. At this moment, Zhou Weiwei didn't care about the ridicule from the people around her. She was completely panicked. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. She hurriedly grabbed Chen Shuo, and her arrogant attitude completely collapsed at this moment. "Chen Shuo, please don't leave. I beg you, please don't abandon me, okay? I really don't have money to pay the bill. If you keep me here, the police will arrest me. Chen Shua had no doubt that Zhou Weiwei had no money. Gold diggers like her spend a lot of money on themselves on a daily basis. No matter how much money you give her, she will spend it all. If you don't have money, go borrow from your best friends. Aren't your best friends all rich people? Why wouldn't they give you a mere 10,000 yuan? Wow! Are they fake sisters? You. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was speechless. Chen Shua was really right. Her sisters are basically just fake sisters. On weekdays, they pretend to go out together, but in fact they are just showing off to each other and pulling each other down. They would be so mad at anyone who lived a better life than them, so how could they possibly help? Especially Zhou Weiwei has just created a perfect personality. She also said that a rich man was pursuing her, but she didn't agree. If I were to borrow money now, not only would they most likely not lend it to me, but even if they did, wouldn't my bragging be exposed? Thinking of this, the tears in Zhou Weiwei's eyes burst out. She hugged Chen Shua's arms and cried, "Chen Shua, I was wrong, I was really wrong. They won't lend me money. Please don't leave, I don't want to go to jail, please." At this time, she no longer dared to care about her face. If she was really arrested, she would lose both her job and her part-time job. By then, she will be doomed. Seeing that Zhou Weiwei had been bullied to this extent, Chen Shua decided to stop. He did hate gold diggers, but he really had nothing to hate about Zhou Weiwei. He has taken so much advantage of Zhou Weiwei and bullied her for so long. If he really wanted to put her in jail again and leave her with a criminal record, thus ruining her life, Chen Shua really couldn't do such a thing worse than that of an animal. I believe that what happened today is enough to teach this gold digger a lesson. Besides, I got a lot of emotional points from her. Thinking of this, Chen Shua waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I can help you pay this bill, but I, Chen Shua, am not an ungrateful person. This money can only be considered as a loan from me. You have to write me an IOU. But I can't pay you back." Zhou Weiwei muttered with her head down. "Chen Shua? Depend on. I don't have the heart to continue messing with you, and you still want to take advantage of me? Do you really want to get to the bottom of it?" Chen Shua's emotions, which had just calmed down, became unhappy again. "Well, there's no way to pay it back, right? It just so happens that my family is in need of a maid. If you work as a maid for me for a month, this 10,000 yuan will be considered your salary." What did you say? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was so scared that she covered her chest and stepped back. "Chen Shua. You should not go too far. If you want to use this to threaten me to do something obscene, I won't agree to it even if I have to go to jail." Zhou Weiwei still doesn't know how big Chen Shua's house is? It's just a shabby rental house. What the hell do you want a maid? What he said sounds very bitter, okay? What do you want? Chen Shua rolled his eyes and said, "With your looks, I wouldn't even want you to throw yourself at me. The maid I'm talking about is the one who does the laundry and cooking, and I'll prepare a separate maid room for you. Don't think I'm that disgusting. Do laundry and cook? Separate maid's room? Could it be that he was going to rent another house for himself next to his own? How much money did this guy get from his family? Could he be going to online loan service? Does he really intend to die after spending all the money in his pocket?" Zhou Weiwei couldn't figure it out, but she was moved. Chen Shua was determined to let him pay the 10,000, so it wouldn't be a loss if he could only do the laundry and cooking for 10,000 a month. After all, what kind of maid could earn 10,000 a month? Moreover, Chen Shua also rented a house for himself, and his rent will arrive tomorrow. This way I can save 1 month's rent. In addition, doing laundry and cooking does not interfere with my part-time job. This is a huge profit no matter how you think about it. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiwei immediately nodded and said, "Okay, as long as you don't make excessive demands and don't let me be alone in a room with you, I can agree to your request." Deal. Chen Shua didn't say anything more and directly handed out the card and said, "Check out." "Guest, you are amazing." The waiter praised it in Japanese and gave a thumbs up. "Is it awesome?" Chen Shua asked back in Japanese. "That's amazing. You only spent 10,000 yuan to trick this beautiful woman into spending a month alone with you. An ordinary rich boy can't do that. A beauty of this level would cost at least 200,000 a month to keep, right? You are amazing." A hint of pride rose in Chen Shua's heart. "Sharp? Nonsense. I am not capable, so how can you, a little guy like you, be capable? Funny. Chapter 12 Top Rich Second Generation. In front of the hotel, Zhou Weiwei followed Chen Shua out with a resentful look on her face. You go back first and start work tomorrow. Chen Shua left Zhou Weiwei behind, got into the car and drove away in style. Zhou Weiwei stamped her feet in anger and gnashed her teeth. You son of a bitch. Just wait for me. If I, Zhou Weiwei, don't get this back, I won't be called Zhou Weiwei. In the cold wind, Zhou Weiwei stopped a taxi with red eyes and left in embarrassment. Chen Shua did not go directly to the villa given to him by the system. On the one hand, the procedures that the system mentioned before were not completed, and on the other hand, Chen Shua had to go back and pack up his things in the rental house. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Chen Shua finally packed up all the commemorative items and made an appointment for Hualala for tomorrow. The next day, Zhou Weiwei came to the sales office with two panda eyes and a dazed look. The teddy bear that had been with her for several years was almost torn apart by her pink fist. She is angry. Zhou Weiwei is very beautiful. Over the years, almost all men have been around her. Even those who can't get her will satisfy all her needs and treat her like a star. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? And it was in the hands of Chen Shua, the poor boy whom she looked down upon. This kept her awake all night. I even washed my feet in the bathroom more than a dozen times. They always felt sticky. As soon as Zhou Weiwei entered the sales office, she found that her colleagues, who were supposed to be preparing for the morning meeting, were gathered at the front desk, chattering non-stop. Zhou Weiwei walked over puzzledly and asked, "What are you doing here? No morning meeting today? What the hell?" Wang Jing, a colleague, pointed at the contract in the store manager's hand and said, "The largest villa in Tongjing Bay has been sold. The boss will come to pick up the contract and keys soon." What? Zhou Weiwei exclaimed, "Are you talking about the Lakeview villa worth more than 15 million? Yes. Wang Jing said enviously, the housing prices in Tongjing Bay are among the best in Xinjiang City. Although this villa worth more than 15 million is not the most luxurious villa in the entire Xinjiang City, it is the most amazing villa in Tongjing Bay. I don't know which rich second generation this is, he is so rich. I wish I could be her third. Look at what you have accomplished." The female store manager in her 40s rolled her eyes and said, "Can't you just become someone's wife?" "Well, I know my own weight. Why would a rich young man choose me as his wife?" Wang Jing shook her head in disappointment. Rich second generation? Could it be that a young man bought it? Zhou Weiwei suddenly lost all her sleepiness. Being able to afford a villa worth more than 15 million, he must be a top rich second generation. Well, the owner of the house is only in his 20s. The female store manager nodded, then waved her hand and said, "Today's morning meeting will not be held. I will go back and figure out who of you should be sent to entertain this customer. Just do whatever you have to do." After saying that, the female manager went straight to the second floor. Ouch. There's something wrong with the fried dough sticks I ate this morning. My stomach aches. Wang Jing suddenly covered her stomach and pretended to be in pain, then ran to the toilet on the second floor. Stomachache? Several people looked at each other. She was chatting and laughing just now, why did she suddenly have a stomachache? Wrong. Zhou Weiwei suddenly thought of something, then she covered her stomach and pretended to be in a hurry. Ouch, my coffee must have expired, I also need to go to the bathroom. There's only one spot for the female guard. It's okay, I'll get in line. Zhou Weiwei completely ignored the shouts of her colleagues behind her and ran to the second floor. Really? As soon as she went up to the second floor, she saw Wang Jing enter the store manager's office with a package in her hand. Oh no, she really wants to give benefits to the store manager. Being able to host the rich second generation is an opportunity for them. If the second generation rich man takes a fancy to them, they can make a lot of money even if they are the third party. Although Zhou Weiwei didn't want to be the mistress of this rich second generation, what if this rich second generation is good in every aspect and still doesn't have a girlfriend? Besides the fact that she makes a lot of money selling villas, the most important reason for her working here is that the clients here are all rich, right? This is a rare opportunity. Of course Zhou Weiwei would not let it go. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiwei immediately ran to the dressing room and took out the Chanel cosmetics set she bought half a year ago. This set cost Zhou Weiwei a total of 5,000 yuan. Being a gold digger is not as easy as you think. Not only do you have to strictly manage your body shape, but but you also have to buy expensive cosmetics to package yourself. Zhou Weiwei gritted her teeth and bought this cosmetics when she was not short of money, and she has never been willing to use it since then. Thinking of that top rich second generation, Zhou Weiwei gritted her teeth and decided to give this thing to the store manager to try her luck. She walked quickly towards the store manager's office, and Wang Jing just walked out. "Why are you here?" Wang Jing was stunned. Zhou Weiwei asked playfully, "When did our store's toilet move to the store manager's office?" "Ah, this." Wang Jing's face suddenly turned red. At this time, another female colleague ran up, holding her stomach. "You? Are you going to the bathroom too?" "Well." The six looked at each other and all three of them smiled awkwardly. Zhou Weiwei let the women who came later go in first, and she was the last one to go in. "This thing of mine is so expensive, if I can't get this spot, it will be a huge loss." So she had to go in last and see what the first two people gave her before deciding whether to give the things away. What if the gifts I give are not as expensive as theirs? Wouldn't that be a loss of both the wife and the army? Fortunately, after she went in, the store manager just casually threw the things that Wang Jing and the others had sent aside. "What is that? An electric cervical vertebrae instrument? A local specialty from my hometown?" Zhou Weiwei was happy. "Isn't this stable?" The store manager obviously knew what Zhou Weiwei was doing here, but he still pretended to be confused and asked, "Why are you here if you're not working?" Zhou Wei smiled and walked forward and placed the cosmetics set on the table. "Manager, you've been so busy lately. You haven't taken care of your skin, have you? I don't know how to help you with your worries, but I happen to have a set of skincare products. You can use them." You call this a skincare product?" Of course, the store manager didn't break the politeness. He put away the cosmetics with a smile and nodded with satisfaction. "Hey, Weiwei, although you are the last one to come to our store, your work attitude is the most serious. You have the most solid professional knowledge, and you are so considerate. I feel at ease only when I entrust the big clients to you. How about this, you will take this client to handle the property procedures later." Zhou Weiwei was overjoyed and quickly nodded in agreement. She was full of fantasies about what this top-rich second generation would look like, and she directly imagined a Prince Charming. But what she didn't know was Chen Shua, driving a 911, has arrived at the door of the sales office. Chapter 13. The top-rich second generation. Wow! Porsche 911. Is this the top-rich young owner? It must be him. Otherwise, how could there be two top-rich kids in one day? When the sales staff in the sales office saw the Porsche 911 parked at the door, they rushed out with red eyes as if they were injected with chicken blood. They rushed forward and opened the car door for Chen Shua. "Handsome, are you here to pick up the keys?" Wang Jing asked first. Chen Shua got out of the car and brushed his hair. "Well, I'll get the keys." "Wow! So handsome. Really so handsome, the way he flipped my hair just touched my heart. Wow, I really want to give birth to a baby for him." As expected, rich men are handsome no matter what. The female salesmen looked like crazy fans and surrounded Chen Shua like stars surrounding the moon. Chen Shua was not in a hurry to leave and just let them surround him. Cool. It feels so fucking good. Although these female saleswomen are not as pretty as Zhou Weiwei, they are definitely worthy of the word beauties on a normal day. A sales office of this level would naturally not be accessible to women of average looks. It feels so great to be the center of attention of a group of beauties. It's really awesome to have money. However, just when Chen Shua was still immersed in the enjoyment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded among the crowd. "Chen Shua? Why are you here?" Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei ran over nervously, pulled Chen Shua aside, and said angrily, "Chen Shua. You are going too far. I've already agreed to be your maid, and you still want to cause trouble in my company. Do you want to ruin my reputation?" Zhou Weiwei was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. Of course, she didn't think that Chen Shua came to pick up the car. She only thought that Chen Shua came to her to ask her to fulfill his promise. "Chen Shua, please help me. I will wash your clothes and cook for you after get off work. Can you go first? If they knew I was your maid, I'd die." "Chen Shua?" Chen Shua reached out and touched Zhou Weiwei's forehead. "You don't have a fever?" "You don't have a fever, so what nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? I didn't even know you worked here, why would I come to you for no reason?" In fact, Chen Shuo was also surprised to meet Zhou Weiwei here. He only knew that Zhou Weiwei's main job was sales, but he had no idea where she did the sales. He came here just to get the keys, okay? Ah. Zhou was stunned for a moment. You are not here to humiliate me? So what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to look at houses. The average price of a house here is 20,000, and they're all villas. The smallest one costs more than 5 million. Ha, I'm not here to see the house, I'm here to pick up the keys. Chen Shuo threw down a sentence, pushed the silly woman away, and walked towards the sales office. Zhou Weiwei? Get the key? He took the chicken feather key? After Chen Shuo left, Wang Jing and others immediately surrounded him. Oh my god. Weiwei, do you know that handsome guy? Oh my god, how do you know this top rich second generation? If you know him, why did you go to see the store manager just now? Weiwei, he didn't come here to buy a house just for you, did he? If you become rich, don't forget your sisters. The chattering of Wang Jing and others made Zhou Weiwei even more confused. She didn't have time to reply to them and quickly chased after Chen Shuo. Inside the sales office, the store manager also heard the noise downstairs and hurried down to meet them. Mr. Chen, you are so punctual. The female store manager recognized Chen Shuo at a glance. They had made an appointment by phone before, and the female store manager had also seen Chen Shuo's ID photo when handling the real estate procedures. Naturally, Chen Shuo could be recognized at a glance. Chen Shuo smiled and nodded, I am always punctual. Is there anything else I need to do now? The female store manager respectfully handed the key and owner's manual to Chen Shuo. Now you just need to go to the property to register your information. I have arranged for our best salesperson to take you there. Weiwei. The female store manager waved at Zhou Weiwei, the customers are here, why don't you hurry over? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 500. Zhou Weiwei's eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. She stepped forward stiffly and said in a trembling voice, that house, is it really yours? Wow, this wave actually directly refreshed 500 points of emotion. Chen Shuo was ecstatic. Zhou Weiwei was shocked. How could she believe all this if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes? A mansion worth more than 15 million. It actually belongs to Chen Shuo? Chen Shuo can lie, but the store manager can't lie. The store manager will know the information of each customer in advance, and she will never make such a low-level mistake as recognizing the wrong person. Oh my god. So, the Porsche outside the door is also Chen Shuo's, not rented? My best friend's boyfriend is actually a super rich second generation? Then why is he pretending to be poor? Could it be the kind of rich second generation pretending to be poor to test his girlfriend that is often mentioned on the internet? Oh my god. If Zhang Yao knew that her boyfriend was actually this kind of top rich second generation, wouldn't she cry to death in the toilet? Chen Shuo had no time to pay attention to Zhou Weiwei's shock. Because the system's emotion value has exceeded the 1,500 mark. You can draw 3 times. System, draw a lottery. Chen Shuo couldn't wait to draw the lottery right here. Ding. Tip, you can get better things by accumulating 5 consecutive draws. Are you sure you want to draw now? Oh. Is there such a thing as 5 consecutive draws? Of course you have to draw 5 times in a row. Chen Shuo immediately gave up the idea of drawing the lottery right now. Chen Shuo's thoughts returned to reality. Seeing Zhou Weiwei standing beside him with her mouth wide open and a look of shock on her face, he couldn't help but pinch the girl's little face. Hey, what's with that expression on your face? I've already told you I'm rich. You. Zhou Weiwei muttered and couldn't say a word, she was so shocked. Chen Shu shook the key in his hand and asked, would you like to go? Let's go. Of course we'll go. Zhou Weiwei finally recovered from her shock and hurriedly trotted to catch up with Chen Shuo, who was leaving. Watching the two people get in the Porsche and leave, Wang Jing and others were immediately envious. Wow. It's so sweet. That rich boy actually pinched Weiwei's face. Hey, Weiwei is really lucky. She didn't even know that the rich boy came here to buy a house. This must be a surprise from him. Weiwei has finally made it to shore, so we have to work harder. Lakeside Villa. This is a modern-style single-family villa with a property area of more than 400 square meters, but the free area of the villa is the most terrifying. At first glance, this lakeside villa with front and back courtyards covers an area of more than 800 square meters. There is even a private garage on the side that can accommodate 2 cars. The word luxury is almost integrated into its bones. Chapter 14 Lakeside Villa. Chen Shua, who are you? After Zhou Weiwei got off the car, she looked at Chen Shua like a fangirl and asked. She blinked her big watery eyes, like a docile and cute kitten, her eyes full of curiosity about the unknown world. Chen Shua smiled faintly and said, I am who I am. Zhou Weiwei, are you kidding me? This Porsche and this villa are worth tens of millions of dollars. Are you still the same person as before? Chen Shua shrugged, just think of it as me winning the lottery. Bullshit. Zhou Weiwei rolled her eyes and said, even gods who can predict the future can't win the lottery. That's true. Guess the size, and if you win, you will get 10 million, provided that you play first. What the hell is this? I say, your parents are not super rich, right? What's it like in the movie? They're afraid you'll become a playboy, so they deliberately raise you in poverty, and then suddenly tell you, son, you don't have to work hard, because our family assets are actually worth hundreds of millions? Chen Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's in your head? How could you have such an idea? Zhou Weiwei said thoughtfully, I know your family situation. Your parents almost sold their house and land to raise the dowry for you. How come you are so rich all of a sudden? If this money was your illegal income, then you definitely wouldn't be standing here so coolly. If you really won the lottery jackpot as you said, then this matter will definitely be reported in our Qingyang news, but I haven't heard of anyone winning the jackpot here. So the only explanation is that your parents deliberately raised you in poverty. Zhou Weiwei's face was full of pride, and she thought she had seen through the secret of Chen Shua's wealth. Chen Shua, you are wrong. No way, I must be right. Zhou Weiwei raised her chest and said, I'm not a silly girl. I have a very useful brain. Just you? Chen Shua's face was full of disdain. If she had a good brain, would she have been able to get herself into such a bad situation yesterday? However, this matter cannot be said to be so absolute. This girl is a gold digger who hangs around with all kinds of rich boys, but she can still remain a virgin. It's impossible to say that she doesn't have any brains. Zhou Weiwei also understood what Chen Shua was talking about. Her pretty face flushed slightly and she coughed dryly. Yesterday was just an accident. Anyway, I already know your secret. You are a super rich second generation. Chen Shua's face was full of black lines, and he was too lazy to deny it anymore. The origin of their money is unclear in the first place, although under the operation of the system, the officials will not think there is anything wrong with their money. But it's really hard to explain when people who know me suddenly discover that I'm rich. Since this girl wanted to conquer herself, Chen Shua naturally didn't bother to explain too much. Stop talking nonsense and introduce this house to me. Chen Shua looked at the villa in front of him, his heart pounding. Villa. This is a villa. And it's a single-family villa with lake view. Before, Chen Shua never dared to dream that he could live in a house like this. But now, the dream has come true. This is all too dreamy. Even though Chen Shua had millions in his hands and his mentality was much better than before, he could not be truly calm. Aha! Zhou Weiwei also became polite towards Chen Shua. She took Chen Shua out of the garage. As you can see, our villa is a lakeview villa, and it is the most expensive villa in Copperview Bay. Each unit is fully furnished and ready for you to move in. The villa is equipped with a full set of unified smart home appliances and modern technology-style design. You only need to enter your face, voiceprint, and fingerprint on the smart panel to achieve zero-contact control of the entire villa. First, when you return home, the camera at the entrance of the villa will detect your return and automatically open the villa door, garage door, all lights, thermostat and air evolution, and background music corresponding to the time and season. Next, we enter the house and pass through this 50/50 intelligent armored door, which will lead us to the interior of our villa. Zhou Weiwei's introduction was very detailed, and I have to say her professional skills are indeed solid. The villa has 5 floors in total, 3 above ground and 2 underground. The overall style of the villa is modern, simple but luxurious. Everywhere you look, you'll see stone, solid wood, and handmade decorations. The first floor of the villa has Chinese and Western kitchens, a living room, bathroom, dining room, and a nanny room. There is a separate living room on the second floor of the villa, as well as a study and 2 bedrooms. The third floor of the villa has a super large master bedroom suite, in addition to 2 slightly smaller secondary bedrooms. Such a big villa has only 5 bedrooms. The basement floor is the entertainment area, which has a bar, gym, e-sports room, singing room, and movie room. The second underground floor is a storage space, which is only about 100 square meters, but it also comes with a 100 square meter wine cellar, which contains a dozen bottles of wine given by the developer, which is very thoughtful. The front yard of the villa is just a lawn and ordinary flowers and plants, but the backyard is different. There is a rectangular outdoor swimming pool in the backyard and an L-shaped entertainment corridor in the lower right corner. You can sit inside and drink tea, meet guests, barbecue, and swim. It's very comfortable. It took Zhou Weiwei half an hour to introduce these things. Chen Shuo was extremely excited throughout the whole process. No matter who was worrying about the bride price a few days ago and now lives in a villa of this size, it would be difficult for them to remain calm, right? Zhou Weiwei took Chen Shuo to register facial recognition, voice print recognition, and fingerprint recognition. As for the property, Chen Shuo only needs to authorize Zhou Weiwei to handle it. There is no need to go there in person. I'm done recording, you can do it. Chen Shuo pointed at the smart panel and said. I record? Zhou Weiwei was stunned. Chen Shuo, nonsense, you wanna be my maid? If you don't record this, do you want me to open the door for you in person every day? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 300. Boom boom boom. Zhou Weiwei felt like her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Zhou Weiwei was so shocked just now that she even forgot that she still had to be Chen Shuo's maid. She thought yesterday that Chen Shuo was trying to take advantage of her. I thought that when Chen Shuo said he would arrange a room for her, he meant he wanted her to rent a house for her. Who would have thought that she would live in such a luxurious villa? Oh my god. Really? If Chen Shuo hadn't been beside her, she would have wanted to slap herself to see if it hurt. Hurry up and record it. When you're done, go to the property management office to complete the formalities for me and remember to clean the house when you come back. Chen Shuo left a word, turned around and walked towards the elevator. Zhou Weiwei hurriedly shouted, Can I stay in the room on the third floor? Master bedroom? Chen Shuo laughed, what are you thinking about? No, it's not the master bedroom, it's the second bedroom. Zhou Weiwei hurriedly explained. You are a maid, and there are maids' rooms on the first floor. Can't you figure out your position? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chapter 15, Show Off. Zhou Weiwei stamped her feet angrily, there are so many rooms in the villa, and you can't live in them all by yourself. What's wrong with giving them a bigger one with a better view? Okay. Chen Shuo smiled evilly, then you can live in the backyard corridor. The view there is definitely better. I'd better stay in the nanny's room. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Watching Chen Shuo leave, Zhou Weiwei stomped her feet angrily. Humph. Not a gentleman at all, what a disgusting bastard. But it's great to be able to live in a villa like this. The nanny's room is much more luxurious than the house I lived in before. Zhou Weiwei's unhappiness was quickly washed away by joy. She quickly recorded her message, then secretly looked upstairs. After finding that Chen Shuo had indeed gone upstairs, she immediately took off her high heels and ran to the living room quietly. She lay horizontally on the leather sofa, took out her mobile phone to take a few lazy photos, then went to the backyard and other places to take a few selfies, edited a 9-square grid and posted it on her Moments. The air in the new home is great, and the simple style is indeed the most enduring. Beep beep. As soon as Zhou Weiwei walked out of the villa, her circle of friends went wild. Countless likes and comments appeared below. This villa is so luxurious, Weiwei, have you become rich? I've seen this house before. Isn't this the largest villa in Tongjing Bay? The property area is 500 square meters, the land area is 800 square meters, and the usable area reaches more than 1,000 square meters. Weiwei, is this your house? Weiwei, are you dating a rich second-generation guy? Weiwei, your boyfriend is so rich. Hurry up and bring him out to show us. He has to treat us to a meal when we move into a new house, right? Looking at the comments in the circle of friends, Zhou Weiwei was too lazy to reply, but her face was full of pride. This feeling is so great. At the same time, the girlfriends group also went wild. Lin Jia at, Weiwei, you are such a big liar, didn't you say you didn't want to be with her? Why did you move into her villa? He Meng at, Weiwei, did you really move into that villa? You didn't work there and deliberately took a photo and posted it. Zhang Yao at Zhou Weiwei, Weiwei, you are trying to outdo all the sisters. Zhou Weiwei, of course I live here. You can video chat with me later. I have to go to work now. Zhou Weiwei, a woman must be independent. No matter how nice a house she lives in, it cannot affect her career. Lin Jia, wow, hardworking women have the best life. By the way, where did you find this top-notch rich second-generation boyfriend? Does he have any friends? Can you introduce him to us? He Meng, yes, my sisters will definitely not forget you when they become successful. Zhou Weiwei, don't talk nonsense. I'm not together with him yet. It just happened that the rent has been paid and he said he had an empty room, so I moved in reluctantly. Zhou Weiwei, although he is quite a gentleman, I am not such a casual woman. Lin Jia, still testing? Then he is the man who treated you to a meal at Take Torai Crane and took you for a supercar ride yesterday? Zhou Weiwei, yes. He Meng, Weiwei, you are too unkind. You must have met this rich boy on a different day. How could you have kept it a secret from the sisters? You must bring him out to the sisters next time you meet. Zhou Weiwei, I didn't mean to hide it from you. In fact, he has always acted very ordinary before. He is the kind of rich kid who likes to pretend to be poor. I only found out recently that he is very rich. Lin Jia, wow. Is this true? Isn't this a plot from a novel? Are there really such rich and low-key young men in the world? He Meng, this kind of rich boy is obviously loyal. He is definitely not the type who likes to mess around, otherwise he would have taken the money and gone fishing long ago. Lin Jia, I really love this rich boy. Weiwei, if you don't like him, just give him to me. I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Zhou Weiwei at Lin Jia, stop it. He is not a thing, how can you give way to him? Zhang Yao, sister, don't just take pictures of houses, cars and food, why don't you take pictures of the people too and show them to us? Could this rich kid be an old grandfather in his 60s or 70s? Zhou Weiwei, how is that possible? He is the same age as us, also in his 20s. In your 20s? Zhang Yao, who was shopping with her new boyfriend, blushed. She looked at her new boyfriend beside her and suddenly felt displeased with him. Although he earns $1 million a year, drives a Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands, lives in a large apartment, and wears all branded clothes, his only drawback is that he is a little older, in his 30s, and a little ugly. But Zhang Yao never minded these before, and believed that she could be with him. It's 1,000 times better than being with Chen Shua. I have posted photos of the large apartment and luxury car I live with him, and my sisters are also very envious. But I haven't even finished pretending for 2 days and I've been outdone by Zhou Weiwei? And the loss was so complete? Is a large flat better than a villa? Mercedes-Benz versus supercar? 30-something versus 20-something? Damn it! This is extremely uncomfortable no matter how you compare it, okay? She clenched her fists in anger. Even though Zhou Weiwei was her best friend, she still wanted to bite Zhou Weiwei to death. Damn it! How come she is so lucky? I actually met this top rich kid? How am I, Zhang Yao, not as good as her? Why can't I meet her? Is it because Zhou Weiwei has small feet? Many men nowadays like women's feet. Zhou Weiwei's appearance and figure are top-notch, but Zhang Yao thinks she is not bad either. The only thing that is inferior to hers is her pair of jade feet that are like a delicacy from heaven. Even Zhou Weiwei's little feet have a natural fragrance, which is definitely a weapon to attract men. Zhou Weiwei at Zhang Yao, he is very low-key and let me take a picture of his face, otherwise he will get angry. Ha, making a face? Zhou Weiwei still doesn't understand what kind of person Zhang Yao is. If she knew that this top-rich second-generation guy was Chen Shua, she would definitely cry and even kneel down to beg for reconciliation. Where can such a cheap thing be found? Don't even think about it. After all, Chen Shua and Zhang Yao have an emotional foundation. What if he softens his heart and gets back together with them? Zhou Weiwei is not that kind. Although she didn't plan to immediately kneel down and lick Chen Shua's clothes just because he was rich, or seduce Chen Shua to be with her. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have other ideas. When Chen Shua and Zhang Yao were together before, Zhou Weiwei often heard Zhang Yao complain. He's just complaining about being poor. I even said that you deserve to have a poor boyfriend. If you had caught a rich man, you wouldn't have so many troubles. But it is undeniable that Chen Shua has a good character. Although she worships money, she also pursues love. She hopes to find a rich young man, but she also hopes that this rich young man is top-notch in every aspect. He is not a playboy, nor a short and tall nouveau riche, nor is he a scum who has affairs with a family, treats women as playthings, and is unreliable at critical moments. But it's the man that you truly like and who you can control. That's why she has been able to remain a virgin for so many years. She is completely different from those gold diggers who would readily trade their bodies for money. And Zhang Yao is the kind of gold digger with no bottom line. She is the type of person who will take off her clothes even if the other person buys her a bag. Zhou Weiwei looked down on this kind of gold digger with no bottom line. Why is she worthy of the current Chen Shuo? Chapter 16. 5 consecutive draws. Zhang Yao still refused to give up. Zhang Yao, oh, we don't know him, he won't notice if you take a secret photo. Zhang Yao, we don't have any other intentions, we just want to check for you. Zhou Weiwei, no, taking secret photos is too immoral. If we were together, I would bring him to you to see. Zhou Weiwei, stop talking. I have to go to work. Zhang Yao looked at her phone with a distressed expression. Zhang Yao's boyfriend Xian Chang noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Yao and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" No. Zhang Yao lifted her hair guiltily. Xian Chang, who were you chatting with just now? Just my girlfriends. After that, Zhang Yao hugged Xian Chang's arm and said coquettishly, "Today is our 3-day anniversary, why don't you give me a small gift?" Ah? There's an anniversary in 3 days? Xian Chang was confused. Zhang Yao pouted and shook Xian Chang's arm. "Oh, I don't want an expensive gift, just a small bag." How much? About 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. It's not expensive. Xian Chang smiled and said, 20 or 30,000 is not a small amount. You know, I just bought a new car, and I really don't have much money recently. Besides, didn't I just buy you these high heels yesterday? Oh, shoes are shoes, bags are bags, how can they be the same? Zhang Yao said unhappily, "Anyway, my best friends all have them, you won't let me lose face in front of them, right? Brother Chang, you are so handsome and powerful, how can you embarrass others?" After Zhang Yao's repeated persuasion, Xian Chang finally gave in. "Okay, I'll buy it for you when I get paid in a few days." Good. Zhang Yao nodded happily, and the haze that Zhou Weiwei had just brought to her was swept away. What is wrong with finding a rich man? A man's money is only yours if you spend it. What does it matter if I don't give you flowers? Funny. The master bedroom of the villa. Chen Shuo was lying on the soft big bed, looking extremely beautiful. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding. Back to the host, the current emotion value is 2,550 points. System, give me 5 consecutive draws. After choosing the draw, the huge roulette will comes to mind again. 5 consecutive draws all ended in the question mark area. Ding. Deduct 500 emotion points, and the 5 draw streak begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the macho original white socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the VIP status of Black Gold Bank. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a double spending refund card. Chen Shuo? Damn you, sister. What are the original stockings for girls? What are the original white socks for macho men? I'm really not a foot fetishist. Even so. Isn't this a bit too much of a stretch? Chen Shuo grabbed the stockings, pinched the smelly white socks with the stockings, and threw them into the trash can. Pretty girl's dog system, messing with my mentality. System. Can you explain to me why 3 out of the 5 rewards are garbage? Ding. The system does not think those rewards are rubbish. These stockings and white socks are worn by top handsome men and beautiful women. For some people, they are the rewards they are most coveted. Chen Shuo? What a much desired reward. I am lustful, but not a pervert. Not even gay, okay? Chen Shuo wanted to cry but had no tears. He asked again, what is the lottery mechanism all about? Ding. Back to the host, the lottery is divided into 5 categories, namely knowledge, technology, fitness, physical rewards and unknown areas. Why should there be a question mark for physical objects? Chen Shuo frowned. Ding. Replying to the host, because some of the physical rewards are combined with the unknown area rewards, they are displayed as question mark areas. Then even if the silk stockings and white socks you mentioned aren't trash, why did I draw 3 at once? Ding. Reply to the host, the better the item, the lower the chance of winning. Silk stockings and white socks have the highest chance of winning, so the host will get 3 in a row. Then why did I get a knowledge-based reward in my first draw? Ding. Returning to the host, good luck. Puff. Chen Shuo almost vomited blood. Goddamn lucky. That's enough. Chen Shuo wanted to cry but had no tears, but he could do nothing. Forget it, forget it. I'm already a hacker, why should I care about these details? Chen Shuo stopped thinking about those useless things and began to study the 2 rewards given to him by the system. Neither of these 2 rewards have physical objects, so they should be rewards from unknown areas. Black Gold Bank VIP, you can call the Black Gold exclusive butler 24 hours a day, and can customize any high-end venue and any high-end service for customers. Haha, shit. What if I have money but don't know how to spend it? Do I need you to customize it for me? Chen Shuo simply ignored this reward and looked at the second reward. Consumer rebate card, double rebate will be given for consumption within 24 hours after use. What the hell? Double return? I still have more than 4 million in my pocket. If you spend it all, not only can you get more than 4 million for free, but you can also double it and get more than 8 million, right? Woohoo, take off. Chen Shuo's mood suddenly became very good. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Chen Shuo doesn't plan to go out shopping anymore. He plans to use this rebate card again tomorrow morning to maximize its effectiveness. The next day, Chen Shuo got up very early, at about 7 in the morning, and went to the living room to start studying today's schedule. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Weiwei, wearing a cartoon cat headband, came out of the nanny's room yawning. When Zhou Weiwei saw Chen Shuo, she immediately rushed over and hugged Chen Shuo's arm. Brother Chen, today is Sunday, aren't you taking a day off? What are you going to do so early in the morning? Chen Shuo, I have insomnia. Insomnia? Zhou Weiwei immediately revealed a gossipy expression. Hey, are you trapped by love? Wow. Are you still thinking about Zhang Yao and can't sleep all night? Chen Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Zhang Yao? I have to thank her very much. If it weren't for her, I might not have been able to get this system. Zhang Yao is a thing of the past. Even if she cries and begs me now, or even kneels down to beg me to agree, I will never agree. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that woman is so ignorant. She doesn't know how to cherish such a good man like Brother Chen. She is not worth staying with. Zhou Weiwei was clearly afraid that Chen Shuo was still thinking about Zhang Yao, so wouldn't she have any chance? Hearing Chen Shuo say this, she was naturally secretly proud. Zhang Yao, you have no idea what kind of man you missed. When you find out he is so rich, your expression must be very interesting, right? Chapter 17 Luxury Fleet. Stop gossiping and go prepare breakfast for me. Chen Shuo rolled his eyes. This girl can't tell the difference between the big king and the small king, right? A maid who doesn't do her job well and is so gossipy about her master? In ancient times, that would result in a slap in the face. Receive. Zhou Wei smiled and stood up, then immediately trotted into the kitchen. After a while, the hot scallion noodles were served on the table. Although it is just a simple dish of chopped green onion noodles, Zhou Weiwei's cooking skills are indeed good. Whether it's the chewiness of the noodles or the spicy chopped green onions, it's absolutely amazing. After breakfast, Chen Shuo grabbed his keys and prepared to go out and spend some money. Zhou Weiwei immediately stepped forward and hugged Chen Shuo's arm, saying coquettishly, Brother Chen, can you take me out with you? Chen Shuo smiled. He knew that Zhou Weiwei would definitely stick to him. Chen Shuo didn't refuse. Okay, let's go together. Yeah. Brother Chen is the best. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei jumped up and kissed Chen Shuo on the face. She knew very well that as long as she could follow Chen Shuo out, she would benefit to some extent. Since it's going to cost money, it must be a lot of money. Luxury goods such as those were priced out of reach of Chen Shuo in the past, but in the eyes of Chen Shuo now, they are simply not good enough. There is no point in buying too little, but if you buy too much, you won't be able to wear all of the clothes and they will become outdated. How could Chen Shuo wear outdated clothes? Doesn't exist. In this way, if you want to spend nearly 5 million in one day, you must enjoy extraordinary top-notch service. At the door, Zhou Weiwei was stunned when she saw Chen Shua striding out. Brother Chen, aren't we going to drive when we go out? Drive? Chen Shua said disdainfully, only poor people drive themselves. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Isn't it cool to drive a Porsche 911? Do you still need to take a taxi? Zhou Weiwei really couldn't understand Chen Shua's imagination. She didn't dare to ask more questions and could only follow Chen Shua all the way to the entrance of the villa area. Just when she thought Chen Shua was going to take a taxi. Boom! The dense roar of engines came from the distance. Next moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared from the corner of the road. Wow! It's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhou Weiwei's eyes widened. The cheapest Rolls-Royce Phantom costs 8 million for the bear car. After the optional features are implemented, the price will exceed 10 million. Chen Shua glanced at Zhou Weiwei and said, "What Rolls-Royce Phantom?" This is the extended wheelbase version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The bear car price of the extended wheelbase version is 10 million. How can it be compared with an ordinary Rolls-Royce? However, this is not the end yet. Behind the Rolls-Royce Phantom, there are all luxury cars. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Land Rover Range Rover Executive Edition and so on. 10 luxury cars worth more than 3 million, led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom, drove over in a large number. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was stunned by the size of the convoy. The passers-by around were also stunned. What the hell? What kind of top-notch wealthy family gathering is this? There are so many luxury cars. All these cars combined are enough to fill half of the small goal. Give me any one of these and I'll have no regrets in my life. Squeak! Just as everyone was shocked, the convoy stopped steadily at the entrance of Tongjing Bay. Then, 10 cars opened their doors at the same time, and the drivers got out in unison and ran quickly towards the door. Why are they coming towards us? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was so scared that she shrank behind Chen Shua. She had never seen such a scene before. Boss, please get in the car. All 10 people bowed and shouted. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Boss? Please get in the car? Zhou Weiwei looked at Chen Shua suddenly. Could it be? Could it be that these cars all belong to Chen Shua? Oh my god. How deeply he hid it. How much money does he have? While Zhou Weiwei was shocked, she also took out her cell phone to take a picture of the convoy. Chen Shua nodded with satisfaction, then stepped into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhou Weiwei then hurriedly trotted after him. Boom! The convoy came and went in a hurry. Everyone around was completely stunned. So, those cars all belong to that young man? Oh my god. It's really a drought or a flood. Isn't it just a few bucks? What's the point of showing off? That's right, he only has one, but how can he take 2 cars? And he got 10 at once, what a fucking idiot. You can tell at first glance that he's a nouveau riche. I think you guys are just sour grapes. Have you ever seen a nouveau riche who can afford a car that costs half a small goal? What's the matter? In the car, Zhou Weiwei has turned into Chen Shua's crazy little fan. She wraps Chen Shua's arms tightly, wishing she could merge with Chen Shua right there and then. She took out her cell phone, took a picture of the steering wheel and driver of the Rolls-Royce, and then posted it on WeChat Moments. Oh, I have a difficult decision-making disorder, but the Rolls-Royce is more comfortable. The sports car is too hard on my thighs. Beep beep. Not long after posting to Moments, dozens of likes and comments popped up. Don't forget each other when you become rich and powerful. Weiwei, are these also your boyfriend's cars? Fuck, 10 luxury cars, but not as good as the Porsche from yesterday. Are you serious? Envious face, enviable face, enviable face. At the same time, the girlfriends group also went wild. Himengmanget, Weiwei, are those things in your circle of friends true? Zhou Weiwei, pictures. Zhou Weiwei, of course it's true. Actually, I'm not trying to show off or anything. I just have difficulty making decisions and want my sisters to help me choose which one to take. Himengmeng? Lin Jia? Zhang Yao? He Meng Meng, Jime, I want to tell you that you post to your moments like this every day. What if your adoring followers see it? Zhou Weiwei at He Meng Meng, it's okay, just see it. Lin Jia, Weiwei, you can't just go down this path forever. It's useless for a man to show you his money. He has to spend it on you. He Meng Meng, that's right, Jar is right. If he has money but doesn't he spend it on you, isn't it all in vain? Lin Jia, I don't think he rented those cars. How could a normal person buy so many luxury cars? He Meng Meng, well, even if we rent them, the cost of renting these cars for a day starts at 200,000 yuan. Lin Jia. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhang Yao, pictures. Zhang Yao, look, this is the bag my boyfriend bought for me this morning. It cost more than 30,000 yuan. Zhang Yao, although my boyfriend doesn't drive so many luxury cars, he is really willing to spend money on me. Zhang Yao, has your boyfriend spent money on you? Has he only treated you to a Japanese meal so far? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. What a bunch of damn guys. If you are envious, just say it directly. Why do you have to be so sarcastic? Zhou Weiwei was so angry that she turned off her phone. Out of sight, out of mind. However, the more Zhou Weiwei tried not to think about these things, the more her mind started to think about them uncontrollably. Chapter 18 White Castle Hotel. Chen Shua already knew the tricks of these fake sisters. Noticing Zhou Weiwei's expression, Chen Shua immediately understood what she was thinking. He chuckled, not caring at all. Money, of course, is meant to be spent. However, Chen Shua is not the kind of stupid bootlicker who will coolly give people money if they are tricked a little. How you spend your money depends entirely on your mood. When a fool is tricked, Chen Shua has done it once, so he will naturally not do it a second time. The convoy arrived at Qingyang International Airport. Should we take a plane? Zhou Weiwei frowned. Since we are taking a plane, we must be going out for a trip. Yeah. Chen Shua nodded indifferently. Traveling is boring, isn't it? Zhou Weiwei complained, traveling requires catching a plane, booking a hotel, and running back and forth. It's simply a living hell. Chen Shua, only poor people will feel tired when traveling. If you follow me, you will only enjoy yourself. Enjoy? Zhou Weiwei's eyes lit up, then I'll give you my ID number? What do you want me to do? Buy a plane ticket. Ticket? Chen Shua stretched out his hand to pinch Zhou Weiwei's face and said in a playful tone, silly child, who said you have to buy a ticket when you take a plane? Can I take a plane without buying a ticket? Zhou Weiwei looked confused. And at this time, the convoy had bypassed the airport and drove directly into the airport through the side gate. Under the command and guidance of the staff, 10 luxury cars drove straight to a silver-gray Bombardier Global 600 private jet. Boom boom boom. Looking at this extremely luxurious private jet, Zhou Weiwei felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. What are you standing there for? Get on the plane and go. Oh. Okay. Zhou Weiwei hurriedly got out of the car and ran onto the plane. There was a stewardess with a great figure and good looks standing under the plane and at the door. Hello sir, welcome to Air China's private customized aviation service. The stewardess was almost sticking to Chen Shua, smiling in a very charming way. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei hurriedly hugged Chen Shua's arm and gave the stewardess a fierce and protective look. The stewardess smiled awkwardly and took a step back. Humph. You want to steal my man? Dream on. An hour and a half later. The plane landed in Nanya City, Hai Province. When Zhou Weiwei got off the plane, she had already changed into a tropical-style dress, which Chen Shua had prepared for her in advance. Chen Shua did the same, changing into a pair of tropical-style shorts and a loose shirt. Feeling the sea breeze, Zhou Weiwei felt extremely dreamy. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. She couldn't believe that more than an hour ago she was in an inland city 2,000 kilometers away, and more than an hour later, she appeared at the southernmost tip of the motherland. And this is not the most shocking thing. Next moment, another 10 luxury cars drove up to the private plane from a distance. Because the climate here is warm. The 10 cars that came were all convertible sports cars, led by a Ferrari LaFerrari, which was worth more than 20 million. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Zhou Weiwei already felt dizzy. This feeling of spending money like water almost suffocated her. For the first time, she felt that money could be spent in this way. It turns out that traveling can be so enjoyable. This time, Chen Shua did not hire a driver. Instead, he drove the LaFerrari himself and took Zhou Weiwei away from the airport. Sitting in the Ferrari, Zhou Weiwei immediately took out her mobile phone and took a few beautiful selfies. He posted a circle of friends with photos of getting on and off the private plane, as well as photos of the new motorcade. She also did not forget to add the location. Wow! It feels so good to be in the warm sunshine and the breeze. Sisters, come and meet me. Beep beep. The circle of friends exploded again. The girlfriends group was in an uproar again. Lin Jia Zhou Weiwei, Weiwei, why did you end up in South Asia City? He Meng Meng, wow. A private jet? How rich is that man? Zhang Yao, Weiwei, how could you go out so far away with a strange man? What if you get cheated? He Meng Meng, yes, please send us his photo and contact information. If anything happens to you, we sisters can call the police for you. Ha, call the police? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei sneered in her heart. Do you want to wait until something happens to me and call the police, or do you want to add Chen Shua on WeChat and get close to him? Don't I, Zhou Weiwei, understand? As for the stranger Zhang Yao mentioned? You and Chen Shua have a relationship where you know my strengths and weaknesses, and I know yours. Can this be called a stranger? If Chen Shua is really a bad guy, how could it be my turn to be deceived? I'm afraid you, Zhang Yao, have been deceived a long time ago? Idiot. Zhou Weiwei, no, ladies. My boyfriend treats me very well. I will be fine. Thank you, sisters, for your concern. Zhang Yao, boyfriend? Are you guys confirmed to be in a relationship? He Meng Meng, Weiwei, you must not sleep with him. I tell you, men don't know how to cherish you once they get you. Lin Jia, yes, you can't agree to sleep with him no matter what, otherwise you're finished. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Cannot? Zhou Weiwei smiled and felt a toothache. Why didn't you bastards say no when you were sleeping with those rich second-generation guys? Put away your evil thoughts. Zhou Weiwei put away her phone. At the same time, the convoy arrived at a seaside resort hotel. This resort hotel has only 5 floors in total, but it covers a large area. It is a white castle with its own exclusive beach. When the motorcade arrived, there were already 2 rows of people standing at the door to welcome the guests. There is even an arch on the hotel's main entrance with an avant-garde banner hanging on it. Welcome Mr. Chen to the White Castle Hotel. The convoy slowly stopped in front of the hotel. The waiter immediately stepped forward to help Chen Shua and Zhou Weiwei open the car door. Zhou Weiwei had never been treated like the center of attention before. She nervously stepped forward and hugged Chen Shua's arm. At this time, the female manager in a white business suit walked up to Chen Shua with a smile, bowed and shook hands with him, then took out a gift box and handed it to Chen Shua. Mr. Chen, you are the first guest to book the entire White Castle Hotel. This is a gift from the White Castle Hotel. I hope you like it. Private show. Such a big hotel. The whole place is reserved. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 300. Zhou Weiwei was so shocked that her legs almost went limp. For a hotel of this level, the presidential suite must cost tens of thousands of dollars a day, right? This hotel must have at least 10 presidential suites alone, right? This alone is worth 100,000, right? Including the size of the room, it would cost more than 1 million a day, right? Zhou Weiwei couldn't help but exclaimed, Brother Chen, you actually spent more than 1 million to book a hotel, you are so handsome. The words fell. The female manager and Chen Shua both looked at him as if he were an idiot. The female manager laughed and said, 1 million? You really underestimate our White Castle Hotel, don't you? Mr. Chen booked our White Castle Hotel and spent a full 2 million. Chapter 19 Showing Off Your Body. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. 2 million. Zhou Weiwei covered her mouth and exclaimed. 2 million. Zhou Weiwei can understand anything you want to buy. After all, things can be used all the time. But spending 2 million to book a hotel for a whole day is simply not treating money as money. How much money does Chen Shua have? Zhou Weiwei was horrified to find that her understanding of Chen Shua was still too superficial. The family fortune is over 100 million. Billions or even tens of billions. Otherwise, how dare you spend so much money? Thinking of this, Zhou Weiwei looked at Chen Shuo with an increasingly hot gaze, as if she wanted to eat Chen Shuo in one bite. Her idea of hugging Chen Shuo's thigh became more and more determined. Feeling the arm getting tighter and tighter, Chen Shuo felt a sense of comfort in his heart. The feeling of being rich is so damn good. Enter the hotel lobby. The overall decoration style of the hotel is similar to that of a Western castle, with magnificent decoration exuding a luxurious atmosphere everywhere. Led by the female manager and the waiter, the two of them went all the way to the presidential suite on the top floor. Push the door open and enter. The suite, which is 300 square meters in size, not only has a separate bedroom, living room and dining room, but also a study and a small meeting room. Even though it has so many functional rooms, the suite still looks extremely spacious. The outer balcony is about 70 to 80 square meters in size, with an infinity pool on top and beautiful waitresses in bikinis standing next to it. Oh shit. It's so fucking hot. Chen Shuo was simply stunned. It's not like he had seen beautiful women in bikinis before, but he had only seen them on his phone. When had he ever seen one with his own eyes? The pitifully small amount of cloth barely covered the key points, highlighting the beautiful woman's figure to the fullest. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shuo? Chen Shuo glanced sideways and saw hostility flashing in Zhou Weiwei's eyes. Brother Chen, do you like bikinis? You know the answer but still ask? Chen Shuo smiled faintly and said, it's okay, do you want to wear it? Zhou Weiwei blushed, as long as Brother Chen likes it, it doesn't matter if I wear it or not. To wear or not to wear? Chen Shuo smiled. He waved his hand and said, you all go out and bring me some bikinis. Several waiters immediately showed a look of disappointment. Being able to serve such wealthy people, even if they cannot seduce them to have some intimate activities with them, as long as the service is good enough, how can the tip be less? What's more, if the rich man takes a fancy to them, won't they take off? Take these. At this time, Chen Shuo grabbed a handful of RMB from his pocket and stuffed it into the clothes of a passing bikini beauty without even looking at it. Since it was a matter of stealing, Chen Shuo was naturally considerate enough to help them measure the size without obstruction. Too hard. Fake. Chen Shuo lost all interest. The bikini beauty was so excited that she kept saying thank you. He. Chen Shuo sneered in his heart. The waitresses just now had those internet celebrity faces, the goddesses that were unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people and even in his eyes back then. In the past, if they looked at such a woman on the street for a few more times, they would cover themselves up tightly and call her a scumbag. But what about now? I just stole it casually, but she treated it as a treasure and was so excited that she almost asked for a reunion. Talking about chastity in front of poor people means being a plaything in front of rich people. Ridiculous. Soon. The female manager personally delivered several bikinis. Chen Shuo picked it up and took a look. Good job. Can this thing also cover the flesh? This thing is not even as big as my mask. The female manager is very sensible. The bikinis she chose were even more sexy than the ones the two waitresses just wore. The lower body is simply a D-back. Thinking of this, Chen Shuo couldn't help but imagine Zhou Weiwei wearing this bikini, and he felt itchy in his heart. He threw the bikini to Zhou Weiwei and said, go change. I'll wait for you here. Having said that, Chen Shuo lay down on the recliner and began to bask in the sun. However, after Zhou Weiwei took the bikini, she did not leave. Instead, she walked up to Chen Shuo and compared the 3 bikinis on herself, saying playfully, Brother Chen, which one do you like? The black one. Chen Shuo pointed to the second set. The black one is relatively conservative, but compared to pink and green, it is Chen Shuo's favorite color. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. However, Zhou Weiwei was stunned. Black? Isn't this the most conservative? It seems I need to be more proactive. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiwei shyly reached out to grab her clothes. Hiss. Chen Shuo took a breath of cold air. Is this girl going to do this in front of me? Good job. Handy. It's so cool. Thinking back to the time when Zhou Weiwei saw me before, she looked down on me with disdain written all over her face. But what about now? I just showed off my financial strength a little and this gold digger took the initiative to fawn on me. Looking at Zhou Weiwei's current posture, Chen Shua felt so happy. The unattainable goddess is ultimately just a plaything under the onslaught of money. 10 minutes later, Zhou Weiwei finally changed into a bikini. Although she changed in front of Chen Shua, at the critical moment, she turned her back to Chen Shua. Even so, seeing the white scene, Chen Shua sat up and bent over. Depend on this goblin. Brother Chen, am I pretty? Zhou Weiwei turned around in front of Chen Shua, cast a few seductive glances at him, and said in a coquettish manner. Yeah. It looks good, much better than those waiters just now. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shua was not stingy with his praise. Zhou Weiwei is pretty, but she definitely doesn't have that internet celebrity face. She had a proud figure, and based on Chen Shua's experience of watching countless films, he knew that the plumpness of her figure was definitely not artificially created. Pure natural. Absolutely natural. That feeling must be. At this time, Zhou Weiwei secretly glanced at Chen Shua's body, and then a sense of pride rose in her heart. Plop. Zhou Weiwei jumped into the pool, swam a circle, and then stepped onto the aluminum ladder to the shore. She held the aluminum ladder with one hand, tilted her head back, and let her long hair swing in an arc in the air. Crystal clear water droplets streaked across the sky, and her right hand fell from in front of her body, touching her neck. Zhou Weiwei bit her lip and pretended to glance at Chen Shua casually, then slowly walked ashore. Her pair of crystal clear jade feet, which were no more than size 36, stepped lightly on the anti-slip mat, looking pink and lovely. Zhou bent down slightly and touched her ankle, then slowly moved up along her legs. She was clearly stretching, but it looked like seduction. Chen Shua's blood boiled. He was even confident that he could defeat Zhou Weiwei now. But this is not the time yet. Zhou Weiwei hasn't been so tempted by him that she can't wait to actively propose to him. That's not enough. Chen Shua stood up, grabbed the towel beside him and threw it into Zhou Weiwei's hand. Let's go out for a walk. Chapter 20. Can't afford it? Wrong. It's not expensive enough. The manager said there's a good jade market here. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. You want to buy jade? Zhou Weiwei was overjoyed. Doesn't that mean that I can benefit from it? Chen Shua didn't reply and walked straight out. Zhou Weiwei hurriedly grabbed the clothes beside her, not even bothering to change into her bikini, and hurriedly chased after him. Rafa stopped directly in front of the jade market. Although handsome sports cars are not uncommon in tourist cities like South Asia, a LaFerrari worth more than 20 million is definitely rare here. Such a handsome and domineering sports car immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. That look of envy and jealousy makes people feel happy. Chen Shua strode down the Rafa, and Zhou Weiwei immediately ran over from the side and hugged Chen Shua's arm. Today, Zhou Weiwei is like a dogskin plaster on Chen Shua. After seeing Chen Shua's ability to make money, even with a knife I couldn't cut it any further. Fuck. Luxury cars and beautiful women, this guy is at the peak of his life. Humph. So what if you have money? That which will suck you dry at night. You will lose at least 20 years of your life. Fuck. If I have to live like this, what does it matter if I only live for 3 days? Amid the envy of the crowd, Chen Shua strode into the jade market. The bosses at the entrance of the jade market had already noticed Chen Shua. Big customer. An absolute big customer. A flirtatious boss in his 30s rushed out of the crowd first, grabbed Chen Shua's hand, and pressed it against his chest without saying a word. Little brother, do you want to buy jade? Chen Hong Hong. Overall rating, 8.0. Physical condition, above average. Love record, 108. Depend on. 108? But fortunately it is non-toxic. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Hey, let go of brother Chen's hand. Zhou Weiwei pulled the woman's hand away and said angrily. Joke. I haven't even eaten Chen Shua yet, who do you think you are, and how dare you snatch his food? Although a top-rich second generation like Chen Shua will definitely have a lot of women in the future. But I must be the first. Chen Honghong was unhappy, but after glancing at Zhou Weiwei and realizing the gap between herself and her, Chen Honghong could only smile awkwardly. There is also competition among women. It is normal to feel inferior when facing a woman who is prettier and younger than you. Of course Chen Shua wouldn't care about Zhou Weiwei's actions. The more jealous she is and the more protective she is of her food, the better. That's enough wool, isn't it? Chen Shua, well, I want to buy some jade. Please introduce some to me. Chen Honghong was delighted, and all the embarrassment just now disappeared. So what if he is a rich kid? If you eat too much refined grains, it is also good to eat coarse grains occasionally. What's more, Zhou Weiwei has the charm of a young girl, and I, a young woman, am not bad either, right? Very tempting. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was a little unhappy that Chen Shua wanted to buy jade from Chen Honghong, but she didn't dare to say much. She could only hug Chen Shua's arm tightly, silently declaring her sovereignty. In front of the jade counter, Chen Honghong took out a jade guanyin pendant and handed it to Chen Shua. Little brother, this guanyin pendant is one of the treasures of my shop. It is the finest green floating flower jadeite. You can pick up the pendant and look at it under the light. There are green floating flowers like ribbons inside. It is very exquisite. Moreover, the processing of this jadeite was done by the top jadeite master in the country, Master Ruyun. Any jadeite processed by him will have a 20% premium, and the older it is, the higher its value. This piece of jade is priced at 250,000 yuan. If you want to buy it, I can give you a 20% discount. 250,000. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei's heart trembled. Good job. As the saying goes, the poor play with gold, the rich play with jade, and the richest man plays with jadeite. A small pendant costs 250,000? That's too cruel. Chen Shua frowned. Zhou Weiwei thought Chen Shua thought it was too expensive, so she tried to smooth things over by saying, Brother Chen, it doesn't look good on a man to wear guanyin, why don't we try something else? Chen Honghong smiled and said, as the saying goes, men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha, guanyin should be worn by men, it won't look bad. You are young and rich, so wearing gold is too vulgar. Jade is more low-key and has a nourishing effect. It will be a good idea for you to wear it. If you think this price is a bit high, I can recommend you a cheaper one. Chen Shi shook his head and said with a half smile, you misunderstood what I meant. I wanted to say, what is my strength? Are you trying to slap me in the face by giving me a discount? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Zhou Weiwei? Chen Honghong? Depend on. Is this the charm of top rich young men? Don't want any discount? Woo woo woo. I love it so much. There were already burning flames in Chen Honghong's beautiful eyes. If Zhou Weiwei was not by Chen Shua's side, she would have to pull Chen Shua's hand into her arms even if it meant sacrificing her reputation. No. It was taken directly to the hotel. Damn. It's just a little money. Why are you pretending? You still don't want a discount, what's wrong with you? That's right. You shouldn't waste money like this. A 250,000 yuan item only costs 50,000 yuan at an 80% discount. Maybe in other people's eyes, 50,000 is the same as 500? What's wrong with 500? I'll bargain for $5. Poor dog. Chen Shua didn't care about the discussions around him. All he wants is to spend all the money today. Wouldn't he discounts and the like affect the speed at which he spends money? What's more, by showing off like this, he can also take advantage of Zhou Weiwei. Why not? Little brother, you are so handsome. I was wrong just now. I won't give you a discount. Let's pay the full amount. Well, but... Chen Honghong was stunned. But? Did he say he wouldn't buy so much? I knew this guy was just showing off. He doesn't even want a discount. I guess he doesn't have much money, right? I think that Rafa is also rented, just to pick up girls. He spends a little money to pretend to be a big shot, but then he knocks down the best girls, and all the benefits go to this guy. I've read online that renting a luxury car is a sure way to pick up girls, but I didn't expect it to be true. No more words, I'll go rent a car now. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. He. Zhou Weiwei listened to the discussions of the people around her and felt contempt in her heart. Rent a car? That's right. This car was rented by Chen Shua. But so what? How can you ignorant ants understand Chen Shua's strength? Really? The next moment, Chen Shua threw the pendant in his hand to Chen Honghong and said with a smack of his lips, this one is still too cheap, I want the best one you have. The best. Chen Honghong's heart melted after hearing these three words. Handsome. So cool. The way he spends money like water makes people itchy from the inside out. Chapter 21 Extremely embarrassing. Please wait a moment. I will bring you the real treasure of the store. Chen Honghong hurried to the inner room and took out an exquisite white jade box from the safe. She opened the box and handed it to Chen Shuo. There was also a jade guanyin pendant inside, but the difference was that this pendant was not dark green, but green and white. It's obvious at first glance that this jade is much more high-end than the previous one, and the workmanship is also more refined. Even Chen Shuo, who knows nothing about jade, loved it when he saw it at first sight. Chen Honghong carefully handed the jadeite to Chen Shuo. Little brother, this is our store's treasure. It is the best old pit ice jade. Although there are no floating flowers in it, it is definitely the best you can buy on the market. If you want something more high-end, such as top-grade imperial green jadeite, you can only buy it at an auction house. Ordinary shops simply don't dare to buy such expensive jadeite. This piece of jade is also made by Master Ruyun, but it is made with Master Ruyun's painstaking efforts. Whether it is the material or the craftsmanship, it is the best of the best. The price is 600,000. 600,000. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Hiss. Zhou Weiwei took a breath of cold air. Although this jade is extremely beautiful, the price of 600,000 is too outrageous, right? A small apartment in Xingyang City only costs 600,000 yuan. A high-end version of the Mercedes-Benz E-Class costs about 600,000 yuan. Isn't this like wearing a house or a luxury car around your neck? The onlookers around were also stunned. They had never seen such exquisite jade, and their eyes were filled with passion. Chen Shuo picked up the jade and played with it in his hand. The cool and smooth feel, and the exquisite material and shape made Chen Shuo unable to put it down. He directly swiped out the card and said, "Swipe it. This is it." Drop. When the prompt sound of successful payment appeared, the questioning voices around suddenly disappeared. Super rich. A real rich man. Chen Honghong's mouth was crooked from laughing. The price tag of the jadeite was 600,000, but she actually wanted to sell it for around 450,000. She can earn 50,000 just like that. Now that it is sold for 600,000, she can make a profit of 200,000 immediately. This amount of money is equivalent to her income for half a year. You have to know that ordinary tourists who come to buy jade basically spend a few thousand or a few $100s, and those who spend tens of thousands are rare. Who would buy such an expensive one? At this time, Zhou Weiwei was worried and said, "Brother Chen, this jade market doesn't look like a high-end place. What if this jade worth 600,000 is fake?" Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shuo said proudly, "She dares to cheat ordinary tourists because ordinary tourists don't have the ability to deal with her. Ask her if she dares to lie to me?" Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei suddenly realized. Yes. He spends 600,000 yuan to buy jadeite without asking for a discount, and drives a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan. What kind of strength does this require? Chen Honghong dared to deceive such a big shot. Isn't she tired of living? Chen Honghong glanced at Zhou Weiwei with disdain. What kind of woman is this, big-breasted and brainless? You can tell at first glance that he is a poor guy. If you weren't pretty, would you be worthy of being with such a rich boy? What a leak. Even though she was thinking so, Chen Honghong put on a flattering smile when she looked at Zhou Weiwei. "Miss, you are so beautiful, how come you don't have any jewelry on you? What do you think of this bracelet? It will look absolutely stunning on you." Chen Honghong is good at doing business. After making money from Chen Shuo, he wants to make money from Zhou Weiwei. Zhou Weiwei wanted to refuse, but when she saw the bracelet in Chen Honghong's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up. Pretty. So beautiful. The whole body is emerald green with a faint blue ribbon inside. At first glance, it looks like it is floating in the clouds. It is a perfect combination of wealth and freshness. Miss, it is said that beauty is like jade. Jade nourishes men, but it nourishes women even more. For us women, wearing jade can not only regulate our endocrine system, but also delay aging and make our skin supple and shiny. Look, I'm already 32 years old this year, but as long as I put on light makeup and wear a school uniform, who dares to say that I'm not a college student? Chen Honghong was not talking nonsense. She is dressed maturely and charmingly now, but if she wears light makeup and a school uniform, no one would dare to say that she is in her 30s. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. The more Zhou Weiwei looked at it, the more she liked it. Without even asking the price, she put it on her wrist and tried it out for a while. The love in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Chen Honghong was very happy. Done. The deal is done. Brother Chen, do you think it looks good? Zhou Weiwei ran towards Chen Shua, hugged Chen Shua's arm and asked with a smile. Chen Shua smiled and nodded, not bad, very beautiful, and it matches your temperament very well. Boss, how much is this bracelet? Zhou Weiwei got a positive answer and asked Chen Honghong excitedly. Chen Honghong, this one is not expensive. This is the best blue floating flower jadeite. The unit price is not as expensive as the green floating flower jadeite at the beginning. But this bracelet uses more materials, so the price will be higher. The list price is 200,000. 200,000. So expensive? But Chen Shua is so rich, it doesn't matter. Zhou Weiwei looked at Chen Shua, raised her wrist and said softly, Brother Chen, what do you think? Chen Shua shrugged, it's pretty nice, buy it if you like it. Chen Shua was just talking, but he had no intention of paying. Zhou Weiwei was suddenly embarrassed. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. At this point, she still couldn't see that Chen Shua was not going to give her any money. Zhou Weiwei's pretty face turned red with embarrassment, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Chen Honghong was also stunned. The woman's intuition told her that something was wrong. Does that mean Chen Shua doesn't intend to spend money on her? Depend on. He is indeed a top rich boy. The main goal is to get something for free? But Zhou Weiwei is with such a rich boy, so even if he just sprinkles some water on her, she should still make a lot of money, right? Thinking of this, Chen Honghong smiled and said, Sister, this bracelet is really good. If you like it, you'd better hurry up and buy it. It's not easy for us women to find a bracelet we like. This. Zhou Weiwei took off the bracelet awkwardly. I think the color of this jade is too green. I'd better take another look. It's not green. Chen Shua said with a smile, I think it's pretty good, buy it. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. You're actually adding fuel to the fire? Don't you think you're embarrassing enough? Zhou Weiwei was so anxious that she almost cried. She can't even come up with 10,000 yuan for food, let alone 200,000 yuan? Chen Honghong, sister, how about this? The little brother didn't ask for a discount just now, but I'm a businessman and I can't always take advantage of customers. I'd feel bad if I did that. If you really want this bracelet, how about I give you a 30% discount? Chapter 22, Rich and Inhumane. 274, 60,000 cheaper? This discount is quite large. But despite this, Zhou Weiwei still couldn't come up with 140,000 yuan. I really don't like this, forget it. Zhou Weiwei put the bracelet on the table and turned to leave. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Beautiful lady, please stay. How could Chen Honghong let go of this opportunity to make a lot of money? She smiled and said, You don't have that much money right now, do you? I can provide you with a loan service. The 140,000 yuan can be repaid in 3 years at most. You only need to pay back a little over 5,000 yuan per month. The interest for 3 years is only about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. What do you think? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei felt like her head was about to explode. The feeling of utter shame made her face turn red. Why are you still chasing and killing him? Loan installment? Does that mean I don't have to pay back the loan installments myself? She currently earns just over 10,000 yuan a month from her 2 jobs combined, and she has to take out more than 5,000 yuan to repay the loan. The remaining money may not even be enough for her to spend, let alone give to her family. How is this possible? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. The system prompt exploded directly, and under extreme embarrassment, Zhou Weiwei exploded with a huge amount of emotional value. She only felt that she was a lonely boat in the storm, weak, helpless and pitiful. 1 minute later. When Zhou Weiwei no longer released emotional values, Chen Shua knew the time was ripe. He strode forward and grabbed the bracelet that was lying on the counter. Brother Chen, you. Under Zhou Weiwei's incredulous gaze, Chen Shua grabbed Zhou Weiwei's hand and put the bracelet on her. A sword goes with a hero, and a beautiful jade goes with a beautiful woman. Weiwei, you are such a pure, charming, and graceful woman, only a beautiful jade like this can be worthy of you. Boss, swipe the card. I want to give this bracelet to the most beautiful woman in the world. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 500. Boom. These words were like a thunderclap that made Zhou Weiwei dizzy. You want to give me this bracelet? Zhou Weiwei covered her mouth and exclaimed. What did he say? He actually said he wanted to give this bracelet to me? Is this true? Am I really not dreaming? This is a bracelet worth 140,000 yuan. 114,000. Enough to buy a domestic car. Moreover, he just said something about beautiful jade matching beautiful women, and that he was giving it to the most beautiful woman in the world. Ah! He is really so handsome. Of course. Chen Shua said softly, among the people present, is there anyone prettier than you? Hundreds of thousands of dollars is just a meal for me. Take it. Swipe the card. Chen Shua handed the card to Chen Honghong. Chen Honghong took the card, her eyes filled with envy. Damn it! Why couldn't I be born a few years later? Thinking back to when I was in my 20s, I was just as pretty as Zhou Weiwei, okay? It's a pity that I have met too many scumbags over the years. How can I be worthy of such a handsome guy? Why? What a twist of fate. The people around also looked at him with envy. Especially those who had previously ridiculed Chen Shua for not wanting to pay for Zhou Weiwei were slapped in the face. Zhou Weiwei hugged Chen Shua's arm tightly. The force was much greater than before. Sports car co-pilot. Zhou Weiwei excitedly played with the bracelet on her wrist, like a happy kitten. Brother Chen, why are you suddenly willing to buy me such an expensive bracelet? Chen Shua raised his eyebrows. Was I stingy before? No, that's not what I meant. Zhou Weiwei hurriedly shook her head and said shyly, but you've given someone such an expensive gift. If they don't give you a gift in return, I'll feel really bad. Oh? Chen Shua said with a half smile, then how are you going to give me a return gift? I don't like things that are too cheap. The gift they gave you is a priceless treasure. Zhou Weiwei grabbed Chen Shua's right hand and slowly placed it in his collar. Oh shit. This feeling. Woohoo, take off. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. While enjoying the fullness, Chen Shua asked, you don't let men do this often, do you? How could it be? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei said shyly, I have never let a man touch me. Oh? How do you prove it? I don't know how to prove it. Chen Shua grabbed Zhou Weiwei's left hand and said, well, such a white hand, it's still not enough to just wear a bracelet. It would be perfect if I added a watch. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Brother Chen, are you going to give me a watch? Well, I was just planning on buying a watch. Would you like to have one, too? Chen Shua's tone was playful, and he emphasized the word do you want to? Obviously these three words have different meanings. Zhou Weiwei blushed and muttered, yeah, I want it. Half an hour later. Patek Philippe Boutique. Chen Shua spent 500,000 to buy a watch for himself, and spent another 300,000 to buy a watch for Zhou Weiwei. Zhou Weiwei was so excited that she danced with joy, and her emotional value naturally increased significantly again. On the way back to the hotel, Zhou Weiwei asked curiously, Brother Chen, how much money did we spend today? I think it must be several million, right? Chen Shua, I spent 300,000 yuan on renting a car, 300,000 yuan on renting a plane, 2 million yuan on renting a hotel, 740,000 yuan on buying jade, and 800,000 yuan on buying watches. It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Chen Shua has already spent a full 4.14 million. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Wow! Over 4 million? Zhou Weiwei took out her cell phone and did some calculations, her mouth dropped open in shock. Brother Chen, you are really powerful. In the past, I would never have dared to think that I could spend 4 million in my life. But you actually spent 4 million in one day? 4 million is nothing? Chen Shua said proudly, don't forget that today is not over yet. We still need to spend money? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shua's actions really made Zhou Weiwei a little overwhelmed. Rich and inhumane. It's simply inhumane. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Chen Shu shook his head with a smile. Well, low profile? Do you have any misunderstanding about being low-key? He drives a car worth more than 20 million yuan, lives in a luxury hotel with the whole hotel reserved for him, and buys things worth hundreds of thousands of yuan without asking for discounts. If this is called low-key, then what is high-key? But Chen Shuahao is so handsome when he looks inhumane. Beep, beep. At this time, Zhou Weiwei's cell phone rang. He meng at, are the jade bracelet and Patek Philippe watch you posted on your Moments real? Chapter 23 Charm Enhancement Card. Zhou Weiwei just posted a selfie on her Moments. In a short while, all the girlfriends saw it. The group of girlfriends immediately went crazy. Lin Jia, wow. Patek Philippe, this must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? He meng, look at how ignorant you look. I have seen this model before, and it costs at least 300,000. Zhang Yao, 300,000? Is that true? Lin Jia, pictures. Lin Jia, look, this is the model, it costs more than 300,000. He meng, wow, I'm so jealous. Who said before that Weiwei's boyfriend was reluctant to spend money on Weiwei? Now I'm really jealous. Lin Jia, no, there is also a bracelet in the photo Weiwei sent. If I am not mistaken, it is top-grade blue floating flower jadeite, right? He meng, is it very expensive? Lin Jia, I used to work in a jade shop. The quality of this jade must be worth at least 100,000. He meng, ah. Weiwei, can I hang out with you? He meng, your boyfriend is so rich, he must have a lot of women, right? Let him take me in too, I can do it. Lin Jia, woo, I can do it too. Zhang Yao at Zhou Weiwei, didn't you say you wouldn't spend other people less money? Zhou Weiwei at Zhang Yao, oh, I meant that I didn't want to spend his money, but he insisted on giving it to me, and I really couldn't refuse. Zhou Weiwei, well, actually, if you ask me, I can wear any watch or jadeite. Why do they have to be so expensive? Zhou Weiwei, the problem is that he said something like beautiful jade matches beautiful women, which made me feel shy. He meng? Lin Jia? Zhang Yao? He meng, ah. Oh my god, young, rich, sweet talker, and knows women so well, how come I can't meet such a good man? Lin Jia, I can't meet you +1. Zhang Yao, can't meet +1. Ha, it's okay if others say they won't meet the right person, but do you, Zhang Yao, dare to say that you won't meet the right person? If you weren't so stupid to let such a good man go. How could I, Zhou Weiwei, take advantage of the situation? He. Zhang Yao, if you find out that this top rich boy is Chen Shua, you will regret it so much, right? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei +50. Chen Shua was very pleased with Zhou Weiwei's smug expression. Even though he didn't look at Zhou Weiwei's phone, he knew that her group of close friends must be going crazy at this moment. Especially when he thought that Zhang Yao was also in the group, Chen Shua felt relieved. One day, Zhang Yao will know that Chen Shua has become so rich. Until then, she should kneel down and beg for forgiveness, right? He. Despicable bones. System, how much emotion do I have now? Ding. Returning to the host, current emotion value, 2,800 points. 2008? Good job. She earned 2,800 emotion points in less than a day. Zhou Weiwei is such an awesome girl. System, start 5 consecutive draws to obtain the system space for automatic item storage. Chen Shua didn't want to suddenly have a few more pairs of stockings in his hands. Ding. Deduct 2,500 emotion points, and the 5 draw streak begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Macho original white socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master level treasure appraisal ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master level piano playing ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a charm enhancement card. He. Sure enough, it's the beginning of silk stockings and white socks again. This damn system. It's such a rip-off. However, the following rewards made Chen Shua's eyes light up. Although piano playing is useless, it is always good to have more skills. The charm enhancement card is also useless. After all, a man with money is naturally more charming. But after seeing the effect of the charm enhancement card, Chen Shua feels that this thing is still powerful enough. Charm enhancement card, use it to enhance the host's charm. After the charm is enhanced, you can have affinity with any creature, and others will trust your words more. System, use the charm enhancement card. Ding! Charm enhancement card used successfully. Chen Shua? Is this what you are using? I don't feel anything. However, the next moment, Zhou Weiwei actually took the initiative to grab Chen Shua's hand and held him in her arms. She looked at Chen Shua with love in her eyes. Brother Chen, you smell so good. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Depend on. So cruel? After using the charm enhancement card, Zhou Weiwei was captured directly? Certainly. Chen Shua knew that it was not only the effect of the charm enhancement card, the most important thing was that he had used his money power to knock Zhou Weiwei unconscious before. Now that her charm has been enhanced, Zhou Weiwei naturally falls in love with herself from the inside out. This is not surprising. Zhou Weiwei loves money, but as a human being, it is impossible for anyone to not like handsome and charming men. A rich, handsome, and attractive man. If a woman doesn't love you, then something strange must be going on. Chen Shua was very satisfied with the effect of this card, and his right hand slid down. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Brother Chen, you are so bad. Oh? Then I should stop? No. Don't. Zhou Weiwei quickly grabbed Chen Shua's hand and squinted her eyes with an expression of great enjoyment. I like this feeling. Ha, you little slut. I'm not a little slut. Zhou Weiwei's beautiful eyes were filled with amorous glances. Chen Shua exerted slight force. Brother Chen, you hurt me. Zhou Weiwei's eyes suddenly filled with tears. I'm warning you. Chen Shua stepped on the brakes and pressed Zhou Weiwei on the passenger seat with his backhand, continuing to apply force with his palm. Chen Shua, don't have the habit of sharing. I don't care whether you really like me or just like my money, but if you choose to continue following me, don't let me find out that you have an affair with other men in the future. Otherwise, you will know my methods. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. If it were in the past, Zhou Weiwei would definitely have thought twice before facing Chen Shua's threat. But now, instead of being afraid or hesitant, Zhou Weiwei felt that Chen Shua was so domineering and handsome. Yeah. Anything you've touched, no one else can touch it, not to mention other men, other women, or even a dog. I only belong to you. Ha, you're sensible. Chen Shua was in a good mood and waved his hand, saying, okay, I'll take you there to broaden your horizons. After saying that, Chen Shua started the car and rushed towards the antique city. After parking the car, Chen Shua pretended to take something from the front trunk, and then summoned out the top quality ginseng that he had won in the lottery. This is something worth 3 million. Chen Shua wants to sell this and exchange it for money to continue spending. Within 24 hours, Chen Shua must make more money and spend more things in order to maximize the effect of the double rebate card. Since the parking lot was some distance away from the antique city, Chen Shua did not attract much attention when he walked into the antique city. Chapter 24, Top Quality Ginseng. After all, Chen Shua and Zhou Weiwei are now wearing beachwear. Even if you wear an expensive watch on your wrist or have expensive jade on your body, there are not many people in real life who truly understand the value of these things. Even if some people understand, few would deliberately stare at these inconspicuous parts of others. Brother Chen, what are we doing here? Zhou Weiwei hugged Chen Shua's arm tightly, looked at the wooden box in Chen Shua's hand and asked curiously. Chen Shua smiled faintly and said, I come here to sell things, and I also buy things. As he spoke, Chen Shua stopped and looked towards the shop on his right. Treasure House. The shop has a mahogany plaque and antique decoration style. It is more than 300 square meters and is one of the largest shops in the entire antique city. The thing in Chen Shua's hand is very expensive. The food is definitely not enough in an ordinary restaurant, so Chen Shua has to find a big store. Enter the store. The beautiful saleswoman came over immediately. Her eyes were vicious and locked directly on Chen Shua's wrist. Oh shit. A Patek Philippe worth more than 500,000? Is the jadeite on your neck an old mine icy type with green floating flowers? Rich boy. Top rich boy. A big order has arrived. The saleswoman's eyes narrowed into slits as she laughed, and she immediately bowed 90 degrees. Welcome to Treasure House. I am Shoya, sales representative of Treasure House number 3. Excuse me, sir, are you planning to buy antiques or jade? Chen Shua handed the box in his hand to the saleswoman. I'll sell things first, then buy things. Okay, let me give you an estimate first. Xiaoya was very professional. She placed the wooden box carefully on the counter, took out a pair of spotless white gloves and put them on, then took out a sports camera and hung it around her neck before starting to open the box. Obviously, she knew that the things sold by a rich boy like Chen Shua were not ordinary things. If it is not recorded, if there is any damage, it will be difficult to explain. Open the box. A medicinal aroma wafted into the air. Zhou Weiwei also stretched her neck to look over, wanting to see what Chen Shua was going to sell. Is this ginseng? Zhou Weiwei asked in surprise. Ginseng shouldn't be very valuable, right? Ginseng usually costs only about 18,000 yuan. Although it is a precious medicinal material, with Chen Shua's strength, selling such things is too low end. No, this is not ordinary ginseng. Xiaoya covered her mouth and exclaimed, this is 300 years old top-grade ginseng. 300 years. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei opened her mouth in shock. She had only seen this kind of thing in TV dramas and couldn't imagine that there were ginsengs this old in real life. Xiaoya said with regret, it's a pity that this is only a part of the 300-year-old ginseng. If it were a complete 300-year-old ginseng, it would be about 1.5 meters in size and worth more than 10 million. This ginseng is only about 30 centimeters long. It is a defective product, so the price is much lower. Sir, if you want to sell it, I can offer you 1.5 million. 1.5 million. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was shocked again. She couldn't believe that this tiny piece of ginseng was worth more than the Patek Philippe watch on her hand. No. To be precise, it is more expensive than the jade and watch Chen Shua bought today combined. Too cruel. However, Chen Shua suddenly sneered and said, "Ha, you don't want to speak directly, do you think I'm easy to fool? My ginseng can only be called a defective product." How did it become a defective product? Don't I understand whether this is top quality? After saying that, Chen Shua grabbed the box and was about to leave. Sir, please stay. Please stay. Xiaoya was anxious and hurried forward to stop Chen Shua, flattering him, Sir, please don't be anxious, I just made a slip of the tongue. But when we do business, we should negotiate with each other. How about this? I'll give you an extra 500,000 yuan, so it's 2 million yuan. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. 2 million? Zhou Weiwei's beautiful eyes widened. Good job. But after one bargaining, the price increased by 500,000. This female salesperson is really heartless. If Chen Shua had just agreed to sell this ginseng for 1.5 million, wouldn't that be a loss of 500,000? However, just when she thought Chen Shua would definitely agree, Chen Shua rolled his eyes and said arrogantly, don't play these nonsense tricks with me. If you really want it, I'll tell you a price. If you can agree to it, you can take it. If you can't agree, I can just send it to the auction house. Given the value of my ginseng, if it were placed in the hands of someone in need, it would be a priceless treasure. Xiaoya scratched her head awkwardly. She understood that Chen Shua was obviously not an ordinary rich second generation, and he was quite aware of the value of the thing in his hand. How much do you want to sell it for, sir? The price is 3 million. I won't sell it for a penny less. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. 3 million. Zhou Weiwei was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Good job. He just asked for 1 million more. How could the female salesperson agree to that? In Zhou Weiwei's opinion, if this ginseng could be sold for 2 million, it would be a sky-high price. How could it be worth 3 million? This money is enough to buy a large flat in Xingyang City. However, Xiaoya was embarrassed. She smiled bitterly and said, Sir, you are indeed knowledgeable, but I no longer have the authority to decide the price. I need to ask my leader. Hurry up, my time is precious. Yes, I'll go right away. Xiaoya left quickly and came back in a hurry after a while. Our boss said that he wants to be your friend, and 3 million is 3 million. Okay. Let's transfer the money. Drop. As the payment notification sounded, 3 million was successfully received. Zhou Weiwei's heart was pounding. Good job. 3 million. Just make money like this? Thinking about the fact that the female salesperson actually quoted a price of 1.5 million at the beginning, Zhou Weiwei wanted to slap her twice. Damn it! How dare you cheat on my man? Snort! Fortunately, my man is well informed and well informed. How can you cheat him? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shua looked at Zhou Weiwei's angry expression and felt a warm feeling in his heart. This girl has actually learned to think about herself? Well, it seems that the recent training has indeed been very effective. Chen Shua withdrew his thoughts and looked around. Now that you've earned money, you have to spend it. Chen Shua had not planned to buy antiques before, after all, he didn't know much about them. No matter how much money you have, you can't be cheated, right? But now that he has acquired the master-level ability to appraise treasures, it would be a good idea to buy some valuable antiques to decorate his home. Soon, Chen Shua's eyes fell on a bronze sword. Xiaoya reacted quickly, stepped forward, and took the bronze sword off the counter, handed it to Chen Shua, and introduced it enthusiastically. Sir, you have a very good eye. This is a bronze sword from the Han Dynasty. It is a national treasure. Chen Shua narrowed his eyes slightly. Buying and selling bronze artifacts of unknown origin will result in life imprisonment. Is your bronze artifact of unknown origin? Chapter 25 True and False Bronze Sword. Xiaoya, don't worry, this bronze sword has been passed down in an orderly manner. We can check all the procedures. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to put it here so openly. Chen Shua nodded slightly, then picked up the bronze sword and looked at it. Every bronzeware is a national treasure. If you buy or sell a bronze sword of unknown origin, you will definitely be sentenced to life imprisonment. Making money is important, but getting into trouble will be troublesome. Xiaoya was still chattering on and on about the introduction. Chen Shua waved his hand to stop Xiaoya's introduction and said, "Just give me the quotation directly." Xiaoya was overjoyed. This Han Dynasty bronze sword is priced at 5 million. If you really want it, take it for 3 million. 3 million? Chen Shua frowned slightly. 3 million is too expensive. 2 million at most. This. Xiaoya looked embarrassed. Sir, you also know that bronze artifacts are precious treasures, and most of the time they are in a state of being in short supply. If this bronze sword is auctioned, the price will definitely not be less than 3 million. You are making things difficult for me. At this time, an old man in a white tang suit walked in. Bronze sword. The old man saw the bronze sword in Chen Shua's hand at a glance, rushed over quickly, and snatched it away without saying a word. Hey, why are you like this? My brother Chen saw this treasure first. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was about to step forward and pull the old man. No problem, show him. Chen Shua reached out and pulled Zhou Weiwei back. Chen Shua spoke, and Zhou Weiwei naturally did not refute, and stood obediently behind Chen Shua. After a while, the old man returned the bronze sword to Chen Shua and sneered, "You want to buy this? How much do you plan to pay?" The shopkeeper said it was a bronze sword from the Han Dynasty and the asking price was 3 million. 3 million. The old man laughed. Young man, you are dressed elegantly, so you are not a poor person. Since we have met, it is fate. Let me introduce myself. I am Hong Ming, the vice president of the High Province Antiques Association. I am here for a tour today. If you don't want to regret it, you'd better not buy this bronze sword. Hey! Old man, what do you mean by that? Xiaoya said anxiously, if you want to buy something, we welcome you, but if you want to deliberately disrupt our business, I will call the police. Call the police? Hong Ming sneered, you disguised the bronze swords from the Republic of China as those from the Han Dynasty and sold them, and you dare to call the police? Okay. Why don't you call the police and see if they come to cause trouble for you or for me? Hong Ming's tone was sonorous and powerful. Xiaoya's eyes flashed with panic. What nonsense are you talking about? This is clearly a bronze sword from the Han Dynasty. If you say it's not, show us the evidence. Otherwise you are slandering me. You want evidence? Hong Ming also got angry. He is the vice president of the High Province Antiques Association, so he naturally cannot tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. He also knew that the antiques industry was very complicated and he couldn't control all those who sold fakes. But if he were to encounter this situation, would he just sit there and do nothing? A cultured person has the character of a cultured person. First of all, let me ask you, real bronze artifacts are priceless treasures. Even if it is an ordinary Han Dynasty artifact, if it is still in such good condition, can the price be less than 1 million? Not to mention a rare item like bronze? If this bronze sword is real, how could your offer be less than 10 million? This is the price set by the boss. How do I understand it? Xiaoya said unyieldingly. Besides, the items belong to our boss. Our boss can sell them for whatever price he wants. Why do you say they are fake just because we sell them cheaply? Okay, even if you can argue about the price, I want to see how you're going to argue next. Hongming grabbed the bronze sword and strode towards the electronic scale. 1,240 grams. Hongming raised his voice. Open your eyes and take a good look. The weight of this bronze sword is as high as 1,240 grams. Anyone who knows a little about antiques or even history knows that iron tools had already begun to develop during the Han Dynasty, and bronze swords were more of ceremonial swords used by kings, princes, and generals for decoration. Compared to the bronze swords of the Qin Dynasty, the bronze swords of the Han Dynasty were smaller and lighter, with the largest weight never exceeding 900 grams, and the length was usually between 70 and 80 centimeters. And what about your bronze sword? It's a full meter long and weighs 1,240 grams. Even though the bronze sword's aging process is good, its weight and size mean it's fake. Then, what if it's not from the Han Dynasty, but from the Qin Dynasty? Xiaoya was still quibbling. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Hongming sneered and said, the bronze swords of the Qin Dynasty were indeed larger and heavier because of the need for combat, but the difference between swords and halberds is flexibility. Even a bronze sword from the Qin Dynasty would not exceed 90 centimeters in size and weigh more than 1,000 grams. These words completely left Xiaoya speechless. Hongming threw the bronze sword to Xiaoya. The antique world is a complicated place. I know that you can open such a big store, so you must have connections behind the scenes. I won't make a big deal about this, but you must not sell this sword again. If I see this sword flow out, I will make you pay the price. After saying that, Hongming turned around and was about to leave. However, just as Hongming turned his head, Chen Shua suddenly said, if you are willing to sell it for 1 million, I will take this sword. What? Hongming was stunned and turned back suddenly. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Brother Chen, what the old man said is very reasonable. Even the salesperson doesn't dare to refute it. This bronze sword must be a fake. We can't be foolish even if we have money. Zhou Weiwei hurriedly grabbed Chen Shua's arm and admonished him. What a joke. This bronze sword is almost certainly fake, but Chen Shua still bought it. Isn't he being taken advantage of? Young man, didn't you hear what I just said? Are you questioning me? Hongming rushed to Chen Shua quickly, his eyes wide open with anger. Chen Shua said indifferently, no matter how powerful a master is, he will eventually make mistakes. I think I am just picking up a bargain. Picking up a bargain. Hongming was so angry that he almost passed out. Okay, it's hard to persuade someone with good words. You're just looking for death. I was kindly reminding you not to be cheated because you were such a young person and still like antiques. But you treat my words as bullshit, don't you? I am able to become the vice president of the High Province Antiques Association. I can't say I am the best in High Province when it comes to treasure hunting, but I am definitely in the top 3. How dare you, a young boy like you, question my vision? Chen Shua completely ignored Hongming and looked at Xiaoya and said, 1 million, will you sell it? Sell. Of course. Chapter 26, Sword Within Sword. Xiaoya was very happy. In fact, she also knew that her bronze sword was fake. She was nominally a waitress, but in reality she was the boss's mistress, so she knew the condition of everything in the store. It is true that this bronze sword is an antique, but it is actually a fake from the Republic of China period. It was a fake back then, but it is considered an antique now. However, the Republic of China is too close to the present, and the value of this thing is only about 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. The boss didn't spend a penny to get the sword. Instead, he won it from someone else while playing cards. Therefore, even if it is sold for 10,000 yuan, it is still a net profit. This was also because Xiaoya met Chen Shua, who was a sucker. If she had met someone like Hongming who knew about the goods, she wouldn't even dare to show this thing to him. You. This child is incorrigible. Hongming was furious. Zhou Weiwei was full of confusion. Brother Chen, do you really want to buy this bronze sword? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Should we reconsider this? No need. Chen Shua glanced at Zhou Weiwei. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei immediately shrank her neck and dared not speak. She could see that Chen Shua thought she was being too long-winded. But a little bit of dissatisfaction arose in my heart. Having money to spend is not a problem, but being taken advantage of is too stupid, isn't it? Drop. As the sound of successful transaction appeared on the POS machine, Chen Shua smiled. He picked up the bronze sword, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. Stupid. Absolutely stupid. Why? Hong Ming and Zhou Weiwei cursed inside respectively. Xiaodia was overjoyed and her face was full of smiles with excitement. Xiaodia, sir, antiques are different from other things. Once we sell them, we can't return or exchange them. Don't worry, I'm afraid you'll regret it later. Regret? Xiaodia almost laughed out her teeth. This piece of junk could be sold for $1 million, she made a fortune, how could she regret it? At this time, Chen Shua turned around and looked at Hongming with the bronze sword in his hand. Hongming, right? You do have a good eye, but you focus too much on appearance and ignore the inner qualities. Inside? Hongming was stunned, very confused. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was also confused and didn't understand what Chen Shua meant by inner. However, next moment, Chen Shua suddenly raised his sword and smashed it to the ground. No! Hongming shouted anxiously. But it was too late. Bang! The bronze sword slammed heavily to the ground, and with a crisp sound of metal breaking, the sword instantly broke into pieces. You! What are you doing? Hongming yelled angrily. Although this bronze sword is not an antique from the Han Dynasty, it is at least an item from the Republic of China, and it can be considered an old item. How can you take it so lightly? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Brother Chen, this was bought for $1 million after all. You can just take it back as a souvenir. Why did you break it? Chen Shua smiled without saying anything, just looking at the bronze sword calmly. Click. Suddenly, Hongming's eyes trembled, and he quickly rushed towards the broken sword on the ground, trembling and said, "This. How is this possible? This bronze sword weighs 1,240 grams. It definitely can't be hollow. How could it break into pieces like this after being dropped? This is a weapon for killing enemies in battle." Hongming is right. Even if it is a fake bronze sword, it must be made according to the quality of being able to kill enemies in battle. This weapon is capable of withstanding a soldier's full force blow, so how could it break when it hits the ground? Even oxidation makes the metal brittle. But the Republic of China has only been around for a short time, how could it have oxidized into this state? Hongming hurriedly grabbed the white gloves from the counter, put them on, and gently stroked the surface of the bronze sword. Next moment, a shocking scene appeared. After the broken blade of the bronze sword was opened, a bronze sword of even older quality appeared inside. Sword within a sword. Hongming exclaimed. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei and Xiaoya were also stunned by this scene. Hongming quickly cleaned up the debris on the surface, and then a bronze sword about 85 centimeters long appeared in his hand. This bronze sword is much older, with severe signs of oxidation on the sword body and multiple gaps on the blade, making it look like a piece of scrap copper and iron. But if you look closely, the carvings on the sword are very exquisite. It only needs a simple repair and the quality of the sword can definitely be greatly improved. Hongming's breathing began to become rapid and his body began to tremble. He carefully ran to the electronic scale and placed it gently on it. The weight displayed was 780 grams. Bronze sword. This is a real bronze sword. Not only that, this is not a bronze sword from the Han Dynasty, this is from the Qin Dynasty, this is a bronze sword from the Qin Dynasty. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Zhou Weiwei was stunned. She looked at Chen Shua suddenly, her eyes full of admiration. Could it be that Chen Shua had already seen that there was a real sword among the fake ones? Hongming was incredulous and said, "Young man, did you know from the beginning that this was a sword within a sword?" Chen Shua had no intention of explaining. But seeing Zhou Weiwei's expectant expression, Chen Shua decided to say it anyway. After all, this is a good opportunity to make some money. Chen Shua, of course, the moment this sword entered my hand, I knew it was a sword within a sword. Why? Hong Ming asked anxiously. Chen Shua smiled faintly and said, first of all, it's about weight and size. What you just said is correct, so how could the counterfeiter not understand it? If they understand this, why would they do this? There must be a compelling reason. Are you forced to do so? Hong Ming was puzzled. Zhou Weiwei was also puzzled. Zhou Weiwei, but don't most people fake things so that people can't tell it's fake? Why would this one deliberately make people see it's fake? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. First, it's impossible to make the sword within the sword lighter or smaller. Secondly, the forger wanted people to know that the sword was fake, but he also wanted future generations of Daxia people to know that this sword was the sword within the sword. Chen Shua's words made them even more confused. Chen Shua didn't keep the audience in suspense and started explaining directly. I am sure that this sword is the best of swords. First of all, it is based on its weight and size, and secondly, its age. During the Republic of China period, Daxia was plagued by internal and external troubles, and wars continued. Foreign forces burned, killed, and looted Daxia, taking away many of Daxia's precious cultural relics. Daxia was weak and unable to resist the invaders, but the righteous people in the antique world could not bear to watch the national treasures of Daxia drift overseas. So the clever Daxia people came up with the idea of using fake goods to cover up the real thing. So the foreign invaders thought the things were fake and naturally would not take them away. In this way, they preserved many precious cultural relics for Daxia. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 300. Brother Chen. You are so awesome. Chapter 27 Dream Wedding. Zhou Weiwei excitedly threw herself into Chen Shua's arms, her beautiful eyes filled with little stars. Brother Chen, how can a man be as good as you? Handsome, rich, knowledgeable, you are really the best man in the world. Zhou Weiwei's attitude towards Chen Shua has reached the level of fanatical worship. I have heard of this, but I have never encountered it. I always thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to happen to me. Hong Ming smiled bitterly and sighed, the Yangtze River is like a river, and the old man is getting old after all. As he spoke, Hong Ming bowed to Chen Shua and said, my little brother, you have good eyesight. I am ashamed of myself and I apologize to you. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Chen Shua smiled but said nothing. In fact, as early as the first moment he saw the bronze sword, the master-level treasure appraisal ability bestowed by the system allowed Chen Shua to see that this bronze sword was actually a sword among swords. He originally planned to buy the sword for 2 million. But the sudden appearance of Hong Ming made him change his mind. The reason why he let Hong Ming speak first and why he foolishly insisted on buying the fake sword was to get the sword at a lower price. Chen Shua is rich, and in order to get double rebates, he also needs to spend more money today. But Chen Shua is not a fool, he will never let the unscrupulous merchants who sell fake goods make more money from him. With the system, making money is as easy as drinking water for Chen Shua. Therefore, even if he makes less profit, he will never let the unscrupulous merchants make a penny more. Hong Ming respectfully returned the bronze sword to Chen Shua. Little brother, you really got something this time. The value of this bronze sword is at least 30 million. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 500. How many? 30. 30 million. Zhou Weiwei was so shocked that she almost jumped up. Chen Shua bought this bronze sword for 1 million yuan, so it is worth 30 million yuan immediately, or at least? Doesn't this mean that Chen Shua has earned at least 29 million in just this short time? Oh my god. This amount of money is a huge sum that Zhou Weiwei could not even dream of. For most people, 29 million is definitely enough to spend even if they don't work for 3 lifetimes. Is this how fast rich people make money? No. It should be said that this is just the speed at which Chen Shua makes money. Zhou Weiwei seemed to understand why Chen Shua was rich. He spent less than 5 million today, but made 29 million right away. There are still 24 million left in total. Oh no, there is also 3 million from selling ginseng. Depend on. It is just a dream for most people to earn 2,900 a day, so how is it possible to earn 29 million? No wonder Chen Shua didn't feel bad about spending millions. Anyone who makes money so quickly won't feel bad about spending millions. Chen Shua was in an extremely good mood. For the first time, I got the contact information of an important person. Made so much money again. And he also took advantage of Zhou Weiwei a lot. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone, so cool. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Chen Shuo was happy, and Xiaoya was heartbroken. Stop right there. Xiaoya rushed forward to stop Chen Shuo and said angrily, well, you knew that this was a sword among swords, but you still deliberately lowered the price. You are going too far. Chen Shuo said proudly, yes, I admit that I asked Hong Ming to say that the sword was fake in order to lower the price, but so what? You've already sold the item to me, and you thought it was fake when you sold it to me, so you made a lot of money from me. I didn't steal or rob, so who can say I'm wrong? Who among those who collect antiques doesn't want to find bargains? The fact that I picked you up is because you have poor vision, you can't blame anyone else. That's right. Hong Ming took a step forward and snorted, you deliberately sold fake goods, but the little brother took advantage of it. This is your own problem. If you dare to embarrass me, I promise to make you know what regret is. You dare? Xiaoya glared angrily. I don't dare. Hong Ming was so imposing that he said, do you really think that I, the vice president of the High Province Antiques Association, don't even have this much power? As long as I am willing, no matter how powerful your boss is, in the antique world of High Province, I still have the final say. Xiaoya got scared. Hong Ming is right. If it were other industries, Hong Ming would naturally not be able to intervene. But in the antique industry in High Province, Hong Ming's energy is definitely not a joke. Let's go, little brother. I want to see who dares to stop us. Watching Hong Ming and Chen Shuo leave, Xiaoya burst into tears in anger. She took out her cell phone and wanted to call her boss, but after hesitating for a long time, she didn't dare to make the call. Anyway, the boss doesn't know that the sword is worth tens of millions. If she didn't tell anyone about this, her boss would not blame her. Instead, he would praise her for selling the thing for $1 million and give her benefits. But if she told him, the boss would not be able to get the bronze sword back. Then she would definitely be blamed. That would be terrible. Hotel restaurant. In this floating restaurant that is entirely on water, every dining table is like an isolated island. At the table in the center, Chen Shuo and Zhou Weiwei sat opposite each other. The huge restaurant was also completely booked. A Westerner in an elegant tuxedo was playing a piano piece not far away. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei stared at Chen Shuo's face and completely turned into Chen Shuo's little fangirl. Brother Chen, you are so handsome. So handsome. Chen Shuo reached out and pinched Zhou Weiwei's face. How handsome is handsome? It's just so handsome, so handsome. I want someone to give birth to a baby for you. You're such a goblin. Are you good enough? While waiting for the meal, Chen Shuo glanced at a foreigner playing the piano not far away. Didn't I just acquire master-level piano playing skills? Wouldn't this come in handy? Chen Shuo stood up and walked straight towards the piano. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Chen Shuo can also play the piano. Zhou Weiwei's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of anticipation. Chen Shuo asked the pianist to move away and then sat down himself. Although I had never touched a piano, the moment my fingers placed on the keys, a strong sense of familiarity came over me. It feels like I can accurately find the position of the keys for each note even with my eyes closed. This is the power of a master piano player. Hey. Now, don't you have to take advantage of Zhou Weiwei again? The waiters around all focused their eyes on Chen Shuo. After a brief silence, a song called Wedding in a Dream resounded throughout the restaurant. Chen Shuo's fingers were like dancing elves, dancing on the piano keys, which was pleasing to the eye. The beautiful piano sound is like the lossless original music being played, a perfect one-to-one restoration. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 200. Zhou Weiwei was completely conquered, with crystal tears sparkling in her beautiful eyes, and the whole world seemed to be occupied by Chen Shuo. Handsome. So cool. Oh my god, rich, handsome, and talented, should there really be a man like this on Blue Star? Wow. I miss my first love. This music makes my legs weak. He plays better than that Frenchman. The song is over. As soon as Chen Shuo stood up, Zhou Weiwei rushed over. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Let's go back and eat. Chen Shuo rubbed Zhou Weiwei's forehead and said softly. Zhou Weiwei said shyly, Brother Chen, don't you want to eat something more interesting? Chapter 28 Super Fireworks Show. More interesting? Chen Shuo showed a playful smile and his eyes swept across Zhou Weiwei's proud upper body. What do you mean? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Yeah. Ha 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 ha, eat. But it's not the time yet. Let's eat first and I'll show you something later. Even though Chen Shuo was impatient, he was made of iron and steel. Why didn't he replenish his energy before doing strenuous exercise? After dinner, Chen Shuo brought Zhou Weiwei to the balcony of the suite. The seaside is not cold on a midsummer night. The sea breeze carries the salty air, which makes people feel happy both physically and mentally. The sound of waves is endless, and the stars and the moon in the sky are clearly visible, outlining a rare picture of tranquil beauty. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei lay on the recliner, feeling the smell of the sea, and felt extremely refreshed. It's not like she hasn't had the experience of being in Xinjiang in the morning and sitting by the sea enjoying the breeze in the evening. With the development of transportation today, this is nothing. Zhou Weiwei sighed, "Brother Chen, this is the first time in my life that traveling feels so pleasant. In the past, when I traveled with my sisters, we looked up travel guides, planned routes, booked hotels, traveled quickly, took photos, and so on. I'm exhausted after a day of work, but I don't feel very well. But today was really amazing. I played all day but I didn't feel tired at all." Chen Shuo smiled but said nothing. Isn't this nonsense? Spend 5 million a day on traveling, from leaving home to the hotel, the whole journey is either by luxury car or private plane, the destination is clear, and the enjoyment is maximized. Chen Shuo and Zhou Weiwei didn't even take a piece of luggage. Everything is brand new and the best. Someone has made all the arrangements. Chen Shuo and Zhou Weiwei only need to use their eyes and mouths to feel the beautiful scenery, eat, and go shopping. Why am I tired? Brother Chen, time is running out. Let me prove to you what you want to know. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was still a little impatient, so she stood up, hugged Chen Shuo's arm, and tried to pull him into the house. Chen Shuo's ability to make money has completely convinced Zhou Weiwei. She knows it very well. No one's money comes from the wind. It is impossible for a man to spend money on a woman without any intention. Zhou Weiwei could not bring any other benefits to Chen Shuo other than herself. If she fails to take down Chen Shuo, then everything she has now will be a thing of the past. She is very grateful now. I am glad that I have remained a virgin and not like Zhang Yao and the others who would just sleep with any rich man or handsome guy they met. She knew that too many men had a fetish for virgins, especially rich young men. With Chen Shuo's strength, it is very easy to find the perfect woman. And her first time is the biggest trump card that allows her to stay firmly by Chen Shuo's side. She knew that she would never meet a man better than Chen Shuo in her life. So this time, she has to gamble. Secondly, after spending these few days together, Zhou Weiwei also found that she seemed to have really fallen in love with Chen Shuo. It starts with money and ends with talent. No hurry, I have one last gift for you. Chen Shuo stretched out his arms and hugged Zhou Weiwei's shoulders, gently lifted the hair from Zhou Weiwei's ears, and revealed a sunny smile. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Click. Zhou Weiwei's heart trembled violently. Under the starlight, Zhou Weiwei suddenly discovered that Chen Shuo in front of her was so handsome and dazzling. It was like a man from the immortal world had descended into this mortal world. This moment, Zhou Weiwei even felt that even if Chen Shuo had no money, she was willing to sacrifice herself. Chen Shuo was happy. Charm growth card. So terrifying. Boom. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks rose into the sky above the sea, exploding into gorgeous fireworks. Wow! Fireworks, someone is setting off fireworks. So beautiful. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei immediately looked sideways and saw that the place illuminated by the fireworks was actually 8 cargo ships parked on the sea 3 kilometers away. The gorgeous fireworks were exploding above the freighter. Manjasaka, Apakira changes to peony, triple core changes to chrysanthemum, sunshine under the spring tree, lantana, light in the eyes, triple ripples, multicolored jellyfish waterfall. Wow! These are the top electronically controlled fireworks that can only be seen in top fireworks shows or fireworks competitions. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Oh? You also know about fireworks? Chen Shuo was a little surprised. Zhou Weiwei nodded heavily. Yes, I used to work in a fireworks design company, I have seen all of these. Not only that, I also know the price of these fireworks. Not only are these fireworks of all types complete, but they also span 1,000 meters in width, and the fireworks have been on for a full 5 minutes and haven't even ended yet. This is at least $1 million fireworks show. 1 million? Chen Shua smiled and shook his head. A full 15 minutes later. Boom! At the moment when the last blue jellyfish waterfall rushed into the sky, a customized firework with the pattern of little Princess Zhou Weiwei heart took off and exploded into a blue ribbon all over the sky, slowly dissipating. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 1,000. Hiss. Chen Shua took a breath of cold air. How many? 1,000 emotion points? Are you serious? Chen Shua turned around and looked at Zhou Weiwei, only then he realized that Zhou Weiwei had already burst into tears. She cried loudly, tears of happiness. Brother Chen, you are truly the best man in the world. I love you. Zhou Weiwei threw herself directly into Chen Shua's arms, and then used her soft and fragrant lips to pry open Chen Shua's mouth. Everything happened naturally. Xiaju doesn't like money, and would be moved to death by Wang Guoyu's lavish spending. What's more, it's Zhou Weiwei. Chen Shua originally only planned a million-level fireworks show. Because he didn't have enough money at the beginning. However, after selling the ginseng, Chen Shua had an extra 3 million. After spending 1 million to buy the bronze sword, Chen Shua had 2 million left in his pocket. He immediately called to increase the price of the fireworks show to 3 million. A 3 million level fireworks show is not simply 3 times more powerful than a 1 million level one. The more you spend, the bigger the discount and the more gifts you get. Therefore, this 3 million fireworks show is definitely 5 or 6 times stronger than the 1 million one. If it weren't for tourist cities like South Asia City that often have fireworks shows, it would be very difficult for ordinary places to have so many fireworks. Even so, a fireworks show of 3 million level is a super large fireworks show. If it were held in an ordinary city, it would definitely be promoted long in advance and would attract no less than 100,000 tourists to watch. And now, Chen Shua spent 3 million to hold a super fireworks show just for Zhou Weiwei. Zhou Weiwei or any woman has to be loved. Chapter 29 Dog Boss. The warm sun rising from the sea in the early morning makes the sea surface sparkle. In the presidential suite, the sunlight penetrated the white gauze and shone brightly on Zhou Weiwei's body. She moved her body and rolled around in Chen Shua's arms, making squeaky sounds like a little kitten. Chen Shua pinched her hard. What are you yelling about, little slut? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Brother Chen, you are so bad. Zhou Weiwei's pretty face flushed and she pushed Chen Shua tenderly. She staggered to her feet, grabbed her pajamas and wrapped them around her. Brother Chen, I'll go make breakfast for you. Okay, go ahead. Although the hotel also has breakfast. But since Zhou Weiwei wants to show off, Chen Shua naturally won't refuse. Beep, beep. Chen Shua had just washed up and dressed when his cell phone rang urgently. Chen Shua, where have you been? It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. You're a whole hour late. I want to see you in person within 10 minutes, or you won't get your performance bonus this month. Manager Zhang Jun's roar came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Jun is the project manager of Meisher Group, while Chen Shua is an ordinary employee of the project department. Although he is an ordinary employee, Chen Shua has worked at Meisher Group for 5 years, handled many large projects, and worked hard without complaint. But Zhang Jun, this bastard, relied on his position as project manager and threatened Chen Shua openly and secretly to have Chen Shua credit the project he had completed to Zhang Jun's credit. As a result, although he could have gotten the full commission, after passing through Zhang Jun's hands, only 20% was left in Chen Shua's hands, which was already a lot. Most of the time there is absolutely nothing. Without performance, promotion is naturally impossible. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been unable to bear this and left long ago. But Zhang Jun was sure that Chen Shua was afraid of losing his job and dared not resist, so he intensified his suppression. Things like yelling at people for being late are completely commonplace for Chen Shua. If it were in the past, Chen Shua would naturally not dare to even fart. But now, Chen Shua is no longer the Chen Shua of the past. Zhang Jun Chen Shua snorted coldly. Who the hell are you barking at? You. What did you say? Zhang Jun, who was about to hang up the phone, was dumbfounded. I couldn't believe that such words came out of Chen Shua's mouth. I said, Nima. Chen Shua angrily said, who do you think you are? You are a cuckold who became the project manager by relying on your wife to sleep with the vice president. Do you really think you are a thing? Fuck you. You. Shut up. Shinshua, I'm telling you, you green-haired turtle, stop making a fuss just because you give me a little power. If you dare to bark like a dog again, believe it or not, I will immediately send the video of your wife sleeping with the vice president to the company group. You have that video. Zhang Jun panicked. Chen Shua smiled. I've heard for a long time that Zhang Jun got to his position by selling his wife. Does this look real? Zhang Jun, it turns out you are really a green-haired turtle? You. How dare you cheat me? Do you fucking want to stop doing this? I'm the one who cheated you, so what? I've made it clear that I'm quitting. Keep an eye on your things. If anything is missing when I go to get them this afternoon, I'll make sure you get kicked out of the Meisher group. You gotta be brave, just wait for me. Bang. Chen Shua completely ignored Zhang Jun's barking and hung up the phone. Chen Shua has been annoyed with trash like Zhang Jun for too long. If he really dares to touch his personal belongings left in the company, Chen Shua will definitely make him regret it. 12 o'clock noon. The private plane landed at Qingyang International Airport. The driver will take you back to the villa to rest. I have other things to do. After getting off the plane, Chen Shua got into his own Porsche 911, and then arranged for the charter service's own driver to take Zhou Weiwei home. Ah? Zhou Weiwei pouted and said, You don't want to go back with me? Where are you going? Are you going to meet another woman? Zhou Weiwei looked like she was extremely jealous. Chen Shua's expression suddenly changed. Zhou Weiwei, don't think that you have the right to control me just because we slept together. No one needs to care what I, Chen Shua, do. If you want to be with me, don't be so nosy. If you don't want to be my, Chen Shua's, woman, you can leave at any time. You. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Zhou Weiwei was so angry that she instinctively wanted to curse, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She knew very well that everything she had now was given by Chen Shua. It is said that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to. If she were asked to go back to her previous life now, she would definitely not be able to do it. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiwei quickly hugged Chen Shua's arm and said coquettishly, Brother Chen, you are annoying, why would I leave you? I'm just worried that you'll be cheated by some bad woman out there. I don't mean anything else. You worry too much, go back. Chen Shua said nothing more and drove away. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. A hint of loss flashed across Zhou Weiwei's eyes, but then she returned to normal. Hey, how could such an outstanding man like Brother Chen belong only to me? Zhou Weiwei, you are lucky to be with Brother Chen. You should never interfere in things that are not your business. Copperview Bay Villas. Zhou Weiwei edited the photos of her outing yesterday into a 9-square grid, and when she was about to post it on her Moments, her girlfriends group exploded. He mang at Zhou Weiwei. Your boyfriend is too generous, isn't he mang, short video link. Linjia, I saw this too. A mysterious tycoon spent millions to organize a romantic fireworks show in order to make his beloved smile. This video is becoming very popular on the internet. He mang it, Weiwei, please come out and tell us if this was prepared by your boyfriend. There are thousands of Zhou Weiweis on the internet now. Zhang Yao, I don't think it's right. I read online that this fireworks show cost at least 3 million. Even if Weiwei's boyfriend is rich, he wouldn't be wasted like this, right? Linjia, I also feel that it might be because they have the same name. There is no shortage of wealthy people in a tourist city like South Asia City. He mang, nonsense, have you forgotten that Weiwei was staying at the White Castle Hotel yesterday? And I heard someone on the internet say that the entire White Castle Hotel was booked out by a mysterious rich man yesterday. Linjia, oh my god. The location of the fireworks show is indeed at the White Castle Hotel. It's too abnormal for two people to have the same name. Zhang Yao, this. Does that mean Weiwei's boyfriend has booked the White Castle Hotel? This must cost hundreds of thousands. Zhou Weiwei it, yes, my boyfriend likes a quiet time, so we booked the White Castle Hotel, which cost about 2 million. Chapter 30 Domineering Female CEO. Zhou Weiwei, as for the fireworks show, it was a bit exaggerated. I also said that he was too high profile, but he said that a fairy like me deserved it. How annoying. The girlfriends group was silent. Zhou Weiwei's invisible pretense made her girlfriends completely angry. The other side. Qingyang Building. As the largest cosmetics company in Qingyang City, the Qingyang building where Meisher Group is located is very spectacular. Located in the CBD of Qingyang City Center, it is a 20-story building. When Chen Shua arrived, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He did not go to the project department, but went directly to the president's office on the top floor. Mr. Ruan. Chen Shua pushed the door open and walked in. President Ruan Shishua was staring at the computer and processing documents behind the huge desk. Chen Shua? Zhang Jun just left and he said you were late. Is that true? Ruan Shishua shifted her gaze away from the computer and onto Chen Shua. Today she was wearing a beige business suit, invisible stockings on her long legs that were longer than Chen Shua's life, and a pair of open-toed high heels on her feet. When sitting down, the two long legs are crossed like a pair of chopsticks. She has long, straight black hair draped over her shoulders and a pair of half-covered gold-rimmed glasses hanging on her small nose, which brings out her royal sister's temperament to the fullest. Ruan Shishua was only 27 years old, but she had already turned Meisher Group into a first-class enterprise in Qingyang City, although this was inseparable from the efforts of other people in the company. But the contribution of Ruan Shishua, the domineering female president, definitely goes to her first place. Although Ruan Shishua was shorter than Chen Shua, who was standing when she was sitting on the chair, her cold eyes were filled with naked disgust. In the past, Chen Shua would feel guilty when seeing this kind of look. But now, facing the queen like Ruan Shishua and the look of disdain, Chen Shua instead felt a strong desire to conquer her. The stronger the woman, the more satisfying it is to be conquered. Chen Shua nodded slightly. Yes, I am late. Having said that, Chen Shua casually sat down on the chair opposite the desk. Ruan Shishua glared with her beautiful eyes. What the hell? Did this guy change his gender today? How dare you ignore my glare and sit down so carelessly? At the same time, a system prompt sound appeared in Chen Shua's mind. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua. Overall rating, 9.5. Physical condition, excellent. Number of romances, 0. Chen Shua? Oh shit. This domineering female CEO of mine is actually brand new? And she is a beauty with a score of 9.5? You know, Zhou Weiwei's score is only 9.1. Chen Shua originally wanted to resign directly, but after seeing the system prompt, Chen Shua gave up the idea of resigning. It's not easy to meet a beauty with a score above 9.0. What's more, Ruan Shishua is so outstanding. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, how can you be worthy of your own system? At the same time, Ruan Shishua also suppressed the unhappiness in her heart. After all, she is the chairman of a large group, so she would not lose her composure because of Chen Shua's small behavior. She said coldly, Zhang Jun means that your work attitude has been extremely bad recently and he wants me to fire you. Do you have anything to say? Of course. Chen Shua said proudly, I think that I am an employee of the company. The company pays me a salary so that I can create benefits for the company. As long as I can create benefits for the company, what does it matter what my attitude is? Chen Shua didn't bother to explain the grudge between him and Zhang Jun. I am just a small clerk, and Zhang Jun is the manager after all. As long as Ruan Shishua is not stupid, she will not cause trouble for the manager just because she is a small employee. Secondly, with Ruan Shishua's status, how could she care about the grudges and hatreds among the company's employees? On the contrary, Chen Shua has no strength and can only complain, which will make Ruan Shishua look down on him. So what Chen Shua needs to do is to prove his own value directly. Really? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, revealing an interested expression. Interesting, you've changed quite a bit in just one weekend. From what you said, it seems that you can bring value to the company? Ruan Shishua smiled and said, before you answer me, I suggest you organize your words so that I can be satisfied at once. You just committed an act of disobedience that has already made me want to fire you. If your next words do not satisfy me, you can go and claim your N+1. Chen Shua didn't say much. He walked to the bookcase beside him, grabbed the document with the word Huangting Chemical on it and threw it on the table. The Royal Court project can be completed within 3 days. Is this value enough? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Ruan Shishua's eyes suddenly narrowed. Huangting Chemical is one of the main raw material suppliers of Meisher Group. In another month, the supply contract between Royal Court Chemical and Meisher Group will expire. Meisure Group originally wanted to renew the contract, but Royal Court Chemical is actually going to increase the price by 20%. Although the profit from cosmetics is not small, the expenses of such a large group are also huge. If the price of raw materials increases by 20%, the profits of the Meisure Group will be severely damaged, and the original listing plan will be postponed. Meisure Group also looked for other suppliers, but Huangting Chemical has a strong influence in Xinjiang City. If they don't give in, other companies won't dare to cooperate with Meisure Group. Therefore, this project concerns the lifeblood of the Meisure Group and is of utmost importance. The project department was helpless and Wan Shishue was extremely worried. But Chen Shuo actually said he could get it done within 3 days. Isn't this ridiculous? Chen Shuo, why? Don't you believe it? Ha, Chen Shuo, you are also considered an old employee of the company. Although you haven't made any great achievements in these years, you have done a very good job in the early stages of the project. I think highly of you. I've never noticed you like bragging before. How did you develop this bad habit? The disgust in Wan Shishue's beautiful eyes grew stronger. Chen Shuo didn't say much and just slapped his work badge on the table. 3 days. If I can't get this project, I will voluntarily resign without asking the company to compensate me a dime. If I can get this project, Mr. Ruan will just have to make some small sacrifices. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua looked cautious. What sacrifice? We'll talk about it later, how about that? Ruan Shishua fell silent. After a moment, her brows relaxed slightly and she smiled faintly. Okay, since you were so confident, I want to see what you plan to do. I'll give you 7 days. If you can handle Huangting Chemical within 7 days, I will not only agree to your so-called small sacrifice, but also directly promote you to deputy manager of the project department. Okay, it's a deal. Chen Shuo left some words and then turned and left. Oh, by the way, I'm out on a field trip now. Don't let that bastard Zhang Jun call me and disgust me again. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua sneered, I will give you the green light, don't let me down. Chapter 31, Power Pill. As soon as Chen Shuo got in the car, a text message alert sounded from his mobile phone. Xinjiang Bank, your bank card with the last number 8888 has received 15,800,000 renminbi, and the current balance is 16,350,030 renminbi. 16 million. Double rebate perfectly received. Boom boom boom. Chen Shuo could even hear his own excited heartbeat. More than 10 million. In the past, Chen Shuo would never have dared to dream that he could possess such a terrifying fortune. But now, everything is really happening. System, how many emotion points do I have? Ding. Returning to the host, the current emotional value has accumulated to 3,050 points. Let's do a 5-draw combo. Ding. Deduct 2,500 emotion points, and the 5-draw streak begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the macho original white socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 5 million in cash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a powerful pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level singing ability. The car window is open. Stinky socks thrown out. Alcohol hand sanitizer. The car windows are closed. Very skilled. System, what is the power pill? Dilly 1, after taking it, your muscle strength will be increased tenfold. It is recommended to use it near the bathroom. Muscle strength increased tenfold. Chen Shuo's eyes lit up and he ran straight to the nearest hotel. On the bed in the bedroom, Chen Shuo took out a thumb-sized black mud ball and threw it into his mouth. The mud pill melts in the mouth, and the moment it slides down the throat into the mouth, a wave of heat sweeps over the whole body. The heat wave was like a scorching lightning, flowing along Chen Shuo's limbs and bones, and instantly passing through his whole body. A tingling sensation appeared first, followed by a piercing pain. Ah fuck. Chen Shuo spasmed instantly, clutching the bed sheet tightly with both hands, and rolling around in pain. His skin actually began to crack, and black, smelly dirt seeped out from the cracks and pores. That feeling was like tearing Chen Shuo into pieces and putting him back together. It was so painful that he wanted to die. A full 10 minutes later. When Chen Shuo was about to faint from the pain, the severe pain finally dissipated. At the same time, there was a swollen feeling on the body, as if an infinite force was suppressed in the body, ready to move. Chen Shuo rushed to the bathroom. A person covered in smelly black mud appeared in the mirror, making Chen Shuo feel extremely sick. He took a quick shower and then stood in front of the mirror again. Next moment, Chen Shuo was stunned. The person in the mirror had a sharp face, firm features, strong limbs, and muscular body. Even his height increased by 5 centimeters. Chen Shuo is already handsome, and the self in the mirror is 90% similar to his past self, but his temperament has improved a lot. The 8 words slim when dressed and muscular when undressed are absolutely appropriate for Chen Shuo. However, compared to the changes in appearance, Chen Shuo wanted to know more about the changes in his strength. He looked around, and finally his eyes fixed on the toilet. Never mind, let's try this. Chen Shuo walked towards the toilet, grabbed both sides with his hands, and then exerted force. Boom! With a dull thud, the toilet seat that was firmly embedded in the ground was actually pulled out by the roots. Chen Shuo could even pinch the toilet lid with 2 fingers and pick up the toilet like a piece of paper. Wow! This strength is comparable to that of a bull, right? When you are in the underworld, you will inevitably get hurt. With this kind of force, who should I be afraid of? Chen Shuo happily put on his clothes, threw down 10,000 yuan to compensate for the toilet, and strode out of the hotel. Royal Court KTV. This is one of the top shopping malls in Xingyang City. As early as when Chen Shuo was in school, he often heard that there were high-quality beauties here, and a casual consumption here would cost tens of thousands. Every time Chen Shuo passed by here, he felt indescribable envy when he saw the wealthy people coming and going. Today, Chen Shuo can finally have fun in person. The KTV's gate looks like a palace, with 2 tall beauties wearing high-slit cheongsams standing at the door. Because this KTV was very close to the hotel where Chen Shuo was staying, Chen Shuo walked straight over. Welcome to Huangting KTV. When Chen Shuo stepped in, the receptionists on both sides immediately bowed and greeted him. The 2 of them came up and bowed 90 degrees. The white scene made Chen Shuo dizzy. Good job. The beauties in this place are even better than those in the White Castle Hotel. The quality of the beautiful lady welcoming guests at the door is at least 7 points, and it soars to 8 points after putting on makeup. But such a woman is still too weak in front of the system. The system's assessment of high-scoring women not only considers women with a beauty score of around 9 points, but also places strict restrictions on the number of relationships they can have. This kind of woman who has been played with so much can never be evaluated by the system as someone who can be fleeced, no matter how beautiful she is. Chen Shuo never expected to meet a woman who could be fleeced at the door, so he walked straight to the front desk. Huangting KTV is one of the industries under the Huangting Group. It is also the only industry under the Royal Court Group that is easy to access. Therefore, if you want to get to know the boss of Huangting Group, Huangting KTV is the best breakthrough point. There were 3 receptionists standing behind the huge front desk. When Chen Shuo came over, the 3 of them immediately looked him up and down. Seeing that Chen Shuo was wearing cheap clothes, they all turned their heads and looked aside. What the hell? Are you going to ignore this? Chen Shuo's face turned cold. If my clothes hadn't been stained by the powerful pills I took, so I changed into the cheap clothes I had taken off in the car, how could I allow them to look at me like that? I sing. Chen Shuo walked towards the little girl in the middle and said in a proud tone. The little sister looked up at Chen Shuo. Although she didn't show any obvious disdain, she gave people the feeling of clear disdain. Sir, we have a minimum consumption. My younger sister is giving me a subtle reminder. Chen Shuo sneered, what's wrong with having a minimum consumption? What kind of service attitude is this? Call your manager over here. Chen Shuo once thought that those who went to entertainment venues and always shouted loudly and asked to be called the manager were really unsophisticated. But at this moment Chen Shuo felt that those people were not going too far. Faced with such a person who looks down on others, if you don't call the manager to teach her a lesson, are you going to treat her as an idol? What's more, Chen Shuo's purpose of coming this time is to make a big fuss. Naturally, I want to be low-key. Day. At this time, the sound of high heels tapping came from the side. Chen Shuo looked back and saw a girl with a ponytail, about 1.65 meters tall, walking towards him quickly. The girl was wearing a black uniform dress, red-soled high heels, and frameless glasses, creating an extreme contrast. She had light makeup on her face and bright red lipstick on her lips. She had a standard oval face and long eyebrows, but her ponytail gave her a pure temperament. It can be said that it satisfies all men's fantasies. The name tag hanging on her chest read Lobby Manager Sun Miao. Chen Shua? Why are you here? Chapter 32 Old Classmates. Sun Miao actually recognized Chen Shua at a glance and spoke in surprise. Chen Shua was stunned for a moment. Do you know me? Sun Miao. Overall rating, 9.3. Physical condition, medium. Love record, 0. Sun Miao? Chen Shua suddenly realized, we are high school classmates? I thought you had forgotten me. Sun Miao smiled and stretched out his slender hand. Chen Shua didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to shake it. Soft enough? As soft as Zhou Weiwei's little hands. Sun Miao's pretty face turned red, and she secretly glanced at Chen Shua, even forgetting to pull back. This guy, I haven't seen him for a few years, how come he's so handsome? She's clearly wearing cheap clothes, but she looks so good. And looking at her chubby body, she must have abdominal muscles, right? It's a pity that the financial situation is not very good, otherwise a man like this would be amazing. Sun Miao, Chen Shua's high school classmate and also Chen Shua's deskmate, was the class beauty that all the boys in the class were crazy about. If the concept of school beauties was not popular in high schools, it would not be impossible for Sun Miao to be the school belle. Chen Shua remembered that Sun Miao had good academic performance and was admitted to a good university in the college entrance examination. Logically, he should be doing well now. How come you become a manager in Shanghai? Chen Shua didn't expect to understand, but Sun Miao had already spoken. She took her hand back, her pretty face flushed as she asked, were you the one who wanted to call me just now? Well, I complained to them. Chen Shua pointed at the girls at the front desk and said, I came here to sing, but they acted like they didn't want to talk to me. What does that mean? Huangting KTV is considered a first-tier KTV in Xinjiang. Is this how the receptionists treat customers? Sun Miao frowned and glared at the girl at the reception desk. The younger sister's face was full of grievance, but she didn't dare to contradict Sun Miao, so she could only lower her head in disappointment. I'm really sorry. I will record her mistakes and I will personally criticize and punish her at a meeting later. By the way, come here for a moment. Sun Miao pulled Chen Shua to a deserted corner. She looked around and frowned. Chen Shua, do you really want to spend money here? Chen Shua, of course, why would I come here if I don't want to spend money? Sun Miao asked, are you booking a room for your leader? No. So is this a company party or a class reunion? No. How many of you are there? Just me. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. Sun Miao was stunned. He looked at Chen Shua like a fool, and then looked Chen Shua up and down. Chen Shua, we are classmates after all. If you want to sing by yourself, I advise you to find a mass-market KTV. It only costs 1 or 200 yuan to play for an afternoon. Huangting KTV has a discount. Even the smallest room must cost at least 18,888. Working in a place like this, Sun Miao had long learned the ability to judge whether a person was wealthy or not by the way he dressed. Chen Shua's outfit cost only a few hundred yuan. This is his standard social animal outfit. Considering the salary level in Xinjiang City in Chen Shua's current age, it would be amazing if his monthly income could exceed 5,000. The minimum charge for the smallest private room here is nearly 4 months' salary for him. After all, she was Chen Shua's old classmate, and he was really handsome, which made a good impression on her, so she offered her advice. However, Chen Shua, did not appreciate it at all and smiled faintly. The minimum consumption doesn't matter. I just want to find a place with a good environment to sing. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. No. Sun Miao was slightly annoyed. Why don't you listen to advice? You really want me to explain what I said, don't you? Then just explain it. Chen Shua said disapprovingly. Good. Sun Miao gritted his teeth and said, you must hear the truth, right? Then I'll tell you straight out that the cost here is not something you can afford, so don't be so stubborn and suffer. You may not earn 20,000 yuan even if you work for a year and deduct your food, drink, and toilet expenses. Do you understand? Chen Shua shrugged, I don't understand. You. Sun Miao's face turned red with anger. Okay. I reminded him with good intentions, but he acted as if he didn't care. The dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know the good intention? Okay. Sun Miao said playfully, since the distinguished guest insists on spending money, as a service staff I naturally cannot refuse. Come with me, I'll introduce you to consumption. After that, Sun Miao walked towards the front desk wearing high heels. In her mind, she has already labeled Chen Shua as a poor man who wants to save face. You like pretending, right? Let us see if you can still pretend. Chen Shua shook his head helplessly. Of course he knew that Sun Miao meant well, and he could also see that Sun Miao was not deliberately ridiculing him, but just wanted him to back down. Under normal circumstances, even if Chen Shua refused to listen to advice, he would not act stubborn and deliberately anger Sun Miao. But this time, Chen Shua's purpose in coming was to cause trouble. He could only temporarily let Sun Miao down. But this also allowed Sun Miao to get a lot of benefits, which was not bad. Front desk. Sun Miao took out a quotation and placed it in front of Chen Shua. The minimum consumption for our small package is 18,888, the minimum consumption for the medium package is 38,888, the minimum consumption for the large package is 58,888, and the minimum consumption for the presidential package is 98,888. I wonder what level of box you plan to book. Chen Shua frowned. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. Snort. Hesitated? Are you scared? Do you know you are wrong? Too late. No matter what I say today, I will let you know the consequences of not knowing how to appreciate kindness. Sun Miao thought gloomily. She didn't really want to embarrass Chen Shua, but Chen Shua's arrogant attitude really made her unhappy. However, Chen Shua suddenly asked, "Are these the only boxes?" Sun Miao was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized and said with a smile, "Yes, our smallest box costs 18888, but we don't have any mini bags or pocket bags. Our royal court focuses on the high-end route." You misunderstood. Chen Shua waved his hand to interrupt Sun Miao and said with a click of his tongue, it's not expensive enough. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. Not expensive enough. Sun Miao's beautiful eyes widened and she even rubbed her ears, unable to believe what she heard. The three girls at the front desk have already started to cover their mouths and laugh. Who is it? Is there really no end to pretending? It seems that the distinguished guest wants the emperor bag, right? Sun Miao narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh? And the emperor bag? Of course, but there is only one imperial room in the entire royal court KTV. How about I take you to see the room first and then give you a quote? If you don't like it, then my quote is useless. Snort. What if I give you a quote and you say you are not satisfied and turn around and leave? Didn't that let you pretend? Today I must make you, the bastard king, feel pain for once. Okay. Chen Shua smiled and nodded. Well, this way please. Sun Miao walked towards the elevator and made a gesture of invitation. Although she was very unhappy with Chen Shua in her heart, she still put in a lot of effort to pretend. Otherwise, how can he become a manager? Chapter 33. A corner of the heavenly palace. The elevator was very large and was filled with pleasant perfume smells, but compared to the perfume smell, the faint natural body fragrance emanating from Sun Miao was even more intoxicating. Chen Shua stood behind Sun Miao, looking at the girl's back carefully. Tall and graceful. The straight and slender long legs in black stockings are even longer than Chen Shua's life. The jade feet wrapped in half-covered high heels reveal a heel wrapped in black silk stockings, although not as small as Zhou Weiwei's jade feet. But she is definitely a stunner. Especially her temperament, which is more inclined to be charming, but still pure. She is completely incomparable to girls like Zhou Weiwei who have the temperament of a sister next door. Let us talk about beheading men. Sun Miao is indeed more adrenaline pumping than Zhou Weiwei. However, when it comes to fantasies about first love, Zhou Weiwei is naturally even more obsessed. Just as Chen Shua was thinking about it, the elevator reached the 10th floor. When the elevator door opens, you will see a 50:50 white marble door that reaches from top to bottom. Just through a big door, the air of wealth and luxury is overwhelming. Two receptionists wearing high-slit cheongsams stood at the door. Welcome to the Royal Court Emperor Bag. The two female receptionists spoke in unison, and then one of them reached out to a door and slowly opened the white marble door. After the door opened, there were 12 people standing inside. Among them, there are 6 boys and 6 girls. The men were all wearing suits and looked very handsome, comparable to the Korean oppa. Women's clothing varies. Cheongsam, JK, black silk uniform, maid outfit, stepmother skirt, and one of them is actually a swimsuit. These 6 women are equally stunning, and they wear different clothes according to their respective appearance types. For example, those wearing cheongsam look luxurious, those wearing JK look pure, those wearing black silk uniforms look cool, those wearing stepmother skirts look plump, those wearing maid outfits look cute, and those wearing swimsuits are the type that look sexy at first glance. These handsome men and beautiful women are the full-time waiters of emperor bags. They only serve the emperor's bag. If there are no customers in the emperor's bag on weekdays, they can also get high salaries and play with their mobile phones here. Therefore, the person who can get this kind of high-paying and leisurely job is naturally a strong man with both good looks and the ability to act well. Chen Shua nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The attitude of these waiters is much better than that of the girl at the front desk. Just looking at them makes people want to spend money. Chen Shua's eyes kept wandering over the beauties. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. There was a flash of anger in Sun Miao's eyes. Humph, he's actually a pervert. You have desire, right? Then you also have to have strength. When I tell you the price later, I'm afraid you'll be so scared that you'll pee yourself on the spot. Chen Shua walked into the box through the entrance hall. At just one glance, Chen Shua was shocked by the luxury of the box. It turns out that even just a corner of the heavenly palace is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I saw that this private room was a large open space of 500 square meters. It has all the necessary rockery and flowing water, and is surrounded by LCD displays, creating a dynamic 3D effect. The U-shaped sofa for singing can accommodate more than 20 people. There are 4 coffee tables in the middle, and on top is actually a small stage. In addition, there is a giant round table on the side that can accommodate more than 20 people, looking to the side. Table tennis, computers, game consoles, indoor golf and other equipment are all available. There are even compartments on the side, which should be bedrooms and bathrooms, meeting some special needs of the customers in the box. There is a floor-to-ceiling glass door behind the dining table. Through the glass door, you can see that there is a suspended infinity pool outside the box. Besides, the decoration of the box is also very high-end. The floor is made of luxurious marble, the ornaments are antique paintings and calligraphy, the tableware on the dining table is all pure silver, and the microphones for singing are even gold-plated and inlaid with diamonds. Is this the kind of place only the richest people can afford? Boom boom boom. Chen Shuo's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Even though he had watched many high-end places through videos online, he had just booked the White Castle Hotel a few days ago, so he had experienced what top-level enjoyment was like. But when he really stepped into it, Chen Shua realized how ridiculous his previous knowledge was. The level of luxury here far exceeds that of the presidential suite at the White Castle Hotel. If it were in the past. When Chen Shua saw this box, he would probably be so scared that his legs would go weak. However, is the Chen Shua of today the same Chen Shua of the past? His shock was quickly replaced by joy and disappeared. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. Looking at Chen Shua's shocked expression, Sun Miao's face was full of pride. Are you satisfied, dear guest? Yeah, not bad. Chen Shua nodded slightly. As long as you like it. Sun Miao waved his hand and the waiter immediately brought the POS machine. The minimum consumption for this private room is 288,888. Since we are old classmates, I will round off the price for you and make it 280,000. The drinks are complimentary, but if you want something better, you can order it separately. The minimum consumption includes the fees of these waiters, but they only provide services and do not accompany drinks. If you need a service to accompany drinks, you need to pay extra. Would you like to scan the QR code or swipe the card? Sun Miao handed the POS machine to Chen Shua with a proud look on his face. She was sure that Chen Shua would be defeated. However, Chen Shua directly took out his bank card and said, "Swipe it." Drop. As the sound of the POS machine successfully swiping the card rang out, Sun Miao was completely stunned. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 300. You actually. Sun Miao was trembling and unable to speak. Chen Shua was secretly delighted. I used up 300 emotion points at one time, so cool. But Chen Shua was not satisfied with just stopping there. It's so hard to meet a woman who can make good use of your money, but if you let her go with just a few hundred points, you'll be losing a lot of money. What's more, Chen Shua has other purposes. Chen Shua waved at Sun Miao, who had not yet recovered from his shock. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come sit down and talk. Sun Miao nodded woodenly, then walked over to sit next to Chen Shua, about 20 centimeters away from him. Chen Shua smiled faintly and said, "How much is your commission for this room?" I can get a 10% commission." Chen Shua frowned, "Only 10%? I heard that the commissions from KTVs are very high, up to 30 or 40%, right? The commission for alcohol consumption can be as high as 35%, but the commission for private rooms is only 10%. Other companies will also give their share to the waiters." "Is that so?" Chen Shua smiled faintly, "Then do you want me to buy some drinks? There are already a lot of drinks in the box. You can't finish them yourself. Do you still want to buy more?" Sun Miao asked in surprise. "Chen Shua, you don't have to drink the wine after you buy it. A sword goes with a hero, and a fine wine goes with a beautiful woman." Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. Sun Miao's pretty face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. What does he mean by this? Is he buying wine for the sake of his performance? Is he wanting to pursue me? Chapter 34 Hourly Show. Sun Miao didn't understand how Chen Shua could suddenly become so rich. According to her previous understanding of Chen Shua's family should not be very rich. And he is dressed so simply now. Could it be that he has become rich in recent years? He dresses simply, is it just because he is low-key? Romance doesn't cost money, but every process of creating romance requires money. No woman can resist a man's lavish romance. Sun Miao is no exception. She blushed and said shyly, This is not good, right?" Chen Shua picked up the drink menu and threw it into Sun Miao's hand. "You can choose for yourself." I'll do it." Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. This time it wasn't just Sun Miao who was shocked. Even the waiters nearby were stunned. It's not like they haven't seen bosses who spend lavishly, but this is the first time they've seen a rich man who directly asked the staff to order and didn't even specify a price range. The drinks here are extremely expensive. There are even Lafite bottles worth hundreds of thousands. How dare he? What are you looking at me for? Why not just forget it? Sun Miao said in embarrassment, "Actually, I didn't really intend to let you book this box from the beginning. I just wanted you to give up when you saw the difficulty. There's no point in buying so much alcohol for yourself, so let's not order any." Chen Shua? Chen Shua was really surprised. He could see that Sun Miao was by no means a woman who didn't worship money, but her worship of money was somewhat different from Zhou Weiwei's. In any case, this is the first time in all these years that a beautiful woman has thought about me. Chen Shua couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He took the drink menu and pointed at a few of the more expensive ones and said, "Give me one bottle of each of these." "Didn't you just say you have a drinking companion service? You can stay and accompany me. Please pay the amount in one go. The other waiters can leave." Chen Shua threw the card to Sun Miao again with a very domineering attitude, not giving Sun Miao any chance to refute. Drop. As the POS sounded again indicating successful card swiping, a full 200,000 disappeared again. 480,000. Nearly $500,000 was gone, but Chen Shua didn't even frown. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 100. Sun Miao was completely impressed by Chen Shua's lavish spending attitude. She glanced at Chen Shua who was drinking, and stars welled up in her beautiful eyes. Handsome. It's really cool. She thought Chen Shua was very handsome when she was in high school, so she took the initiative to sit at the same table with Chen Shua. In fact, Sun Miao had some feelings towards Chen Shua at that time. This is also the reason why she kindly reminded Chen Shua just now. But after so many years, she has been changed by society and knows that it is useless for a man to have no money, no matter how handsome he is. But at this moment, she understood. A rich man is attractive, but a rich and handsome man is the best. Why are you sitting there like an idiot? Go put on some show. Sun Miao was stunned for a moment. What show do you want to watch? Chen Shua, let's dance. I'm not very good at dancing. Sun Miao lowered her head shyly. Chen Shua asked in surprise, when you usually accompany guests for drinks, the bosses don't let you dance to liven up the atmosphere? Don't talk nonsense. I never drank with others before. Yo-ha? Is it the first time? That's a good feeling. It's okay. You work here. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've at least seen a pig run, right? Just twist it around and make me happy. This, okay. Sun Miao gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. She is a manager after all, so she is not afraid of the stage. Walking onto the stage, Sun Miao played a DJ and then began to dance awkwardly. It can be seen that Sun Miao really can't dance. But she is pretty and tall, and although her movements are clumsy, she is still very attractive. Ah! Just as Chen Shuo was watching with fascination, Sun Miao suddenly stumbled, covered his ankle and cried out in pain. Chen Shuo immediately stepped forward and saw that the girl's ankle was swollen. Sun Miao's high heels are 10 centimeters high. Moreover, it is a semi-enclosed type, and it is loose when worn on the feet. Even professional dancers are likely to sprain their ankles, let alone her. Chen Shuo put his left hand around Sun Miao's waist, put his right hand under her knees, and picked her up like a princess. Ah, you, what are you doing? Sun Miao was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into, and blush instantly spread to his ears. You can still walk? Don't talk. Chen Shuo was very domineering. He carried Sun Miao and put her on the sofa. Then he grabbed Sun Miao's legs and clamped them between his own legs, then reached out and took off Sun Miao's high heels. You, let me go, I'm not that kind of person. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. Sun Miao struggled to push Chen Shuo away, his tone filled with embarrassment and anger. Ah! However, this ordeal made her ankle hurt even more, and she burst into tears. Don't move. I'll give you some Chinese medicine massage. If you don't want to be unable to get out of bed for the next few days, just be obedient. As he spoke, Chen Shuo grabbed Sun Miao's little feet and held them in his hands. It's wet and slippery, but there's no peculiar smell. It feels a little astringent through the stockings, but it's also very nice. Chen Shuo believes that he is not a foot fetishist. But it is very difficult to remain calm when holding such a beauty in your hands. Chen Shuo suppressed the strange thoughts in his heart and began to massage Sun Miao. Sun Miao avoided the gaze in embarrassment. After all, she still didn't think that Chen Shuo knew any Chinese medicine massage. In her opinion, Chen Shuo just wanted to take advantage of her. But thinking that Chen Shuo had just spent more than 400,000 yuan and her commission was more than 100,000 yuan, Sun Miao couldn't refuse Chen Shuo after all. However, 5 minutes later, Sun Miao was feeling embarrassed, but suddenly he realized that his ankle really didn't hurt anymore. I can't say that it doesn't hurt at all, but it's much more comfortable than just now. There is only a slight tingling sensation, which is not obvious. Looking at my ankle again, I could see that the swelling had obviously disappeared by more than half. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 100. You actually know Chinese medicine massage? Sun Miao's face was full of disbelief. Chen Shuo smiled faintly and said, I used to treat minor injuries myself. It's just that you become a doctor after a long illness. Chen Shuo had no money before, but after being with Zhang Yao, he spent all his money on her and only ate steamed buns and pickles every day. When I get sick, I can't bear to see a doctor, so I just look for treatment strategies on my own. Over time, I naturally developed the skills of Chinese medicine massage. I don't know if it was because of comfort or nervousness, but Sun Miao's little feet were sweating a lot, and they felt slippery in my hands. The massage is almost done, do you want to go wash your feet? I'm fine, but why don't you go wash your hands? Sun Miao looked at the sweat on Chen Shuo's hands, feeling extremely embarrassed. Sun Miao, Sun Miao. Why do you have sweaty feet at the critical moment? You are so embarrassing. Chapter 35 Not Qualified. Sun Miao quickly retracted his foot, even touched it calmly, and put it to his nose to smell it. Phew. Fortunately, it has no taste. Otherwise it would be really embarrassing. However, at this time, Chen Shuo also imitated Sun Miao and put his hand to his nose and smelled it. No smell, I won't wash it. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. Sun Miao was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. But at the same time, a little bit of joy rose in her heart. Chen Shuo. He actually doesn't dislike me. Next, Chen Shuo asked Sun Miao to start singing for him. A full 10 minutes passed. It was still quiet outside the box. Don't sing yet. Chen Shuo waved at Sun Miao and then asked, do you have a membership system? Of course. Sun Miao ran to Chen Shuo and introduced, we have 5 levels of membership, silver member, gold member, platinum member, diamond member, and supreme member. You need to top up or spend 50,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan, 300,000 yuan, or 500,000 yuan respectively. You have already spent 480,000 yuan. I have applied for diamond membership for you. You can enjoy diamond membership benefits and discounts when you come to shop next time. Chen Shua narrowed his eyes slightly, but I heard that the highest ranking member of our royal court KTV seems to be the supreme member, right? Sun Miao looked embarrassed. Supreme membership is usually a status symbol given by our boss to important customers. Supreme members can get a 50% discount on any purchase. Without our boss's consent, it will be useless even if you top up or spend a lot. That's right. This is the purpose of Chen Shua coming to Huangting KTV to make a big fuss. He had long heard that the supreme membership of Huangting KTV was given personally by the boss of Huangting Group. Therefore, as long as Chen Shua could obtain the supreme membership of Huangting KTV, he could meet the boss of Huangting Group. Useless? Chen Shua laughed. Is there any way that money can't solve? When I, at Chen Shua, apply for membership, there is no time when I don't apply for the highest level. Call your boss right now and ask him how much I can top up to get a supreme membership. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. Sun Miao looked embarrassed. Chen Shua, please don't embarrass me. I'm just a lobby manager. How can I have the boss's phone number? Besides, our boss is really not an ordinary person. Even if you deposit millions, he will not give you a membership. If you don't have the authority, call your general manager. Chen Shua said unhappily, I spend 500,000 yuan a day, don't I even have the qualifications to meet your general manager? Well, okay, I'll go and yell for you. 5 minutes later. The door of the box was pushed open. A woman with a charming posture came over with lotus steps. The woman was about 30 years old. She was wearing a sky blue cheongsam, had big wavy hair, and looked charming. Every frown and smile seems to be able to capture people's hearts. Hiss. Chen Shua took a breath of cold air. Good job. Is this the power of a young woman? Chen Huahua. Overall rating, 9.0. Physical condition, excellent. Love record, 1. A love record? She is indeed a young woman. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Chen Huahua, the general manager of Huangting KTV. Is there anything I can help you with? Chen Huahua was very bold. He walked up and sat next to Chen Shua without saying a word. A strong scent of perfume wafts into my nose. If it were an ordinary boy of Chen Shua's age, he would probably be so shy that he would not dare to speak. Yo-ha? Treat Chen Shua as a trivial matter? Chen Shua smiled. If it were in the past, Chen Shuabao would have been shy and hesitant. But now? Then you've come to the right place. Chen Shua immediately put his arms around Chen Huahua's slender waist. Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. Chen Huahua shuddered and quickly pushed Chen Shua's hand away, smiling awkwardly. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Chen Huahua has been in the underworld for so many years and knows very well how to deal with all kinds of men. In her opinion, a boy with an innocent look like Chen Shua would definitely stammer shyly as long as she took the initiative to sit next to him. By then, I can completely lead him by the nose. Is there any trouble that cannot be solved? But who would have thought? This guy Chen Shua actually hugged me directly? Is he drunk? He only drank less than a glass of wine on the table. I guess he won't be able to blow a bill for drunk driving when he goes out. Isn't this nonsense? Chen Shua said playfully. Sister Huahua took the initiative to sit over here, isn't that what you meant? Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. A flash of anger flashed across Chen Huahua's eyes, but it was fleeting. Mr. Chen really loves to joke. Please don't tease me. I heard from Sun Miao that you want to apply for supreme membership, right? Well, is there a problem? Chen Shua said in a proud tone. Chen Huahua said awkwardly, Sun Miao should have told you the conditions for applying for supreme membership. It is indeed beyond my authority to handle matters concerning the supreme member. How about this? Your consumption has reached 480,000 yuan. I can make an exception and apply for a diamond membership for you. Diamond members can enjoy a 20% discount. How about I give you a 30% discount? Bang! Chen Shua slammed his hand on the coffee table. What do you mean? Do you think I got the supreme membership just to save money? You look down on me? Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. Chen Huahua frowned. She has met too many rich people while working here. It's not a small amount for Chen Shua to spend 500,000 a day, but she has also seen people spend 1 million or even more a day. Just because you have a little money, you start yelling at Chen Huahua? Chen Huahua won't buy it. She said angrily, Mr. Chen, you are a distinguished guest, so I have shown my utmost sincerity, but you do not have the privileges of a supreme member at the moment, so please don't embarrass me. Bang! Chen Shua didn't waste any words and just threw the bank card on the table. Is 2 million enough? Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. 2 million? Chen Huahua was shocked. Even though she had seen people spending huge amounts of money, she had never seen anyone who insisted on spending money to apply for supreme membership. Chen Huahua knew that he had met someone who was not short of money, and said bitterly, Mr. Chen, I know you are not short of money, but this matter is really not something you can do by just throwing money at it. Chen Shua, I'm going to spend money today. Is 5 million enough? Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. Chen Huahua still shook his head helplessly, this really won't work. 10 million. Hiss. The moment the number 10 million was spoken, Chen Huahua was completely stunned. Sun Miao was confused. Chen Huahua believed that he would not be overwhelmed by money. But she was wrong. I won't be overwhelmed, just because I don't have enough money. 10 million. If this really happens, her commission will not be less than 1 million. Emotional value provided by Chen Huahua plus 300. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 300. Chen Huahua looked unhappy. After a brief hesitation, he smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Chen, I know you have money, but this matter is really not something I can decide. Don't even mention 10 million. Even if you top up 100 million, I wouldn't dare to apply for supreme membership for you without our boss. 10 million is not enough. Chen Shua was completely furious. What kind of bullshit KTV membership is this? I can't even get one with 10 million. What are you talking about? This is better than members wanting whoever wants it. I don't want it. Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. These words immediately made Chen Huahua panic. She hurriedly stopped Chen Shua, who was about to leave angrily, and said bitterly, Mr. Chen, please don't be anxious. It's not that I don't want to apply for membership for you, but I really don't have the authority. Please don't take your anger out on me in Huangting KTV, otherwise the boss will never let me go. I'm just an employee, so please don't make things difficult for me. Chapter 36 Black Gold Bank. Grass. Chen Shua cursed inwardly. He thought that by spending a huge amount of money, he would be able to hook out the boss of the Royal Court Group. But now it seems that Chen Shua is still too young. Chen Huahua certainly doesn't seem to be lying. It seems that becoming a supreme member of the Royal Court KTV is really difficult. 10 million is indeed impressive for ordinary people, but for the boss of Royal Court Group, it is still not enough. What should I do then? Just leave like that? But if you take this road, you won't be able to meet the chairman of the Royal Court Group. Chen Shua has no other channels. If he went directly to the Royal Court Group, he would go there as a salesperson for the Meisher Group. In this way, Chen Shua will have no way to help Ruan Shishue solve the Royal Court Group's project. At this time, Chen Shua suddenly thought of something. He picked up the phone on the table and made a call. Beep, beep. After less than 2 seconds of beeping, the call was connected. Then a voice so sweet that it made one's bones tingle came from the other end of the phone. Good morning, Mr. Chen Shua, the VIP of Black Gold Bank. I am Warner, your exclusive customer service. Is there anything I can help you with? You can customize any VIP services for me, right? Of course, as one of the world's 3 largest banks, Black Gold Bank can customize VIP services for you at any high-end venue in the world. Okay, I want you to help me get the supreme membership of the Royal Court KTV in Qingyang City, Daxia. Okay, I'll get it done for you in 5 minutes. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 100. Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 100. The phone was hung up. Chen Huahua and Sun Miao both looked at Chen Shua with puzzled eyes. What the hell? You can get the supreme VIP membership of Huangting KTV by just making a phone call, isn't that nonsense? However, without waiting for the two to think more, Chen Huahua's phone rang. Chen Huahua picked up the phone and saw an animation of a roaring golden dragon appearing on the caller ID. The four big words Black Gold Bank are displayed in the middle. This animation is by no means comparable to those shoddy animations. Just one look at it can send shivers down one's spine. Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. Why would Black Gold Bank call me? What? Black Gold Bank? Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 50. Sun Miao exclaimed, "It's the Black Gold Bank, the largest private bank in Dacia and ranked among the top 3 in the world. It is said that the Black Gold Bank only accepts membership services. The dignitaries of Dacia and even the world are proud to become members of the Black Gold Bank. Anyone who can become a member of the Black Gold Bank must have a personal net worth of more than 1 billion. Manager Chen, have you become a member of Black Gold Bank?" "How could I?" Chen Huahua took a deep breath and quickly answered the phone. "Hello, you are Chen Huahua, the manager of Huangting KTV, right?" "Yes, it's me. What can I do for you?" "Hello, I am Warner, the exclusive customer service manager for Mr. Chen Shua of Black Gold Bank. Mr. Chen now wants to become a supreme member of your Royal Court KTV. Please help Mr. Chen complete this service within 3 minutes. Remember, this is a notification, not a discussion." Boom! Like a thunderclap. Emotional value provided by Chen Huahua plus 500. Chen Huahua's body was trembling, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep fear and admiration when she looked at Chen Shua. He? A young man in his 20s? He is actually a VIP member of Black Gold Bank? But if it wasn't him, who else wants to apply for Supreme membership? And his name just happened to be Chen Shua. Chen Shua looked at Chen Huahua with a smile, and was very satisfied with her current expression. "Who has the authority?" Warner asked briefly. Our boss, the chairman of the Royal Court Group." "Okay, thank you for your cooperation." The phone was hung up. Sun now asked anxiously, "Manager Chen, what happened?" Chen Huahua swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, He is a VIP member of Black Gold Bank." "What?" Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 500. "Chen Shua, are you really a member of Black Gold Bank?" "What? Wasn't it clear over the phone?" Chen Shua smiled playfully. How is this possible?" Sun Miao trembled and said, "The Black Gold Bank members must be worth at least 1 billion. Could it be you?" Chen Shua smiled but said nothing. Emotion value provided by Sun Miao plus 100. Such an attitude shocked Sun Miao beyond belief. 1 billion. At least 10 billion. And even if you have 10 billion, you may not be able to become a member of the Black Gold Bank. 1 billion is just the threshold. Oh my god. What kind of top rich kid is this? How come I couldn't see it at all when I was in school? Low-key rich man. It's just so cool. Suddenly I wanted to give birth to a baby for him. There were stars in Sun Miao's beautiful eyes, and it was obvious that even Chen Shua could not get the supreme membership of Huangting KTV. But Sun Miao has been captured. Sun Miao may not love money. But every step that shocked Sun Miao required money. Where does a man's charm come from? One word, money, sums it all up. 1 minute later. Beep, beep. Chen Huahua's cell phone rang urgently. Emotional value provided by Chen Huahua plus 100. Boss Lu. Chen Huahua's hands were shaking. She knew very well that this call must be related to Chen Shua. She hurriedly picked up the phone. There were roars and shouts from the other end of the line. "Chen Huahua. What the hell are you doing?" "Boss Lu, Shut up. Black Gold Bank just called you and asked you to do something. Why didn't you do it? Do you know that I was only 10 points away from becoming a member of Black Gold Bank? With what you did, 10 points were directly deducted from my points. Hand over the Supreme membership card to Mr. Chen within 1 minute." "I'm on my way." "Hurry." Emotional value provided by Chen Huahua plus 300. Yes. Chen Huahua quickly nodded in agreement and rushed out the door like crazy. 1 minute later. Chen Huahua rushed in breathlessly and respectfully handed a membership card made of 24K pure gold to Chen Shua. Mr. Chen. This is your supreme membership card." After receiving the membership card, Chen Shua felt a little dreamy. He just wanted to give it a try, as he thought the Black Gold Bank VIP he had drawn before was useless. But now it seems that this is not useless at all. This VIP status is even more useful than the more than 10 million in my bank card. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. If Chen Shua had known that this matter could be resolved with just a phone call, why would he have taken off his pants to fart? What a waste of time. 5 minutes later. The door of the box was pushed open. A square-faced man in his 50s, dressed in a suit, walked in quickly. He ignored Chen Huahua and Sun Miao, walked straight to Chen Shua, took the initiative to extend his hand and greeted, "Mr. Chen?" "It's me." Chen Shua stretched out his hand and shook hands with the man. The man said happily, "I've heard a lot about you. I'm LV Rulong, the chairman of the Royal Court Group. I'm really sorry that my subordinates were ignorant just now. I wonder if Mr. Chen has anything else to say. Why don't I host and we go somewhere else to talk?" Chapter 37. Someone else. Dihao International Hotel. The presidential box on the top floor. In the huge box, in addition to Chen Shua and Lu Rulong, Chen Huahua also followed. Chen Huahua did not sit down, but instead replaced the waiter, standing behind the two of them and serving them tea and water. "Mr. Chen is really young and promising." Lu Rulong spoke first. Chen Shua smiled faintly and said, "I don't deserve it, it's just a small achievement." Phew. Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. Chen Huahua almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Okay. A young man in his 20s dares to say in front of Lu Rulong that he has achieved some success. I'm afraid only Chen Shua dares to do so? But I thought of Chen Shua's identity as a member of Black Gold Bank. The small achievements he mentioned may be great achievements. Lu Rulong narrowed his eyes slightly. Chen Shua's indifferent attitude made Lu Rulong feel that Chen Shua was not simple. Lu Rulong believed that his aura was definitely strong enough. Even if he deliberately lowered his posture now, not to mention young people, even ordinary bosses would not be able to be so calm in front of him. Chen Shua has such strength and mentality at such a young age. The power behind him is probably unimaginable. After a few pleasantries, the food was served. The variety of food is comparable to a full Manchu Han banquet. It has to be said that Lu Rulong spent a lot of money to host a banquet for Chen Shua. After a few drinks, Lu Rulong got down to business. He inquired, "Mr. Chen is young and very successful. I wonder where he got his high position." "I have a small business at home." Small business? Having the identity of a member of Black Gold Bank, he actually said that he was just running a small business? Then what is he, Lu Rulong? A rag picker? Lu Rulong instantly understood that Chen Shua was unwilling to reveal too much to him. He still doesn't want to make friends with me. Lu Rulong has been in business for many years and knows that in the business world, the most important things are relationships and connections. Chen Shua is young and promising. If he can make friends with him, it may be of great help in the future. With this in mind, Lu Rulong decided to show his own value. "Mr. Chen, you are too modest. However, I have never heard of a family with the surname Chen in Xingyang City. Mr. Chen must be from another place, right?" Chen Shua nodded slightly. "Yes, I am from another place. I came to Xingyang City to do something. Work. Perfect opportunity." Chen Huahua was stunned. Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. Outsider? Didn't Sun Miao say that Chen Shua was her high school classmate? Chen Huahua's heart was beating fast. When she looked at Chen Shua, she saw that Chen Shua was glaring at her at the same time. Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. Click. Chen Huahua's heart trembled. After all, she is the general manager of Huangting KTV and has high emotional intelligence. She understood instantly. Today's game seems to be that Lu Rulong is treating Chen Shua to a banquet, but maybe it is just Chen Shua who wants to lure out Lu Rulong. He wants to use Lu Rulong. For a moment, Chen Huahua fell into a struggle. Since you have seen it, should you remind Lu Rulong? If I had reminded him, Lu Rulong would have been grateful to me. But doing so would also offend Chen Shua. If he is not warned, Lu Rulong might be exploited and suffer heavy losses. But he would definitely be able to win Chen Shua's favor. At this time, Lu Rulong spoke. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Although I don't have much ability, I do have some strength in Xingyang City. You and I hit it off right away. If Mr. Chen doesn't mind, why don't you tell me what you want to do? Maybe I can help Mr. Chen deal with some of his problems." Chen Shua was delighted. The big fish is hooked. However, Chen Shuo waved his hand and said, "No need. I, Chen, am doing something, why would I need help from others? Whoever dares to stand in my way, I will say a few words and countless people will be willing to clear the obstacles for me." Confidence. Ultimate confidence. These words not only did not make Lu Rulong back down, but instead made him more determined to help Chen Shuo. Everything that Chen Shuo showed now made Lu Rulong more and more convinced that there was a powerful force behind Chen Shuo. If you miss this opportunity to make friends with Chen Shuo, then he might never have another chance. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared and courageous. Lu Rulong believes that he is a person who is prepared and courageous. Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. Seeing that Lu Rulong was being hooked deeper and deeper, Chen Huahua began to admire Chen Shuo. So strong. How could a young man in his 20s actually fool Lu Rulong, who is in his 50s and has been in the business world for many years? This kind of strength, this kind of mentality, this kind of political scheme is simply terrifying. After weighing the pros and cons, the scale of hesitation in Chen Huahua's heart began to tilt. Lu Rulong lowered his attitude and said, "Mr. Chen is right. With Mr. Chen's ability, there are naturally many people willing to work for him. But everyone has their own expertise. If you don't mind, Mr. Chen, could you please reveal some details? Who knows, maybe I can help you with this matter." Chen Shuo looked at Lu Rulong and squinted his eyes and thought, "If you can do it for me, I won't have to nag you anymore." Well, this isn't something that should be hidden from the public. Just some little things about my fiancé. Fiancé. These three words immediately made Lu Rulong's eyes light up. It may be difficult to make friends with someone like Chen Shuo directly, but making friends with people around him is also a good choice. This pillow talk is no joke. As long as I can help the people around Chen Shuo get things done, it might be more effective than directly establishing a good relationship with Chen Shuo. Lu Rulong asked, "Who is Mr. Chen's fiancé?" "You should know her. My fiancé is quite famous in Xingyang. She is Ruan Shishue from Meisher Group." Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. Chen Huahua's eyes suddenly widened. Who? Lu Rulong even stood up directly from his chair. "Ruan Shishue, what's wrong?" Chen Shuo said indifferently. "This is also Miss Ruan's appearance. It's not surprising that she can become Mr. Chen's fiancé. But Miss Ruan's troubles, do you understand? No matter what kind of trouble it is, it's just a small trouble in my eyes. Do I need to know the details?" Chen Shuo spoke in a proud tone. This. Lu Rulong sat down slowly and said bitterly, "Mr. Chen, to be honest, the trouble that Miss Ruan encountered was actually caused by me." "What?" Chen Shuo's face turned cold instantly. "You mean, you are targeting my fiancé?" No, Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. I'm not targeting your fiancé. It's someone else. Speak carefully. Lu Rulong explained quickly. Meisher Group has developed rapidly in recent years, continuously encroaching on the cosmetics market in various places. The cosmetics market is just that big. As Meisher Group has encroached on other companies' market share, they will naturally earn less. As a result, the Meisher Group has also established many powerful enemies. The group that wants to target Ruan Shishue this time is not the Royal Court Group, but the Jiang Group from Jiangchang. Chapter 38 Jiang Group. The Jiang Group has been rooted in the cosmetics industry for decades and is the leading cosmetics company in Linjiang Province. When the Meisher Group expanded its market, the first group it offended was the Jiang Group. The previous leadership of the Jiang Group was weak and unable to suppress the rise of the Meisher Group. Now that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family has taken over the Jiang Group, she has taken tough measures and directly focused the company on suppressing the Meisher Group. As one of the suppliers of Jiang Group, most of the profits of Huangting Group come from Jiang Group. The Jiang Group threatened the Royal Court Group that if it did not raise the price of raw materials for the Meisher Group, it would terminate its cooperation with the Royal Court Group. It is precisely because of this that Lu Rulong had no choice but to raise the price. Otherwise, he didn't want to sacrifice the business of Meisher Group. Jiang Group? Chen Shuo narrowed his eyes slightly, stood up and said, "I hope what you said is true. If it is false, I will make your Royal Court Group pay the price." No, everything I said is true." "That's better. When I finish this matter, you will definitely benefit from it." "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Emotional value provided by Chen Huahua plus 300. Aside. Chen Huahua was already stunned. In her opinion, Mr. Lu was a big shot with connections everywhere. But now he is so servile to Chen Shua? This young man's energy is terrifying. Watched Chen Shua leave. Chen Huahua asked curiously, "Boss Lu, are you taking this kid too seriously?" "Shut up." Lu Rulong squinted and shouted, "Do you know what being a VIP member of Black Gold Bank means? I, Lu, have billions of assets, but I am not qualified to become a member of Black Gold Bank." And he has become a member of Black Gold Bank at such a young age. Do you think he is just rich? The way he treated me just now is definitely not something someone who has never seen the world can pretend. I thought the Meisher group was doomed this time, but now it seems that the Jiang group may be in danger. Emotional value provided by Chen Huahua plus 300. Ah! Chen Huahua exclaimed, "No way." Jiang Group is the leading cosmetics company in Linjiang province, with assets exceeding 10 billion. I heard that Miss Jiang is also a member of Black Gold Bank. At most, they are just two strong rivals. How could one of them be crushed? You are wrong. Lu Rulong shook his head and said, "It's true that Miss Jiang is a member of Black Gold Bank, but don't you know how busy she is? On the other hand, Mr. Chen is also a member of the Black Gold Bank, but he looks like a carefree person. Comparing the two, can't you tell who is stronger and who is weaker? But what if there is someone helping to manage Mr. Chen's business?" Chen Huahua asked. Madness. Lu Rulong asked, "Would you hand over your entire life and property to someone else to take care of?" If Mr. Chen has someone to help manage his business, it means that his business is only a small part of his life. Emotional value provided by Chen Huahua plus 300. Hiss. Chen Huahua took a breath of cold air. Only then did she understand how powerful Chen Shua was. "Huahua, how have I treated you over the years?" Lu Rulong changed the subject. "Boss Lu has been very kind to me, so of course I have nothing to say about that." "Then can I ask you a favor?" "Mr. Lu, please feel free to speak. I want you to get close to Chen Shua. No matter what means you use, you must make him connected with the royal court group." Emotion value provided by Chen Huahua plus 50. A trace of disdain flashed across Chen Huahua's heart. Of course she wants to get close to Chen Shua, but why should I sacrifice myself for the royal court group? The other side. After Chen Shua came out, he called a designated driver to go home. The Jiang group is in the neighboring Jiangchang. Chen Shua drank today, so it is not appropriate for him to go there. Push the door open and enter. A beautiful figure threw herself directly into Chen Shua's arms. "Brother Chen, I miss you so much." Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei rubbed against Chen Shua's arms like a kitten. Bang! Chen Shua slapped her delicate butt with his backhand, making her blush. "What did you think?" Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei blushed and muttered, "In my mouth." Swish! Chen Shua's eyes lit up. Mouth. Yeah. 1 hour later. Chen Shua walked out of the bathroom contentedly. Zhou Weiwei covered her swollen cheeks and lay on the bed with tears in her eyes. "Brother Chen, why do I feel like you've changed?" "Well, it just becomes stronger." Chen Shua puffed out his chest proudly. Besides being rich, what a man is most confident about is his sex appeal. After taking the powerful pill, not only did Chen Shua become stronger physically, but he also became more powerful in some other aspects. The strength is not inferior to that in the textbook movies. Zhou Weiwei stroked Chen Shua's abdominal muscles and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, you still have muscles?" Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Why didn't I see it yesterday? The lighting was dim yesterday and you couldn't see normally. Chen Shua just made up an excuse to get away with it. Fortunately, the lights were dim last night, and Chen Shua did not take off his short-sleeved shirt during the day, so he was able to get away with it. "Brother Chen, what is our relationship now?" Zhou Weiwei's fingers wandered over Chen Shua's lower abdomen, making charming and coquettish sounds. Chen Shua smiled and hugged Zhou Weiwei. "Of course we are boyfriend and girlfriend." Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Really? Brother Chen, you are the best. Zhou Weiwei was overjoyed and hugged Chen Shua and kissed him. She was afraid that Chen Shua would pull up his pants and deny her. It seems she was worrying too much. "Zhou Weiwei, I just made you feel comfortable. Don't you want to make me feel comfortable too?" Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei looked at Chen Shua with her peach blossom eyes flickering, looking so charming and alluring, which made Chen Shua angry. But how could Chen Shua satisfy her when the wool hasn't been taken yet? I want to go to the area by myself. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Ah. Zhou Weiwei was confused. Zhou Weiwei believes that she has absolutely top-notch looks and a seductive figure. Chen Shua has only gotten himself 1.5 times, so why is he getting tired of playing? Is he the kind of scumbag who won't recognize anyone after pulling up his pants? But he just said that I was his girlfriend. Is this just bullshit to comfort yourself? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Zhou Weiwei burst into tears and said angrily, Chen Shua, how could you do this to me? I'm just giving you my most precious thing, you scumbag. Scumbag. Chen Shua grabbed Zhou Weiwei's neck with his backhand and pressed her down on the bed. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. What are you going to do? Zhou Weiwei was frightened by Chen Shua's actions. Does he also like beating women? Chapter 39, The Damaged Land. Chen Shua didn't say much. He grabbed Zhou Weiwei's phone, unlocked the face mask, and opened Zhou Weiwei's circle of friends. Zhou Weiwei's latest post on WeChat Moments was a side view photo of her wearing a bikini. Although this photo blocks the key parts, large pieces of flesh are still visible. Zhou Weiwei, you just admitted that you are my girlfriend. That means you are my, Chen Shua's, woman. Since you are my Chen Shua's woman, you should be mentally prepared to be a married woman. You posted this kind of nude photo on your Moments. Are you trying to cheat on me, or are you trying to cheat on me? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Zhou Weiwei was flustered and quickly shook her head to explain, No, I didn't. I didn't mean to cheat on you. No? Chen Shua sneered, what does it mean to post this kind of circle of friends without you? I just want to show off. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei lowered her head in grievance. There are many ways to show off, and I don't mind you showing off, but you chose the one that annoys me the most. I'm warning you, Zhou Weiwei, if you want to be my woman, you'd better be a good woman, otherwise get out of here. If I find out that you're having an affair with other men while you're with me, I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death. Swish. Zhou Weiwei's pretty face suddenly turned pale. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. At this moment, she felt a murderous aura bursting out from Chen Shua. The breath was extremely cold. It gave her the chills. Zhou Weiwei felt angry and complained quietly, then why are you still going around? What did you say? Chen Shua glared, Zhou Weiwei, my strength means I will not have only one woman. If you are not satisfied, you can leave at any time. I will not stop you. But what I said cannot be questioned. You'd better not try to test my bottom line. Chen Shua, this is too unfair. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei jumped up from the bed in anger. Chen Shua, yes, I am unfair. This world is inherently unfair. I have money, so I can do whatever I want. If you are unhappy, you can leave. Chen Shua you. Zhou Weiwei jumped to the ground in anger, it's just a little bit of money, what's the big deal? Just go, don't regret it. Zhou Weiwei turned around angrily and was about to leave. But he had only taken 2 steps. Zhou Weiwei regretted it. She knew very well that as long as she walked out of this door, all the wealth and glory would be completely gone from her. Although Chen Shua is domineering, he is the most powerful man she has ever met in terms of appearance, ability, money and status. If she leaves Chen Shua, she might never find a better man in her life. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Finally, Zhou Weiwei softened. She ran back to Chen Shua crying and hugged him tightly. Brother Chen, I can't leave you. I just said it in anger. Please don't take it to heart. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. I will delete my Moments now. I will never post revealing content again, and I will never wear flirty clothes again. I swear that you are the only man in my life and I will never betray you. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei burst into tears. Chen Shua smiled. Woman? Are there any that can't be adjusted properly? Chen Shua is not a humble bootlicker, he has plenty of ways to make Zhou Weiwei surrender. Chen Shua stroked Zhou Weiwei's head with satisfaction, not bad, this is good. As he spoke, Chen Shua opened the bedside table, took out a card and threw it into Zhou Weiwei's hand. Here's 500,000 yuan. Spend it as you please. If you don't have any, ask me for it. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 300. 500,000. Spend as you like. Zhou Weiwei was so excited that she almost fainted. Brother Chen, you are so good to me. I want to give birth to a big fat boy for you. No, I don't have any intention of having children yet, don't repay kindness with hatred. Yeah, then whenever Brother Chen wants, I will give birth to him. No, it's giving birth to my husband. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Now let me serve you well. Zhou Weiwei put the card into the bag beside her, took out a hair wig, tied up her hair, and slowly started moving. Phew. Reduce fire. Chen Shua narrowed his eyes and began to take off. Chen Shua is not stingy, he just won't spend money that he shouldn't. Since Zhou Weiwei has been adjusted into his shape and has become his woman, Chen Shua naturally will not be stingy with money. The next day, when Chen Shua got up, Zhou Weiwei had already changed into a sail suit and prepared a hearty breakfast. Chen Shua asked in surprise, "Why are you still wearing this?" Zhou Weiwei said playfully, "I've had a good rest with Brother Chen these past few days. It's time for me to go to work." You don't lack money to spend, why do you want to work? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei felt warm in her heart. People always have to find something to do. Although I am Brother Chen's woman, I can't spend all your money. Chen Shua nodded with satisfaction. I have to say that Zhou Weiwei is indeed somewhat different from the average gold digger. She can clearly enjoy the life of a wealthy wife. But I still choose to have my own career. Even if you don't make much, it's better than doing nothing. Yes, your idea is very good, I support you. But Chen Shua's naughty eyes wandered over Zhou Weiwei's dress. Your outfit really makes me feel good. Ah? Still coming? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Zhou Weiwei's legs felt a little weak. The day before yesterday, Chen Shua couldn't do it after just 2 times. In addition, the intensity was not strong enough. Although Zhou Weiwei felt pain for the first time, she was not unable to get out of bed. But last night, Chen Shua tormented her like a bull all night long, and his strength became much stronger. It took her half an hour to get downstairs in the morning, and she almost crawled to the kitchen. But we have only rested for more than 2 hours? Is Chen Shua okay again? Is this still a human being? Even though Zhou Weiwei had tasted the sweetness and wanted it very much, she couldn't stand it so frequently. Stop talking nonsense and come here obediently. Chen Shua pointed to the dining table with his thumb. Ever since taking the powerful pill, Chen Shua felt that he had endless energy. This strength is still too poor. Zhou Weiwei leaned over the dining table obediently. Half an hour later. Seeing that Zhou Weiwei was crying so hard that her legs were about to break, Chen Shua finally stopped. When Zhou Weiwei was tidying up her clothes, she actually had the idea of asking Chen Shua to find another woman as soon as possible. Who says there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is damaged by plowing? That's because you've never seen someone as awesome as Chen Shua. Chapter 40: The Stolen Recipe. After a round of lovemaking, Chen Shua finally sent Zhou Weiwei to the company with satisfaction. System: display the current emotion value. Ding. Returning to the host, the current accumulated emotion value is 3,550 points. Start 5 consecutive draws. Ding. Deduct 2,500 emotion points, and the 5 draw streak begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the macho original white socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fruit essence mask formula. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top-level hacker abilities. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a relationship card. Relationship card? Chen Shua's eyes lit up and he immediately checked the relationship card function. Relationship card, use it to change your relationship with the other party once. What the hell? Change the relationship with the other party? If you see a beautiful woman on the street and just change the relationship with her to your wife, wouldn't that be free? Certainly. Such an important prop card, of course, cannot be used in such a useless place. As long as you have money, what beauty can't you get? The system is awesome. Open the introduction of the Fruit Essence Mask. Fruit Essence Mask, a pure natural green mask, the effect is better than any current Blue Star skincare products. What the hell? Pure natural and still crushing? If this thing were to be launched on the market, wouldn't it be sold out in minutes? Calming his mind, Chen Shua drove straight to Meisher Group. Chen Shua's next step is naturally to go to Jiang Group to deal with the trouble, but before that Chen Shua has to explain the situation to Ruan Shishue first. Ruan Shishue has so much wool on his back, so when he goes to Jiang Group, Chen Shua will naturally take Ruan Shishue with him to solve the problem. Otherwise, how can we get the wool from this? 10 minutes later. Downstairs of Meisher Group. As soon as Chen Shua parked the car and walked to the door, he sensed something was wrong. The entire door of Qingyang building was closed, and 2 security guards holding batons stood inside the door, staring at the inside and outside of the door with serious expressions. Stop! Chen Shua had just walked to the door when the security guard shouted at him coldly through the door. No one is allowed to enter or leave the building today. No entry or exit allowed? Chen Shua frowned. What happened? You have no right to know. The security guard was indifferent. Chen Shua didn't say much. He took out his cell phone and prepared to call Ruan Shishue. However, when I took out the phone, it showed that there was no signal. Signal jammer? Chen Shua bypassed the security guard and went to the other side of the building. He stomped his right leg on the ground, and his body instantly flew up to the height of the 2nd floor. He grabbed the window guardrail with his right hand and swung it hard. His body drew an arc in the air and slid into the building from the window on the 3rd floor. What the hell? Spider-Man. What Spider-Man? Someone just jumped from the 1st floor into the 3rd floor window in less than a second. Shut up your stinky fart. Where is the person? Did you not digest the wine you drank last night? Dazzled? Passers-by who saw this scene were stunned. The other side. Chen Shua has already entered the Meisher Group building. The building was filled with security guards. Chen Shua bypassed the security guard and went all the way to the president's office on the top floor. Boom! Chen Shua pushed the door open and walked in. Ruan Shishue, wearing a black suit, was seen pacing anxiously in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Who? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Chen Shua's intrusion scared Ruan Shishue so much that she turned around nervously. Me. Chen Shua took out a cigarette, lit it, sat on the sofa, and exhaled a smoke ring. Chen Shua. Ruan Shishue frowned and said angrily, "Who gave you the courage to break into my office without saying hello?" Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Stop talking useless nonsense. What happened to the company? Chen Shua asked back. Humph. What does the company's problems have to do with you? Ruan Shishue said proudly, the company's leaders will take care of the company's affairs, you just need to take care of your own affairs. Chen Shua shrugged, put out his cigarette, smiled faintly and said, is it related to the Jiang Group? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 200. Ruan Shishue turned back abruptly, her pupils suddenly shrinking, filled with shock. What did you just say? I wonder if today's incident has anything to do with the Jiang Group? Have you seen Lu Rulong? Ruan Shishue was shocked. As the president of Meisher Group, if she didn't know why Huangting Group raised the price of raw materials, she would rather find a piece of tofu and kill herself. That's why she was certain that Chen Shua would never be able to convince the Royal Court Group to lower the price. She didn't even think that Chen Shua could meet Lu Rulong, so naturally she didn't expect Chen Shua to know about the Jiang Group. The Jiang Group is powerful. If the people in the company knew that the Jiang Group was deliberately targeting the Meisher Group, there would definitely be turmoil within the Meisher Group. So Ruan Shishue never told anyone this news. What's wrong with seeing a mere Lu Rulong? Chen Shua said proudly, tell me what the situation is now, maybe I can help you. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue hesitated. She didn't believe Chen Shua at first, but what Chen Shua just said undoubtedly proved that Chen Shua was indeed capable. I underestimated Chen Shua. So, maybe, he can really help me? After thinking for a moment, Ruan Shishue strode towards Chen Shua and put her hand into Chen Shua's pocket without saying a word. Fuck. I sell my art but not my body. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. What are you barking about? Ruan Shishua felt embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at Chen Shua and said, I was checking if you had any recording equipment on you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you wanted to take off my pants. Chen Shua said playfully. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Ruan Shishua clenched her fist. Chen Shua. Okay, I won't say anything more. I'll search for you. Chen Shua shrugged, looking ready to be picked. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. This attitude made Ruan Shishua feel even more ashamed. It was like she, the eldest daughter of the Ruan family and the president of Meisher Group, wanted to take advantage of a small employee. 5 minutes later. Except for some places, Ruan Shishua touched Chen Shua thoroughly before stopping. Did you miss a place? Did you not check at all? Chen Shua said with a smile. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Chen Shua, don't push your luck. Ruan Shishua's delicate body trembled with anger. Chen Shua is considered an old employee of the company. Although his presence is not strong, Ruan Shishua has known Chen Shua for many years. Although this guy used to sneak a peek at her black stockings. But he is definitely a loser who has the desire but not the courage to do anything. But it's only been a few days since we last met. Why has he changed so much? Not only did he meet Lu Rulong, but he also dared to speak to me in such a frivolous and arrogant manner? What on earth does he rely on? If Ruan Shishua had no other choice now, she would definitely kick this scoundrel out. She suppressed her dissatisfaction and sat back at her desk. The company's latest milk mask formula was stolen. Chapter 41 Ant. What? Chen Shua's face changed. The milk mask is the company's core product. How could such an important thing be stolen? What do you do for a living? Chen Shua has worked in Meisher Group for many years. Although he is not from the RD department, he is naturally familiar with the company's products. This milk mask is the most important project of Meisher Group in the past 3 years. It is said that the efficacy of this product is more than 120% of similar products of the same grade on the market. Meisher Group has invested countless efforts and money in this project, intending to use it to occupy the entire facial mask market in Linjiang province. If this project fails, even if the issue of Royal Court Group is resolved, Meisher Group will face a huge risk of bankruptcy. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Facing Chen Shua's questioning, Ruan Shishua just smiled bitterly and shook her head. Let's go, and talk while we walk. Ruan Shishua took Chen Shua down one floor. This is the RD department of Meisher Group. The RD department, as the top priority of Meisher Group, is located below the president's office. The corridor door leading to the RD department is closed all year round and guarded by security guards. Normally, the RD floor is only accessible by elevator. Moreover, if you want to enter the RD floor, you must be a specific person and pass 3 identification procedures: fingerprint, face and work badge. As I walked out of the elevator, I was greeted by a glass security door with 2 security guards standing at the door. To pass through this security gate, you need to swipe the first 3 procedures again and must also pass manual identification by the security guard. Chen Shua has worked at Meisher Group for 5 years, and this is his first time in the RD department. This is good security work. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua said proudly, of course, the RD department is the top priority of the group, so of course we have to be strict and strict. Come on, no matter how strict it is, it's still stolen, right? You. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua was speechless. She took a deep breath. As soon as I learned that the files were stolen, I sealed off the entire building. No one was allowed to enter or leave, and I cut off all connections between the building and the outside world. Staff check the status of the documents every day when they go to and from get off work, and it can be confirmed that the loss occurred this morning. Ruan Shishua said this as she took Chen Shua into the RD department. After entering the RD department, Chen Shua was stunned. There were more than 20 RD personnel in the hall of the RD department. And these RD personnel are all women. Besides that, the age of these women are mostly between their 20s and 40s. Wow! What a handsome boy! Does my little brother have a girlfriend? Mr. Ruan, who is this handsome young man? As soon as Chen Shua came in, a group of women surrounded him. She looked as if she had never seen a man before. She could be described as being as fierce as a wolf or a tiger. Chen Shua was surprised and asked, Why do you have so many women? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. What? You look down on women? Ruan Shishua glanced at Chen Shua. Meisher Group mainly deals in women's skincare and cosmetics business. Women naturally understand women better. If our D personnel are recruited from women, they can start from their own needs, and the things they research will naturally be more popular with women. Don't underestimate them because they are young. At the very least, they all graduated from Peking University or Tsinghua University with a degree in chemical engineering. A large number of them are returnees who studied abroad, and some of them have achieved success in other companies and were poached by me. Everyone here is fully qualified to work for first and second tier cosmetics companies. Very courageous. Chen Shua praised. No wonder the products developed by Meisher Group have been very popular in the market in recent years. This is inseparable from Ruan Shishua's unique thinking. These are D personnel are probably Ruan Shishua's treasures and the absolute core of the Meisher Group. I have to say that Ruan Shishua is indeed a capable woman. Such a woman can better stimulate a man's desire to conquer. Boss Ruan, is the problem solved? At this time, a woman in her 30s came over. The woman was wearing a white coat, she was tall, had delicate features, and she had the aura of both a young woman and a young girl, which was irresistible. Ruan Cheng. Overall rating, 9.3. Physical condition, excellent. Love record, 0. Ruan Cheng? Could he be Ruan Shishua's relative? Ruan Shishua sighed, not yet. The technical department is still repairing the surveillance of the RD department and the monitoring room this morning. Who is he? Ruan Cheng looked at Chen Shua and asked with a cold expression. He is Chen Shua from the project department. An ordinary employee of the project department? Ruan Cheng said in a deep voice, Xiaoxue, at this critical moment, why did you bring people from the project department to cause trouble? Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Ruan Shishua was a little confused. Chen Shua, I'm here to help. You? Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Ruan Cheng raised her head and looked at Chen Shua with a condescending look. How can you, a person from the project department, help? Chen Shua did not retreat but instead asked, who are you? RD manager Ruan Cheng, President Ruan's aunt. Aunt? Is she also a daughter of a wealthy family? A lady from a wealthy family who has had 0 romances. This Ruan Cheng is quite interesting. I thought that this trip to Meisher Group would be enough to take advantage of Ruan Shishue. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain? Auntie, so what? Chen Shua said disdainfully, the documents were stolen, and everyone in the RD department could be the thief. Boss Ruan has entrusted me to assist in investigating this matter. I have the right to suspect that you are the one who stole the money. Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 100. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Ruan Shishua and Ruan Cheng widened their eyes at the same time. None of them expected that Chen Shua would grab Ruan Cheng and start firing. Isn't this nonsense? Chen Shua. You were the one who said you could help me solve this matter. When did I ever tell you that I would give you full authority? My aunt is very kind to me. She would never steal the company's confidential documents. Don't talk nonsense. Ruan Shishua pulled Chen Shua back. Xiaoxue, get this troublemaker out of here immediately. Ruan Cheng was also so angry that she actually started cursing. Chen Shua disagreed and sneered, if you chase me away, you will never find this file again. Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Just you. Ruan Cheng took a step forward, her nose almost touching Chen Shua's face, and she stared at Chen Shua from a very close distance. At the same time as the pressure from a superior came, a terrifying evil spirit seemed to burst out from Ruan Cheng's body. This woman is a martial artist. Chen Shua was shocked. If Chen Shua's physical fitness had not been improved dramatically, he would not have been able to feel that Ruan Cheng was different from ordinary people. If it were in the past, Chen Shua might have been frightened by Ruan Cheng's eyes. But now? Chen Shua just wanted to laugh. He said proudly, if I can't find this file within half a day, you can do whatever you want with it. Chapter 42, Slander. Long time? Ruan Cheng sneered, do you know what you are talking about? Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Chen Shua directly ignored Wan Qing's questioning, looked at Wan Shishua and said, "The key issue now is that the surveillance cannot be restored, right?" "Yes." Wan Shishua replied, "For safety reasons, all research and development documents of the milk mask will be stored as paper documents that night, and no electronic version will be retained. This document is destroyed every day and the latest version is kept again. The retained document is in Manager Ruan's office. The place where the documents were lost was also Manager Ruan's office." "I understand. Take me to the monitoring room first." "Good." At this point, Ruan Shishue had no other choice. Although she also doubted whether Chen Shua could really find the lost files, she believed in Chen Shua, which always provided her with a way out. "Humph. Arrogant boy, if you can't find this document, I will let you know the consequences of barking dogs." Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Chen Shua completely ignored the hostility coming from behind him. The more Wan Qing felt that Chen Shua was incompetent, the happier Chen Shua became. Only this way. Only when Chen Shua finds the file of the milk mask can Ruan Chang provide more emotional values. Monitoring room. When Ruan Shishue and Chen Shua arrived, there were more than a dozen people gathered outside the monitoring room. These people include security guards, technical staff, and some other staff. "Mr. Ruan. Mr. Ruan, you are here." Seeing Ruan Shishue coming, everyone immediately bowed and greeted her. Ruan Shishue nodded in response, and strode into the monitoring room with Chen Shua and Ruan Chang. There are 3 people in the monitoring room. Chen Shua knew these 3 people. Xiao Wang, an employee of the technical department, Lu Hua, the manager, and Zhang Hu, the manager of the security department. "Manager Lu, what's going on?" Ruan Shishue asked the man who was still busy at the computer. The man was wearing casual clothes and a pair of thick-framed glasses. He was only in his 30s, but he was already bald. This person is Lu Hua, the technical manager. The situation is not good. Although the hard drive was not stolen, it was damaged by no less than 10 viruses. Lu Hua held his eyes, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Ruan Shishue, I don't want to hear what caused the problem, I just want to know if the surveillance video can be restored." "Lu Hua, I am 50% sure that I can recover the surveillance data, but it will take at least 3 days." "What?" Ruan Shishue asked angrily, 3 days? What will happen to the company if I can fix it in 3 days? What about these employees? Can I let them stay at home for 3 days? Once they get out and cause the files to be leaked, it will be useless even if you fix it. The company spends a lot of money to support you, is this all you are capable of? Ruan Shishue was indeed furious. She totally changed her usual calm demeanor and became furious. Chen Shua cried out, "What a pity! You are in such a good mood, why don't you come to me? All this emotion value is wasted." Lu Hua's face turned blue and red after being scolded. He lowered his head and said nothing. Ruan Shishue almost fell into despair. She turned around and looked at Chen Shua. "You have seen the situation. Do you have a solution?" Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. He has no idea. Before Chen Shua could speak, Ruan Chang's disdainful voice came out. "Xiaoxue, I really can't understand why you would trust such a person. Isn't our current situation chaotic enough? If you ask me, the most urgent thing is to question everyone who has been to the project department. I don't believe that we can't find the thief." "Chen Shua, it's so funny. You want to catch a thief and get the stolen goods. If you don't have any evidence, what's the point of just interrogating him?" Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. "Who gave you the courage to speak?" Chen Shua glanced at Ruan Chang. "As strong as you are, so will your courage be." Having said that, Chen Shua strode directly towards the monitoring computer. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. This scene stunned both Ruan Shishue and her niece. What does he mean? Could it be that he also knows computers? "Chen Shua, what are you going to do?" Lu Hua also knew Chen Shua, an old employee of the company. When he saw Chen Shua approaching to touch the computer, he immediately reached out to stop Chen Shua. Chen Shua said indifferently, "Of course it is to restore the data." "Restore data?" Lu Hua's eyes widened. He was stunned at first and then became furious. Many programmers are stubborn, and Lu Hua is no exception. Others can question the amount of his hair, or even question whether he is a man, but they can never question his skills. Lu Hua said angrily, Chen Shua. What do you mean by this? You are a member of the project department, and you are doing the work of our technical department? I, the technical manager, can't fix this hard drive, so how can you fix it? Chen Shua said coldly, who said that people in the project department can't understand computers? Ridiculous. Absurd. If you know more about computers than I do, why don't you become the technical manager? Lu Hua was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He simply stopped talking to Chen Shua and spoke directly to Ruan Shishue. Mr. Ruan, what do you mean? I, Lu Hua, have done my best for the company over the years, right? The company's website, network security, and various equipment were all handled by me, Lu Hua. Even if you are not satisfied with my efficiency this time and want to make trouble for me, there is no need to find something like this to disgust me, right? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua looked unhappy and consoled him, Manager Lu, you misunderstood. I definitely didn't mean to humiliate you. As she spoke, Ruan Shishue glared at Chen Shua. Chen Shua, what on earth are you doing? Find the documents, of course. Chen Shua retorted neither humbly nor arrogantly, his cold eyes piercing Lu Hua's eyes. Manager Lu, this is a critical moment for the company. As members of the company, you and I should cooperate with each other and help the company overcome the difficulties. Since I said I can recover the data, even if there is only a slight chance, you should let me try. And you, on the other hand, are fighting for fame and fortune and obstructing us in every possible way. I am now very suspicious. Could it be that you stole this document? You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. Lu Hua's face changed drastically, and he walked forward to wrestle with Chen Shua. But how could he be a match for Chen Shua? Chen Shua's body slightly tilted, and Lu Hua fell to the ground with a thud. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 100. A trainer. Ruan Chang narrowed her eyes slightly. Lu Hua fell with blood all over his face. He jumped up without caring about the pain and rushed towards Ruan Shishue. Boss Ruan is very clear. I, Lu Hua, am loyal to the company and I will never have second thoughts. This bastard is trying to sow discord. He is trying to sow discord. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue frowned, looking at the calm Chen Shua and the flustered Lu Hua, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 43 Chaos. Lu Hua's anxious look really gave people the feeling that he was guilty. But, without waiting for Ruan Shishue to speak, the people from the technical department behind him started arguing. Manager Lu is right. Everyone in our technical department has made great contributions to the company. You can't just abandon us. I know this Chen Shua. He's just a nobody in the project department. He can't even do his job well. How could he possibly know computers? Boss Ruan, if you don't trust us in terms of technology and are willing to trust this guy instead, then we will be disappointed. Boss Ruan, you like to talk about rules with us the most. If you do this, aren't you breaking your own rules? After the person from the technical department spoke, other employees also echoed in a low voice. Obviously. If Ruan Shishue insisted on letting Chen Shua recover the data, success would be a piece of cake. But if you fail, even if the document is found later and not leaked, the company may be thrown into chaos. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue frowned and struggled hard. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Chang also had a gloomy face. But surprisingly, he did not attack Chen Shua again. Mr. Ruan, I think, maybe we can let Chen Shua give it a try. At this time, Zhang Hu, the security manager who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Zhang Hu. What do you mean? Lu Hua suddenly became anxious and jumped up to question. Seeing that Ruan Shishue was hesitating, how could someone like you suddenly appear? Manager Lu, please don't misunderstand me. Zhang Hu said with a wry smile, I'm only saying this for the sake of the company. As he spoke, he looked at Ruan Shishue and said, Mr. Ruan, I think what Chen Shua said makes sense. In the current situation, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, we should give it a try. After all, this matter concerns the survival of the company, and there can be no mistakes. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue nodded slightly to show her agreement. She chose to ask Chen Shua for help just to get a chance. She didn't expect Chen Shua to really find the file, but what if? Under this circumstance, no opportunity should be missed. Besides, Chen Shua's confidence does not seem to be fake. Thinking of this, Wan Shishua looked at Chen Shua and asked, "Chen Shua, let me confirm with you one last time. Are you really sure you can recover the data? If I can't do it, then no one can. If I can't recover, you can do whatever you want to me." Chen Shua's tone was arrogant. Wan Shishua nodded and said, "Okay, then go ahead." "Mr. Wan." Lu Hua was completely anxious and said angrily, "There are no less than 10 kinds of viruses in this computer. If he doesn't know how to do it, the data may be completely unrecoverable." "That's enough." Ruan Shishua said angrily, "I, Ruan Shishua, will not allow you to question my determination." Chen Shua showed appreciation. This is Ruan Shishua's courage. She either doesn't do it or not, but once she decides on something, she rarely wavers. Like this milk mask. When Ruan Shishua proposed this project 3 years ago, she was opposed by a number of senior executives of the company. They thought it was stupid for Ruan Shishua to bet her entire fortune on one project. After all, everyone knows that you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. But when the milk mask was really developed and its efficacy was seen by everyone, the top brass shut up. Ruan Shishua's courage is also recognized by everyone. Unfortunately, the product files that Ruan Shishua put so much effort into have been stolen. If it can't be found, the consequences are disastrous. Seeing that Ruan Shishua was determined to go her own way, Lu Hua's stubborn temper also came out. He sneered, "Boss Ruan, you are appointing people based on personal connections. Who doesn't know that Zhang Hu is your aunt's man? I think this Chen Shua might be having an affair with you, right? How outrageous." Ruan Shishua was furious. Zhang Hu took a step forward and grabbed Lu Hua's neck. "Lu Hua! Keep your mouth shut. My mouth is dirty, so what? Are you going to hit me?" Lu Hua said angrily, "There are so many people watching us. If you dare to hit me, and word gets out that President Ruan is nepotistic and humiliates company employees at will, I don't believe anyone would be willing to stay at Meisher Group." Ruan Shishua clenched her fists. She never expected that just wanting to take a chance would lead to internal strife in the company. The dissatisfaction of the employees behind him has already erupted. As Lu Hua said, Zhang Hu is indeed her aunt's husband. If Chen Shua cannot recover the data today, then she will be accused of nepotism, distrust of veterans, and even humiliating employees. It will destroy with lightning speed the atmosphere of unity that the entire Meisher Group has built over the years. The company will inevitably be in turmoil and people's morale will be low. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. When Ruan Shishua looked at Chen Shua, resentment was already rising in her eyes. She regretted it. Regret believing Chen Shua. But now it's too late. Don't panic. At this time, Wan Qing actually stepped forward and patted Ruan Shishua on the shoulder. "What do you mean, aunt?" Ruan Shishua was puzzled. Ruan Cheng stared at Chen Shua, who was already operating the computer, frowned and said, "For some reason, I suddenly feel that this kid may really create a miracle." Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Ruan Shishua was shocked. "Aunt, you actually think so?" Ruan Cheng's status in the Ruan family is no lower than Ruan Shishua's. Her achievements are not inferior to Ruan Shishua. The reason why she worked for Ruan Shishua was simply because Ruan Cheng was bored and wanted to do it. There is absolutely no difference between the two of them. Even Ruan Shishua has always admired Ruan Cheng and was very respectful to her. Therefore, not only did she never suspect that Ruan Cheng would steal the documents, she also trusted Ruan Cheng's words very much. You have to know that Ruan Cheng and Chen Shua didn't get along well just now. Suddenly, someone said that Chen Shua might be able to create a miracle. This couldn't help but make Ruan Shishua frightened. Ruan Cheng shook her head without further explanation. Boom! At this time, Zhang Hu's fist actually hit Lu Hua's face as he kept barking like a dog. Hiss! Everyone gasped. No one expected that Zhang Hu would actually hit someone. Ruan Shishua and Ruan Cheng were both stunned. Presumptuous! What are you doing? The two girls shouted coldly at the same time and hurriedly stepped forward to snatch Lu Hua from Zhang Hu. He kept scolding you, and I couldn't help it. Zhang Hu looked guilty. Ruan Shishua and Ruan Cheng were very angry. But looking at Zhang Hu like this, I didn't know how to get angry. Okay. Okay. Lu Hua covered his bleeding nose and screamed like crazy. Did my colleagues see this? Meisher Group is nepotistic and allows security guards to humiliate employees. Such a company is totally unscrupulous. Why should we continue to work for them? Chapter 44, Confusing the Audience. Hearing this, Zhang Hu rushed towards Lu Hua angrily again. He pulled Lu Hua by the collar and said, "Boss Ruan, this guy has been obstructing Chen Shua from recovering the data from the beginning, and now he is trying to sow discord here. I think he is just guilty and is deliberately disrupting the company's order. Tell me, did you steal this file? You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me." Lu Hua was so excited that he started swearing at Zhang Hu. Corporate espionage is no small crime. Especially a project like the milk mask, which is worth tens of millions. If it is confirmed that Lu Hua stole the documents, then he will definitely spend the rest of his life in jail. Looking at Zhang Hu and Lu Hua swearing at each other, Ruan Shishua had a gloomy face and said nothing. To be honest, she also thought that there was something wrong with Lu Huatai. What the hell? What is this kid doing? At this time, a cry of surprise came from Xiao Wang's mouth. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chen Shua rapidly entering various codes into a programming dialog box. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Shishua and Ruan Qing couldn't understand these codes. But this scene alone is enough to prove that Chen Shua really understands computers. At this time, Lu Hua also stopped the dog barking. He stared at the computer monitor so hard that his pupils were trembling. He is making antivirus software on the spot. Isn't this nonsense? That's right. After a brief inspection, Chen Shua was sure that what Lu Hua said was correct. The surveillance video in this hard drive has been deleted, and it has also been attacked by no less than 10 advanced viruses. It is not difficult to restore deleted surveillance video. The difficult part is to remove the virus first. Otherwise, the surveillance video will never be restored. Lu Hua sneered, "I didn't expect this guy to really understand computers. But if I want to create an antivirus software on my own, it will take at least a month, and it may not be able to deal with all the viruses here. It is simply a pipe dream to deal with the virus in a short period of time using this method." After that, other employees from the technical department also spoke up. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. As old hands who have been in the computer industry for many years, they naturally know how ridiculous what Chen Shua is doing now is. Chen Shua smiled, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. There are always people better than you, so don't use your tiny knowledge to measure the world." That's it. Bang! Chen Shua pressed the enter key heavily. The moment the dialog box disappeared, a dozen automatically running dialog boxes popped up on the computer monitor. Fuck! Fuck you! I'm watching a movie. This scene instantly shocked all the technical department employees. What do a dozen dialog boxes mean? This means that the antivirus software Chen Shua just made is actually performing more than a dozen operations at the same time and dealing with more than a dozen viruses at the same time. Oh my god. Even if it is the top antivirus software, you still have to kill viruses one by one, right? Chen Shua stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly, "These dozen viruses are interconnected. If we kill them one by one, it will take us 3 years, not to mention 3 days. Even with the best antivirus software, it will take 3 years to kill them all. But with my software, all viruses will be completely removed in 3 minutes at most." Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 100. Ruan Shishue and the other two felt that it was very powerful. Lu Hua and others were completely speechless. Chen Shua looked at the display with satisfaction. Fortunately, the computers in this monitoring room are all equipped with top-level hardware configurations, and the graphics cards are the latest top of the line. If not for this computer might not be able to run Chen Shua's antivirus program. 3 minutes later, dozens of automatically run dialog boxes disappeared at the same time. Dead silence. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the monitor, waiting for Chen Shua to open the hard drive. Chen Shua did not hesitate and grabbed the mouse and clicked on the hard drive. Bang! Open smoothly. But it's empty inside, there's nothing. Chen Shua opened the dialog box again and quickly entered a row of codes. Several dialog boxes started running again. At the same time, surveillance videos with dates on them began to appear one after another in the empty hard drive. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 300. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 300. Ruan Shishua and the other person looked at Chen Shua as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Hua was so shocked that he shouted out, "Oh my god! This is actually recovering? How on earth did you do that?" If such a terrifying antivirus software were sold, it would be worth at least tens of millions. Worth tens of millions. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 200. Emotional value provided by Ruan Chang plus 200. These four words made Ruan Shishua and Ruan Chang's hearts tremble again. The others around were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Everyone was immersed in ecstasy and shock, except Zhang Hu behind him, whose face was pale. How could this happen? Did he actually recover the data? Finished. It's all over now. Zhang Hu slowly moved towards the door. Just as he was about to leave quietly, a cold voice came into his ears. "Where are you going, Manager Zhang?" Swish. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Zhang Hu. The person who spoke was Chen Shua. Chen Shua looked amused. Zhang Hu smiled awkwardly. I need to pee urgently. I want to go to the toilet." Really? Chen Shua walked towards Zhang Hu and grabbed Zhang Hu's wrist with his backhand. "I just happen to want to go too. How about we go together?" I'm not used to being with other people. Chen Shua glared and Zhang Hu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What kind of eyes are those? Like a sword, like an eagle, like a lion, like a ghost. Just a moment of eye contact. Zhang Hu actually felt like a god of death was standing in front of him. The powerful pressure told Zhang Hu that he would never be able to break free from this man's hand. If a fight breaks out, this man can knock him down in minutes. Chen Shua, why don't you open the video quickly? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua urged anxiously. If Ruan Shishua hadn't been afraid that the file had not been fully restored and that problems would arise if she touched the computer, she would have rushed over to open the video herself. Chen Shua shook his head slowly. Of course I have to watch the video, but before that, I want to save some face for certain people. His eyes were always fixed on Zhang Hu, and he did not move away even when he was talking to Ruan Shishua. Zhang Hu became angry and embarrassed. Chen Shua, what do you mean by looking at me and saying this? Just now I spoke for you and beat up Lu Hua who was rude to you. Do you doubt me? Chen Shua, did you beat Lu Hua for me, or did you deliberately make things worse to confuse people? Don't you know? Click. Zhang Hu's heart trembled violently and his face turned paler. Chen Shua, you didn't think I could recover the video at all, so you deliberately asked me to do it. Your intention was nothing more than to make Lu Hua more impatient and then draw all the suspicion to Lu Hua, right? Chapter 45 Fake Fingerprints. What are you talking about? I am Mr. Ruan's uncle, how dare you doubt me? Zhang Hu yelled angrily. His current posture is exactly the same as Lu Hua's just now. Chen Shua, don't do anything stupid. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua scolded, Zhang Hu is my uncle, how could he betray me? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Chen Shua glanced at Ruan Shishua. Boss Ruan, I am trying to save face for your Ruan family. If we see Zhang Hu's shadow in the video later, this matter will not end well. Impossible. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua said firmly, I absolutely don't believe that Zhang Hu would betray me. Okay, since you're not afraid of losing face, then it's up to you. Chen Shua didn't say much. He let go of Zhang Hu, walked to the computer and opened the video. The first video opened was the video from the monitoring room. Playing at 5 times the speed, the images jump very quickly. Starting at 6 in the morning and continuing until 8:30, Zhang Hu appeared in the monitoring room. Chen Shua immediately clicked pause. Still watching? Ruan Shishua. Zhang Hu is the manager of the security department. His daily job is to inspect the monitoring room and the building. That's no problem. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Chen Shua snorted coldly and continued playing. In fact, Chen Shua also thought at the beginning that it was Lu Hua who stole the documents, otherwise why would he try to obstruct him in every possible way? But after he cleared the virus, Lu Hua looked at him with admiration, completely without the rejection he had at the beginning. Such an attitude clearly showed that he simply did not approve of Chen Shua at the beginning. Look at Zhang Hu, fanning the flames and confusing the public at a critical moment. After the video was restored, he tried to escape stealthily again. If you say there is nothing wrong with him, no one would believe it. Besides the RD department employees, the only people who have the authority to go to the RD department are some senior executives of the company and Zhang Hu, the director of the security department who is responsible for the security of the entire company. The company's top executives usually don't come to the company early unless they have nothing to do. The only person present this morning was Ruan Shishue. Apart from Ruan Shishue's suspicion, there are actually not many people who have the conditions to commit the crime. Zhang Hu is definitely one of them. In the video, after Zhang Hu came in, he actually gave a cigarette to each of the 2 security guards in the monitoring room. Smoking is not allowed in the monitoring room. After the 2 security guards got the cigarettes, they left the monitoring room to smoke. In the picture, Zhang Hu glanced at the camera above his head, then took out a USB drive and inserted it into the computer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The surveillance screen immediately turned white. Chen Shua switched the surveillance screen to the RD department, and sure enough, the surveillance screen of the RD department also turned white. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 300. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 300. Zhang Hu. It's really you. Ruan Shishue glared at Zhang Hu, totally unable to believe what she saw. No. I was just doing a routine checkup. I don't know what happened. The surveillance was fine when I checked. This is none of my business. Zhang Hu was still trying his best to defend himself. So what is the USB drive you inserted? Where is it? That USB drive is a copy USB drive. I am used to saving surveillance videos within a month just in case. The USB drive is right here. You can check it if you don't believe me. Zhang Hu actually took out a USB flash drive that was exactly the same as the one in the video. Chen Shua took the USB drive and inserted it into the computer. What I saw was actually surveillance video from within a month. Moreover, the copies were all made the next day, not on the same day. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Is this really a misunderstanding? Ruan Shishue always felt something was wrong, but the surveillance footage did not show Zhang Hu stealing anything. And the weird USB flash drive was also explained. We were about to catch the murderer, but ended up reaching a dead end? If the thief cannot be found even after the surveillance is repaired, Ruan Shishue really doesn't know what to do. Is it a misunderstanding? Just watch the video from a few days ago and you'll know. Ruan Qing suddenly spoke. Ruan Shishue suddenly realized, that's right, he said he copied videos every day, let's see if he copied any videos in the past few days. Chen Shua nodded and opened the video. He watched a week's worth of videos and found that Zhang Hu would come to the monitoring room to copy videos at around 8:30 every morning. It was just that when he was copying the video today, the surveillance camera broke down. Look, I really come here to copy videos every day. The broken surveillance camera has nothing to do with me. Zhang Hu's mood calmed down a lot. Chen Shua smiled. He is now almost 100% sure that it was Zhang Hu stole the documents. And he himself didn't know how powerful this USB flash drive was. So he thought that as long as Chen Shua repaired the video, it would be possible that the process of his stealing could be seen in the video, so he was nervous. Now that he discovered that the USB flash drive had directly destroyed the surveillance cameras during that period, he finally felt relieved. Chen Shua, at what time was the file discovered to be missing? When I first get to work at 9 o'clock. Ruan Qing said, the first thing I do every day when I get to work is to check the documents in the safe. You said the files are in the safe? Chen Shua's eyes lit up. Yes. How do you open the safe? Password or fingerprint, but I forgot the password myself, so I always use fingerprint. Has the safe been breached? No, I'm also curious about how the thief opened the safe. Chen Shua understood. He waved at Lu Hua and said, take out the fingerprint sticker in your pocket. Ah? You, what did you say? Lu Hua avoided his gaze. Stop talking nonsense and don't wait for me to find out why you just prevented me from doing something. Well. Lu Hua stammered and took out a piece of aluminum from his pocket. The aluminum sheet is about the size of a thumb, with transparent tape on one side. Ruan Shishue and others looked and saw that there was a fingerprint smeared with pencil on the tape stuck on the aluminum sheet. Chen Shua introduced, by drawing with a pencil on white paper, pressing it with your finger, and then pressing it on the transparent tape, you can get a complete fingerprint. Then you can stick your fingerprint on an aluminum sheet to create your own fingerprint. Many middle-level leaders in the company would give this fingerprint to their employees, and when they were late, the employees would use this fingerprint to fake a clock in for the leaders. I've done this to that guy Zhang Jun before. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Great! How dare you use this trick to bypass the company's clock-in system? Ruan Shishue was furious. Lu Hua lowered his head and dared not speak. All right. Chen Shu waved his hand and glanced at Zhang Hu with a playful look. You can deal with these small matters such as clocking in later. The most urgent task is to find evidence of this guy's theft. Chapter 46 Hostage. Click. Zhang Hu's heart trembled. Chen Shua's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate his soul. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Do you have a solution? Ruan Shishua looked surprised. Chen Shua did not answer, but asked, how do you usually deal with the company's garbage? The cleaning department will collect all of them and take them to the basement level for processing. Chen Shua nodded slightly, then turned on the surveillance camera on the underground floor and started checking. This review process is relatively lengthy. Starting from this morning, we have been working backwards at an accelerated pace. Fortunately, the time for garbage disposal is fixed every day, and there is no need to check it all day. 1 hour later. When checking the surveillance footage from a week ago, a person wearing a hat and mask appeared in the video. The man was wrapped tightly, but his pace was nothing to lie. Especially his action of taking out a cigarette and passing it to the sanitation truck driver was exactly the same as Zhang Hu passing a cigarette to the security guard in the monitoring room. He chatted with the driver for a few words, but no one knew what they talked about, and then the driver entered the building. After that, Zhang Hu looked around and then actually climbed directly onto the garbage truck. He rummaged around for a while and then found a milk teacup. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Isn't this the milk teacup I drank from? Ruan Chang exclaimed. There was a yellow rubber band wrapped around the wall of the milk teacup. Are you sure it's yours? Chen Shua asked back. Sure. Ruan Chang nodded and said, the RD department always orders milk tea together. In order to distinguish ours from others, I always wrap a yellow rubber band around the cup. That's right. Chen Shua smiled calmly and clicked to continue playing. Next moment. Zhang Hu took out a bottle of liquid from his pocket, smeared it on the wall of the cup, and then shone a purple light on it. Then Zhang Hu took out a piece of transparent tape and wrapped it around the wall of the cup. This is collecting fingerprints. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 300. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 300. Zhang Hu. It's really you. Ruan Shishue was furious. Ruan Chang's angry eyes pierced Zhang Hu at the same time. No. This person is not me. I have never been to the underground parking lot. Zhang Hu still wanted to argue. Chen Shua sneered, if it's you, we can just contact the driver to confirm and we'll know, right? Do you think your excuses have any meaning? Zhang Hu was extremely flustered and was still thinking about how to make an excuse. At this time, Ruan Shishua suddenly screamed. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. What are you doing? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw on the video that Zhang Hu, who was about to leave, actually stopped. He took off his mask and took a deep sniff through the straw. Then, this guy was so intoxicated that he put the straw into his mouth. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 300. Zhang Hu, you bastard, you are so disgusting. Ruan Chang was furious and tried to grab Zhang Hu. When Zhang Hu took off his mask, his face was also captured by the surveillance camera. Now that this matter is set in stone, he can no longer quibble. The people around also cast contemptuous glances. TSK, I never thought the thief was actually Zhang Hu. He is Mr. Ruan's uncle, how could he do such a thing? Manager Zhang is a well-known good guy in the company. He never refuses anything you ask him to do you a favor with. How could he do such a thing? Alas, you can only know a person's face but not his heart. At the critical moment, there was a fierce light in Zhang Hu's eyes. He took a step forward and hugged Ruan Shishue's neck before Ruan Qing could catch him. Then he pulled out a dagger from his pocket with his other hand and pointed it directly at Ruan Shishue's neck. Swish! This scene scared everyone. Zhang Hu! Are you crazy? Ruan Qing cursed loudly. Zhang Hu, don't mess around. Ruan Shishue was still pretending to be calm, but her trembling tone betrayed her. It is true that she is a strong woman. But when has something like this ever happened? With the sharp knife at her neck, she couldn't help but be afraid. Once the sharp knife falls, no matter how strong Ruan Shishue is, she will eventually be nothing but a pile of dry bones. Back off. Everyone, back off. Zhang Hu has gone completely crazy. He shook the sharp knife in his hand, grabbed Ruan Shishue's neck, and leaned against the wall. This guy is smart. I know that only by sticking to the wall can I prevent someone from attacking me from behind. And judging from his reaction just now, it's not something an ordinary person can do. It is obvious that the reason he was able to become the security department manager is not only because of his connections, but also because of his own certain abilities. It's a pity that he chose the wrong path. Zhang Hu, you are only guilty of a commercial crime. Even if you go to jail, you won't be sentenced to many years. And as long as you hand over the documents, Mr. Ruan may not make things difficult for you for the sake of family affection. But if you hurt Mr. Ruan, even the King of Hell can't save you. Chen Shua's expression was cold and indifferent, and he was not at all panicked like the others. Shut up. Zhang Hu glared at Chen Shua. How dare you bark like a dog? If it weren't for you, how would I have been discovered? I did it perfectly, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Chen Shua smiled. You don't think it's all your own fault, but you blame me instead. Don't you think it's ridiculous? If you don't seek death, how can I embarrass you? Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Hu roared, let me go, or I'll kill her. No. We can't let him go. Ruan Shishue shouted anxiously. Fuck. You're looking for death. Zhang Hu had already lost his mind. He exerted force with his right hand, and the sharp blade immediately pierced Ruan Shishue's skin. The bright red blood flowed down her swan-like neck, which was heart-wrenching. No. I'll let you go. Don't do anything rash. Ruan Cheng panicked and shouted quickly. No. Ruan Shishue still refused to give in. He has the documents for the milk mask. If he lets go, Meisher Group will be finished. Shut up. Ruan Cheng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If the Meisher Group is gone, we can still establish it again. But if you die, there will be nothing left. Ruan Shishue still refused to give in. This is my company, I have the final say. Ruan Cheng shouted angrily, I am your aunt, I must be responsible for your life and death. If you die, how can I explain to your parents? Ruan Shishue was ultimately speechless. I can let you go, but you must promise not to hurt Shishue. Good. Zhang Hu nodded heavily and looked around vigilantly. Several people moved towards the gate of the building little by little. The monitoring room is on the first floor, not far from the gate. 5 minutes later. Zhang Hu held Ruan Shishue hostage, walked out of the company gate, and came to Zhang Hu's SUV. Zhang Hu opened the car door and tried to push Ruan Shishue away with all his strength. But at this moment, Ruan Shishue actually grabbed Zhang Hu's arm to try to stop him. Zhang Hu responded by stabbing Ruan Shishue's lower abdomen with the shining dagger in his hand. Chapter 47, No Fight, No Acquaintance. No! Ruan Cheng screamed and rushed out, but her speed was still too slow. Seeing that the gleaming dagger was about to pierce her lower abdomen, Ruan Shishue regretted it. A strong sense of death crisis loomed in my heart. But it's too late to say anything now. However, just as everyone was screaming in fear, a residual shadow brought with it a gust of strong wind and rushed straight towards Ruan Shishue. Ruan Shishue felt her body being hit by a huge object and fell to the side. When she fell, she saw a flower of blood spurting out. The dagger slid across Chen Shua's lower abdomen, and the blood came from Chen Shua. Zhang Hu didn't think much about it, dropped the dagger and jumped directly into the car. Don't let him go. Ruan Shishue shouted anxiously. But Chen Shua came straight towards her. Zhang Hu finally started the car and drove away. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. How did you let him escape? Ruan Shishue scolded instinctively. But the next moment. Bang! A slap hit Ruan Shishue's face hard. Ruan Shishue was stunned. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. You hit me. Ruan Shishue's beautiful eyes widened, and blood was still flowing from the corner of her mouth. The employees around were also confused. They never expected that Chen Shua would actually hit Mr. Ruan. Chen Shua angrily pulled Ruan Shishue by the collar. Are you a fucking idiot? Can't you see he has a knife in his hand? For the sake of the company, you're even willing to give up your life? If I hadn't saved you just now, you would have been a fucking corpse. What good would it be even if the files were recovered? Chen Shua's angry scolding finally made Ruan Shishue wake up. She looked at Chen Shua's still bleeding abdomen, and a strong feeling of guilt surged in her heart. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 200. I'm sorry, Ruan Shishue hesitated and was unable to utter a word, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. She hurriedly stood up and went forward to support Chen Shua. I'll take you to the hospital. Need not. Chen Shua shook off Ruan Shishue's hand and strode to the side. Buzz. As the roar of the engine sounded in the parking lot. A Porsche 911 sped away. Fuck. Porsche 911? When did this kid Chen Shua become so rich? Is he a hidden rich second generation? Then what is his purpose in hiding in the company? Is it because of President Ruan? I think so too. Ms. Ruan is as beautiful as a flower. If I were a rich boy, I would pursue Ms. Ruan. Emotional value provided by Ruan Chang plus 200. It was not until Chen Shua left that Ruan Chang recovered from her shock. How could he be so fast? Who the hell is this guy? The other side. Chen Shua went to the hospital for a simple bandage. The dagger only scratched the skin and was not serious. Parking lot. When Chen Shua came out, Ruan Chang was actually standing next to the car. She changed into a black long dress, wore a pair of open-toed high heels, and tied her hair up behind her head, looking noble and capable. Aunt? Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Who is your aunt? Stop shouting. Ruan Chang rolled her eyes and then asked, Who are you? Chen Shua smiled coldly. I just helped Meisher Group find the traitor and saved your niece, and you talk to me like this? Stop talking nonsense. I want to ask you who you are. Ruan Chang took a step forward, her eyes cold and carrying a sense of oppression. Madness. Chen Shua was too lazy to pay attention to this crazy woman and reached out to open the car door. Call. A hurricane hit, and Chen Shua hurriedly retreated. Then a slender jade leg swept across Chen Shua's face. Ruan Chang missed the first attack and attacked again. Ruan Chang. What do you mean? Chen Shua was furious and stopped dodging. Instead, he grabbed Ruan Chang's ankle with his backhand. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Chang's beautiful eyes widened. She believed that she could even bend a steel pipe with her kick. Chen Shua actually took it up so nonchalantly? Let me go. Ruan Chang shouted angrily. Oh, it's quite intense. Chen Shua was amused. Sorry, I just like your fierce type. Chen Shua pulled off Ruan Chang's high heels and threw them aside. Phew. Pretty. Slightly silky and icy cool. It's a godsend. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 100. Ruan Chang was immediately annoyed and embarrassed. You filthy rascal. Let me go. Ha ha ha. Don't tickle me, you filthy, ha 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 rascal. You quickly let me go, ha ha ha. Chen Shua tickled the soles of Ruan Chang's feet. Ruan Chang laughed so hard that she almost threw herself into Chen Shua's arms. You can let go, but you have to behave yourself, or I'm going to do more than just tickle you. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Okay, let me go, I won't hit you anymore, let me go. Chen Shua let go of Ruan Chang. However, just at the moment Chen Shua let go. I will kill you, you lecher. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Chang roared, her beautiful eyes filled with anger and tears, and she kicked Chen Shua again. This kick was definitely kicked with all my strength. If an ordinary person was kicked, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Don't give up? Chen Shua narrowed his eyes slightly. He dodged Ruan Qing's whip kick by moving sideways, and directly hugged Ruan Qing's slender waist with his left hand, then locked her hands upside down and pressed them on the hood. Just a slap in the face. Ah! What the hell? What the hell is going on? Emotional value provided by Ruan Chang plus 100. Ruan Chang was completely out of strength. She was very embarrassed and angry that she had just made such a strange sound. Silver teeth bit the red lips tightly. However, before she could react, another goal was scored. Oh, you bastard. Phew. Damn it. Is even cursing so provocative? Everyone says that my sister smells good. She is really a treasure. Chen Shua, you let me go, you bastard, let me go now. Chen Shua? I would have let you go a long time ago. Emotional value provided by Ruan Chang plus 100. Swish. Ruan Chang's pretty face turned into a red Fuji apple. Only then did she realize that Chen Shua had let go of her a long time ago, and she was the one lying on the hood and refused to get up. She hurriedly stood up shyly and glared at Chen Shua angrily. But her current look was different from the coldness she had shown at the beginning. That posture contained anger, shyness, resentment, grievance, and even a hint of. The sight of all these emotions intertwined together simply melted Chen Shua's heart. Good job. What a deadly goblin. If we go to Wushan together, I'm afraid it will be much more enjoyable than Zhou Weiwei, right? After all, a woman who is too obedient will make men lose the desire to conquer her. The more exciting this is, the more exciting. If they could even be aunt and nephew, then it would be even better. Chapter 48 Hot Spring Hotel. Chen Shua. I warn you, I don't care who you are, but if you dare to have any inappropriate thoughts about Shishua, I will never let you go. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Qing took a deep breath and pointed at Chen Shua's nose to warn him. Chen Shua was happy. Which eye of yours could tell that I have feelings for Ruan Shishue? If you don't have any ideas, then with your ability, why do you stay in Meisher Group to work? Ruan Qing asked. It was really hard for Chen Shua to explain this. You can't say that you recently obtained the system, right? Chen Shua shrugged. Okay, even if I have feelings for Ruan Shishue, so what? As far as I know, Ms. Ruan is not married. It would be a good opportunity for a gentleman to marry such a beautiful lady. Why not? Absolutely not. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Chang sneered. Even if I say yes, you still have no chance. What's the meaning? Shishue has a very good childhood sweetheart who is serving in the army and will be back soon. He is handsome, capable, and has an extraordinary background. It is impossible for Shishue to like you. Oh, there are still competitors? Chen Shua said playfully, I didn't have any feelings for Ruan Shishue at first, but now that you mentioned that, my desire to win has really risen. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Chang said angrily, Chen Shua, you really don't understand what I'm saying, right? I've already told you something nice. If you insist on getting humiliated, I won't stop you. Haha, get humiliated? Chen Shua said proudly, in my Chen Shua's dictionary, there is no word like get humiliated. After saying that, Chen Shua kicked the high-heeled shoes at Ruan Qing's feet, opened the car door and drove away. You! Damn bastard! Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Qing stomped her feet angrily, and the pebbles under her feet hit her hard, making her grimace in pain. Meisher Group. The circular conference room outside the president's office on the top floor. The top executives of Meisher Group gathered together. Ruan Shishue sat in the first seat, her face looking extremely ugly. She has reported the case to the police and the police have begun tracking Zhang Hu's whereabouts. Ruan Shishue was so angry that she scratched her ears and cheeks, wishing she could kill Zhang Hu's entire family. But things have come to this. The leak of the milk mask is a foregone conclusion. Oh no! Something terrible has happened. At this time, Secretary Wang Jing rushed into the meeting room. What's wrong? Ruan Shishue asked hurriedly. Wang Jing rushed to Ruan Shishue, put the newspaper in his hand on the table, covered his chest with one hand, pointed at the newspaper with the other, and was panting and unable to say a word. Ruan Shishue hurried to look for herself. Asshole! Bang! Ruan Shishue slammed the table and stood up, her hair standing on end with rage. Damn Jiang Group, They actually announced that they will hold a new product launch conference the day after tomorrow to release their latest developed milky scented facial mask. A milky facial mask? Damn! Could this be our milk mask? Of course it is. We have spies in Zhang's group, but we have never heard of them developing a milk scented facial mask. This milk scented facial mask that suddenly appeared is just our milk mask with a different name. It is definitely our product. It's over. The company spent 3 years and invested tens of millions of dollars in developing a product, but it turned out to be someone else's wedding dress. Meisher Group is over. Where's Ruan Cheng? The file was lost from her. She must take responsibility for this. The top brass were in chaos. Ruan Shishue was so angry that tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly and exuded a biting coldness from her body. It's a critical moment. It seems like a turnaround is imminent. Just look at it. Ruan Shishue originally thought that Zhang Group's method of dealing with Meisher Group was to cut off the supply of raw materials. But now it seems the Royal Court Group's move was just a cover-up by the Zhang Group. The Zhang Group only distracted Ruan Shishue's attention through the Royal Court Group. Their real purpose is actually the formula of the milk mask. As a result, the Meisher Group not only suffered heavy losses. The Zhang Group can also reap the benefits. It's a true win-win situation. As long as Zhang Hu cannot be found, Meisher Group will not be able to determine that the milk-scented facial mask of Zhang Group came from Meisher Group. Naturally, it is impossible to sanction them through official agencies. You are such a scoundrel, you deserve to die. Ruan Shishue slammed her fist on the table. The pain from her joints could not compare to the pain in her heart of being betrayed by her loved ones. Beep, beep. At this time, Ruan Shishue received a text message on her mobile phone. If you want the company to survive this difficult time, please come to Julie Hot Spring Resort Hotel to find me. Remember to bring your bikini, dear Shua. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Chen Shua. Could it be that he has another solution? Looking at the text message sent by Chen Shua, Ruan Shishue hesitated. If it were in the past, Ruan Shishue would definitely not respond to this text message. But after witnessing Chen Shua performing miracles several times with her own eyes, she really couldn't understand Chen Shua anymore. Every time she thought Chen Shua couldn't do it, he miraculously did it. He even saved himself. Ruan Shishue has not forgotten this incident. It's just that she is busy with the company's affairs now, so she has no time to thank Chen Shua. After thinking for a moment, Ruan Shishue stood up suddenly. The company is operating normally, and I will find a way to resolve the milk mask issue. After saying that, Ruan Shishue strode out of the company without paying attention to the chattering in the company. Juanli Hot Spring Resort Hotel. This is the highest standard resort hotel in Qingyang City. It is located in the southern suburbs of Qingyang City, backed by mountains and facing the lake. There are natural hot springs on the mountain behind, which is an excellent holiday destination. Although this resort hotel is of good standard, the most expensive room costs tens of thousands per night, but the cheapest is only 700 or 800. Naturally, Chen Shua lived in the best presidential suite. Chen Shua looked at the message "I'll arrive soon" on his phone, put away his phone with satisfaction, changed into his swimsuit, and went to the back mountain to soak in the hot springs. At the same time, a couple driving a BMW 5 Series appeared at the entrance of the resort hotel. "Baby, how did you know I wanted to take a hot spring bath for a long time? You are so nice." Zhang Yao hugged her boyfriend Qian Chang's arm and rubbed it softly, which made Qian Chang feel very excited. Bang! Qian Chang slapped Zhang Yao on the buttocks with his backhand and said proudly, "What do you want to do, little devil? How can I not know it? This time I booked a Lakeview suite, which costs $5,000 a day. In addition to this, I have also booked all other entertainment activities. Our spending today is a full 13,000. Wow! 13,000. Zhang Yao's eyes lit up with excitement. "Hubby, you are so rich, husband, you are so awesome." Qian Chang's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he said proudly, "How does your husband compare to your ex-boyfriend?" Zhang Yao showed disdain on his face and spat, "He is just a loser who can't even bear to eat sliced noodles. A rubbish like him doesn't even have the ability to enjoy himself here once in his life, let alone be able to book a Lakeview suite like my husband." Chapter 49, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Mountain Hot Springs. The warm spring water washes away the day's fatigue. Chen Shua soaked his entire body in the spring water, listening to the birds singing in the mountains, and felt extremely relaxed. The wound on the waist had healed after a simple bandage. The powerful pill not only comprehensively improved Chen Shua's physical fitness, but also improved Chen Shua's recovery ability. Chen Shua was originally mad at that stupid woman Ruan Shishua and didn't plan to have anything to do with her anymore. But Ruan Qing's words made Chen Shua's desire to win surge. Childhood sweethearts? So what? Chen Shua is now full of confidence. As long as he is willing, he doesn't believe that he can't win over Ruan Shishua. Therefore, Chen Shua changed his original plan to go home and go to Wushan with Zhou Weiwei. We decided to come to the resort hotel on short notice. System, how much emotion do I have now? Ding. Returning to the host, the current emotion value is 4,850 points. What the hell? Nearly 5,000 points? Harvesting the emotional values of 2 women at the same time is indeed fast. Let's do 5 consecutive draws. Ding. Deduct 2,500 emotion points, and the 5 draw streak begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the macho original white socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of socks that will never get smelly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a dog barking experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million in cash. Chen Shua? What the hell? A pair of socks that never get smelly? Where are you playing with eggs? Chen Shua was in tears. What kind of concept artifact was this? But what the hell is a dog barking experience card? Barking experience card, after using it on someone, within 24 hours, as long as the host lets the person bark, all the words spoken by the person will become barks. Chen Shua was happy. This thing may seem useless, but if used properly, it can definitely be a top-notch mental attack. Honey, let's go take a dip in the red wine hot spring. It says that red wine hot springs can beautify your skin. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Shua's face changed. This voice is Zhang Yao. What a rare opportunity. Ever since they parted on bad terms that day, Chen Shua had even forgotten about that trash Zhang Yao. I didn't expect to meet her here today. The sound of conversation was getting closer. Chen Shua is now soaking in a red wine hot spring. Soon, Zhang Yao and Xian Chang walked in. Why is there someone else? Xian Chang saw Chen Shua's back and complained unhappily. There are no less than 100 hot spring pools of various types on this mountain. It is not a holiday now, so there are not many guests. Among the more than 100 hot spring pools, most of them are empty. It's okay. This pool can hold more than 10 people. We can just soak together. Zhang Yao didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, it was Chen Shua's sturdy back that made Zhang Yao swallow her saliva. What a handsome guy with muscular body when he takes off his clothes. He must be very informative, right? It must be very handsome, right? Even if Qian Shang was there, it would be difficult for her to hook up with this muscular young man. Perhaps soaking in a hot spring pool with him could satisfy some of Zhang Yao's strange fantasies, right? No. Qian Chang shook his head, and then actually took out a Zis and Qiankuan bag from his pocket. Ah. Do you want to? Zhang Yao covered her mouth and screamed, her pretty face blushing. Hey, this is exciting, isn't it? Xian Shang gave a wicked smile, then shouted at Chen Shua, brother, I'll give you 300, how about letting me have the red wine hot spring? 300? Chen Shua smiled. If it were in the past, he would have been overjoyed. 300 yuan was a day's salary for him. But now? 300 yuan is just a penny. Chen Shua sneered, I'll give you 3,000 yuan, get out of here. What the hell? Are you trying to be tough with me? Xian Chang was furious. Zhang Yao became more and more excited. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. He is actually a rich and handsome brother? Wow. I really want to give birth to a baby boy for him. After Chen Shua's body was fully improved, his voice also became stronger. In addition, Chen Shua's back had not been so strong before, so Zhang Yao just felt that the voice of this back was somewhat similar to Chen Shua's. But no one thought that this was Chen Shua. After all, in her opinion, a poor guy like Chen Shua would never be willing to spend money in such a place. And today is a working day. Chen Shua must still be working like a slave in the company. Xianchang's desire to win was aroused, and he angrily said, "Brother, I am sincerely discussing business with you, but you are no longer interested, right?" Chen Shua sneered and said, "I am also sincerely discussing business with you, why are you in such a hurry?" You! Xianchang was furious. Okay, 3,000, right? I'll give you 10,000, get out of here right now. Ha, 10,000 is so awesome? I'll give you 100,000, get out of here. Chen Shua had more than 100 million in his pocket. In Chen Shua's eyes, a mere 100,000 is nothing but a drop in the bucket. You! Xianchang became more and more angry, but in the end he suppressed his anger. He knew very well that in a place like this, he might meet all kinds of big shots. Chen Shua spends so much money, who knows, he might be a big shot. If he continues to speak nonsense, he will probably get into big trouble. Secondly, Chen Shua is strong and healthy. If they get unhappy and start fighting, he will definitely be the one who suffers. He didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of Zhang Yao. Thinking of this, Xianchang took Zhang Yao's hand and said, "Forget it, there are so many hot spring pools here, let's go to another pool." Hearing this, Zhang Yao immediately looked unhappy. The one who was aggressive was Xianchang, but in the end, he was also the one who backed down first. Xianchang doesn't care about his face, so does Zhang Yao also not care about her face? Zhang Yao shook off Xianchang's hand and said angrily, "No. The red wine pool is good for your skin, I want to soak here. If you don't want to, go somewhere else." Zhang Yao, this gold digger, knows exactly how to manipulate men. She worships money, but never humble. After saying that, Zhang Yao strode directly towards the hot spring pool. Yao, don't be angry. I'll make you a fool. Isn't it okay for me to make you a fool?" Xianchang hurriedly chased after him. People are just mean. Xianchang thought he had some money, and he used to treat women in a condescending manner. But that kind of woman made Xianchang have no desire to conquer her at all. On the contrary, after meeting Zhang Yao, he felt that Zhang Yao was independent, confident, and beautiful. He was cured immediately and became completely obedient. Boom, boom, boom. The closer Zhang Yao got to Chen Shua, the faster her heartbeat. It is said that beauties love heroes. Gold diggers naturally love heroes. Chen Shua humiliated Xianchang without even turning his head, with an arrogant tone and a strong body. Such a handsome guy is simply the Prince Charming in Zhang Yao's dreams. She was extremely eager to see Chen Shua's face, but deep down she was struggling with how to meet Chen Shua. Just go straight ahead? No. It's really too low. How about a surprise? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao made up her mind, and when she was walking towards Chen Shua, she suddenly slipped. Oops. Zhang Yao fell down and fell into Chen Shua's arms. However, just when she thought she was about to feel the strong man's embrace, Chen Shua suddenly stood up. Boom! Zhang Yao fell directly into the hot spring pool and drank several mouthfuls of Chen Shua's bathwater. She was in an extremely miserable state. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao was furious. She stood up suddenly. What are you doing? Don't you know how to help? Chen Shua. Why is it you? Chapter 50 Zhang Yao barks. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao was stunned. She couldn't believe that the hunk she had been fantasizing about for so long was actually Chen Shua. She instinctively looked downward. Depend on. How could it be so informative? Did he go to Korea for plastic surgery? Chen Shua? Xianchang quickly stepped forward, pointed at Chen Shua and asked in surprise, "He is your good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend Chen Shua?" It's him. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao pointed at Chen Shua angrily and asked, "Chen Shua, you were such a jerk. I asked you for a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan but you couldn't come up with it, and you went to Korea for plastic surgery instead? You lowlife." Chen Shua looked at Zhang Yao like a fool. Is your brain burned out? If I go for plastic surgery, can I come back so soon? Idiot. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao was speechless. Yes. If he had plastic surgery, how could he come back so soon? So what the hell is this? Could it be that he had been exercising more without telling me? Chen Shua used to have a hobby of fitness. Because of the bride price issue, Zhang Yao hadn't had sex with Chen Shua for a long time. It's not impossible that he has become stronger. Ha, I thought you had turned from a country chicken into a phoenix, but it turns out you're still a poor bastard. Zhang Yao proudly hugged Qian Chang's arm and boasted, "This is my current boyfriend Qian Chang, the project manager of the Royal Court Group, who earns $1 million a year." Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Qian Chang proudly puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Brother, thank you for supporting my wife for several years." Chen Shua still looked at him as if he was a fool. Who he is none of my business. You're not angry. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought that when Chen Shua found out that she had a new boyfriend, he would be furious and cry and ask her why she abandoned him. And yet he is so calm? Zhang Yao felt as if her powerful punch had hit cotton. The feeling of powerlessness drove her crazy. Don't be fooled by his indifferent look now, he is actually very angry. Chen Chang said playfully, "He just felt guilty after hearing you say how great I am. He knew that questioning me would only bring humiliation upon himself, so he pretended not to care." Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao suddenly understood. She said with a half smile, "Chen Shua, I didn't expect that you still haven't made any progress after breaking up with me. A playboy like you is worthy of competing with us for the hot spring? I order you to get out immediately." Chen Shua, what if I don't leave? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao laughed, "Chen Shua, don't think I don't know why you are here. Isn't it because you were heartbroken after breaking up with me that you wanted to spend money in revenge? You booked the cheapest room for a day for a few $100s, and you really think you are a superior person? Let me tell you, this manager and my man are buddies. If you don't get out of here, my man will have the security guards kick you out in a minute. If you are not afraid of being embarrassed, you can give it a try." Qian Chang? Depend on. When did I get to know the manager here? Zhang Yao is so awesome that she can just talk without thinking? But since Zhang Yao said so, he naturally wouldn't show his weakness. He said proudly, "That's right, Manager Dong here is my buddy. If you don't want to be embarrassed and thrown out, then get out of here obediently. What kind of person is this? Are you worthy of sharing a hot spring bath with me?" Swish. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind flashed by. Chen Shua's left hand suddenly grabbed Qian Chang's neck. Bang! He swung his right hand left and right, and hit Qian Chang's face hard with 2 big blows. Phew! Blood spurted out along with broken teeth, and then another kick hit Qian Chang's lower abdomen. He turned into a rolling gourd and flew 3 meters away. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao was confused. She never expected that Chen Shua would dare to hurt others. Chen Shua, you. System, use the barking card. Woof woof woof. Zhang Yao? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao quickly covered her mouth, unable to believe that she was barking like a dog. Yao Yao, what are you barking about? Qian Chang was confused. Zhang Yao said anxiously, I didn't mean for the dog to bark. Chen Shua, you, woof woof woof. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao covered her mouth again. She was terrified. Am I possessed by evil spirits? Why is the dog barking all the time? Damn it! Stop barking like a dog. Scold him. Stupid mouth, scold him. Chen Shua almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This dog barking card is really suitable for people who like dogs barking. Chen Shua walked towards Qian Chang, grabbed his hair, and looked cold. If you dare to call me old man again, I'll break your legs. Swish. Chen Chang turned pale with fright. He didn't dare to speak, and Zhang Yao was afraid that he would bark again, so he didn't dare to open his mouth. Roll. As soon as Chen Shua finished speaking, Chen Chang hurriedly ran out the door. Zhang Yao also followed him out happily. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao exploded with emotion. She never expected that Chen Shua, the good-for-nothing whom she had always looked down upon, would actually dare to attack Chen Chang and make her so embarrassed. Husband, what should we do? Should we let that bastard be so arrogant? Zhang Yao gnashed her teeth in anger. That bastard is too strong. We can't fight him head-on. Money makes the world go round. If you want to deal with him, I have plenty of ways to do it. Qian Chang glared fiercely at the bathtub behind him. In the bath. Without the barking of dogs, the air feels a lot fresher. Thinking of how Zhang Yao had been humiliated just now, Chen Shua felt so happy in his heart. For so many years, Zhang Yao has been riding on his head and shitting on him. Now Chen Shua has finally turned from a serf into a master. In this way, Chen Shua actually felt relieved. He thought he would hate Zhang Yao very much and would definitely humiliate her severely when they met again. But money and power can really change a person's mentality. When he saw Zhang Yao again, Chen Shua felt like an elephant looking down on ants. Even though ants did embarrass elephants in the past. But the day an elephant becomes an elephant, it no longer takes ants seriously. What's more, Chen Shua's system was activated because of Zhang Yao. After all, Zhang Yao did do some good things. If Zhang Yao just left quietly, Chen Shua wouldn't bother her anymore. However, after all, Chen Shua underestimated the revengeful nature of this bitch. Tap tap tap. But 10 minutes later, a burst of dense footsteps sounded on the mountain path. After a while, a dozen security guards, led by Qian Chang, Zhang Yao, and a man in his 40s in a suit, rushed in. The people surrounded the hot spring. Boy, you are the one who hurt someone in the hotel. Chapter 51, The Descendant of the Celestial Beings. Are you the dog he called? Chen Shua glanced at the leading man. How dare you? This is the hotel manager Dong Yu, how dare you speak rudely to him? Chen Chang shouted angrily. Oh, Manager Dong? I think you're just a lapdog. Chen Shua looked disdainful. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao's eyes widened. Chen Shua has changed his gender? He used to be a coward. If he saw so many people, he would be scared to death. How could he be so tough? Manager Dong was furious. Boy, are you fucking tired of living? How dare you talk to me like that on my turf? Chen Shua, do you know who you are talking to? Dong Yu, you're just a poor bastard, why are you pretending? Just now Qian Chang went to Dong Yu with 10,000 yuan and asked Dong Yu to help deal with someone. He said that this guy was just a poor bastard, so Dong Yu brought people here. After all, Chen Shua beat someone up and he has no real strength, so it would be a waste if he didn't make the $10,000. He thought that as long as he stood here, Chen Shua would be scared to death. Who would have thought that I would meet such a young and inexperienced person? Do you still dare to show off to me? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao fanned the flames, saying, Manager Dong, stop wasting time talking to this loser and throw him out right away. This kind of person will only affect the reputation of our hotel. Don't worry, he can't stay. Dong Yu waved his hand and said, Go ahead, throw this arrogant thing out. If it dares to resist, beat it with a stick. Yes. The security guards laughed sinisterly and quickly stepped forward to attack Chen Shua. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao's face was full of pride. You poor bastard, you dared to embarrass me, you deserve to be beaten. Qian Chang said defiantly, so what if you can fight? To get by in life, you need strength and background. Big fists are useless. Dare to offend me, this is what will happen to you. The adulterous couple laughed wildly, as if they had already seen the scene of Chen Shua being beaten with sticks by the security guards and driven out like a dead dog. However, next moment, Chen Shua suddenly jumped out of the water. He grabbed the arm of the security guard who was rushing towards him with his right hand, and threw him over his shoulder, directly throwing him into the hot spring pool. Chen Shua dodged the baton in the security guard's hand and hit the head of another security guard who was rushing towards him. But in the blink of an eye, the two security guards were knocked down. Chen Shua did not retreat but instead advanced and took the initiative to rush into the crowd. Ping pong. There was a sound of sticks hitting flesh, and in less than a minute, more than a dozen security guards fell to the ground screaming. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 300. No. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Zhang Yao was so scared that her pants were almost wet. Dong Yu and Qian Chang are not much better. Chen Shua's cold eyes pierced Dong Yu. Manager Dong, shall we play something? Grass. Dong Yu spat, his fear turned into anger, and he pointed at Chen Shua's nose. Boy, you have guts. This is Mr. Lu's place. How dare you hurt someone here? You must be tired of living. Boss Lu Rulong? You are quite knowledgeable. Dong Yu said proudly. Boss Lu was a well-connected person in Xingyang City. Even if you are a good fighter, you will be punished if you dare to offend Boss Lu. Kneel down and apologize immediately if you know what's best for you, or don't blame me for reporting you to President Lu. It's so funny. Chen Shua said playfully, how dare a pug like you take advantage of the power of a tiger? Even if Lu Rulong stood in front of me personally, I wouldn't dare to call myself President Lu. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Ha, Chen Shua, is it because my breaking up with you was such a huge blow that it caused your brain to go haywire? Boss Lu is such a person, it would only take a word for him to deal with you, and you still dare to say that even Boss Lu has to bow down in front of you. Who do you think you are? Zhang Yao laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Xian Chang and Dong Yu burst into laughter at the same time. In Zhang Yao's opinion, Chen Shua was completely stunned by the blow. That's why they dare to do things so recklessly. Chen Shua said nothing, but just stared at Zhang Yao coldly. Click. Zhang Yao's heart trembled, and a strong fear surged in her heart. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. At this moment, she even felt a hint of murderous intent in Chen Shua's eyes. Zhang Yao was scared. Even though she knew that Chen Shua had offended Mr. Lu's people, his end would be miserable. But she had seen Chen Shua's fighting power, which had just defeated more than a dozen people. If I talk nonsense now, I will offend Chen Shua. You will definitely have to bear the consequences. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Zhang Yao hurriedly grabbed Xian Chang's arm and said, Husband, let's go. He offended Mr. Lu and naturally didn't have a good ending. There's no need for us to haggle with him. That's right. Xian Chang proudly hugged Zhang Yao's waist and said sarcastically, You are just a brainless, reckless man. You can't even keep a woman, so you can only throw a tantrum. Haha, him? Zhang Yao said playfully, If a piece of trash like him leaves me, he will never find a woman better than me in his life. That's right, my baby is the best. Xian Chang hugged Zhang Yao and was about to leave amid sarcasm. But at this moment, day. The sound of high heels tapping came from a distance. Without waiting for Qian Chang and the others to go out, a tall woman in a white dress strode in. The woman was wearing red high heels, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, her eyes were bright as if they were stars in the moon, and her legs were straight as she stood there slenderly. The woman's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her pink lips were slightly restrained, as if she was worried about something. Even so, the woman's stunning beauty and noble temperament still made her look like a banished fairy from the mortal world, independent, proud and holy. A glance for a lifetime. In just a moment, Chen Chang and Dong Yu were dumbfounded. There was a strong flash of jealousy in Zhang Yao's eyes. She thought she was extraordinarily beautiful, but compared with the woman in front of her, she was like a village girl compared to a princess, a pebble compared to the bright moon, or a grain of sand compared to the vast ocean. There is no comparison. The woman ignored the gazes of these people, glanced at the security guard lying on the ground, and then strode towards Chen Shua. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. What's going on? Chen Shua smiled calmly, nothing, just training a dog. Dog training? How could he say that? Ruan Shishua was amused by Chen Shua's words. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. She narrowed her eyes and asked, You said that I would be able to solve the company's problems when I came. Now can you tell me what the method is? I'm a bit busy right now. I have to deal with the trouble at hand. Them? Ruan Shishue glanced at Qian Chang and others. What's their relationship to you? The ex-girlfriend and her current boyfriend, and this lackey manager. Who is Ruan Shishue? With just a simple explanation, Ruan Shishue roughly understood what happened. She smiled, then actually reached out and held Chen Shua's arm. She swept her proud eyes over everyone present and uttered a cold voice. Who is looking for trouble with my boyfriend? Chapter 52, Stalking. Boyfriend. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. You are his girlfriend? Zhang Yao felt a sharp pain on her cheek. She had just humiliated Chen Shua by saying that he would never find a better girlfriend than her, but he counterattacked with a trump card. Why? You're the one who wants to cause trouble for my boyfriend? Ruan Shishue stared at Zhang Yao coldly. The power of a superior exploded around her, forcing Zhang Yao to not dare to say a word. Hey, who are you to talk to my girlfriend like that? Chen Chang stepped forward and pointed at Ruan Shishue, questioning her. Although he was also shocked by Ruan Shishue's appearance, this happened in front of Zhang Yao after all. he had to express himself anyway. What's more, he didn't think that a poor loser like Chen Shuo was worthy of such a beauty. Even if they were together, this beauty must be blind. As long as he shows his strong side, who knows, maybe this beautiful girl will start to like him? Who I am? Ruan Shishue smiled, a playful smile. President of Meisher Group, Ruan Shishue. Boom! Xian Chang and others were struck by lightning. Emotional value provided by Zhang Yao plus 200. Zhang Yao's eyes were almost blinded. Meisher Group is definitely a first-class enterprise in Xingyang City. How could the president of Meisher Group become the girlfriend of Chen Shuo, a poor loser? Zhang Yao didn't believe it at all. She quickly took out her cell phone and thought about the message from the president of Meisher Group. The same is true for Dongyu. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 300. Looking at the message displayed on the mobile phone screen, Zhang Yao was petrified on the spot. Exactly the same. The photo of the president of Meisher Group displayed on the phone is exactly the same as the woman in front of him. No. This is impossible. He's just a poor loser, how could you possibly be with him? This is impossible. Impossible. Zhang Yao screamed like crazy. Such is human possessiveness. People who are worse than her can take away things that Zhang Yao dislikes, but if people who are better than her take them away, she will not accept it. What is this? Don't you have good vision? Ruan Shishue sneered, poor loser? That's because you haven't seen Chen Shuo's strength. A blind woman like you is worthy of a man as good as Chen Shuo? Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being rude. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. You. Zhang Yao gnashed her teeth in anger. Chen Shuo, you are really good at tricks. No wonder you dare to break up with me. Have you learned to live off me? Chen Shuo narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang Yao, I advise you to wipe your mouth clean, otherwise you will regret it later. Ha 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 ha, will I, Zhang Yao, regret this? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao raised her head and laughed. Chen Shuo, please don't be so funny, okay? A man who eats gigolos and licks stinky feet is worthy of making Zhang Yao regret it? Don't think you're awesome just because you're relying on Ruan Shishue. This is the territory of the Royal Court Group. As he spoke, Zhang Yao looked at Dongyu and said, Manager Dong, as far as I know, the relationship between the Royal Court Group and the Meisher Group has not been good recently, right? This pretty boy raised by Ruan Shishue is here to cause trouble. I think that the Meisher Group is deliberately trying to cause trouble for the Royal Court Group. I suggest notifying President Liu immediately. Certainly. Dongyu said arrogantly, if it was before, I really would have to give Ruan Shishue some face, but now? Ha ha. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Seeing this, Ruan Shishue was indeed a little panicked. She was very clear about the current attitude of the Royal Court Group towards the Meisher Group. If Lu Rulong was really informed of this matter, it would not only be Chen Shuo who would be embarrassed. She was so anxious that cold sweat rolled down her forehead. She originally thought that she could scare off Dongyu and others by revealing her identity. If I help Chen Shuo out of trouble, he will definitely thank me. When the time comes to solve the group's crisis, he will not be embarrassed to raise other conditions. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Ruan Shishue's appearance naturally caught the attention of Dongyu and others. Dongyu was overjoyed, knowing that he had Ruan Shishue in his grasp. In his opinion, the person Chen Shuo relied on so wildly just now was Ruan Shishue. As long as Ruan Shishue is afraid, Chen Shuo can easily control her, right? Thinking of this, he pointed at Chen Shuo's nose and said, Boy, Ruan Shishue can't be your backer. If you don't want me to inform President Liu, then kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. As long as you knock me to my satisfaction, I can consider letting you go. Ruan Shishue's face looked extremely ugly. She hesitated for a long time, but finally turned her head to look at Chen Shuo and whispered. Chen Shuo, the company is facing internal and external troubles right now, and we absolutely cannot create any more strong enemies. I've already helped you, so please don't cause any trouble for the company. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Chen Shuo's eyes turned cold instantly. Ruan Shishue had just helped him out, and he was very touched. But Ruan Shishue turned around and made Chen Shuo suffer a setback for the benefit of the company. How could Chen Shuo agree? He said coldly, so you want me to kneel down and admit my mistake? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. A real man can bend and stretch. It's not shameful to suffer losses occasionally. Shame on you. So damn shame on you. Chen Shua snorted coldly, pulled Wan Shishue aside, and glanced at Dongyu. What you said is exactly what I wanted to say. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake now, I can let you go. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 300. Emotion value provided by Wan Shishue plus 300. Chen Shuo's words completely shocked everyone present. Wan Shishue was so angry that she wanted to slap Chen Shua twice. Damn it! Does he really want to watch the Meisher Group perish? Is there any way to solve the predicament of Meisher Group? He is clearly pushing the Meisher Group into the fire pit. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. This damn bastard. Zhang Yao couldn't close her mouth because of laughing. Ha ha ha, what is this idiot doing? He actually ignored Wan Shishua's kindness, pushed away his backer, and even dared to say such nonsense to manager Dong? Ha ha, he's dead. Xian Chang smiled complacently, with a sneering look in his eyes, as if he had already seen the scene of Chen Shua being severely beaten. Dong Yu was furious. Damn you, you've never died, have you? Okay, just wait for me. Dong Yu called Lu Rulong directly. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Xiaodong from the Hot Spring Hotel. The moment the call was connected, Dong Yu's tone instantly became humble. What is it? Lu Rulong's voice was very cold. Dong Yu turned on the speakerphone and glared at Chen Shua fiercely, saying, Boss Lu, someone came to our hotel to cause trouble. This guy is very good at fighting. He knocked down more than a dozen of our security guards by himself. Lu Rulong's tone suddenly became sinister, and he asked, who was so bold? Doesn't he know that the hotel is owned by the Royal Court Group? Chapter 53, The Attitude of Asking for Help? Of course I said this is your property, but this guy is so arrogant that he said that even if you stand in front of him in person, you dare not call yourself Mr. Lu. Dong Yu kept complaining. Presumptuous. As expected, Lu Rulong was furious. I, Lu Rulong, have only kept a low profile for a few years, and the scoundrels in Xingyang City dare not take me, Lu Rulong, seriously? Keep an eye on this kid, don't let him get away. I want to see if he dares to be so arrogant when I stand in front of him. Emotion value provided by Wan Shishue plus 100. Hearing Lu Rulong's furious voice on the phone, Wan Shishue's face turned paler. Given the current relationship between Meisher Group and Huangting Group, even if this incident did not happen, Lu Rulong would not give her a good look when he saw her. Now, because of Chen Shua's incident, Lu Rulong has found evidence against him. She didn't even dare to think about how Lu Rulong would make things difficult for her when he came. Emotion value provided by Wan Shishue plus 100. The more Wan Shishue thought about it, the more regretful she felt, and the angrier she became. Dong Yu clearly gave Chen Shua a chance to keep things quiet, but did this guy have to suffer for the sake of so-called face? She wanted to leave now. But if she leaves now, wouldn't everything she has done before be in vain? What's more, she has already said that she is Chen Shua's girlfriend. Dong Yu and the others will definitely convey this matter to Lu Rulong. As long as Lu Rulong intends to make trouble with this, it will be useless even if she leaves now. Damn you, Chen Shua, you are really going to kill me. I hope you can come up with a way to help the company get through this difficult time, otherwise I will never let you go. Emotion value provided by Wan Shishue plus 50. Boy, don't leave if you have the guts. Boss Lu will be here soon. Dong Yu looked at Chen Shua with his nose turned up. I won't leave, but you must not regret it. Chen Shua looked at Dong Yu with a smile. Humph. Pretender. Xian Chang snorted coldly, ready to watch the show. However, emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao was a little panicked. She and Chen Shua both know each other well, and I know your strengths and weaknesses. But now Zhang Yao feels that the Chen Shua she knew and the Chen Shua now are completely two different people. Both her figure and the way she spoke and did things seemed unfamiliar to her. She originally thought that Chen Shua was a gigolo like Wan Shishue. But now Wan Shishue is obviously very angry, but Chen Shua still pretends to be cool regardless. And Wan Shishue seemed helpless against Chen Shua. How is this possible? Could it be that the Chen Shua I know is not the complete Chen Shua? Does he have some hidden identity? No. Impossible. Making a movie? Are you still a rich second generation pretending to be poor? Zhang Yao shook her head firmly and put the strange idea behind her. However, the more I throw this thought out, the harder it becomes to get rid of it. On the contrary, this idea took root in his mind and even sprouted. At this time, Chen Shua turned around and went back to the hot spring. He walked towards the edge of the hot spring, glanced at the angry Yuan Shishue beside him and said, "What are you standing there for? Come and give me a shoulder rub." Emotion value provided by Yuan Shishue plus 100. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. What? Shoulder rub? How dare Chen Shua let Mr. Yuan, the president of the Meisher Group, rub his shoulders? Who the hell is he? Even if he is not a gigolo, given his status, how dare he say such things? Yuan Shishue suddenly became angry and gnashed her teeth and said, "Chen Shua, what do you want to do? I've already given you a lot of face, please don't go too far." Chen Shua, need you to give me face? Chen Shua, don't forget what you came here for today. Emotion value provided by Yuan Shishue plus 50. What does this guy want to do? Threatening me? In the past, Yuan Shishue would definitely slap Chen Shua in the face. But she doesn't dare to do that now. Meisher Group is in danger, and Chen Shua may be the only lifeline. Everything Chen Shua had shown before really surprised Yuan Shishue. Therefore, the more powerful Chen Shua was now, the angrier she became, but she also felt that Chen Shua seemed to be confident. She gritted her teeth and walked towards Chen Shua. "Okay, I can rub your shoulders for you. But if you can't give me what I want, I will make you pay the price." Bang! A crisp slap sounded. Emotion value provided by Yuan Shishue plus 300. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Everyone around was shocked. Yuan Shishue covered her red and swollen cheek with her hands, her eyes dull. He actually slapped himself again? And in front of so many outsiders? But before she could speak, Chen Shua's cold eyes, as sharp as swords and tigers, met Yuan Shishue's dull eyes. "Yuan Shishue, figure out who you are talking to. When you ask someone to do something for you, you should act like one. It's a favor to help you, but it's my duty not to help you. Don't think that anyone owes you anything. I'll be looked down upon by you even if I help you. From now on, if you dare to disobey me again, Meisher Group will die." Boom! Like a thunderclap. Emotion value provided by Yuan Shishue plus 50. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. The pupils of the people around them trembled. They couldn't believe what they saw and heard. Looking for death, this kid is really looking for death. How dare he do this to Yuan Shishue? Although the Meisher Group is not as good as the Royal Court Group, Mr. Yuan is definitely a powerful figure in Xinjiang. If he dares to do this to Mr. Yuan, he will be finished without Mr. Liu taking any action. Humph, you are a brainless idiot. Why don't you take a piss to see what you are? Do you still want to live off others for free? Everyone laughed and sneered, ready to watch the show. However, next moment, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. Yuan Shishue gritted her teeth and slowly squatted behind Chen Shua. She placed her fair and tender hands on Chen Shua's shoulders while struggling. Emotion value provided by Yuan Shishue plus 50. Yuan Shishue was humiliated to the extreme. But in the end she still didn't dare to disobey. Chen Shua's attitude is really too confident. Yuan Shishue has seen countless people, and she knows very well that if a person does not have absolute self-confidence, how dare he be so rampant? Chen Shua has a solution. He must have a way to resolve the crisis of Meisher Group. Meisher Group embodies all of Yuan Shishue's hard work. For the sake of Meisher Group, Yuan Shishue is not even afraid of life and death. This little humiliation is naturally nothing. Phew! The moment Yuan Shishue placed her jade-like hand on his shoulder, Chen Shua took a deep breath. Tender. It's so tender. If Zhou Weiwei's small hands are nephrite, then Yuan Shishue's small hands are top-grade jadeite. As the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, Yuan Shishue has been a noble princess who has never had to do housework since she was a child. She has done heavy work before, but her hands are still in excellent condition, which is unmatched by ordinary people. Just kneading her shoulders with her little hands made Chen Shua feel so good that he almost flew up. But this is just the beginning. Chapter 54, Lu Rulong arrives. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. How is this possible? The prestigious Meisher Group let Mr. Yuan, the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, Yuan Shishue, actually rub Chen Shua's shoulders? Oh my god. What is wrong with this world? However, this is not the end yet. Chen Shua grabbed Ruan Shishua's hand with his backhand. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua's delicate body trembled violently. What are you doing? Let me go. Chen Shua smiled and said, Boss Ruan's hands are indeed delicate, but they are really weak. What do you mean? I mean it's hard for you to exert force on the shore. Come down and give me a push. Go down. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua gritted her teeth and said, I didn't bring a swimsuit. Chen Shua, I remember I asked you to bring a swimsuit in my text message, right? I didn't have time. I didn't buy it on the way. Ruan Shishua clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to smash Chen Shua's head. That's easy to say. Chen Shua waved at Dong Yu and said, You, take her to my room to change into some swimsuits. You also prepared a swimsuit? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. I had expected that Mr. Ruan would be forgetful, so I prepared in advance. Don't worry, Mr. Ruan. I prepared these swimsuits myself. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Chen Shua emphasized the word personally, and Ruan Shishua immediately felt embarrassed. What's the meaning? Do I have to wear the swimsuit that Chen Shua has touched? This damn bastard. Fortunately, before Ruan Shishua could object, Dong Yu's angry rebuke was heard. Boy! Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Boom! Water splashed everywhere, and Chen Shua's figure instantly appeared in front of Dong Yu from the pool. Click! Chen Shua's big hands tightly clamped Dong Yu's neck. A strong sense of life and death crisis surged into his heart, and Dong Yu was so scared that his pants almost got wet. Only then did he realize what kind of killer god he was talking to. Come on, say it again. Chen Shua narrowed his eyes slightly and increased the strength on his palms. I am going. Dong Yu was really scared of being beaten. As the saying goes, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. He knew that he was no match for Chen Shua. If he dared to pretend any longer, even when President Liu came, Chen Shua would be taught a lesson. But he will definitely lose some skin. Why bother? Boom! Dong Yu's body collapsed to the ground, coughing and gasping for breath. Go away. Yes. Dong Yu nodded with lingering fear, then looked at Ruan Shishua and said, Mr. Ruan, please? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua was extremely hesitant. Even though she didn't see the swimsuit Chen Shua prepared for her, she knew that the swimsuit must be short of fabric. What's more, Chen Shua had touched that swimsuit before. If I wear it, wouldn't I feel embarrassed as if someone were touching me indirectly? If I don't agree, what if I miss the chance to save the Meisher group? It's not like she hasn't worn a swimsuit at the beach. Therefore, wearing a swimsuit would not be a shameful thing if Chen Shua had not held her hostage. Think of this. For the safety of Meisher group, Ruan Shishua gritted her teeth and said, Let's go. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Oh my god. Compromise again? What the hell? What the hell is this? This is Ruan Shishua, one of the most important figures in Xingyang. What kind of spell did Chen Shua cast on her? How could a dignified Ruan Shishua not fight back when hit, not respond when scolded, and obey everything she says? This is so scientific. Zhang Yao's curiosity is also Qian Chang's curiosity. They had originally planned to leave, but now they have no intention of leaving. They really want to see if Chen Shua will still dare to act so pretentiously when Lu Rulong comes. 10 minutes later. Lu Rulong didn't come, but Ruan Shishua did. The tight swimsuit shows off Ruan Shishua's curvy figure to the fullest. But what is surprising is, Ruan Shishua's swimsuit is not actually a bikini. It's a one-piece swimsuit. In addition to the large area of slender white legs exposed to the air, even the chest has a high collar. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua's emotional value was harvested again. When she looked at Chen Shua, there was actually a hint of gratitude in her eyes. That's right. This one-piece swimsuit was prepared for her by Chen Shua. Chen Shua already had the idea of taking Ruan Shishua in. In this case, Ruan Shishua will be Chen Shua's woman sooner or later. How could Chen Shua let his woman wear such revealing clothes in front of outsiders? Chen Shua never thought that he would meet Zhang Yao and the others. But the hot springs here are all public pools. Although there are private pools, they are too few in variety, so it is inevitable that you will be seen by others. Chen Shua originally wanted to prevent other people from watching, but he didn't expect to prevent Chen Chang and Dongyu, too trash. Because of the swimsuit incident, Ruan Shishua's attitude towards Chen Shua became better. This is the benefit of giving a date after a slap. She even forgot that if it weren't for Chen Shua, she wouldn't have to wear a swimsuit. She just thought that Chen Shua chose a conservative swimsuit for her, so she was grateful. Ruan Shishua walked into the hot spring and came behind Chen Shua. I'll rub your shoulders for you. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua's voice was trembling with shame. Chen Shua's eyes wandered over Ruan Shishua, and he asked playfully, "How's the fabric of this swimsuit?" "Well enough. Of course, I personally chose this swimsuit, especially the chest area, which is just the right thickness. I felt it for a long time before deciding to choose this one." Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. You. Ruan Shishua was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Damn guy. How could he say such rude words? This moment. Ruan Shishua even felt that the swimsuit wrapped around her body was not a swimsuit, but Chen Shua's big hand, which made her feel very uncomfortable and extremely ashamed. Stop talking nonsense and give your shoulders a good rub. Ruan Shishua took a deep breath, but ultimately did not dare to lose her temper. She stretched out her slender hand and placed it on Chen Shua's shoulder. A few minutes later. Day. A burst of dense footsteps sounded again in the mountains. The footsteps were very heavy, and you could tell they were the footsteps of strong men. And judging from the density of the footsteps, there were probably at least a dozen people coming. Really? But 1 minute later, 20 strong men, led by Lu Rulong, rushed to the entrance of the hot spring. 10 strong men armed with sticks were guarding outside the door, and the other 10 followed Lu Rulong into the room. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao had never seen such a scene before. Even though she knew these people were not coming for her, she was still scared. Dong Yu was overjoyed when he saw the visitor. He rushed to Lu Rulong and said, "Boss Lu, you are finally here." Useless trash. Lu Rulong withdrew his gaze from the security guards lying on the ground, glared at Chen Shua and said, "You are the ones who dared to cause trouble on my territory." Chapter 55 Foolish Woman. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Lu Rulong's voice made Ruan Shishua's heart tremble. What is coming will eventually come. Without any hesitation, she immediately stood up and looked directly at Lu Rulong. "Boss Lu, how about giving me some face?" "Mr. Ruan?" Lu Rulong was stunned for a moment. He never expected that Ruan Shishua would appear here. "Why are you here?" Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua looked unhappy. "Boss Lu, I know you want to make things difficult for Meisher Group and Ruan Shishua for some reason. But as long as President Lu doesn't make things difficult for us this time, Ruan Shishua, will definitely remember this kindness." Difficult? Lu Rulong was almost crying. What a joke. You are the woman of that master. If he didn't dare to offend the Zhang group, he would not embarrass Ruan Shishua even if he was beaten to death. Lu Rulong turned back and glared at Dongyu. "Didn't you say that the one who was causing trouble was a kid? Why is it Mr. Ruan?" Dongyu hurriedly explained, "The one who is looking for trouble is a man, and Ms. Ruan is his girlfriend. Hasn't our company been at odds with the Meisher group recently? I think Ruan Shishua and the others must have come here on purpose to cause trouble, so they contacted you." Boyfriend. Lu Rulong's face turned pale instantly. Gulp. He swallowed hard and looked back at Chen Shua's back. No way. This young man with his back to me is Chen Shua. Boss Lu, this kid is so arrogant that he even said that even if you stand in front of them, they won't dare to call themselves Boss Lu. You must not let him go. Bang. The moment Dongyu finished speaking, Lu Rulong slapped him in the face with his backhand. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Lu Rulong's actions not only confused Dongyu, but also confused everyone around him. What Dongyu said was true. Why would Lu Rulong hit him? "Mr. Lu, why did you hit me?" Dongyu covered his face with his hands, looking aggrieved. Shut up, old man. Lu Rulong was furious and kicked Dong Yu to the ground. If you dare to bark again, I'll kill you. Lu Rulong glared at Dong Yu with his tiger eyes, and he was so scared that he almost peed himself. Amid the shocked and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lu Rulong rushed to the edge of the hot spring pool and bowed to Chen Shua's back, saying, Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen? Ha, Lu Rulong, judging from your tone just now, you wanna kill me, right? Boom! The familiar voice completely broke down Lu Rulong's defense. Damn it! Damn it! He tried his best to find a way to curry favor with Chen Shua, but failed. Chen Huahua also couldn't find Chen Shua these days. Who would have thought that this blind man under his command would actually offend Chen Shua? Lu Rulong, no, Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. I had no idea that the person this bastard was talking about was you. If I had known, I would never have done that. Chen Shua stood up and turned around, saying with a half smile, LV Rulong, you keep saying you'll help me with something, but it's fine if you didn't do it, but you still dare to cause trouble for me? Do you really think that your royal court group can dominate Qingyang? Believe it or not, I can ruin your reputation with just one word. Just showing off. Hu Wun Ti. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 300. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 300. Ruan Shishua and Zhang Yao were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. They thought that when Lu Rulong came, Chen Shua would be in trouble. But who would have thought? Lu Rulong seems to know Chen Shua? And his attitude towards Chen Shua is so respectful? Ruan Shishua knew that Chen Shua had met Lu Rulong. But she didn't expect that Lu Rulong would be afraid of Chen Shua. How is this possible? And looking at Lu Rulong's expression, it seems that he is not just wary, but afraid. The scariest thing is, Chen Shua actually dared to threaten Lu Rulong? Even saying one word from him could bring ruin to Lu Rulong's reputation. Oh my god. How big is his background? Chen Shua's confident attitude scared Lu Rulong to death. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will definitely give you an explanation. You damn bastard, you're trying to kill me, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Lu Rulong was furious. He grabbed the stick from the burly man next to him and smashed it towards Dong Yu. Ah! Dong Yu was hit so hard that he cried for his parents. He begged frantically for mercy, but to no avail. I'm wrong, Boss Lu, I'm wrong. It was Chen Chang who asked me to help him. I didn't mean to do that. Please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Chen Chang. Lu Rulong kicked Dong Yu away and glared at Chen Chang. Are you Chen Chang, the project manager? Chen Chang is the project manager of the Royal Court Group, so Lu Rulong naturally knows him. Chen Chang had already been frightened to death by Lu Rulong's brutality. He trembled and said, Yes. You were the one who offended Mr. Chen first? Gulp. Chen Chang swallowed hard. He even wanted to kill Zhang Yao. Damn bastard. Didn't he say that Chen Shua was just a poor boy? How can a poor boy fight so well? Can a poor boy date Ruan Shishua? How could a poor boy scare Lu Rulong like this? This poor boy is really talking bullshit, isn't he? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. At this time, Zhang Yao actually rushed out and shouted, Boss Lu, did you make a mistake? This Chen Shua is my ex-boyfriend. I swear he is just a poor boy. You must not be afraid of him. Zhang Yao was also panicked just now. But after calming down, she still thought Chen Shua was pretending. Chen Shua is definitely a poor boy, there is no doubt about it. Rich people can pretend to be poor, but how can they pretend so well? Chen Shua has been with her for almost a year. If he was really pretending to be poor, how could she not notice it at all? This is impossible. Chen Shua must have used some trick to confuse Ruan Shishua and Lu Rulong. She must expose this bastard's mask. However, Lu Rulong looked at Zhang Yao as if she was an idiot. Is your current boyfriend this Chen Chang? Yes. Zhang Yao nodded heavily. Lu Rulong suddenly realized. Ha, idiot, you are such a stupid woman. How dare you say Mr. Chen is poor? If Mr. Chen was poor, he could spend less than 500,000 yuan in an hour at the Royal Court KTV. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao's eyes almost popped out. Ruan Shishue disagreed. She had long known that Chen Shuo was rich. He spends $500,000 an hour. This is impossible. How is this possible? He is just a poor bastard. He can't even afford the 500,000 yuan dowry that I asked him for. How can he possibly spend 500,000 yuan a day? Lu Rulong sneered. Impossible? In your eyes, $500,000 is a lot, but in Mr. Chen's and even my eyes, $500,000 is just $50. Listen carefully, Mr. Chen is a member of Black Gold Bank. Chapter 56 Dog Bites Dog. Member of Black Gold Bank? What is that? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao was confused. At her level, she doesn't understand these things at all. However, Xian Chang was shocked. At the same time, Ruan Shishue was also shocked. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. You are a member of the Black Gold Bank. Ruan Shishue looked at Chen Shuo excitedly, with anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Those who can become members of Black Gold Bank are all big shots. If Chen Shuo really has such an identity, then if he says he can help Meisure Group overcome its difficulties, his credibility will be even higher. What do you think? Chen Shuo answered the question irrelevantly and looked at Ruan Shishue with a smile. Yes. He must be. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. Ruan Shishue was ecstatic. The members of Black Gold Bank are the top 3 in the world and the top private bank in Daxia. If you want to become a member of Black Gold Bank, you must first have a net worth of 1 billion, and secondly, you must be referred by 3 or more Black Gold Bank members. There are no more than 10,000 people in the entire Daxia who are eligible to become members of the Black Gold Bank, but these 10,000 people control 80% of Daxia's wealth. Boom! Like a thunderclap. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 300. This moment, Zhang Yao just felt dizzy. She could no longer hear what Ruan Shishue was saying. She only caught a few key words. A billionaire. 3 members referred. And 80% of the wealth. After listening to Ruan Shishue's detailed introduction, Chen Shuo finally understood why Lu Rulong was so afraid of him and wanted to curry favor with him. He was afraid of himself because he knew that he had an extraordinary background. He was trying to curry favor with me because he wanted me to be one of the 3 introducers. And as long as you have yourself, naturally, I can find someone to introduce him to someone. Then he would be eligible to join the Black Gold Bank as a member. Becoming a member of Black Gold Bank will give you an extra boost in the business world. This is undoubtedly the best credit certificate. Even the National Bank would be willing to lend more to these members and lower the interest rate. Zhang Yao looked at Chen Shuo dully. Are you really a super rich second generation? But why don't you even want to give me the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift? Why are you pretending to be poor? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Chen Shuo smiled, his arrogant eyes seemed to be looking at a poor clown. Zhang Yao, who do you think you are? Do you deserve 500,000? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao cried. A strong sense of regret surged in his heart, and he wished he could beat himself to death. Zhang Yao, what stupid thing have you done? How could you let such a rich man go? You idiot. Big idiot. But this feeling of regret is fleeting. Zhang Yao quickly figured out that since Chen Shuo pretended to be poor to get close to her, it must be because he liked her very much. How can love disappear so easily? There is a chance. You must have a chance. Thinking of this, she rushed towards Chen Shuo, hugged Chen Shuo's arm, and showed a pitiful expression with tears in her eyes. Based on Zhang Yao's experience, the few times when I made Chen Shuo unable to bear it anymore, I just hugged his arm and showed this pitiful expression. Chen Shuo will choose to forgive himself. This time, he will definitely do it. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Hubby, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I asked you for a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan because of my mother's suggestion. In fact, you are the one I love most in my heart. I found Xian Chang to piss you off. Now his mission has been completed and the misunderstanding between us has been resolved. Let's continue to be together, okay? I know you still love me. If you are so rich, you wouldn't pretend to be poor and suffer with me, right? Phew. Chen Shuo was amused. He knew that Zhang Yao was shameless, but he never expected that Zhang Yao could be so shameless. He said nothing, but looked at Qian Chang. Really? Qian Chang was furious. Being cheated on in public made Qian Chang completely upset, and he completely forgot about the fear he was feeling. He rushed towards Zhang Yao, grabbed her by the collar, and yelled, "You stinky bitch, what the hell do you mean by that? UF King told me that Qin Shuo was a loser and that you loved me the most. Were all those words lies? Get out of here." Zhang Yao shook off Qian Chang's hand and said disdainfully, "I only found you to use you as a tool, do you really believe it? Don't pull me around, my husband will misunderstand." "I misunderstood." Qian Chang roared, "When you were fucking in bed with me, why didn't you tell your husband that he would misunderstand?" Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. You shut up. If you dare to say anything nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. Ha, you dare to do it but not take responsibility? Qian Chang was completely desperate. "When you, a stinking bitch, were giving me a blowjob, why?" "Ah. Qian Chang, I'm going to fight you." Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao was afraid that if Qian Chang continued talking, Qian Shuo would hate her, so she just rushed up to him and started wrestling with him. Qian Chang is also a waste. Not only was he unable to beat Qian Shuo, but he was also scratched by Zhang Yao until his face was covered in blood. The two men fought fiercely and cursed at each other harshly. The two of them even exposed each other's shortcomings, and all those shameful things were spread out without being taken seriously. The scene was like a dog-eat-dog fight, so horrific. They are quite pitiful. Ruan Shishue smacked her lips. Poor. Qian Shuo sneered, "It's all your own fault." After saying that, Qian Shuo turned around and strode towards the door. Ruan Shishue hurriedly chased after him. Qian Chang and Zhang Yao were still fighting and didn't notice Qian Shuo leaving at all. Lu Rulong also hurriedly chased after him and said flatteringly, "Mr. Chen, look at what happened today. You should know how to deal with it, and you'd better know how to do it." Qian Shuo left a word without even turning back. Damn bastard. The anger in Lu Rulong's heart was ignited again. Hit. Hit me. Lu Rulong roared at the burly man behind him. Who to hit? Beat them all. Beat them to death. Ah. A shrill scream came from behind, but Chen Shuo and Ruan Shishue had already returned to the presidential suite. Chen Shuo strode into the room. Ruan Shishue stopped at the door. "Come in." Chen Shuo issued a commanding tone. Soft methods won't work when dealing with a tough guy like Ruan Shishue. It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room, right? Ruan Shishue clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Not good? Chen Shuo sneered, "If you are not good, then get out. You should already know my character. If you can make me happy, I can say anything. But if you can make me unhappy, even the King of Heaven can't do anything." Chapter 57 Betting. You. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue was very angry about this. She was not a gold digger like Zhou Weiwei, who wanted to lick the boots of rich men when she saw them. Ruan Shishue was indeed shocked to find out that Chen Shuo was a member of Black Gold Bank. She also knew that her strength was not as good as Chen Shuo's. But if the Meisher group was not in danger, these would definitely not be enough to make Ruan Shishue give in. But now, she had no choice. Ruan Shishue took a deep breath, stepped over the threshold with her fair and tender feet, and walked into the living room. Chen Shuo pointed in front of him and said, "Kneel down." Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. What did you say? I said kneel down, didn't you hear me? You. Don't go too far. Ruan Shishue gnashed her teeth in anger. She could surrender, but kneeling down was not just surrendering, it was a naked trampling of her dignity. Is it too much? Chen Shuo sneered, "Your identity is not worth mentioning in front of me. I just remember you making me kneel down. That's right. Chen Shuo is just seeking revenge." Ruan Shishue actually made him kneel down for the safety of Meisher Group. Chen Shuo was already giving her face by not asking her to kneel in front of outsiders. This is not excessive at all. Really? Chen Shuo's words left Ruan Shishue speechless. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue knew very well what a stupid thing she had done. With Chen Shuo's strength, why should he kneel down to Dongyu? Even Lu Rulong doesn't have the qualifications. But I am a woman after all. I have never done this in my life. When identity is powerless. Ruan Shishue could only choose the method that she despised the most, which was to speak as a woman. As a strong woman, what annoys her most is that some people do not recognize her abilities just because she is a woman. But now, she can only protect herself by using her identity as a woman. Ruan Shishue thought she had a fairy-like beauty. Over the years, no matter if a man was rich or poor, he would lick her. Chen Shua is also a man. She didn't believe that if she showed weakness, Chen Shua would still hold on to her. Pity. She chose the wrong person. Chen Shua had already been deeply hurt by Zhang Yao. What annoys him most is people who speak in the identity of a woman. Chen Shua said coldly, "Woman? In my eyes, you are barely a human being. I'm going to say this one last time, get down on your knees or get out." Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. You. Do you really want to push me into a desperate situation? Ruan Shishue's back teeth were almost broken. Chen Shua didn't say much, just glanced at the door and raised his eyebrows. After all, Ruan Shishue was scared. Because of her identity as a woman, she was not favored in the Ruan family. Meisher Group is her way of proving herself to everyone. If Meisher Group goes bankrupt, she will never be able to make a comeback. Chen Shua, I hate you. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Boom. Ruan Shishue gritted her teeth and finally knelt in front of Chen Shua. Chen Shua reached out and grabbed Ruan Shishue's chin. Ruan Shishue stared at Chen Shua with angry eyes. You want me to take off my clothes next? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. As Ruan Shishue spoke, she was about to take off her swimsuit. Chen Shua? Is this girl so cruel? Are you planning to dedicate yourself directly? So what is the point? Chen Shua was speechless. I thought it was a hell-level boss, but it turned out to be so easy to defeat? Boring. Chen Shua reached out and held Ruan Shishue's hand, saying playfully, "You're right. I was planning to force you to take off your clothes. But since you're so proactive, I don't want to play this way anymore." Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. Tears welled up in Ruan Shishue's eyes and she felt extremely humiliated. Chen Shua. I've already made plans for the worst, what else do you want? You did all this just to get my body, didn't you? What dirty tricks do you want to use on me? Ruan Shishue is not stupid. Chen Shua is so capable, why does he help me again and again? There is no such thing as a free lunch. When she received the message from Chen Shua asking her to go to the hotel and get a swimsuit, she had actually guessed what was going on. She just didn't want to face it. After all, she still doubted whether Chen Shua had the ability to save the Meisher Group. But now, when Chen Shua revealed his membership of Black Gold Bank, Ruan Shishue's doubts completely disappeared. With Chen Shua's identity, as long as he is willing, the crisis of Meisher Group can indeed be overcome easily. Therefore, she didn't want Chen Shua to tease her anymore. She has made up her mind to give up everything to save the Meisher Group. So she wanted to take off her clothes right away and cut the Gordian knot. Don't worry, I won't force you anymore, and I won't make things difficult for you. Chen Shua's tone was playful. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue's angry expression suddenly froze. You, what do you mean? Chen Shua lifted Ruan Shishue's chin again and leaned over until his face was almost touching hers. I'll make you crawl into my bed willingly, without a single complaint. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ha, what a fool's dream. Ruan Shishue sneered, I, Ruan Shishue, only care about Meisher Group and want to prove myself, but I am definitely not a money-loving person. If you want to use money to make me surrender, then I can only say that you have the wrong person. Really? Chen Shua stroked Ruan Shishue's snow-white cheek with his fingers, and the latter did not dodge. How about we make a bet? What's the bet? I bet you'll willingly crawl into my bed. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue was happy. How could she lose this kind of bet? How long? Ruan Shishue asked. 1 month. 1 month? Ruan Shishue laughed out loud. What if you lose? If I lose, I'll give you 1 billion. Chen Shua directly threw out the trump card. Ruan Shishue was indeed ecstatic. 1 billion. If it gets this money, Meisher Group can expand its R&D and production scale, surpassing Jiang Group in one fell swoop and becoming the largest cosmetics company in Linjiang province. Okay. Ruan Shishue agreed immediately. For a bet that is sure to win, Chen Shua's move is tantamount to giving away money for free. After all, Chen Shua is a well-known figure. If he defaults on his debt, Ruan Shishue will definitely expose the matter and ruin Chen Shua's reputation. Don't worry, I haven't told you what to do if you lose. Me? Ruan Shishue sneered, I can't lose. Okay. How about you say I lose? Chen Shua, it's simple. If you lose, you will ask your aunt to be my maid for a month. What? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. Ruan Shishue's eyes suddenly widened. Chen Shua. You lecherous thief, not only are you thinking about me, you are also thinking about my aunt. Ruan Shishue was furious and sarcastically said, You know, just because of what you said, I will never like you, let alone willingly climb into your bed. Chapter 58 Facing Doubts. That may not be the case. Chen Shua smiled indifferently, stood up and walked towards the master bedroom. What are you going to do? Change your clothes and go help you with your trouble. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Solve the trouble? Ruan Shishue immediately smiled, and the haze in her heart was swept away. After leaving the hotel, Ruan Shishue was in a pretty good mood. It can even be described as joyful. She had just thought she was going to lose her virginity for her career. Now I have saved my body. Even got a sure win bet. The most important thing is that Chen Shua promised to help her solve the problem now. Even if Chen Shua does not acknowledge the bet at that time, it would be great as long as the current crisis can be resolved. Meisher Group. Project Department. When Chen Shua and Ruan Shishue arrived, the R&D department was dead silent. The employees in the R&D department all had bitter faces and sat silently in various places in the department. The theft of the milk mask caused all their hard work over the past few years to go down the drain and become someone else's trick. The funniest thing is, the research and development files of the milk mask were not backed up. The files were stolen, and their research and development progress was reset to 0. Although it would be much easier to develop the product from scratch, by the time it is developed, Jiang Group's milk-scented facial mask would have already occupied the entire market. Not only did they fail to gain market recognition, there may even be a risk of counterfeiting. The original work has become an imitation, which is really ridiculous. Mr. Ruan. When everyone saw Ruan Shishue, they all stood up and greeted her listlessly. At this time, Ruan Qing also walked out of the office. Chen Shua? Why are you here? Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Ruan Qing frowned and stared at Chen Shua with a fierce look. Chen Shua, why do you care about me? You. Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Ruan Qing gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and wanted to attack Chen Shua again. Chen Shua disagreed and made a patting gesture in the air. Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Swish. Ruan Qing's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she became angry and embarrassed. The scene of Chen Shua pressing her down in the car and spanking her on the buttocks that day emerged in her mind. Damn it! You bastard! Ruan Qing knew that she was no match for Chen Shua. She snorted coldly and looked at Ruan Shishue and said, Shishue, this guy has bad intentions. You'd better stay away from him. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue smiled bitterly and shook her head. How could she not know that Chen Shua had bad intentions? Not only did Chen Shua have ill intentions towards her, he was also thinking about his aunt who had never been in a relationship. But in the current situation, she has no choice. Seeing that Ruan Shishue didn't say anything, Ruan Qing didn't say anything more. She picked up the envelope in her hand and handed it to Ruan Shishue. This is? Resignation. Ruan Qing said bitterly, after all, the documents were stolen from my office. I can't escape the blame. If I don't resign, I won't be able to convince the public. No. Ruan Shishue slammed the envelope on the table. The company is in danger. Now is not the time to hold anyone accountable. Instead, we should let the company get through the crisis first. If you, the head of the R&D department, resign now, the company will only become more turbulent. Chen Shua nodded slightly, and felt a little more admiration for Ruan Shishue. I have to say that Ruan Shishue, a strong woman, is indeed not comparable to ordinary women like Zhou Weiwei. She was able to build such a big company, which shows she has a lot of courage and ability. No matter whether it is brainless or not, one has to admire the courage to sacrifice oneself for the company. The fact that she was able to remain calm in the face of danger and knew how to deal with the crisis first and then hold people accountable also demonstrated that she is indeed capable and smart. But, Ruan Qing said helplessly, in this situation, is there any way for us to survive the crisis? Have. Ruan Shishue looked at Chen Shua, he can help us through this difficult time. Emotional value provided by Ruan Chang plus 100. Him? Ruan Qing's eyes widened. He's just a bit of a fighter and has a little money. Why should he help us through this difficult time? Because he is a member of Black Gold Bank. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 300. Ruan Chang was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. The same was true for other people in the RD department, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Black Gold Bank member? To them, this is a great man who only exists in legends. The person in front of me is actually Ruan Qing, are you sure? Lu Rulong admitted it himself. How could I be wrong? Could he be wrong as well? Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Shishua's words gave Ruan Qing complete peace of mind. Ruan Chang was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Many people in Xingyang City's upper echelons knew that Lu Rulong wanted to become a member of the Black Gold Bank. Moreover, Lu Rulong's strength is indeed much greater than Ruan Shishue's. If Lu Rulong said so, then it must be correct. Chen Shua said playfully, don't be surprised, auntie. There are still many things you don't know. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Damn bastard. He actually made fun of it? What happened to Black Gold Bank members? It's great to be rich. Ruan Qing thought angrily but didn't dare to say it out loud. She is not stupid either. It is clear that if Chen Shua really has such an identity, then he may be able to help the Meisher group overcome the crisis. To put it simply, what is business? Isn't it just money? As long as there is enough money, any failure can be saved. Chen Shua didn't even need to mobilize any connections. As long as Meisher Group is given a few $100 million in financing, it will naturally be able to revive. Ruan Shishue, Chen Shua, you said you would help me solve the crisis, but what do you mean by bringing me all the way to the RD department? Shouldn't we go out and find connections, or go to the bank to transfer money? In Ruan Shishue's opinion, Chen Shua's method helped Meisher Group overcome the crisis. If I hadn't used my connections to get the RD documents of the milk mask back from Jiang Group, or just give the money directly to Meisher Group. No matter which of these two paths you choose, you shouldn't come to the company. Why do we need to find connections to help the Meisher Group? Why do we need to transfer money? Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. No connections, no money transfer? Ruan Shishua was stunned at first, then angrily said, you fooled me. A woman with long hair and short knowledge. Chen Shua smiled coldly, then walked directly to the operating table beside him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Shua. I have absolutely no idea what he's going to do. Chen Shua casually searched for a while, then raised his hand and said, someone go out and buy some things for me. Buying things? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua became more and more angry and asked, Chen Shua. You said you would help me, what on earth are you doing? I, Ruan Shishua, am not made of clay. Meisher Group is everything to me. If you dare to play tricks on me, no matter how powerful you are, I will fight you to the death. Chen Shua glanced at Ruan Shishua as if she were a fool. I am just helping the Meisher Group overcome its difficulties. If you don't trust me, I will leave now. If you're willing to let me help you, shut your mouth. Chapter 59 Fruit Essence Mask. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua and Ruan Chang were both very angry at Chen Shua's arrogant attitude. But in the end, the two were still afraid of Chen Shua's identity and dared not say much. Logically speaking, Chen Shua has a strong background, so there is no need for him to play tricks on them like this. Okay. I want to see what you are up to. Ruan Shishua waved her hand and said, Xingqing, go buy things for him. Yeah. From the crowd, a cute girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall and had a chubby face walked out. The girl looked no more than 23 or 24 years old. She was holding a roasted sweet potato in her hand and eating it as she walked. Qingqing, put your things away and don't embarrass yourself. Ruan Chang was so angry that she started to yell. Qingqing put the things on the table beside her with a look of grievance, wiped her hands, and came to Chen Shua with the notebook. Handsome brother, go ahead and tell me, I'm ready. Well, remember, the things I'm going to talk about next all need to weigh 3 kilograms, namely bananas, apples, dragon fruit, kiwi fruit, watermelon. Wow, they are all delicious fruits. Qingqing is definitely a foodie. Just hearing these things, she started drooling. Chen Shua was so amused by this girl that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Shua listed a total of 20 kinds of fruits in one breath. In addition to those fruits, I also want you to buy 3 caddies of ginseng, 3 caddies of angelica root, 3 caddies of poria cocos, 3 caddies of koik seed, 3 caddies of natural pearl powder, 3 caddies of aloe vera, 10 caddies of milk, 10 caddies of honey and a bucket of pure natural mineral water. Finally, remember to buy a high-power induction cooker and a large iron pot. Remember, it must be a large iron pot, not stainless steel or something, okay? Qingqing nodded heavily, wiping her drool and said, Handsome brother, are you going to make something delicious? Chen Shua nodded slightly. What I want to do is, a facial mask. Emotional value provided by Ruan Chang plus 100. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Make a facial mask. These words almost made everyone around them drop their jaws. Even Qingqing, who was drooling, forgot to eat. No. Chen Shua, what are you doing? Ruan Shishue was furious. I asked you to help me solve the crisis, not to cause trouble for me. The things you bought can indeed be used as raw materials for making facial masks, but do you think it's possible to make a facial mask that surpasses the milk mask with those things? Chen Shua said proudly, don't use your short-sightedness to measure this world. You. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua was so angry that she wanted to smash Chen Shua's head. Damn it. It's obvious that he wants to get himself into trouble. Chen Shua, don't go too far. I know you have an extraordinary background and extraordinary ability, but no matter how rich you are, how can you understand the ins and outs of developing cosmetics? Ruan Shishua stared at Chen Shua with her beautiful eyes and questioned him. Chen Shua smiled and said, Ruan Shishua, what you think is impossible is nothing more than a trivial matter in my eyes. Today I will let you see what an all-round man is. Go shopping. This. Qingqing was embarrassed. On one side is a powerful person with an extraordinary background, and on the other side is one's own boss. What should I do? Qingqing was so anxious that sweat broke out on her forehead. You can make a fuss if you want, but don't put others in the middle and make them feel like they are neither a human nor a villain. Go! Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua gritted her teeth and said, go buy it for him. If he dares to play tricks on me, I will never let him go. Yeah, I'll go right away. Qingqing felt relieved and ran out quickly. Shishue, I think you trust him too much. In my opinion, he is just a playboy. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Qing finally couldn't help but complain. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua smiled bitterly and shook her head, but now, do I have any choice? This. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Qing also gave a bitter smile and sat down helplessly. Yes. The current situation. If you don't believe Chen Shua, what else can she do? She was completely forced into a desperate situation. If there was a glimmer of hope, she would not allow Chen Shua to do whatever he wanted. Although the things Chen Shua wanted were not difficult to buy, there were quite a few varieties. Almost an hour. Qingqing then came back with a few security guards. They were holding all the things Chen Shua wanted and spread them out on the ground in a neat row, filling up a small corridor. Chen Shua waved at Qingqing, come and help me. Good. Qingqing walked over quickly and, under Chen Shua's instruction, washed and cut the fruit. After Chen Shua cleaned the iron pot, he poured in purified water and started boiling it. After. A shocking scene appeared. When hot steam came out of the iron pot, Chen Shua actually touched the edge of the pot and then stopped moving. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. This. He's not afraid of the heat. Ruan Shishue exclaimed. Ruan Xing frowned. It seems that I still underestimated his strength. He is much stronger than I thought. Chen Shua didn't care about the shock of the people around him. He put his whole heart and soul into the iron pot on the table. Seeing that the temperature was about to reach the level he wanted, he immediately grabbed a banana beside him and pretended to throw it in. Qingqing, take the kiwis and oranges. Oh, good. Qingqing quickly grabbed the kiwi and orange with her small hands. Ready, release. Qingqing reacted quickly. The moment she heard the sound, she immediately threw what she was holding in her hand. Chen Shua picked up the iron pot, then quickly picked up the fruits from the table and threw them into it. Soon, under the baking heat of the iron pan, a rich fruity aroma emanates from the iron pan. Chen Shua put the pot on the induction cooker again, while still throwing fruits into it. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Shua just grabbed the fruits and threw them at random. But in fact, the dosage, timing and temperature of each fruit need to be just right. After all the fruits were thrown in, Chen Shua began to throw in the medicinal herbs. Moment. The rich aroma of medicine mixed with the fragrance of fruit filled the air. The smell is very magical. Not only is it sweet and tempting, but it even makes your mind clear when you smell it. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Ruan Shishue and Ruan Chang were already shocked. Even though this thing is not a facial mask, its ability to refresh the mind alone is already extraordinary. You must know. This is a purely natural thing. No additives at all. At this time, Chen Shua took the milk and honey and poured them all into the pot, then covered the iron pot heavily. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said confidently, in half an hour, everything will be clear. Chapter 60 Trial. Over time, the pot continued to make a gurgling sound of boiling. The aroma of fruits, medicinal herbs, milk and honey mixed together and permeated the entire RD department. Qingqing's drool was almost on the ground. Even other women who are not foodies are extremely greedy. Chen Shua is not making a facial mask, he is clearly making top-notch gourmet food. Half an hour later, Chen Shua picked up the iron pot on time. The moment you open the lid of the pot, a stronger aroma hits your nose. Everyone looked at the iron pot. I saw that the liquid at the bottom of the pot had disappeared, replaced by a pink paste. Wow! It smells so good, can I eat this? Qingqing seemed to have completely forgotten that Chen Shua was making a facial mask. There was a longing light in her big eyes and her little hands were placed on her chest with an expectant look. Chen Shua smiled faintly and said, "This is a pure natural mask without any additives. Of course you can eat it." "Then I'll try." Qingqing rushed over, grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her mouth. Wow! Delicious, so delicious. Qingqing was so happy while eating it. Seeing this scene, the other women around also swallowed their saliva. No way. No wonder they are jealous. It's because this thing smells so good. As we all know, watching others eat is often more likely to stimulate our appetite than eating ourselves. The publicity effect of Qingqing's snack broadcast naturally played a very crucial role. Don't be so tense. If you want to eat something, try it all. Just don't finish it all. After Chen Shua finished speaking, the other female employees first smiled awkwardly, and then rushed over in a swarm. Delicious. Really delicious. I'm not sure if this is a facial mask, but it's definitely a delicacy. This is simply the best thing I have ever eaten, and it still makes me feel full. Boss Ruan, Manager Ruan, you guys should try some too, this is really delicious. I don't want it. I don't want it either. Ruan Shishue and Ruan Xing shook their heads at the same time. Although they were both envious, they were in high positions after all, so how could they lose their composure like this? That's about it. Ruan Shishue said unhappily, now is not the time for you to eat. The words fell. The female employees suddenly felt out of control and shrank back in embarrassment. Qingqing stared at the iron pot with lingering interest and kept licking her fingers. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue stared at Chen Shua coldly, isn't it time to show you the effects of this mask? Certainly. Chen Shua looked at the crowd, who among you is willing to give it a try? Swish. The employees who had just been scrambling to eat the mask took a step back and shook their heads in embarrassment. What a joke. Although this thing tastes good, who knows what it will look like if you put it on your face? Sugar tastes good, but who would put sugar on their face? Let me do it. At this time, Qingqing actually volunteered to run out. I have sensitive skin, so I am the one who does the experiments on all the products developed by the company. As long as there are no side effects on my face, 99% of the people who put the products on the market will not have side effects. Oh? It turns out that this little foodie can also test poison? Ruan Shishua, this black-hearted capitalist, really doesn't keep idle people. Chen Shua nodded, okay, then you come. Qingqing is not afraid of side effects when applying this thing on her face. But this little foodie has been completely captivated by Chen Shua's delicious food. In her opinion, if something is safe to eat, how can it be okay to apply it on the face? At most it has no effect, it's just a little sticky. Just wash it. Then I'll go take off my makeup first. Qingqing left in a hurry and ran back a few minutes later. Did you take your makeup off? Chen Shua was confused. Except for some water stains on her face, this girl looked exactly the same as before. Qingqing smiled awkwardly and said, I'm not very good at putting on makeup. It's just a layer of foundation, which is easy to clean. Qingqing is not very pretty, but her skin is really good, above average. In the eyes of ordinary people, she is already considered a beauty. It's just that the system requirements are too harsh. Such a girl can't even meet the conditions for the system to take advantage of her. Otherwise, this naive girl would definitely be severely exploited by Chen Shua. Since he couldn't take advantage of her, Chen Shua naturally wouldn't want to play with her emotions. It's a thankless job, isn't it? Sit down and I'll wipe it for you. Chen Shua asked Qingqing to sit down, and then under the gaze of everyone, he evenly smeared the pink paste in the pot on Qingqing's face bit by bit. Do you think this will work? I think it's terrible. What skincare products are there now without chemical additives? Yes, although most of the things he wants are good for the skin, they don't have any chemical additives in them, so the effects of these things won't be seen for a while. People nowadays live a fast-paced life and hope that a mask can remedy dark circles caused by staying up late and various skin problems caused by irregular work and rest. If 3 or 2 masks have no effect, no one will buy it. Not only that, this mask is made entirely of fruit, so the cost is not low. Although it is not as high as the price of first-class skincare products, if the price is too low, we will not make any money. And the production method of this mask is different from that of our other products. If we want to mass-produce this thing, we need to rebuild the factory. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 50. Listening to the discussions of the people around them, Ruan Shishua and Ruan Qing's faces began to turn dark. Don't they understand these principles? The two men's anger grew stronger. Ruan Shishua suppressed her anger towards Chen Shua and asked Qingqing, Qingqing, how do you feel now? Qingqing, I feel my face is warm. What? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 100. Quick! Tear that thing off. Ruan Shishua shouted anxiously. She didn't even admit it was a face mask, but just called it that. Chen Shua, what are you tearing? You idiot! Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua quickly stepped forward and was about to tear off the mask. Skincare products have a cooling effect on the face. If they make the face hot, it means you are allergic. Take them off quickly. Bang! Chen Shua grabbed Ruan Shishua's wrist and said coldly, Ruan Shishua, I told you not to use your short-sightedness to measure the world. The human body is naturally hot. Being cold is against the flow of qi and blood, while being hot is in accordance with the flow of qi and blood. As he spoke, Chen Shua looked at Qingqing and said, Qingqing, do you feel uncomfortable on your face? Qingqing shook her head. I don't feel uncomfortable. Although it's hot, it feels very comfortable. There's no burning or itching feeling like allergies. Chapter 61 Top Efficacy. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Nothing uncomfortable? Ruan Shishua was a little confused. According to her previous experience, if a face feels hot after applying a facial mask, it is most likely an allergy. Is this mask different from the others? Ruan Shishua thought for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. 15 minutes later. Chen Shua asked someone to bring a basin of clean water. It's time to wash your face. Aha! Qingqing washed her face with clean water. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Just one look and everyone was stunned. Qingqing's skin is already very good. It is extremely difficult for ordinary skincare products to leave any marks on Qingqing's face. However, after the mask was washed off, everyone could clearly see that the pores on Qingqing's face became more delicate and the skin on her entire face seemed to be glowing. Under the refraction of the light, Qingqing's skin reflects bright light, just like the skin of female stars with special effects in skin care product advertisements. This is actually a facial mask. Oh my god, it can leave such clear marks on Qingqing's face. How amazing must the effect of this mask be? Ruan Shishue was already getting excited. She strode out of the door and shouted to a tan security guard at the door, "Come in." The security guard came in hurriedly. "Give him a try." The employees did not dare to delay and immediately walked towards the security guard with face masks. This security guard must have been born into a peasant family and usually doesn't pay any attention to skin care. His skin is wheat-colored, with large pores, and there is some dry and dead skin on his face, which is very rough. I use a facial mask? The security guard shook his head like a rattle. "Boss Ruan, I can't do this. I have never used this thing in my life." "Stop talking nonsense, I'll give you 1,000 bonus after you use it up." The security guard was immediately ecstatic. A female employee personally helps herself apply a facial mask and gets a bonus of 1,000? Only a fool would not agree. "Thank you, Mr. Ruan." "Thank you, Mr. Ruan." The security guard nodded obediently, then sat down on the chair obediently, waiting to be served by the female employee. The female employee did not hesitate and immediately applied the mask on the security guard's face. Then there was a dead silence all around. Except for Chen Shua, who was sitting on a chair playing with his phone out of boredom, everyone else's eyes were focused on the security guard. The security guard is in his 40s and has never been stared at by so many women in his life, especially so many top-notch ones. He just felt his cheeks burning, he was fidgeting, and he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. Fortunately, the facial mask on his face had the same effect as wearing a mask, which made him feel a little more comfortable. Otherwise, he would probably faint from nervousness. 15 minutes passed in a flash. As soon as the time came, Ruan Shishue couldn't wait to urge the security guard to wash his face. The security guard was already feeling uncomfortable being stared at, so he quickly stood up and washed his face with a basin of clean water. 1 minute later. When the security guard finished washing his face and stood up, everyone looked at his back and could even hear their own heartbeats. Boom, boom, boom. The moment to witness a miracle is about to come. The security guard slowly turned around. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 300. Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 300. Boom. Like thunder exploding in everyone's heart. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. I saw a very clear and distinct dividing line between the security guard's face and neck. The area below the neck is wheat-colored, but the area above the neck is white. Although this white is not as white as Qingqing and Ruan Shishue's, the contrast is very strong because the security guard's original skin color is too yellow and dark. Besides, the large pores on his face shrank visibly, his dark circles turned gray, and dry and dead skin, which can be eliminated by ordinary skin care products, completely disappeared. It can be said that the security guard changed directly from a rough and muscular man to a pretty boy. Oh my god. What kind of top-notch facial mask is this? He actually used the simplest ingredients, the most natural ingredients, to make such a top-notch facial mask? The milk mask we worked so hard on for 3 years is not even 1/10 as good as this one. Idol. He is my idol. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? I like men who are better than me in academics and more handsome. The crowd was in an uproar. Ruan Shishue and Ruan Cheng looked at Chen Shua in amazement, only to see that Chen Shua was not at all concerned about the excitement of the crowd and showed no sign of anything unusual. It seemed that all this was within his expectations. He was still playing with his phone with his head down, as if this boiling heat had nothing to do with him. How powerful is he? How much else does he know? How can one person be so strong? Rich, with background, good looks, strong force, courage and ability. Oh my god. If Chen Shua is not the perfect man, who is? If Chen Shua is not the man who deserves her the most, who is? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue's heart trembled, and she quickly put away this strange thought. Damn it. What the hell are you thinking about? She took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and said in a trembling voice, Shen Shua, did you research this mask yourself? What else? Shen Shua raised his head and looked at Ruan Shishue like a fool. Have you ever seen such a magical mask on the market? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Original. It's original indeed. Ruan Shishue thought she had never seen it, but she still wanted to confirm it. If such an amazing mask was developed by other companies, it would definitely be regarded as a treasure. If the Meisher Group dares to steal, the consequences will be disastrous. Ruan Shishue asked again, how long can the effect of this mask last? Use it once and you don't need to use it again within half a month. Ah. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue frowned. What? You think it lasts too short? Shen Shua said unhappily. No. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue quickly shook her head. It's not too short, it's too long. Ruan Shishue smiled bitterly and said, facial masks are consumables. If people use them once and then don't use them for half a month, then it's not good for sales. Are you stupid? Shen Shi rolled his eyes and said, I only made the best one for you. Don't you know how to dilute it in proportion? The dilution of the raw materials will naturally lead to a reduction in efficacy and duration. This mask is so effective that even if you cut its effectiveness in half or even half again, it will definitely sell like hotcakes. This way you can also reduce costs, lower sales prices, and quickly seize the market. As long as the market belongs to Meisher Group, don't you have the final say on pricing? Chapter 62, Stunning Skills. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Ruan Shishue suddenly realized. She said to herself excitedly, this mask is really effective. Even after diluting it, it's still effective enough. And the ingredients in this mask are all natural and can even be eaten. Nowadays, people pay much attention to the health of skin care products. If we use this as a gimmick to sell them, we will surely be able to quickly open up the market. Oh my god, I can't believe this mask will bring so much profit to the Meisher Group. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. Ruan Shishue became more and more excited as she spoke. Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 100. The same thing happened to Ruan Qing standing beside her. As the RD manager, no one knows better than her how powerful this mask is. Shen Shua, did you develop this mask yourself? At this time, Ruan Qing suddenly asked. Shen Shua said indifferently, what else? How is this possible? Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Ruan Cheng was surprised and said, even if it's a team of 100 people, it wouldn't be possible to develop a facial mask with such amazing effects without several years of research and development. Are you a professional in cosmetics research and development? Hearing this, everyone cast curious glances. They are all engaged in research and development. Naturally, we know how much cost and expense it takes to develop such an amazing facial mask. Is this something that can be accomplished by one person? Shen Shua said proudly, I said, don't use your short-sightedness to measure the world. This is just something I researched when I had nothing to do. It's not worth mentioning. Boom. Like a thunderclap. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Ruan Shishue and Ruan Cheng were completely dumbfounded. Just researching when you have nothing to do? Ruan Shishue was just shocked, but Ruan Cheng and other people in the RD department were filled with ashamed. An unexpected result? Isn't this a blatant denigration of their abilities? Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Ruan Cheng smiled bitterly and said, with this mask, Meisher Group can even become a first-class cosmetics company in the country. What's the point of keeping us here? Madness. Shen Shua snorted coldly, I only gave you a facial mask. Don't you know how to add the formula of this facial mask to other cosmetics and skin care products? If your other cosmetics and skin care products also have this effect, wouldn't you be able to completely dominate the cosmetics and skin care market? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. A word can wake a dreamer up. Ruan Shishue and Ruan Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. This mask is, after all, a pink paste with powerful skin care effects. Apply on face as a mask. But if we add it to other cosmetics and skin care products, wouldn't we be able to create a series of products? Ruan Shishua said excitedly, Chen Shua, are you really going to give this mask to Meisure Group? Chen Shua raised his eyebrows. Who said I want to give it to Meisure Group? Click. Ruan Shishua's heart trembled. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. What do you want? Ruan Shishua looked nervous and was struggling internally. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Before, she just planned to let Chen Shua use funds to help Meisure Group overcome difficulties, and she planned to sacrifice herself. But money will eventually run out. If the Meisure Group is unable to develop new and good products, its demise is only a matter of time. Therefore, the facial masks that Chen Shua took out now are definitely much better than directly using money to help the Meisure Group overcome its difficulties. Even if such a mask is acquired by the Meisure Group, it will then develop a series of products. Meisure Group can use this to create a complete cosmetics and skincare empire. Therefore, if Chen Shua really threatened her to sacrifice herself for him, Ruan Shishua would definitely not be able to refuse. But Chen Shua's next words, however, completely petrified Ruan Shishua. Chen Shua showed an extremely gentle and sunny smile, and said lovingly, Silly girl, of course I want to give this mask to the only woman in the world who deserves it, you. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Click. Ruan Shishua's heart was trembling wildly. At this moment, she felt her brain go blank, and the blush on her pretty face quickly spread to her ears. Wow! Chen Shua really likes President Ruan. Wow! He's rich, handsome, and talented. Only Mr. Ruan is worthy of a man like this, right? A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. The little girls around were crying with envy. Emotion value provided by Ruan Ching plus 50. Ruan Ching frowned. If it were in the past, she would have definitely scolded Chen Shua for overestimating his abilities. After all, Ruan Shishua's childhood sweetheart is definitely not an ordinary person. But now, Ruan Ching hesitated. It has been 5 years since Yi Tian left. Although the two were once the closest childhood sweethearts, both parents also wanted to bring them together. But he is not here now after all. Facing such an outstanding man like Chen Shua, can Ruan Shishua really control herself? Ah, never mind. Although Chen Shua is arrogant, he is indeed worthy of Shishua. Let the young people decide for themselves. Emotion value provided by Ruan Ching plus 50. Ruan Ching sighed and retreated into the crowd. Everything Chen Shua showed had made Ruan Ching gradually accept him. But Ruan Ching didn't like Chen Shua's type, so no matter how much he shocked Ruan Ching, she couldn't be moved at all. What the hell? A loud cry brought Ruan Shishua, who was fidgeting, back to reality. Everyone looked back and saw that the person who shouted was the security guard who had just been doing the experiment. He held a small mirror, looked at his face, and tears couldn't stop flowing. It's over, how am I going to explain this to my wife when I get home? Everyone looked at each other, then smiled. This security guard is really miserable. Valid for half a month. That is to say, his hair would become whiter during the next half month. It is hard to imagine how his colleagues and family would laugh at such a rough man being turned into a pretty boy. Ruan Shishua did not disappoint the security guard. The agreed bonus of 1,000 yuan was raised to 10,000 yuan. The security guard immediately forgot the pain and was so excited that he almost kowtowed to Ruan Shishua. The amount she spent was 10,000 yuan, which was enough to show that Ruan Shishua was really happy. It's not her fault that she lacks self-control. If you want to blame someone, blame the fruit essence mask for being so effective. After the security guard left, Ruan Shishua asked anxiously, Does this mask have a name? Chen Shua, fruit essence mask. If you don't like it, you can change it yourself. Fruit essence mask? Great. What a great name. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua said happily, Natural fruit essence, absolutely green and healthy, there is no need to change the name, I like it very much. Chapter 63, Hongmen Banquet. Beep, beep. At this time, Ruan Shishua's phone suddenly rang. The city lord is holding an investment dinner? Okay, I get it, I'll come over. Ruan Shishua hung up the phone, and Ruan Ching came over. What happened? Muchang is hosting an investment dinner. Ruan Shishua frowned. Why so sudden? Ruan Cheng was puzzled and asked, in the past, wouldn't banquets of this type be notified at least 2 or 3 months in advance? It is said that this was a temporary decision because of several bosses in Jiangcheng. Ruan Shishue sighed. What? Ruan Cheng's expression changed. Jiangcheng? Could it be the Jiang Group? Except for the top management of the company, ordinary managers and employees are unaware of the affairs of the Jiang Group. But as Ruan Shishue's aunt, Ruan Cheng naturally knew all these things. It's not clear yet, but I feel it's very likely. Ruan Shishue said bitterly. The one who called was the city lord secretary. Normally, our Meisher group is not qualified to have the city lord secretary personally call to notify us to attend the banquet. I feel like this banquet is most likely a show of force from the Jiang group against us. Is the city lord crazy? Ruan Cheng stamped her feet in anger. We are a Qingyang enterprise after all. How can the city lord help outsiders to target us? I don't know either. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Ruan Shishue looked into the distance and gritted her teeth and said, no matter what, the city lord secretary called in person. Even if this is a Hongmen banquet, we have to go. After that, Ruan Shishue looked at Chen Shuo and said, Chen Shuo, thank you very much for what you did today, but I have other things to do now. When I finish what I am doing, I will definitely thank you very much. Go. Chen Shuo did not try to keep her. He waved his hand and let Ruan Shishue leave. The Jiang Group is a large and powerful company. Even though the Meisher Group has acquired the fruit essence mask, can the war in the mall be won with sharper weapons? Background, connections, funds, and political strategies are all essential. Chen Shuo believed that Ruan Shishue would eventually come to him for help. What Chen Shuo wants is for Ruan Shishue to depend on him and ask him for help. As long as this process is more. It was only a matter of time before Ruan Shishue climbed onto his bed on her own initiative. After Ruan Shishue left in a hurry, Chen Shuo did not leave in a hurry. He called Ruan Cheng to his office, then picked up a pen and wrote down the formula and production process of the fruit essence mask on paper. Ruan Cheng picked it up and took a look, and was immediately shocked. Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. This is so complicated. Nonsense. Chen Shi rolled his eyes and said, if they were just mixed together randomly, this mask would have been developed long ago. Remember that the time, temperature and dosage of adding these ingredients must be strictly followed as I wrote. If even one step is wrong, all efforts will fail. Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Ruan Cheng looked at Chen Shuo with more admiration in her eyes. She originally thought that the fruit essence mask was just mixed randomly. You can follow the recipe given by Chen Shuo. The order of adding each ingredient of this fruit essence mask, the dosage, and even the temperature and time of addition must be controlled very precisely. Unless with sophisticated machines, it is impossible for ordinary people to control all of this successfully. And Chen Shuo actually completed it with just his own hands? Only then did Ruan Cheng understand why Chen Shuo had kept his hands on the pot. He is sensing the temperature. You can feel slight temperature changes just by using your hands. What kind of strength is this? Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Ruan Cheng took a deep breath and nodded. Don't worry, let the precision machines do the work, there will definitely be no problems. Yeah. Chen Shuo nodded slightly, then turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Ruan Cheng stepped forward and stopped Chen Shuo. Anything else? Chen Shuo asked proudly. Emotion value provided by Ruan Cheng plus 50. Ruan Cheng gritted her teeth, feeling very conflicted. I'd like to ask you to go to the banquet with Shishue tonight. Please me? Chen Shi raised his eyebrows. Why do you want to ask me? I'm afraid Shishue will suffer if she goes alone. Chen Shuo, aren't you also good at fighting? Go with her. Ruan Cheng said bitterly, this banquet is likely to be a Hongmen banquet. Shishue has been very independent since she was young. She is the type who would rather suffer than save face. She founded the Meisher group and refused all help from her family. If I hadn't insisted on coming to work and not interfered with her decision-making, she wouldn't have hired me. So she definitely won't let me go at night. Chen Shuo was amused and said playfully, so you think that if I go with her, she won't suffer any loss? Certainly. Ruan Cheng said with a firm look in her eyes, your strength is above mine. If you can go with Shishue, it will definitely be better than me accompanying her. Besides, you are not from the Ruan family. If you help her, she won't refuse. Ha, you are a woman who recognizes reality. Chen Shua's playful eyes wandered over Ruan Qing's body. But the question is, why should I help her? Emotion value provided by Ruan Chang plus 100. Ah. Ruan Chang was confused. Don't you want to pursue Shishue? Isn't this what you're supposed to do? What should be done? These 4 words made Chen Shua's face turn black instantly. He said coldly, who stipulates that men must pay a lot to pursue women? This. Ruan Qing's eyes widened and she was speechless. Yes. Who made the rule? When a man and a woman are together, shouldn't they give to each other? Even though men should give a little more. But isn't the fruit essence mask that Chen Shua paid for enough? This is the formula that can make the Meisher group a god. On the other hand, what did Ruan Shishue pay? Bullshit. Why does she ask Chen Shua to continue to give? Ruan Qing is also a smart person. She knows that relying on her identity as a woman to ask men to make unlimited sacrifices will never work for a strong man like Chen Shua. But she refused to give up. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then you don't plan to help Shishue?" Help. Of course I will help. Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Ruan Qing? What the hell? She was stunned at first, but soon she understood what Chen Shua meant from his meaningful look. You want to make a request? What else? Chen Shua sneered, continue to let your aunt and nephew get away with it for free? You. Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Ruan Chang was extremely angry. How come this guy is not a gentleman at all? It's obvious that you want to pursue Shishue. Why do you seem like Shishue wants to stick with you? Damn it! Ruan Qing thought angrily, but she didn't dare to say it out loud, so she could only ask back, what do you want? I have no right to make decisions on many matters in the company. Chen Shua gave a wicked smile, don't worry, auntie, no one has the right to make decisions for you about what I want except you. Chapter 64 Reward Explosion. Ruan Qing frowned and showed a vigilant expression. What do you want? Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Chen Shua walked slowly forward, approaching Ruan Qing step by step. What do you want to do? Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Ruan Qing's face changed drastically. Chen Shua grabbed Ruan Qing's wrist and slammed his right hand down. Bang! Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 100. Ruan Qing's delicate body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She instantly lost all strength and collapsed into Chen Shua's arms. Chen Shua, you bastard. She was angry and wanted to resist, but she had no strength at all. Chen Shua, I didn't expect that the switch on my aunt's body would be so obvious. Bang! After saying that, Chen Shua slapped him again. Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Chen Shua, let me go, don't you want to pursue Shishue? I'm her aunt, how can you do this to me? A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. I want to pursue Shishue, but that doesn't stop me from pursuing my aunt at the same time, right? Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Ruan Qing's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe that someone could say such shameless words. Bang! However, what greeted her was another slap in the face. Tears welled up in Ruan Qing's beautiful eyes, her pretty face flushed red, and there were thousands of autumn tears flowing in her misty eyes, which was heartbreaking. What a little slut. Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. I'm not, if you don't let me go, I'll kill you. Ruan Qing was finally completely enraged. She gritted her teeth and pushed Chen Shua away. She grabbed the water cup on the table and was about to smash it on Chen Shua's head. But Chen Shua pushed the door out the moment he opened it. Auntie obviously likes it so much, why is she still angry? That's all for today. I'll come back to pamper my aunt another day. Chen Shua smiled evilly and strode away. Emotion value provided by Ruan Qing plus 50. Ruan Qing was so angry that she scratched her ears and cheeks. Asshole. Chen Shua, you asshole. I will never forgive you. Ruan Qing roared in anger, causing another sharp pain in her back. Her feet slipped and she collapsed into the chair. However, when I fell on the chair and felt a more intense pain, the strange feeling just now did not appear. Suddenly, A feeling of regret and dissatisfaction appeared in Wan Cheng's heart. No. What the hell am I thinking? Ah. Ruan Cheng, throw this strange thing out of your head. In the car. Chen Shu thought back to Ruan Cheng's reaction just now, and felt a sense of pride in his heart. It seems that it is much easier to conquer Ruan Cheng than Ruan Shishue. This girl looks serious, but is she actually a masochist? He. The eldest daughter of the Ruan family is actually a masochist. If this were to be told to others, I'm afraid no one would believe it, right? In this case, there is no rush to conquer Ruan Cheng. As long as Ruan Shishue loses by then, Ruan Cheng will definitely not be able to escape from Chen Shua's grasp. Chen Shu regained his mind and stopped thinking about these useless things. System, display the emotional value balance. Ding. Returning to the host, the current emotional value balance is 7,050 points. More than 7,000? Chen Shua nodded with satisfaction. This wave of wool is really satisfying. 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Deduct 5,000 emotion points, and the 10 draw series begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the macho original white socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the macho original white socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of socks that never get smelly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master level gambling technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for attaining top level medical proficiency. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 store cards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to manipulate the stock market once. Chen Shua? A pair of socks that never get smelly? Depend on. What kind of useless thing is this? Chen Shua looked at the small white socks in his hand and finally put them into the system space. Then he skillfully threw the other 5 smelly socks out of the window. That's all. After all, it is a special prop, so I'll keep it for now. Although this strange reward made Chen Shua speechless. But the other 4 rewards made Chen Shua ecstatic. Master level gambling skills, the host automatically masters any casino game and any cheating methods, and his hand speed increases tenfold, and his 5 senses increase tenfold. Chen Shua looked out the window and found that the pedestrians outside seemed to be moving in slow motion. He could even hear people's whispered conversations in the lobby of Qingyang Building. Unbelievable. It's simply outrageous. Even though Chen Shua hates gambling and it is basically impossible for him to actually gamble to make money, the hand speed and 5 senses improved by this gambling technique can greatly enhance Chen Shua's combat ability. Having money is important, but you only have one life. Only with strong self-protection capabilities can this money play its due role. Otherwise, the enemy will be stabbed to death. So what if you have more money? Chen Shu shook his right hand, and a key appeared in his hand without warning. To others, it seemed like Chen Shua had produced the key like a magic trick. In fact, this key was taken out of Chen Shua's pocket. It's just too fast. Except for high-speed cameras, it is impossible to capture it with the naked eye. Mastery of top medical skills, the host automatically masters all medical treatment methods from ancient times to the present, both at home and abroad, and automatically memorizes all types of medicines. Awesome! Birth, aging, sickness and death are the laws of nature. Even rich people cannot go against it. Needless to say, his mastery of medicine is so powerful. Shop Zhanzhan card, after use, the shop can be automatically transferred to the host's name, and the procedure system will automatically change, so the host does not have to worry about the trouble. Well, it's just a standard monetary reward. Chen Shua is no longer interested in this kind of reward. Stock market manipulation, the host can change the trend of a stock in the next 7 days, with a daily fluctuation limit of 10%. What the hell? Isn't this a bit cruel? What if you manipulate a company's stock price to hit the daily limit for 7 consecutive days? 7 cumulative plunges of 10% are enough to drive this company into bankruptcy. The combined surge of 7-10% also made a company a legend. This prop means that Chen Shua can control the lifeline of any listed company in the world. Ruthless. Too cruel. And if Chen Shua took the opportunity to invest, he could definitely make a fortune. But such an important prop card. How could Chen Shua just spend the money he earned? This is one of Chen Shua's trump cards. Together with the previous relationship card, these two will be Chen Shua's biggest trump cards now. After turning off the system, Chen Shua's aura became stronger again. That's confidence. The confidence of holding great power. Chen Shua regained his composure and drove happily towards Tanjing Bay. I'm in a good mood, it's time to go back and pamper Zhou Weiwei. Chapter 65 Plastic Sisters. Copperview Bay Villas. Zhou Weiwei had just put on her newly bought pink Prada dress and carried a donut bag, ready to go out. Click. At this time, Chen Shua pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Chen. Are you back? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. When Zhou Weiwei saw Chen Shua, her eyes suddenly flashed with joy and she threw herself into Chen Shua's arms. That excitement was not fake at all, but a true expression of his feelings. Wow, Brother Chen, I miss you so much. I have to say that Zhou Weiwei is indeed sensible. Ever since Chen Shua told her not to disturb her life, this girl has never sent her a message when Chen Shua is out. Chen Shua gently touched Zhou Weiwei's forehead and said with a smile, "Are you planning to go out?" Yeah. Zhou Weiwei nodded obediently. A few sisters asked me to go out for afternoon tea this afternoon. But since Brother Chen is back, I won't go out. As she said that, Zhou Weiwei stood on tiptoe and was about to give a kiss. Chen Shua naturally would not refuse such kindness. After a passionate kiss, Zhou Weiwei pulled Chen Shua upstairs. Chen Shua held Zhou Weiwei's arm and said, "We can do that kind of thing at night. Go have afternoon tea first." Ah. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou was stunned for a moment. How could you say that? Zhou Weiwei looked aggrieved. It was obvious that she thought Chen Shua despised her. Chen Shua touched Zhou Weiwei's face and smiled faintly. "Silly girl, I do have a desire to control, but it is limited to what happens between you and other men. As for your life, I will not interfere. You have your own circle, I don't mind. You still have to have normal interactions, I will respect that." Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 100. Chen Shua's words moved Zhou Weiwei so much that she burst into tears. To be honest, she did want to go out and show off to her sisters. But when she saw Chen Shua coming back, she was afraid that Chen Shua would be angry, so she took the initiative to choose not to go out to accompany Chen Shua. After a period of training, Zhou Weiwei instinctively felt that she was a puppy raised by Chen Shua. You must be absolutely obedient. But now, Chen Shua's respectful remarks made Zhou Weiwei feel like a human being again, and that she was loved. How could this not move her? Zhou Weiwei threw herself into Chen Shua's arms and kissed him again. Chen Shua could feel the burning love in Zhou Weiwei's heart. Without a doubt, Zhou Weiwei, the gold digger, was completely smitten. This might be the first time in her life that she has truly fallen in love. Although the prerequisite is that Chen Shua is rich. But so what? Chen Shua is rich. Why not use the money? A woman who is stunned by money also belongs to Chen Shua. There's nothing wrong with that. Brother Chen, do you have anything to do this afternoon? Zhou Weiwei let go of Chen Shua and blinked her big eyes. Chen Shua, nothing happened. Then will you come with me? Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei's face was full of anticipation. Go together? Maybe Zhang Yao is there too. Although Chen Shua didn't want to see Zhang Yao, it was also a good choice to be able to get some wool from that rotten guy. Thinking of this, Chen Shua nodded and said, "Okay, let's go together." Yeah. That's great. Emotional value provided by Zhou Weiwei plus 50. Zhou Weiwei hugged Chen Shua and smacked his lips again. "I knew that Brother Chen loved me the most." Qingyuan Commercial Street. A high-standard commercial street in the center of Qingyang City. The overall style of this street is Western. On weekdays, it is a popular check-in spot for many internet celebrities and tourists. There are many small-scale coffee shops and bars here, and the consumption is not low. A cafe in the central area. Zhou Weiwei and Chen Shua walked in together. "Chen Shua, I'm going to the bathroom first, you go first." Yeah. Zhou Weiwei nodded obediently, then walked towards the beautifully dressed woman sitting by the window. The woman was wearing a black dress, a big wavy shawl, and heavy makeup on her face, looking very charming. She is Lin Jia, one of Zhou Weiwei's sisters. Slight. Lin Jia stood up with a smile and waved at Zhou Weiwei. "Jia Jia, you're here so early?" Zhou Wei smiled and nodded, looking proud, like a proud white swan, and sat opposite Lin Jia very gracefully. Depend on. Isn't it just kidnapping a rich guy? What are you showing off for? Lin Jia was very angry at Zhou Weiwei's arrogance, and felt envious and jealous in her heart. Her eyes swept over Zhou Weiwei, and the feeling of jealousy became stronger. All brand names? This guy is so lucky. Lin Jia smiled awkwardly. It's not that I came early, it's that you came late. Oh? Is that so? I'm so sorry. Zhou Weiwei patted the hem of her skirt and said, "Oh, it's all my husband's fault. He bought me too many clothes and bags. I really didn't know which one to wear when I went out, so I wasted some time." Fuck you. Will I die if I don't show off? Lin Jia smiled wryly and said, "Didn't your husband come with you today?" Zhou Weiwei was about to speak when Zhang Yao appeared out of nowhere. "Weiwei, long time no see?" Zhang Yao sat down next to Zhou Weiwei with a smile and grabbed the bag that Zhou Weiwei had placed next to her. Wow! Is this the latest model of LU brand bag? It costs hundreds of thousands? I want more, it's only 188,000. 180,000? Zhang Yao curled her lips. Sister, nowadays many men like to use fake luxury goods to pick up girls. You must not be fooled. With your knowledge, can you tell whether this thing is real or fake? Yao Yao, you worry too much. Zhou Weiwei narrowed her eyes and said, "My husband gave me 500,000 yuan in pocket money. I bought this bag myself at the store. It can't be fake." What? 500,000 pocket money? Bought it myself. This sentence completely left Zhang Yao and the Lin family speechless, and they were envious to the extreme. It's not that they haven't dated rich guys before, but those rich guys only spent money on them, and the money they gave them was only about 18,000 yuan. When have you ever met someone who offered 500,000 yuan at a time? Zhang Yao still didn't give up, and said sarcastically, "Weiwei, 500,000 is a lot, but if it is used to buy your youth, it is not worth it." How could that be? Zhou Weiwei pretended to be modest and said, "My husband is afraid that if he gives me too much money at once, the law enforcement agencies will target me and think that my money came from illegal sources and cause me trouble. He said that if I didn't have enough money, I could always ask him for more." Phew. Any time. Depend on. Rich and inhumane. It's so inhumane. How could Zhou Weiwei meet such a top-rich young man? Just because she's a virgin? Then can't they restore their virginity by having an operation? Damn it. What a lucky life. The more Zhang Yao thought about it, the angrier she became, but she still refused to give up. Sister, since your husband is so good to you, why didn't he come to accompany you today? Isn't he just trying to support you and not take responsibility? Chapter 66 Jealousy. No, he's already here, he just went to the bathroom. Zhou Weiwei said with a wry smile. Snort. So what if it's a sponsorship? If it were you, you wouldn't be able to control it. You are being sarcastic now. What kind of expression will you have if you see that my boyfriend is Chen Shua, the person you don't want? The more Zhou Weiwei thought about it, the more enjoyable it became. Zhang Yao was extremely angry. She clenched her fists and felt angry and regretful in her heart. Isn't it just a big villa, a sports car and brand name clothes? Isn't it just 500,000? As long as I get Chen Shua back, I will have all of these. Zhang Yao is still thinking about how to win Chen Shua back to this day. She organized today's game. Her purpose was actually to get her sisters to help her think about how to win Chen Shua back. Thinking of this, Zhang Yao said proudly, "Then your boyfriend is not bad, but compared to my boyfriend, he is still far worse." Yao Yao, it's not like we haven't met your boyfriend before. Can he compare to Weiwei's boyfriend? Lin Jiaxiao's playful expression. Who said my boyfriend is still that jerk Qian Chang? Zhang Yao said proudly, "My boyfriend is Chen Shua." Chen Shua. Lin Jia and Zhou Weiwei widened their eyes at the same time. No. Isn't Chen Shua your poor ex-boyfriend? Lin Jia was puzzled and asked, "Are you talking about another Chen Shua?" Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yao said angrily, "Chen Shua is not a poor guy, he is a member of Black Gold Bank, even Mr. Liu from the Royal Court Group has to be respectful to him." What? Lin Jia was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. A member of the Black Gold Bank? Are you sure? Certainly. But didn't you say he was just a poor boy? Couldn't he even afford a $500,000 betrothal gift? He was just pretending to be poor to test me. In fact, he is a hidden rich second generation. Zhang Yao acted very proud, as if she had already won Chen Shuo back. Lin Jia was surprised, but Zhou Weiwei sneered in her heart. New? So what? She now understands Chen Shuo's character very clearly. His possessiveness is so strong, how could he forgive a woman who betrayed him? I'm afraid Zhang Yao hasn't he woken up yet? Wow. So you're going to live the life of a wealthy lady soon? Lin Jia said with envy. Zhang Yao said proudly, of course. Are you so sure that you can win Chen Shuo back? Zhou Weiwei asked with a smile. Certainly. Zhang Yao said confidently, Chen Shuo loves me, otherwise why would he go to such great lengths to test me? As long as I humble myself a little, he will definitely forgive me. Yeah? At this time, a playful voice sounded behind Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao turned around suddenly, and when she saw Chen Shuo standing behind her, she was completely stunned. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Why is Chen Shuo here? What a coincidence. Etc. Could it be that he deliberately investigated my whereabouts and came to find me? It must be. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao was ecstatic and threw herself into Chen Shuo's arms, saying coquettishly, Hubby, I knew you would forgive me. I really know I was wrong. You are the one I love the most. Let's never separate again, okay? Lin Jia looked over, and when she saw Chen Shuo dressed in branded clothes and wearing a Patek Philippe watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. Damn it! It doesn't matter that Zhou Weiwei is lucky, after all, she is still a virgin. This can give her a lot of extra points. But why does this rubbish Zhang Yao have the right? Damn it! Damn it! Lin Jia was so envious that she wanted to blow Zhang Yao's head off. But the next moment, the reversal is coming. Zhou Weiwei suddenly stood up and pulled Zhang Yao away. Let go of Chen Shuo. Zhou Weiwei's face was cold, and her fierce eyes were flashing with a strong possessive desire. Zhou Weiwei. Are you crazy? Zhang Yao suddenly became furious and questioned Zhou Weiwei. Zhou Weiwei, get lost. Chen Shuo is my man. Zhang Yao? Lin Jia? These words completely stunned the two of them. Zhang Yao was stunned at first, then suddenly realized and sneered, You were so good, Zhou Weiwei, I treat you as my best friend, but you want to steal my girl? You already have a very good boyfriend, and you still want to steal my man, are you still a human being? Chen Shuo and I are in true love, do you think you can snatch it from us? Lin Jia smiled bitterly and shook her head. Yes. Zhang Yao cheated on Chen Shuo, but Chen Shuo still chased after her and wanted to forgive her, which was enough to show how much Chen Shuo loved Zhang Yao. Lin Jia did have the idea of poaching people. But when she thought of this, she didn't dare to speak again. However, Zhou Weiwei actually spoke first? And she has a very good boyfriend, why is she doing this? Are people so greedy? Lin Jia believed that no matter whether it was Zhou Weiwei's boyfriend or Chen Shuo, as long as she was given one of them, she would be satisfied. However, just when Lin Jia sighed and Zhang Yao was proud, Zhou Weiwei proudly hugged Chen Shuo's arm and said coquettishly, Brother Chen, do you choose me or this guy? Chen Shuo rubbed Zhou Weiwei's forehead lovingly, Silly girl, of course I choose you. Boom! Like a thunderclap. Lin Jia's eyes almost went blind. Damn it! What's going on? Was Chen Shuo actually seduced away by Zhou Weiwei? Grass. So, if I had also tried to poach someone like that, wouldn't I have had a chance of success? Best friends are nothing. Compared to wealth and glory, the friendship between best friends is just a pile of shit. Not to mention that they are only best friends in name only, and in reality they are just fake sisters. But the most annoyed person is Zhang Yao. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Zhang Yao was dumbfounded. She never expected that Chen Shuo was poached by Zhou Weiwei. She was furious and wanted to question Chen Shuo, but she didn't have the courage. So Zhang Yao angrily scolded Zhou Weiwei, you bitch, you already have a boyfriend, why are you trying to steal my girl? Chen Shuo, don't be fooled by this woman. She has a boyfriend now. Chen Shuo shrugged indifferently, so what? Didn't you find a boyfriend after you left me? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao, but I've already broken up with him. I just brought him here to piss you off. I still love you. This Zhou Weiwei is a complete gold digger. She can abandon her current boyfriend for you today, and she can abandon you for someone else tomorrow. Chen Shua said coldly, aren't you a gold digger? You dumped Xian Chang because I'm rich? Do you really think I, Chen Shua, am a fool? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhou Weiwei was speechless. But she still didn't want to give up, and turned to glare at Zhou Weiwei and said, Zhou Weiwei, you bitch, you clearly already have such an excellent boyfriend, why do you want to steal my man? Chapter 67 Investment Dinner. Zhou smiled slightly and held Chen Shua's arm even harder. Zhang Yao, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Do you think a man as capable as Chen Shua would accept a second-hand product? Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 100. Boom. These words petrified Zhang Yao instantly. Zhang Yao shivered and said, your boyfriend, could it be Chen Shua? Ha, you're not stupid. Zhou Weiwei let go of Chen Shua's arm, walked up and patted Zhang Yao's face. Sister, do you think I should thank you or laugh at you? Laughing at your lack of vision, laughing at your ignorance? You didn't even notice that a great god had been by your side for so long. If you hadn't insisted on the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift and caused your breakup, how could I, Zhou Weiwei, have gotten to be with such a good man like Brother Chen? Yao, from this point of view, I really should thank you, hee hee. Zhou Wei's smile was so intense that it shook her body. That smile was more lethal than beating Zhang Yao to death. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 300. Zhang Yao went completely crazy, you stinky bitch. You stole my man, I'll kill you. Zhang Yao didn't think she was wrong at all. Instead, she thought that Zhou Weiwei took advantage of the situation. She roared and was about to hit Zhou Weiwei. However, bang! A loud slap suddenly sounded. Zhang Yao was knocked to the ground, blood and broken teeth spurting out of his mouth. The one who slapped her was Chen Shua. You actually hit me for this bitch. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 50. Zhang Yao covered her face with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. You dare to touch my woman. Chen Shua stepped on Zhang Yao's head. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 300. Boom! A biting fear swept through his heart. At this moment, Zhang Yao finally understood what a pathetic clown he was. She finally understood that in Chen Shua's heart, she was not even as good as a dog. I don't know how much time passed. Chen Shua and Zhou Weiwei had already left, and the only sounds left were the harsh laughter from Lin Jia and a group of onlookers. Lin Jia was even taking videos and photos with his mobile phone, obviously intending to ruin Zhang Yao's reputation. Zhang Yao lay on the ground staring at the ceiling in a daze, completely unaware of the movement around her. No. Chen Shua loves me. I am the rich lady. It's me, Zhang Yao. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Zhang Yao let out a shrill laugh, then suddenly jumped up from the ground, grabbed the nearest person like a madman, and shouted with a crazy expression and tone. I am a young lady, I am a rich lady, it's me. Am I right? I am, I am. I am. Ha 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 ha. Emotion value provided by Zhang Yao plus 1000. The people around were frightened by Zhang Yao's appearance and stepped back, their eyes full of contempt. TSK, you only have yourself to blame. 6:30 in the evening. Dihao International Hotel. Luxury cars and wealthy businessmen gathered here. The venue of the Qingyang Investment Promotion Gala is here. A white Maserati stopped at the entrance of the hotel. The door opened and Ruan Shishua, wearing a white evening dress and looking like a noble white swan, strode out of the car. Wow! Is that Mr. Ruan? It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. TSK, such a beautiful strong woman, if I could have a kiss with her, I would even save 10 years of my life. What's 10 years? 20 years will do. Boss Ruan's long white legs are longer than my life. I can't even imagine how fragrant these white and tender feet wrapped in crystal open-toe high heels are. So I can't take it anymore, I'm drooling. Humph. Isn't she just a woman? Look at how useless you are. Ruan Shishue is naturally beautiful and graceful, and even if she doesn't dress up much, she is still more stunning than any other girl. Now she is dressed up exquisitely, looking like a fairy descending from heaven. Just standing here is enough to cause wind and thunder. The men were stunned and the women were full of jealousy. Damn it! All women! You are so beautiful, are you dying? If there were no beauties in this world, wouldn't we all be fairies weighing over 100 pounds? To the north. Mr. Wan, long time no see. At this time, a young and handsome man just got out of a luxury car. This young man is tall and handsome, and his shaved hat adds a touch of youthfulness to him, but it cannot conceal the strong aura of a superior. Mr. Qin, long time no see. Seeing the visitor, Wan Shishue hurriedly bowed and greeted him. This man's name is Qin Feng, and he is the son of Qin Shanhai, the richest man in Xingyang City. His status is far higher than Wan Shishue. Let's go together. Qin Feng made a gesture of invitation with a playful smile on his face. Qin Feng is one of the few men among the second generation of Xingyang who is not a playboy and is not lustful. He was only 27 years old, but he had already become the general manager of Qin Group and was in charge of most of the Qin Group's business. Wan Shishue still has some respect for Qin Feng. Okay, Mr. Qin, please go first. Qin Feng was not polite either. He smiled calmly and then strode inside. With his status, he naturally has to come first. If Wan Shishue had really dared to walk in front of Qin Feng just now, no matter what the reason was, she would have been in trouble. In the hall, countless wealthy businessmen and celebrities have already gathered here. When everyone saw Wan Shishue and Qin Feng coming in together, they immediately started talking. Oh my god! Why did Miss Wan come here with Master Qin? Is this some kind of signal? One is the son of the richest man in Xingyang, and the other is the most beautiful and powerful woman in Xingyang. There shouldn't be anything going on between them, right? No way? The Ruan family doesn't even recognize Ruan Shishue anymore. With Ruan Shishue's own abilities, how can she be worthy of Master Qin? Well, can a marriage between big families be based on appearance alone? I feel like they might just have happened to meet, otherwise why didn't they hug each other when they came in together? Amidst the discussion, Qin Feng and Wan Shishue still strode to the center of the venue. At this time, a man in his 30s walked over from a distance, surrounded by many stars. He is tall, with a pale face and thin body, a straight back and a proud figure. This person is City Lord Mue's secretary, Wu Li, who is also the organizer of this dinner. The City Lord is very busy, so he naturally would not attend such parties in person. Wherever Wu Li went, people around him would greet him. Behind Wu Li, there was a tall woman wearing a black evening dress, a sapphire necklace around her neck, and red high heels on her feet. The woman had an outstanding figure and stunning looks. Although she had the same proud temperament as Ruan Shishue, she was a completely different type. Her makeup had a smoky feel, and her whole aura was even more oppressive. If Ruan Shishue is a holy angel above the 9 heavens, then this woman is like a fallen angel who has fallen into hell. Seeing this person, Ruan Shishue's face changed drastically. Jiang Group, Jiang Hanyue. Chapter 68 Betrayal. Mr. Ruan is here. Wu Li walked straight to Ruan Shishue, just smiled at Qin Feng, and threw the first sentence to Ruan Shishue. Ruan Shishue's heart trembled. The person who called her before was Wu Li. Now that I have just arrived, Wu Li has found me, and he has brought Jiang Hanyue with him. The meaning here is self-evident. Obviously, this banquet is a Hongmen banquet targeting him. Ruan Shishue's heart was in turmoil, but her face remained calm. Hello, Secretary Wu. Hello. Wu Li smiled and nodded, then made way for Jiang Hanyue behind him. This is Jiang Hanyue, the president of Jiangqing Jiang Group. Boss Jiang and I have known each other for a long time, so there is no need for Secretary Wu to introduce us. Ruan Shishue narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Jiang Hanyue. Jiang Hanyue was not as nervous as Ruan Shishue at all. She was proud, as if everything was under her control. Mr. Ruan, I hope you are well since we last met in Jiangcheng. Boss Jiang is doing fine too. Normally, I have a lot of things to do at the company. I have always wanted to visit Mr. Ruan, but I could never find a suitable time. I didn't expect to see him today. Did he not expect it, or was it premeditated? Mr. Jiang knows what's going on, right? Ruan Shishue took the lead in launching the attack. Jiang Hanyue smiled wryly and said, how can this be considered premeditated? Before this, Mr. Ruan's uncle told me a lot about Mr. Ruan. That's why I wanted to come visit Mr. Ruan. You. Ruan Shishue gritted her teeth in anger. Although she had long been certain that it was Zhang Hanyue who bribed Zhang Hu, she never expected that Zhang Hanyue would dare to humiliate her in front of her. Zhang Hanyue, don't go too far. Do you really think I, Ruan Shishue, am made of mud? Ha, isn't it, isn't it? Zhang Hanyue finally showed his domineering side. She glanced at Wu Li and said, Secretary Wu, should we get down to business? Of course, of course. Wu Li nodded respectfully, then looked at Ruan Shishue and said, Boss Ruan, to be honest, the purpose of the city lord hosting this dinner is to discuss the Zhang Group's opening of a branch in Xinjiang. The Zhang Group promised that all taxes from the new company established in Xinjiang would be paid to the Xinjiang government, and the Xinjiang branch would be responsible for the production and sales of 40% of the Zhang Group's business. This will not only increase a large amount of tax revenue for Xinjiang City, but will also create thousands of jobs. It is very important. Wu Li's words did not exceed Ruan Shishue's expectations. Now that the Zhang Group has arrived, it is natural for them to set up a branch. And they definitely showed great sincerity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the government not to protect local enterprises. Ruan Shishue knew that she couldn't stop the development of this matter, but she didn't care. As long as the fruit essence mask can be put on the market. She was confident that she could drive the Zhang Group out of Xinjiang, or even kill them completely. Therefore, the main question at the moment is, what is Wu Li's purpose in calling me here? If only the Zhang Group moved into Xinjiang, there would be no need to notify me at all. Think of this. Ruan Shishue frowned and said, what Secretary Wu said is true. Although my Meisher Group and Zhang Group are not on good terms, it is indeed a good thing for Zhang Group to settle in Xinjiang. I, Ruan Shishue, will not object. Ha, I feel relieved that Mr. Ruan can say that. Wu Li nodded in satisfaction and said, the city lord was afraid that you would misunderstand and be unhappy, so he asked me to call you here. The city lord has misunderstood. Although I, Ruan Shishue, am a woman, I also know that social development is more important than personal development. I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first. Ruan Shishue didn't want to stay any longer, so she turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Wu Li called out to Ruan Shishue. Click. Ruan Shishue's heart trembled. Isn't it just as simple as being afraid of disappointing yourself? Ruan Shishue turned around and smiled awkwardly. Secretary Wu, do you have anything else to say? Well, there is one trivial matter. Wu Li looked at Zhang Hanyue and said, Boss Zhang, do you think it's up to you or me to decide this? Let me do it. Zhang Hanyue looked at Ruan Shishue with an evil smile on his face. I admire Mr. Ruan's deep sense of justice, but there is not much land left in Xinjiang City. It is no problem for my Zhang Group to open a company, but it is indeed a bit troublesome to build a warehouse and production line. So I want to acquire the warehouse and production line of Meisher Group. What do you think, Mr. Ruan? What did you say? Ruan Shishue's eyes suddenly widened. Damn bastard. Warehouses and production lines are the core of the Meisher Group. Without these things, how can the products of the Meisher Group be produced and stored? Meisher Group was already on the verge of collapse. Without warehouses and production lines, Meisher Group would not be able to build new warehouses and production lines. This is no different from destroying the Meisher Group. Zhang Hanyue. Don't go too far. Zhang Hanyue smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Ruan, why are you doing this? Meisher Group is already on its last legs. Your warehouses and production lines will be useless sooner or later. If you sell it to me now, you can still make back your investment. That's better than losing everything, right? You're dreaming. Ruan Shishue gnashed her teeth and said, even if my Meisher Group goes bankrupt, I will never sell the warehouse and production line. As she spoke, she looked at Wu Li and said, Secretary Wu, the government has the right to introduce Zhang Group, but it has no right to force me to sell the warehouse and production line, right? Ha, of course the authorities won't force you to do anything. This is a matter between you two. I'm just a matchmaker. You guys decide how to do it. The authorities won't interfere. Ruan Shishue? Ruan Shishue was stunned. What the hell? Official non-interference? So what does this Hongmen banquet mean? If he doesn't sell it himself, can Zhang Hanyue snatch it away openly? However, Ruan Shishue was just thinking simple after all. At this time, Zhang Hanyue suddenly looked behind Ruan Shishue and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, is it your turn to say a few words? Certainly. Xin Feng walked forward, took out a contract and handed it to Ruan Shishue, saying, Mr. Ruan, I'm really sorry. The lease contract you signed with Qin Group has to be terminated because of the problems of Qin Group. Don't worry, Mr. Ruan. Qin's Group will strictly abide by the contract and give Meisher Group liquidated damages equivalent to 3 years' rent. Boom! Qin Feng's words were like a thunderclap exploding in Ruan Shishue's heart. Good. Qin Group's main business is real estate. The land that Meisher Group used to build warehouses and production lines was leased from Qin Group. She originally thought that this time Zhang Hanyue was teaming up with the authorities to target her. She never expected that Zhang Hanyue actually bribed the Qin Group. Why? Why did you do that? Ruan Shishue was so angry that she almost cried and asked, I have never defaulted on rent, why did you betray me? Chapter 69 Using Relationship Cards. Xin Feng said calmly, What did Mr. Ruan say? The land belongs to my Qin Group. My Qin Group is entitled to take back the land at any time. Moreover, my Qin Group has already paid the penalty for breach of contract. Is this illegal? Xin Feng looked at Wu Li. Wu Li smiled and said, Mr. Qin is right. It is certainly not illegal. You guys are going too far. You are going too far. Ruan Shishue's face turned red with anger. The spectators around sighed and shook their heads, but no one dared to speak of Ruan Shishue. Ruan Shishue felt like a lonely boat drifting on the sea, weak and helpless. She was disheartened. I thought the Meisher Group was going to take off because of the fruit essence mask. But who could have imagined that Meisher Group would not be able to hold on until that time? She is still too naive. She glanced at the crowd with a sad look. Suddenly, her eyes suddenly widened and she looked towards the corner. Chen Shua. A glimmer of hope instantly flashed in Ruan Shishue's eyes. That's right. In that corner, there was Chen Shua who was eating and drinking by himself. Chen Shua is not a bootlicker. Although he promised Ruan Qing that he would accompany Ruan Shishue to the banquet. But you didn't say how to accompany me, right? As long as you come, doesn't it count as accompanying? As long as Ruan Shishue doesn't ask Chen Shua for help, Chen Shua will certainly not take the initiative to help her. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. Ruan Shishue was overjoyed and hurriedly ran towards Chen Shua, holding up her skirt. Everyone was stunned. Even if Ruan Shishue wanted to run, the door wouldn't be over there, right? Chen Shua. Ruan Shishue ran to Chen Shua, panting, covering her chest with one hand and grabbing Chen Shua's hand with the other. Chen Shua, can you help me again? Help you? Chen Shua put down his wine glass and said with a half smile, I have helped you many times, right? There is no free lunch in the world. Why should I help you again? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue was speechless for a moment, then gritted her teeth and whispered, As long as you are willing to help me this time, I am willing to give it to you. No, you're wrong. Chen Shua said playfully, The initiative I'm talking about is the initiative you took to fall in love with me. How is this initiative of taking advantage of someone's misfortune different from my threatening you? You. Ruan Shishue was so anxious that tears came out. How can I control my feelings? I'm willing to give it to you, what else do you want? Please, I beg you. I really don't know who else to ask for help except you. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Ruan Shishue's arrogance is worthless in front of Chen Shua. It seemed that Ruan Shishue was almost kneeling down to him. Chen Shua finally gave in, It's just a little trouble, just wait. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Did he promise to help me? Very good. If Chen Shua takes action, he will definitely be able to help me get through this difficult time. Ruan Shishue herself didn't realize that she had learned to trust Chen Shua unconditionally. In her heart, Chen Shua was like an almighty god. There is nothing he can't do as long as he wants to. Chen Shua stood up, and Wu Li and others just happened to come over. Zhang Hanyue. Overall rating, 9.5. Physical condition, excellent. Love record, 0. The system prompt sound appeared in Zhang Hanyue's mind the moment he approached Chen Shua. Another wool player? Or a proud woman with a dark style? Haha, what's the problem? If she wants to show off in front of Chen Shua, then she has chosen the wrong person. Who are you? Xin Feng spoke first. I don't think I've seen someone like you in Xingyang City before. Although they didn't hear Wan Shishue say she would give it to Chen Shua, they all heard her asking Chen Shua for help at the beginning. A person who can ask Wan Shishue for help should not be an ordinary person. But Xin Feng has never seen it? The others were equally confused and were waiting for Chen Shua's explanation. Your grandfather. Hiss. 3 words, the whole place was in dead silence. Damn it. Is this guy crazy? How dare he insult Master Qin? He becomes a grandfather right away. Doesn't this mean that Qingyang's richest man, Qin Shanhai, is still his son? Looking for death. This kid is simply looking for death. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. Ruan Shishue almost fainted. Damn bastard. What on earth is he doing? Does he think Qin Feng is a character like Lu Rulong? The Qin family will not listen to Chen Shua just because he is rich. Even if they are afraid of Chen Shua and do not provoke him, they can also continue to take back the land and ignore Chen Shua. Damn Chen Shua. If he said this, wouldn't it be a direct death sentence for Meisher Group? Emotional value provided by Zheng Hanyu at plus 50. Humph, I thought he was some sort of character, but it turns out he's just a fool. Zheng Hanyue's face was full of disdain, and Wu Li almost burst out laughing. Really? Xin Feng was furious. He pointed at Chen Shua's nose and shouted angrily, Boy, are you looking for death? Do you know who I am and how dare you talk to me like that? Presumptuous. Chen Shua did not retreat but advanced, angrily saying, Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm your grandfather. If your father knew you were yelling at me, he would break your legs. Everyone? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 50. Emotional value provided by Zheng Hanyu plus 50. Everyone was completely confused. What the hell? It's fine if you just curse at me, but why do you take it so seriously? You bastard, you're looking for death. Xin Feng raised his hand and was about to punch Chen Shua. Bang! Chen Shua grabbed Qin Feng's hand with his backhand, and then slapped Xin Feng directly on the face. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishue plus 100. Emotional value provided by Zheng Hanyu plus 100. Hiss. Everyone gasped again. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. What? This kid actually dares to hit Xin Feng. Oh my god. Is he really tired of living? You dare to hit me. Ha, I'm going to hit you, the unfilial son. Chen Shua took out the phone from Qin Feng's pocket and said, Call your father and ask him to come over. Everyone? Damn. Not only did this kid beat young Master Qin, he also called him Patriarch Qin? Oh my god, who on earth is he? Is he really tired of living? Ha, now we're going to have some fun. Xin Feng wanted to curse, but when he saw Chen Shua's cold eyes, he panicked. He knew that he was no match for Chen Shua. If he didn't call for help, he would probably suffer a setback. Thinking of this, he snatched the phone and snorted coldly, Good boy, since you insist on seeking death, then wait for me. After saying that, he called Qin Shanhai. Dad, there's a blind guy at the banquet who wants to be my grandfather and beat me up. Please bring someone over here. What? Qin Shanhai also had a quick temper and angrily said, Damn bastard, in Xingyang's territory, is there anyone who dares to call me, Qin Shanhai, his father? Tell him to wait, I'll bring people to destroy him right away. After hanging up the phone, Xin Feng said proudly, Boy, since you are unwilling to have a good conversation with me, don't blame me for being cruel. Chen Shua smiled without saying anything, just muttered to himself. System, use the relationship card to make me Qin Shanhai's father. Chapter 70 A Good Son. Ding, reminder, the relationship card has been used successfully. Chen Shua stared at Xin Feng waiting for changes. However, after 5 minutes, Xin Feng was still the same as before, with no change at all. What the hell? Not successful? Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a burst of dense footsteps outside the venue. The next moment, more than 30 thugs in black, led by a middle-aged man in a suit, rushed in. Fuck. Which blind bastard dares to be my father? I'll destroy him. Before Qin Shanhai arrived, the angry curses were already heard. The thugs were full of murderous intent, and the guests around them quickly retreated to the sides for fear of getting into trouble. Boy, you're dead. Xin Feng stared at Chen Shua coldly with a defiant look. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Emotional value provided by Zheng Hanyue plus 50. Ruan Shishua's face was pale and she felt hopeless. Zheng Hanyue looked at Chen Shua with disdain. Chen Shua slowly clenched his fists, ready to attack. There were more than 30 thugs, and Chen Shua was not sure if he could win. But it is absolutely impossible to make him surrender. However, just as Qin Shanhai rushed towards Chen Shua with great momentum, a dramatic scene occurred. He suddenly stopped, his angry eyes turned into confusion and dullness, and he stood on the ground for a long time without saying a word. "Dad, what are you standing there for?" Qin Feng reminded him in a low voice, but Qin Shanhai still stood there motionless. Qin Feng had great power in the Qin family. Seeing that Qin Shanhai was stunned for some reason, he simply stepped over Qin Shanhai and gave the order. "This kid humiliates the Qin family, catch him." Yes. The thugs in black took out the batons from their waists and were about to kill Chen Shua. "Stop. Stop it, everyone." At this time, Qin Shanhai suddenly shouted angrily. The thugs stopped one after another. Although Qin Feng has great power in the Qin family, he cannot beat Qin Shanhai, the head of the Qin family. "Dad, what are you doing?" Qin Feng was confused. Bang! However, Qin Shanhai, slapped him in the face with a big slap on the nose. "Rebellious son! How dare you lay hands on your grandfather?" After that, Qin Shanhai hurriedly ran towards Chen Shua and said excitedly, "Dad, I finally found you." Boom! Like a thunderclap. The word "dad" startled everyone and made them dizzy. At this moment, everyone present thought they were dreaming and had not yet woken up. What the hell? Qin Shanhai, the richest man in Xinjiang, actually calls a young boy in his 20s dad? He is over 50 years old, and Chen Shua is only in his 20s? How? Chen Shua traveled through time and space to give birth to Qin Shanhai? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 300. Emotional value provided by Zheng Hanyue plus 300. Ruan Shishue and Zheng Hanyue were also struck by lightning. They couldn't believe what they saw and heard. That's ridiculous. This world is ridiculous, okay? Not only them, Chen Shua was also confused. What the hell? The system is so amazing? Do you really let Qin Shanhai be your own son? Isn't this too inappropriate? Qin Feng almost went crazy. He rushed forward and shouted, "Dad! What nonsense are you talking about? How can you call this guy father? He's not even as old as me. You unfilial son, you dare to bark like a dog? I will beat you to death." Qin Shanhai didn't explain, but slapped him again with his backhand, followed by a round of punches and kicks. It was dead silent. Everyone thought that Chen Shua was just insulting Qin Feng when he called him his grandfather. As long as Qin Shanhai comes, Chen Shua will definitely not die a good death. Who could have thought things would turn out like this? Isn't this the most ridiculous thing in the world? Qin Feng is a tough guy. After being beaten up by Qin Shanhai, he didn't say a word and looked unconvinced. "You're still not convinced, are you?" Qin Shanhai pulled Qin Feng's hair and said, "Listen to me, when the old man died 3 years ago, he showed me a photo. He said that the father of the person in the photo once saved the Qin family and was very kind to the Qin family. The old man worshipped the father of the person in the photo as his adoptive father, which led to the establishment of the current Qin family. The old man once swore that the younger generations of the Qin family must respect the people of the Chen family according to the seniority they had when they worshipped their adoptive father. So, Chen Shua is my father and your grandfather. How dare you disrespect your grandfather? You are courting death." Qin Shanhai became angrier as he spoke, and raised his fist to hit him again. However, Chen Shua took a step forward, grabbed Qin Shanhai and said with a smile, "Shanhai, that's enough. Children don't know anything. We should just teach them a lesson as adults. There's no need to beat them to death." Qin Shanhai felt relieved, his eyes reddened. "Dad is right, son listens to dad. Rebellious son, what the hell are you still standing there for? Your grandfather was so kind as to beg for mercy on your behalf, why don't you come and kowtow to express your gratitude?" "Me? I still have to kowtow?" Qin Feng almost fainted. "Are you kidding?" Although Qin Shanhai's words sounded very convincing, and he seemed to know about this matter in his memory. In addition, the Qin family has strict family education, and Qin Feng was taught to be grateful since he was a child. Therefore, Qin Feng had no intention of not recognizing this grandfather. But this uncle's appearance was too sudden. He couldn't accept it to some extent. This child is incorrigible. Forget it. Let your father teach him a lesson for you. Thank you, Dad. Qin Shanhai immediately took a step back. Qin Feng? Depend on. I've heard of people cheating their fathers, but I've never heard of people cheating their sons. Boom. Qin Feng was scared. He knelt down and cried with snot and tears, "Grandpa, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. My grandson will definitely be filial to Grandpa in the future." Chen Shua quickly turned his head to a corner where no one could see him. Depend on. It's so hard to hold back laughter. Isn't this relationship card too awesome? How could he really make the richest man in Xinjiang become his son? Enjoyable. It's so fucking exciting. Chen Shua suppressed his laughter, coughed twice, and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. A prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold. As long as you know your mistakes, Grandpa certainly won't have the heart to teach you a lesson. After all, Grandpa loves you." Phew. Qin Feng almost choked to death on a mouthful of blood. It's so frustrating to be a grandson. Woo woo woo. Seeing that the farce was over, Qin Shanhai hurried to Chen Shua. He grabbed Chen Shua's hand and said excitedly with tears in his eyes, "Dad, the biggest regret when the old man passed away was that he didn't find you. I didn't expect that I would meet you here today. That's great, my son is so happy. You must have suffered a lot these years? So, from now on, everything in the Qin family is yours. You must not refuse. You must let your son fulfill his filial duty and make up for the regrets and debts that the old man owes to your Chen family." Chapter 71. Who dares to touch my mother? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 500. Emotional value provided by Zheng Hanyue plus 500. Like the other guests, the two were already speechless with shock. Not to mention Zhang Hanyue, who had just met Chen Shua. Even Ruan Shishua, who had been shocked by Chen Shua countless times, could not remain calm when she learned that the richest man in Xinjiang was actually Chen Shua's son. This is too fake, right? But that's the fact. Even if no one believes it, how can Qin Shanhai just recognize his father so easily? Chen Shua patted Qin Shanhai's shoulder with satisfaction. "Dad has received your filial piety. As for the Qin family, you just need to take good care of it. Dad doesn't need you for that." But Chen Shua glanced at Qin Feng. "I heard you want to embarrass your grandma?" Grandma? Qin Feng was stunned, then looked at Ruan Shishua, who was confused behind Chen Shua. He suddenly realized. Fuck. How dare you, an unfilial son, embarrass your grandma? Qin Shanhai was furious, and hurried to Ruan Shishua and flattered her, "Don't worry, Mom, I will teach that unfilial son a lesson for you." Swish. Ruan Shishua's pale face instantly turned red to her ears. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. No, I. Ruan Shishua was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak clearly. She is not as thick-skinned as Chen Shua. Being called mom in public by a man in his 50s. Isn't this too shameful? Etc. Grandmother? Mother? Doesn't Chen Shua mean that I am his girlfriend? Damn guy. He seems kind of handsome. A strange color flooded into Ruan Shishua's beautiful eyes as she looked at Chen Shua. This man with his back to her was like a towering tree. Ever since he broke into his office that day, my life has undergone tremendous changes. How much is there that he doesn't know? Could it be that he doesn't just want to have fun with himself? Do you really like yourself? This bad man. If you like me, just say it. Do you have to act superior? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua thought gloomily. Qin Shanhai had already rushed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng stopped being stubborn and said, "Dad, I was wrong. I really didn't know that Ms. Ruan was Grandpa's woman. If I knew, I would never dare to do that." Damn it. Is that all you need to do to apologize? Qin Shanhai was still punching and kicking. Is the Qin family's family rules a joke? I'm going to beat you to death, you blind bastard. Seeing that Qin Feng was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, Ruan Shishua couldn't bear it anymore. To be honest, she used to admire Qin Feng very much, and couldn't bear to see Qin Feng being beaten like this. Thinking of this, she quickly ran towards Chen Shua. Chen Shua, you quickly tell him to stop, or someone will die if he continues. Chen Shua, he hit me because of you. If you want him to stop, go and talk to him. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ah. Me? I'm sorry. Ruan Shishua was too embarrassed to say anything when a mother called her, so how could she dare to stop her? Then wait until he is beaten to death. Chen Shua didn't indulge her either. I have already helped her a lot, do I need to ask for such a small matter? You. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua stamped her feet in anger, but she also knew Chen Shua's character. Now that Chen Shua said so, there was absolutely no way she could change Chen Shua's mind. Finally, Ruan Shishua gritted her teeth and timidly stepped forward and said, Master Qin, please stop fighting. Mother! Qin Shanhai suddenly turned his head and shouted Mom. Ruan Shishua wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This rebellious son treated you so well, if I don't beat him, he won't learn his lesson. Mother! Just watch it. Son! I will definitely help you vent your anger today. Damn it! Did this guy have to yell at the mother and son so loudly? How shameful. Ruan Shishua was feeling uneasy, but she saw Qin Shanhai was about to hit someone again. She hardened her heart and shouted, Mom told you to stop hitting me. Boom! These words were like thunder. Not only were these words shameful enough, but most importantly, they were equivalent to Ruan Shishua stating that she and Chen Shua were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Qin Shanhai turned around quickly and said flatteringly, Thank you, Mother, for letting this rebellious son go. Don't worry, Mother. The Qin family is very strict about family rules. This kid won't dare to offend you again. After that, he pulled up Qin Feng, who was beaten like a dead dog, and asked, Tell me. What did you do to your grandma? Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Hanyue bitterly. Mr. Zhang promised to give Qin Group 3 times the rent, so I can take back the land originally rented to Meisher Group and rent it to them. Presumptuous. Qin Shanhai shook off Qin Feng and glared at Zhang Hanyue. Zhang Hanyue. How dare you do something bad to my mother's company? Let me tell you, although my Qin family is not as good as the Zhang family, we are not soft persimmons. If you dare to deal with Meisher Group again, my Qin family will be the first to disagree. Zhang Hanyue's face was extremely gloomy. Cut off the supply of raw materials, bribe the leaders of Meisher Group, steal business secrets, settle in Xinjiang City, and buy out the warehouse production line of Meisher Group. These are the series of punches that Zhang Hanyue used against the Meisher Group. Every punch before had dealt a heavy blow to the Meisher Group. In Zhang Hanyue's opinion, Meisher Group was nothing special, and she never thought that something unexpected would happen today. I didn't expect that the accident would be so dramatic. Be a mother? Depend on. What a damn way to win. Zhang Hanyue refused to accept. She absolutely won't accept it. In her opinion, Ruan Shishua's victory was unfair. Zhang Hanyue has her own pride, how can the Qin family suppress her? She said gloomily, Master Qin, I don't care about the shameful relationship between you, but the fight between my Jiang Group and Meisher Group cannot be stopped. One of us must live and the other must die. Even if the Qin family tries to stop me, I won't change my mind. Mr. Qin is the head of the Qin family and the leader of the Qin Group. Your decision is related to the life and death of the Qin family and the Qin Group. I hope you can still calm down and make the best choice, instead of letting the Qin family accompany some useless people to die in vain. After saying that, Zhang Hanyue glared at Chen Shua fiercely and strode away. Emotional value provided by Zhang Hanyue plus 50. There was anger and unwillingness in her look, but more of it was disdain and a deep warning. In her opinion, Chen Shua was just relying on a strange relationship to help Meisher Group temporarily overcome its difficulties. After all, he is just a useless boy. Fuck you. My tutoring is for our own people, not for outsiders. What's so great about the Jiang Group? How dare a little girl challenge me? I'm leaving this to you. No one can touch the Meisher Group. Qin Shanhai roared at Zhang Hanyue's back. However, Zhang Hanyue ignored him and strode out of the venue. Everyone around looked at each other, and finally no one moved. One is a local tyrant in Xinjiang, and the other is a powerful figure from Jiangchang. Before the two of them decided the winner. Who dares to take sides easily? Chapter 72 Breakthrough. Dad, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can take over the Meisher group. Qin Shanhai patted his chest and made the promise. Chen Shua nodded in satisfaction. Your filial piety is evident to all, but how can an elder watch his juniors get implicated because of him? Don't worry, I will personally deal with the Jiang group. Qin Shanhai was touched. Thank you for your understanding, Dad. Chen Shua's eyes twitched. Come on, stop calling me Dad all the time. It makes me uncomfortable. Just call me foster father. That won't work. Qin Shanhai shook his head and said firmly, the old man said that we must treat the Chen family like our own relatives. In my son's eyes, you are my real father. My biological father asked you to call me foster father, understand? Yes, father. TSK TSK TSK. Everyone around was amazed. Look, what has this been adjusted to? Godfather, this dinner is really boring. Why don't I set up a table and we can chat somewhere else? Okay. The private room of the Imperial Hotel. Ruan Shishua looked at Qin Shanhai, who was fawning on Chen Shua, and felt as if the world was unreal. She really didn't understand who Chen Shua was and how he could have such a profound background and powerful abilities at such a young age. Why would such a strong man work at Meisher Group for 5 years? What exactly is it about the Meisher Group that attracts him? Is it really as the employees speculated? Is he doing this for himself? But why didn't he show it before? Do we have to wait 5 years before we can come to the fore? Is it because of the recent crisis? Is this the opportunity he's been waiting for? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua's heartbeat quickened. If this is true, how much does a man who was willing to hide his identity for 5 years love himself? If I miss a man like this, I'm afraid I'll never meet another one in my life, right? Plus he has helped me so many times. Even if I marry him, it wouldn't be too much. But the image of the handsome boy who grew up with her emerged in Ruan Shishua's mind. They once told each other that they would be together when they grew up. Ruan Shishua hasn't had a boyfriend for so many years just to wait for him. But it's been more than 5 years. Will he really come back? Or try to be with him yourself? No. If that's the case, wouldn't it be that I lost the bet? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua's face changed. Thinking of giving her aunt to Chen Shua as a maid, Ruan Shishua shook her head. But Ruan Shishua changed her mind. If we're just together, it shouldn't be considered a lost bet, right? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua's mood was extremely complicated. It is true that a gentleman desires a beautiful lady. But this beauty also loves heroes. Although Chen Shua almost never gave Ruan Shishua a good look. But Chen Shua helped Ruan Shishua to overcome difficulties time and time again and save the Meisher group from danger. It is absolutely impossible to say that Ruan Shishua is not moved. Chen Shua could naturally see Ruan Shishua's emotional changes clearly through the system. A smug smile appeared on Chen Shua's lips. It wasn't long before this girl took the initiative to climb onto his bed. Godfather, are you really going to take the initiative to attack the Jiang group? At this time, Qin Shanhai suddenly became serious and got to the point. Chen Shua nodded and said, of course. Jiang group has attacked Meisher group time and time again. As Shishua's man, how can I sit back and do nothing? Man? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua, who was still immersed in her own world, blushed at these words. This guy. Why are you talking nonsense again? When did I agree to be with him? Damn it. Ruan Shishua was furious but did not refute. Qin Shanhai glanced at Ruan Shishua, then looked away and sighed. Godfather, to be honest, the strength of the Jiang group is no joke. Chen Shua raised his eyebrows and said, as far as I know, Jiang's group is just the richest in Jiangcheng. As the richest man in Xinjiang, even if you are not as good as Jiang's group, you are not too bad, right? Foster father thinks highly of me. Qin Shanhai smiled bitterly and said, although the Qin group is extraordinary and its business scope is spread all over Linjiang province, its main business scope is still in Xinjiang. The Jiang group's business scope has long gone beyond Linjiang province and spans across the 3 southeastern provinces. It has strong assets and extensive connections. My Qin family is the local boss of Xinjiang. Although we are much weaker than the Jiang group, if they dare to come to Xinjiang to deal with the Meisher group, my Qin group will still be able to fight. But if you want to take the initiative to attack Jiangcheng, the Qin group may not be able to play much of a role. It doesn't matter, I can go by myself, Chen Shua said proudly. This. Xin Shanhai said worriedly, foster father, it's not that I don't believe you, but you still don't seem to understand how terrifying the Jiang group is. To be honest, in the entire Jiangcheng, apart from the large and small enterprises, from the mayor of Jiangcheng to the small and large vendors in Jiangcheng, and even the underground forces, all have more or less connections with the Jiang group. They either received money from the Jiang group, or had business dealings with the Jiang group, or they leased land from a subsidiary of the Jiang group. If you rashly go to Jiangcheng to fight alone, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Patriarch Qin is right. Ruan Shishua, who had been silent the whole time, took a deep breath and said, compared to the Qin family, the Jiang family is the real local tyrant. At least in the 1/3 acre of land in Jiangcheng, they can definitely be invincible. No matter how you choose to embarrass them, they can easily resolve it and use it to counter you. Chen Shua frowned. Because dealing with the Qin family is so easy, Chen Shua is now full of confidence. I think that the Jiang family and the Jiang group are nothing more than that. But after hearing what they said, Chen Shua realized how difficult this matter was. Seeing that Chen Shua was in trouble, Xin Shanhai quickly said, foster father, although it is difficult to deal with the Jiang group, as long as we can gain a foothold in Jiangcheng, it may not be impossible to deal with them. Stop? What do you mean? Chen Shua asked back. Xin Shanhai said seriously, the reason why the people of Jiangcheng defend the Jiang group without any bottom line is not entirely because of the Jiang group's favor, but also because some people are afraid of the Jiang group. They think that the Jiang group is huge and cannot be shaken. If they don't protect the Jiang group, they will become the enemy of the Jiang group. But as long as we can let them see that the Jiang group is not indestructible, there will naturally be some breakthroughs that will automatically appear in front of us. Chapter 73 Dolphin Moving. Well, you have a point. Chen Shua nodded slightly. It is impossible for a single dominant company to treat everyone equally. The Jiang group is the most powerful group in Jiangcheng, so naturally it has many enemies. Although these enemies were afraid of the Jiang group's strength and dared not act recklessly, once they saw that the Jiang group was not as powerful as they imagined, they will naturally have evil thoughts. That was Chen Shua's best chance. Since you said that, do you already have a plan? Chen Shua asked Xin Shanhai. Xin Shanhai smiled and said, I do have a plan, but it may be a little difficult. Chen Shua, tell me in detail. Xin Shanhai, this is a matter between the Meisher group and the Jiang group. The best way is naturally to let the Meisher group sell its products to Jiangcheng. That's impossible. Ruan Shishua said with a wry smile, not to mention that Jiang's group will definitely be in trouble, and secondly, Meisher group's current products are not comparable to Jiang's group's products. Even if we sell it to Jiangcheng, there won't be much of a market for it. Where is the fruit essence mask? Chen Shua asked. Ruan Shishua, the production line is still under construction. It will take at least half a month before production can begin. It also needs approval for listing, so it can't be completed in a short period of time. Chen Shua didn't say much. In fact, all of this was within Chen Shua's expectations. The production method of fruit essence mask is completely different from that of traditional mask. If you want to produce it, you really need a brand new production line. If this doesn't work, then I have another solution. Xin Shanhai said, my Qin group is engaged in construction. Jiangcheng has been engaged in large-scale construction projects in recent years. If the Qin group can grab a piece of land from the subsidiary of the Jiang group, we can naturally achieve our goal. Grab the land? As long as there is enough money, it won't take a minute. Chen Shua said proudly, just follow this method. No, you misunderstood. It's not that simple. Xin Shanhai smiled bitterly and said, the Jiang group is very powerful, and their subsidiaries are not short of money. It will be difficult for us to snatch the land from them. The Jiang group knows that we are competing with them for the land, so they will definitely offer the highest price. If we offer a lower price than them, we won't get the land. If we offer a higher price than them, we will lose money even if we get it. In this way, we still cannot achieve our goal, but will be even more embarrassed. Like this? Chen Shua frowned. He has never studied real estate and doesn't understand the intricacies involved. Do you have a map of the land that is going to be auctioned in Jiangcheng soon? Have. Xin Shanhai opened the map on his mobile phone and handed it to Chen Shua. Chen Shua looked over. It turned out that Jiangcheng was indeed engaged in large-scale construction. Whether it was the old city, the suburbs, or even the development zone, large-scale construction was going on. However, the places with the most land auctions are still development zones and suburbs. Chen Shua looked around and finally his eyes fell on the southern suburbs. Jiangcheng is a coastal city. A large part of the southern suburbs is along the coast. At the border between the southern suburbs and the urban area, there is a piece of land of 1,000 acres to be auctioned. This piece of land has a good location and a large area, but the auction price is about 20% lower than other land. Chen Shua was puzzled and asked, "This place is surrounded by mountains and rivers, close to the city, with convenient transportation and a large area. How can the price be so low?" Xin Shanhai took a look and said with a wry smile, "You don't know that this coastal area is called Dolphin Bay, where a large number of dolphins live. It is a provincial-level tourist attraction and nature reserve. The cost-effectiveness of developing this land for commercial use is the highest. If it can be built into a large-scale amusement, entertainment, commercial and residential integrated area, the future benefits will be considerable. In this case, shouldn't the land price here be higher?" Chen Shua became more and more confused. As the saying goes, success or failure depends on Xiaohe. The land here is valuable because of Dolphin Bay, but it is also because of these dolphins that construction nearby must strictly comply with environmental regulations. All the waste must be transported dozens of kilometers away for disposal, and there can't be too much dust during construction. The amount of money spent on environmental protection will be horrible, causing construction costs to soar, and there is a high probability that all the money will be lost or even lost. That's why the land was auctioned at a lower price. Chen Shua suddenly understood. However, he did not give up the land. Instead, he became more interested in it. He stared at the land, motionless. Xin Shanhai was shocked. "Godfather, you don't want to buy this piece of land, do you?" "Yeah, I have this idea." Chen Shua nodded slightly. "Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. "No. Absolutely not." Ruan Shishua shouted anxiously. "Although I don't know much about construction, the construction industry is very complicated. If the Jiang Group takes over this land, there will be some profit. But if we take it, we will definitely lose money." "Are you so sure?" Chen Shua said coldly. "Certainly. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua became more and more anxious. Patriarch Qin just said that the most difficult thing about this piece of land is the environmental protection issue. But isn't it up to the government to decide on this environmental protection issue? The Jiang Group has connections in Jiangcheng. Even if we really take over this piece of land, if the Jiang Group lets the officials cause trouble all day long in the name of environmental protection, then we won't be able to complete the project in 100 years, and we may even face a heavy fine." "That's right," Xin Shanhai said bitterly. "What my stepmother said makes sense. The Jiang Group is not just likely to do this, it will definitely do it." "Ha, environmental protection?" Chen Shua stood up proudly and said, "Since I want to take over this piece of land, environmental protection is naturally not a problem." Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Ruan Shishua was dumbfounded. "What nonsense are you talking about? There are so many dolphins there. If you don't pay attention to environmental protection, even if the government doesn't cause trouble for you, the people from the Animal Association won't let you go. Chen Shua, the earth is dead, but dolphins are alive. Since the earth can't move, can dolphins also not move?" Boom! Chen Shua's words petrified Qin Shanhai and Ruan Shishua at the same time. "What the hell? Make the dolphin move? Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 100. Ruan Shishua exclaimed, You want to move dolphin? Ha, it seems you are not that stupid." Chen Shua said with a smile. Emotion value provided by Ruan Shishua plus 50. Isn't this too much? Ruan Shishua rolled her eyes and said, "It's not difficult to move dolphin, but if you want dolphin to move, you must go through the official procedures of Jiangcheng. Do you think the Jiang Group has lost its mind and would let the Jiangcheng authorities give you this procedure? It's good that they don't bring you some more dolphins." Chen Shua lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and a sharp light flashed in the corner of his eyes. "Everything depends on human effort. As long as I, Chen Shua, want to do something, there is nothing I can't do." Chapter 74, Meet the City Lord. Facing Chen Shua's confidence. In the end, Ruan Shishue and Qin Shanhai didn't say anything more. Needless to say, Qin Shanhai trusts Chen Shua. As long as Chen Shua insists, he will definitely obey with the help of the relationship card. Ruan Shishue had witnessed Chen Shua create too many miracles. Even this time she was still as distrustful as before. But there is a vague feeling in my heart. Chen Shua may create a miracle again. Chen Shua, Shanhai, can you contact the Lord of Jiangcheng? This Qin Shanhai shook his head awkwardly. I can contact the Lord of Qingyang City, but the Lord of Jiangcheng City I really don't have the ability to do so. But I know someone who might be able to do it. Who? Lu Rulong. Oh? You can't even contact the Lord of Jiangcheng, can Lu Rulong do it? Chen Shua was surprised. Father, you don't know. Qin Shanhai explained, the Lord of Jiangcheng loves calligraphy and painting, and Lu Rulong also happens to like calligraphy and painting. They are both from the Lingjiang province calligraphy and painting circle, so they definitely know each other. Chen Shua was happy. Wouldn't this be a total no-brainer? Yes, I understand. Chen Shua nodded slightly, then stood up and said, I'm going to find Lu Rulong now, you guys should do what you need to do first. Shanhai, please raise some funds. I want this piece of land in Dolphin Bay. Yes. Qin Shanhai watched Chen Shua leave respectfully. Ruan Shishue did not stay long. After saying goodbye politely, she left in a hurry. In the car, Ruan Shishue was a little distracted. What happened tonight was too shocking for Ruan Shishue. Chen Shua is actually very powerful, and even the richest man in Xinjiang is his adopted son. His background, how terrifying is it? Can a person really be this strong? The other side. Chen Shua has contacted Lu Rulong, and the two have agreed to meet in a tea house. On the way, Chen Shua opened the system again. System, display the remaining emotion value. Ding. Returning to the host, the current accumulated emotion value is 6,850 points. Chen Shua, start the 10 draw streak. Ding. Deduct 5,000 emotion points, and the 10 draw series begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original stockings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the macho original white socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the macho original white socks. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a xianmai that you can't stop eating. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion in cash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an emotion control card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master level calligraphy and painting skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a words come true card. Chen Shua threw 5 pairs of smelly socks out of the window, and then looked at the other rewards. 1 billion in cash? To Chen Shua, money is just a number. He couldn't spend either 100 million or 1 billion. This reward is really useless. After all, the other rewards given by the system can create unlimited wealth in minutes. Xianmai that you can't stop eating once you take one? Depend on. What kind of fucking conceptual rubbish is this? Put on socks that will never be ugly, eat endless amounts of xianmai, just step your left foot on your right foot, and fly to the moon, right? Depend on. Master level calligraphy and painting skills? This is awesome. Chen Shua had originally planned to use other methods to take down the Lord of Jiangcheng. After all, Chen Shua still has a trump card in his hand. But now it seems. Maybe this can be made simpler. A pillow for you when you feel sleepy? The system understands itself very well. Chen Shua finally set his sights on the 2 newly acquired prop cards. Chen Shua knew very well that this kind of one-time reward was the most perverted. Emotion control card. After use, you can control the emotions of up to 2 people within 1 hour, including but not limited to making the other person angry, happy, jealous, rogue, greedy, etc. Just this? Chen Shua frowned. Just making the other person angry or something sounds useless, right? Chen Shua shook his head and was not in a hurry to continue exploring. Instead, he looked at another prop card. Words come true card. After using, the host will gain the ability to say what comes true within 10 minutes. Whatever the host says will come true. PS. Changes within the user's visual range. Oh shit. What the hell? What the hell? Chen Shua exclaimed, oh my god. Several times in a row. In 10 minutes, everything you say is true? So if I say that I want everyone I see to die, then one T they all die? Isn't this too outrageous? However, Chen Shua is not a butcher, so he naturally would not do that. To the north. How can this be called a system? This is simply Doraemon's treasure bag, okay? You can come up with anything. Trump card. The absolute trump card. After having this, Chen Shua now has 2.5 trump cards. One is the stock market manipulation card, the other is the word and law card. As for the other half, it is naturally the emotion manipulation card. After all, Chen Shua hasn't figured out the function of this emotion control card yet. This special thing is not as overbearing as the first two prop cards. Perhaps it can only play an unexpected role when used in very specific circumstances. Tea house box. When Chen Shua arrived, Lu Rulong was already waiting in the box. Chen Shua waved his hand to stop Lu Rulong, who was about to stand up and say politely, I'm in a hurry, don't say useless nonsense. I'm asking you, can you help me make an appointment with the Lord of Jiangcheng? Lu Rulong's eyes suddenly widened. You're going to Jiangcheng? Is it because of Meisher Group? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Just say whether you can or you can't. Able. Lu Rulong was decisive. City Lord Han and I have known each other for many years. As long as I ask, he will definitely give me face. Very good, I want you to help me arrange a meeting with City Lord Han, tomorrow. Tomorrow? So urgent? Lu Rulong was stunned, then nodded heavily and said, okay, I'll call City Lord Han right away. Lu Rulong hurried out of the room with his cell phone. About 5 minutes later, he came back in high spirits. Have you made an appointment? Chen Shua asked. Lu Rulong nodded heavily, it's an appointment. City Lord Han happens to be going to the Jiangcheng Calligraphy and Painting Association for exchanges tomorrow, so he will be free tomorrow afternoon. We can just go there tomorrow morning. Well, you did a good job. I will remember this favor. Chen Shua reached out and patted Lu Rulong on the shoulder. Lu Rulong was immediately overjoyed and flattered. I have heard about Mr. Chen's great performance at the investment dinner. I am honored to be able to serve Mr. Chen. Chen Shua suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Rulong was so happy to help me. It seems that he found out about the investment promotion dinner? You have to know that the purpose of the appointment is to deal with the Jiang Group, the largest client of the Royal Court Group. This is a huge risk for Lu Rulong. The fact that he could do this was enough to show that he had decided to stand firmly behind Chen Shua.